The sun serves as a colossal nuclear reactor, and each celestial body has cultivated its unique ecosystem. Aboard a spacecraft, one could behold the exquisite hybrid beauty born of both Earthlings and Martians at Olympus Mons. In merely a millennium, the solar system transitioned from a state of flourishing to one of decline, concealing immense secrets within its depths. Chapter 1. Introduction. How vast is the solar system? From the sun's core to the edge of the Kuiper belt, it spans approximately 50 astronomical units, with one astronomical unit being around 150 million kilometers. To put it into perspective, it would take about 13.8 trillion Earths to fill it. A well-dressed professor adjusted his glasses as he articulated these words. This was part of the expert interviews in the extensive documentary, Where Do We Go From Here? In the year 2023, a pyramid-shaped black spacecraft emerged from the fiery embrace of the sun and journeyed towards Earth. A week later, the craft halted in near-Earth orbit, repeatedly transmitting a mysterious electromagnetic signal to humanity below. Soon, the signal was deciphered. No one anticipated that this brief wave of energy contained information powerful enough to transform the world. The widely circulated deciphered message read, "We created the sun. It is now malfunctioning and on the verge of extinguishing. You must repair it. Within Lake Z311 lies what you need. Good luck." Lake Z311 was presumed to be on Earth, yet with thousands of lakes dotting the planet, which one could it be? The Fujian Lake, located in the southwest of the Eurasian continent, began to exhibit unusual phenomena the very next day, following the spacecraft's global broadcast. Curiosity surged among the populace as they sought to locate the elusive Lake Z311. Eyewitness accounts described bubbling sounds emanating from the center of Fujian Lake, reminiscent of a colossal machine operating in slow motion. After about 10 minutes, a small hill emerged from the lake's heart, shrouded in thickening mist. Only a shadowy mountain silhouette was discernible, and the crowd dared not approach. Soon, military helicopters arrived, cordoning off the area. Another interviewee appeared on television, an elderly gentleman clad in military attire, who had been involved in solar repair efforts for over 50 years. He was the first to enter the hill at the lake center and the discoverer of the solar repair manual. Despite his advanced years, he exuded vitality. He recounted, "The black metallic gears were exposed to the open air. Standing on the platform that had risen from the lake, I felt a green laser, originating from an unknown source, scan my entire body. Then, a perfectly aligned wall revealed an opening. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. The solar repair manual, as its name implies, serves as a guide to the sun. More precisely, it resembles a treasure trove filled with the technologies of a super civilization. These technologies, including interstellar spacecraft, high-energy weaponry, and exoskeletal mechs, are scattered throughout every corner of the solar system. They may exist as severely damaged remnants, buried deep underground, or concealed in undiscovered locales. More importantly, the guide delineates methods for the restoration of the sun. Each celestial body within the solar system harbors veins of gamma alloy. Upon smelting, gamma alloy bifurcates into two distinct substances: the white, a liquid metal capable of mending spatial fissures, and the black, a diminutive non-carbon-based life form. The sun's radiance is achieved through nuclear reactions. It is, in essence, an immense artificial nuclear reactor. The high-density flow of energy has engendered numerous spatial cracks upon its walls. The reactor teeters on the brink of collapse. 8 minutes after the sun extinguishes, Earth will succumb to eternal night. In this moment, humanity first experienced the phenomenon of sudden extinction, wherein the sun abruptly darkens, only to later re-illuminate after a brief interval. Following this event, humankind was irrevocably convinced of the necessity to repair the sun. Subsequently, for the first time, individuals crafted a batch of solar monitors in accordance with the Guide to Solar Restoration. These devices can instantaneously detect the sun's condition, affording humanity up to 8 minutes of preparation prior to a sudden extinction. Chapter 2. Introduction. The visage of the elderly man in military attire gradually faded from the screen, revealing the silhouette of a cerulean planet as it became increasingly discernible. A resonant male voice emerged, serving as the narration for this documentary. The theory of stellar cores and the awakening of celestial bodies, he paused momentarily before continuing, is articulated within the maintenance guide. This theory posits that each celestial entity possesses a stellar core, which governs the gravitational pull and material form of that body. Consequently, every planet harbors the potential for life. The stellar core adheres to the principle of minimal maintenance, meaning it only sustains the most fundamental operations of the celestial body. For instance, Mercury, the planet closest to the Sun, has had its atmosphere ensnared by the Sun's formidable gravitational force, resulting in an almost complete absence of atmospheric cover. However, this does not impede Mercury's normal orbit. Thus, the stellar core does not expend excessive energy to maintain Mercury's atmosphere. Such an analogy is vivid yet inadequate. The theory of stellar cores is inherently intricate. Should you wish to delve deeper, I recommend Carl's overview of stellar core theory. What, then, is the awakening of celestial bodies? The solar civilization is the most prevalent nomenclature employed by contemporary humanity to describe the super-civilization that created the Sun has attained mastery over stellar cores. They possess the capability to transform nearly all celestial bodies within the solar system, rendering them suitable for human habitation. Clearly, the gamma alloy found on Earth is woefully insufficient. One day, humanity must journey to each celestial entity within the solar system for the sake of survival. Now, apart from Earth, all celestial bodies within our solar system are shrouded in a dense mist. Our probes are incapable of discerning the precise conditions on the surfaces of these planets. However, it is certain that these celestial entities are awakening. The gamma alloy on Earth is becoming increasingly scarce. In recent years, abrupt extinction events have become more frequent. If this mist does not dissipate soon, I truly do not know where humanity will turn. The male voice resonated with profound gravitas, followed by a mournful melody. Following the music, a visage familiar to all Earthlings appeared on the screen is the hero of this era, the God of War. He is simply known as the God of War. His true name remains a mystery. He was the first human to mend the rifts in space. It is worth noting that even within the most thermally insulated spacecraft, humanity cannot withstand the extreme temperatures of the Sun's core. Yet, he accomplished this feat in the second year after the discovery of the Nirvana reagent. The sonorous voice returned, Nirvana reagent. It is a genetic drug that assists humanity in transcending physical limits. The application of the Nirvana reagent has now become highly refined. However, during the era of the God of War, no one understood the Nirvana reagent. No one dared to experiment with it. Yet the God of War achieved a D rating in less than a year. This cannot be explained by talent alone. From the time of the God of War onward, humanity began to extensively utilize the Nirvana reagent. Individuals trained to enhance their physicality, then employed the Nirvana reagent to establish a new foundation of physical prowess, continuing the cycle of training and usage. The spectrum of strength is divided into 8 grades. A through H, F, G, and H represent the novice levels. D and E stand for intermediate, while A, B, and C denote the advanced tiers. The enhancement of physicality has provided humanity with a foundational capability to repair the Sun. If we designate the year 2023 as the inaugural year of the maintenance era, then 110 years have passed since. The Sun has grown increasingly unstable, marking a period of collective anxiety for an entire era. Chapter 3. The Bronze Cauldron in the Guan Yu Temple. Ji-Dong switched off the crackling television. Outside, a voice shouted, "You are surrounded. Do not attempt to resist." This garbage dump, located on the outskirts of the city, is his home. In his childhood, his father would take him here to hunt for treasures. On one occasion, they discovered a colossal shell casing, which his father brought home and cleaned of rust, transforming it into his bed. At night, crawling inside was incredibly comfortable, as his father had installed a homemade temperature and humidity control system within. Ji-Dong inherited his father's talent in this regard. Moreover, Ji-Dong's physical condition surpasses that of the average person. His father was a member of the Tier of the Space Fleet, a brat Nirvana user, and a key player in solar maintenance. Ji-Dong took great pride in his father's profession. Yet, everything changed 3 years ago. His father was reduced to ashes by the fiery surface of the Sun. The Space Fleet explained that his father had suddenly gone mad during a mission, ramming his ship into that of his comrades, resulting in the deaths of dozens and the destruction of several advanced repair vessels. However, in light of the contributions made by his father, the merits and demerits were deemed to balance out. Thus, he was not held accountable, nor was he posthumously honored with the title of Earth Martyr. What caught Ji-Dong even more off guard was the transformation of his father into a subject of ridicule among the masses. The circumstances surrounding his father's demise became fodder for idle chatter, leading many to exclaim, "What a fool, to think he even made it into the space fleet." Initially, some would defend his father, citing his significant contributions to solar maintenance. "Have you not seen those reports?" They would retort. Yet, the counterargument would persist. "I only honor Earth martyrs." Is he one? He is a murderous demon. Gradually, the image of his father as a heinous murderer became entrenched in the public's consciousness. Jidong, however, could not bring himself to accept such claims. During his school days, whispers about him and his father circulated behind his back. Eventually, they grew emboldened, speaking loudly and laughing heartily, leaving him powerless to respond could not even rise to his feet. A month after the incident involving his father, Jidong was in his first year of high school when a group of masked individuals suddenly appeared thereafter. He could recall nothing. When Jidong awoke in the hospital 6 months later, a doctor informed him that his hand and leg bones had suffered compound fractures, along with nerve damage. The diagnosis revealed that Jidong would no longer be able to stand or walk. With his current bone condition, he could not receive the Nirvana serum to become a novice Nirvana practitioner, signifying that his once promising future had been irrevocably shattered. He became a paralyzed individual reliant on government assistance for survival. Once regarded as the most promising seed, Jidong had been granted admission to the finest high school in Southern Asia. The current examination system still included the college entrance examination, now divided into 2 types, the cultural examination and the trial examination. Every student was mandated to partake in both. The former remained akin to previous assessments, focusing on academics, while the trial examination resembled a physical test, albeit with far greater intensity, aimed at selecting the elite. Despite the widespread availability of the Nirvana serum, few achieved the status of intermediate practitioners. The trial examination garnered immense attention and was conducted as a unified global event, complete with live broadcasts, making it one of the most prestigious competitions on Earth. Those who ranked in the top 100 of the trial examination would be regarded as elite seeds, selected for training at the Space Fleet's cultivation base. Participation was voluntary, yet no one would decline such an opportunity. Upon entering school, Jidong was treated as a prized asset. However, in recent years, the school's performance in the trial examinations had been lackluster, with no student breaking into the top 100 for quite some time. Given Jidong's talent, he had the potential to rank within the top 10 alas. He had now become a mere shadow of his former self. Aware of his diminished status, Jidong submitted a request for withdrawal from the school. Ultimately, he was expelled instead, with the justification being misconduct and an unstable mental state. At that moment, Jidong was unaware of the true reasons behind his expulsion. He merely felt a sense of injustice. He was not the type to consider himself a genius and act arrogantly, nor was he one to resign himself to despair. At the very least, he was determined to keep fighting for his life. The events of the past 3 years had irrevocably altered the course of Jidong's existence. Beside the refuse dump stands a dilapidated temple dedicated to the revered warrior, Guan Yu. In his childhood, Jidong frequently ventured to the temple to partake in offerings, often competing with the divine figure for delectable morsels. Following his father's enlistment in the Space Fleet, they vacated the vicinity of the refuse dump. However, after being expelled from school, Jidong found himself alone once more, navigating his wheelchair back to this place. It was a sanctuary of sorts, tranquil and free from the vitriol of others directed at him and his father. Yet, merely a month after settling back into the refuse dump, he began to hear the ominous thrum of military helicopters each night. From an early age, Jidong possessed a keen sensitivity to the mechanical sound around him. He could discern the unmistakable roar of military helicopter engines. Utilizing an old computer assembled by his father, he connected it to a high-frequency electromagnetic signal receiver. With little left to lose, he felt no trepidation about eavesdropping on military communications. The area surrounding the Guan Yu Temple, within a kilometer radius, had been designated a military exclusion zone. After nearly 2 weeks of vigilant listening, Jidong finally intercepted a cacophony of electromagnetic signals. Through arduous decryption efforts, he discovered that the military was searching for the 11th smelting furnace on Earth. Until then, it was believed there were only 10 such furnaces, utilized for the melting of gamma alloys. Each furnace was a veritable treasure. An 11th? Wasn't it said there were only 10? Jidong murmured to himself. Yet, he was unprepared for the more explosive revelations that lay ahead. In the following days, Jidong captured a continuous stream of electromagnetic signals. Armed with the knowledge gained from his initial interception, he swiftly decoded the new messages. At that moment, he had no inkling that his fate was about to be irrevocably altered. The process of smelting gamma alloys resulted in the bifurcation into 2 distinct substances, a white spatial repair fluid and a black, non-carbon-based life form. The information Jidong intercepted pertained to the latter. The Earth United government had been conducting experiments to merge this non-carbon-based life form with human beings, yet thus far, they had met with no success. Scientists later discovered that these life forms were far from the simplistic beings they had initially assumed. On the contrary, they exhibited remarkable intelligence and an extraordinary capacity for learning. Unfortunately, the terrestrial environment was inhospitable to them, compelling them to masquerade as simpletons. Upon realizing this, the United Government resolved to exterminate them. However, these entities proved to possess an astonishingly resilient vitality. After extensive research and experimentation, scientists finally identified a definitive method to obliterate them. As the adage goes, a leaf returns to its roots, one must perish where one was born. The smelting furnace that birthed them would also serve as their demise. When operating at full capacity, the furnace reaches a staggering temperature of 5,700 Kelvin, akin to the surface temperature of the sun. In such an environment, these life forms would be reduced to mere molecular compounds. The other 10 furnaces were already operating at extreme overload. Unless one of them could be halted from smelting gamma alloys to specifically process these life forms, this would remain an impossibility. The demand for spatial repair fluid was insatiable, and the solar reactor state was barely maintained. Halting one of the furnaces would be tantamount to dooming the entire solar maintenance project. The Solar Maintenance Manual has previously noted that there are only 10 smelting furnaces on Earth. The inexplicable emergence of this additional furnace undoubtedly alleviated the immediate crisis faced by the United Government. Hence, no one delved into the origins of this smelting furnace at the time. They intended to reactivate this furnace and subsequently cast those life forms within to extinguish them. Prior to this, Jidong had already heard whispers regarding these life forms. The carbon alternative life forms were metallic in nature. They exhibited a parasitic tendency towards human hosts, rendering human bones metallic. This encapsulates the principle of fusion. However, following the parasitic fusion, individuals would lose control over themselves, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Scientists had yet to unravel this conundrum, leading to the ultimate failure of the fusion experiment. The smelting furnace had successfully been reactivated 2.5 years ago. It was during that period that Jidong was expelled for the first time. The military had demanded his departure from the area, but he had paid them no heed. Today, however, Jidong was apprehended by the military on charges of espionage for having eavesdropped on government secrets. He was destined to be cast into the smelting furnace. At this moment, he finally beheld the fabled 11th smelting furnace, reminiscent of a grand bronze tripod from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. He had encountered other furnaces, yet none bore any resemblance to this one. Prior to this, he had been confined in a makeshift cold storage facility. From his previous eavesdropping, Jidong had already discerned the contents of the bags that shared his confinement. They contained white mice, the deceased fusers, merely because the parasitic life forms within them still lived, were to be discarded into the smelting furnace for destruction. Chapter 4. Venom. Have you seen that movie? Which one? The Marvel superhero movie Venom that was released over 100 years ago. I really admire your imagination as Earthlings. I've only seen Venom and Spider-Man. When I was a child, I found a Blu-ray disc in a junkyard, and it was this movie. Oh, really? I haven't seen it. I particularly enjoy watching your Earthling movies. How do you watch them? You don't even have eyes. Eyes? What are eyes? Oh, I remember. It's a device that receives external light. Device. Jidong thought that word was too cold. We have similar devices, so we can watch your movies. The little black figure sitting in Jidong's palm opened and closed its mouth, as if it was really speaking. Let's talk about the conditions. Jidong wanted to steer the conversation back to the main topic. I saved your life, and you still want to talk about conditions? The black little man began to slowly melt, turning into countless tiny black lines that wrapped around Jidong's fingers. Who saved whom is still uncertain. Jidong scoffed. This conversation took place in that makeshift cold storage. Only Jidong's hands were stuck. It was that kind of glue specifically used to bind prisoners. Unless the skin was torn off, there was no way to break free. Jidong's legs were just for show. They couldn't move even if they weren't stuck. The temperature was very low, and white frost had formed on Jidong's hair and eyebrows. Jidong learned from the two soldiers who threw him into the cold storage that these assimilators had been injected with suppressants to prevent the metal life forms from leaving their hosts. At first, Jidong only trembled slightly, but then he began to convulse. His head felt like it was pierced by countless tiny steel needles, and the pain was unbearable. His eyelids grew heavier. Over the past 3 years, Jidong had imagined death countless times. He didn't expect it to be so painful. The pain gradually faded, and Jidong felt much more relaxed. He wanted to sleep. Can you move a little closer? At that moment, Jidong heard someone speaking. He had no strength to respond, but his body moved inexplicably towards the pile of corpses. Jidong exerted force with his elbows and waist. That's it. Then open your mouth. The voice rang in Jidong's ears once again. Jidong didn't even think. He instinctively opened his mouth. Then, Jidong felt a strong metallic taste filling his mouth. Suddenly, his throat stung, and a strong smell of blood emerged. Your physical condition, if it were in normal times, I wouldn't even glance at it. The voice came again, seemingly from Jidong's stomach. Jidong felt a warm current in his belly. Soon, this warmth spread throughout his body. When Jidong opened his eyes again, he felt an incredible numbness all over. He tried to stand up. The voice directly resonated in Jidong's mind. Who are you? Jidong asked. Your savior. In Jidong's mind, the voice sounded distant and calm. Jidong suddenly wanted to move his legs, but he didn't have high hopes. His legs could actually move. Jidong could hardly believe his eyes. Then, he exerted force with his thighs and waist. Instantly, a tingling sensation spread through him. He endured it and stood up unsteadily. After 3 years, Jidong stood on the ground again. Tears filled his eyes. It felt like being reborn. How do you feel? The voice rang out once more. But this time the tone had changed significantly, making Jidong feel like it was a different person speaking. However, he didn't pay much attention to this subtle change at that moment. So, those corpses were injected with suppressants, right? How did you get out? Jidong speculated that the owner of the voice was a certain metal life form. It had escaped from those corpses and was now parasitizing in Jidong's body. I didn't merge with the previous person. I merely attached myself to his blood vessels. So the suppressants are useless against me. This time, the metal life form's voice sounded very cheerful, as if it was boasting about its cleverness. So, the suppressants are ineffective against all of you? Jidong deliberately emphasized the word you, referring to all the metal life forms parasitizing the corpses. No, they have already merged with the human body. The metal life answered. Then why don't you merge with the human body? Jidong asked again. I anticipated this day would come. The metal life form's voice sounded unconvincing. It was clearly lying. Jidong didn't expose it, but continued. So, you are now the only metal life form on Earth. That should be the case. The metal life said uncertainly. Go on. We're both in the same boat now. What else is there to hide? If you're shy, I'll go first. Jidong adopted a posture of opening his heart and said, My father is a murderous demon. I was crippled 3 years ago and have been paralyzed ever since. Before today, I needed to use a commode to defecate. Jidong knew that this metal life form was hiding something from him. Under the human microscope, they were just countless tiny metal particles with no fixed form, let alone any organs or tissues. Jidong was astonished by the high intelligence possessed by these metal life forms. The saying 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain applies here. On Earth, only one intelligent species, humans, can exist. The United Government realized this and planned to eliminate them. All right, let us be honest with each other. I actually don't have the ability to merge. I am a Type 2 life form. That means I'm not a true metal life form. I was later manufactured on an assembly line as a replica life form. They treated me as a counterfeit and have always laughed at and alienated me. The metal life said. They refers to the other metal life forms. Manufactured? Who made you? The solar civilization? Also, why can you merge with me? Or are you just attaching yourself to my blood vessels? Jidong fired off a series of questions. I don't know that either. That part of the memory is very distant. By the way, if I were attaching myself to your blood vessels, could you stand up? The metal life was also puzzled. After that, the earlier conversation took place. The metal life said, Let us call me Venom. It sounds pretty cool. Jidong was quite helpless and retorted, Are you not done being a counterfeit? Venom, you little knockoff. Let me give you a name. How about Erguotu? What is that? The metal life said in confusion. It can be considered a type of venom. Quite strong. Jidong explained seriously. He just wanted to make a joke. All right. Let us go with that. From now on, I will be called Erguotu. The voice of Erguotu sounded a bit joyful. It was genuinely happy. Since it woke up in the melting furnace, its kind had looked down on it and refused to communicate. Jidong was the first person to speak so much to it. By the way, I have another question. Jidong said, Just now, you call me closer. Since you know you can't merge with the human body, why did you ask me to come closer? Erguotu was equally puzzled and countered Jidong. Wasn't it you who called me out? I was sleeping on the blood vessel wall when suddenly a voice told me that I could merge with it and let me out of the corpse. It guided me all the way to drill into your mouth. I thought the one speaking was you. How could it be? Jidong was very surprised. Who was guiding them? This question would linger in the hearts of Jidong and Erguo-tu for a long time until one day they left Earth. Erguo-tu's curiosity was not as intense as Jidong's. It did not fall into deep thought but calmly said, "We need to leave this place quickly. Those assimilators were killed by you humans. If they find out that there is still one assimilator alive, we will be in serious trouble." As soon as Erguo-tu finished speaking, an alarm suddenly blared. They had been discovered. Chapter 5 The Old Man in the Deep Mountains. Jidong and Erguo-tu were not discovered. The alarm did not sound because of them. It seemed that there was a problem with the smelting furnace. Outside, someone shouted, "Who triggered the alarm?" Someone replied, "Report." "I don't know. It's the overpressure alarm next to the smelting furnace. I've checked, and the pressure is normal. Shut that annoying thing off immediately." "Yes." Jidong took advantage of this brief moment of chaos to slip past the sentry, who was completely distracted. He quickly ran into the dense forest to the west. Jidong had never felt that running could be such a joyful thing. When he was in middle school, he hated running the most. While other classmates ran a kilometer, he was required by the coach to run 50,000 meters, with a pace 30% faster than those running a kilometer. If he failed to meet the standard, he had to run again. Because of this, he reached the seed selection criteria for the trial entrance exam during middle school. However, fate had its way. He thought he would never run again, but unexpectedly, at this moment, he was running in the wilderness. Yet, his physical condition was far from what it used to be. It was indeed fortunate that he could escape from there. However, what Jidong did not know was that everything happening today was all within one person's anticipation. It was he who let the military discover Jidong's eavesdropping activities, he who induced Erguo-tu to merge with himself, and he who triggered the alarm that had never sounded before, creating an opportunity for Jidong to escape. At this moment, he stood on a cliff not far from the Guangong Temple, watching Jidong gradually disappear into the dense forest. With a faint smile, he said, "Kid, I can only help you up to this point. I really don't know if this is right or wrong." Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. As the night wind blew over the wilderness outside the city, everything seemed ordinary. "So, am I made of metal bones now?" Jidong asked Erguo-tu. At this moment, Erguo-tu had transformed into a small black figure, sitting on Jidong's shoulder, holding onto Jidong's ear, afraid of being jostled off. This was actually unnecessary, as Erguo-tu had grown from Jidong's shoulder. They were essentially one entity. Erguo-tu replied, "Yes, and I won't affect your mind. I'm not turning you into a zombie." Erguo-tu knew what Jidong was worried about and provided a reassuring answer, putting his concerns to rest. "However, I just went around your body, and the situation is not optimistic." Erguo-tu's small face displayed a worried expression. "What's wrong?" Jidong asked anxiously. "Your body is very weak," Erguo-tu replied. "Where am I weak?" Jidong pressed on urgently. "Your kidneys." Erguo-tu stifled a laugh. It had finally managed to tease Jidong once. This was a trick it had learned from a certain movie. Jidong felt helpless, but did not take it to heart, and said, "Not bad. You've learned to joke with people. Your learning ability is really strong. I've learned it long ago. It's just that no one communicated with me before." Erguo-tu defended itself. "Seriously, how is my physical condition?" Jidong asked earnestly. Deep down, he wanted to become a nirvana person. "The hardness of your bones has indeed improved a lot. I guess those people didn't just break your bones." Erguo-tu said seriously. "What do you mean?" Jidong asked in confusion. "Those people also poisoned you. Strictly speaking, it can't be called poison. It's a kind of organism that causes significant harm to the human body," Erguo-tu explained to Jidong. "Can you be clearer?" Jidong was baffled. "They fed you our excrement," Erguo-tu said vaguely. "What?" Jidong, who was running at full speed, suddenly stopped, unable to believe his ears. "It's not that disgusting. We feed on light, similar to what your genius scientist Einstein said about the photoelectric effect. Then we secrete some lighter metal particles, which will combine under Earth's atmospheric pressure to form a compound that has a spirit-suppressing effect," Erguo-tu continued explaining. To make it easier for Jidong to accept, it used the word secrete instead of excrete. "I ate your poop." Jidong was also a werewolf. He could not accept it in his heart and had to say it out loud, which made him feel sick. This question involves the distinction and connection between two different forms of life, so I can't really answer it. Erguo-tu said some high-sounding yet unhelpful words, wanting to end the topic as soon as possible. At this point, Jidong no longer dwelled on the issue. He suddenly remembered something else that made his mood difficult to settle. He asked Erguo-tu, "Is your secretion strictly controlled by the United Government?" "Of course. Once we come out of the smelting furnace, we are placed in boxes with shielding magnetic fields. Because our life information relies on the magnetic field for transmission, our secretions are regularly taken away, Erguitu said. So, the people who injured me are from the United Government. If not, at least they have connections with them. Jidong expressed his speculation. He had always thought that the reason he was hurt was that those who attacked him hated his father, the son of a murderer, and deserved to die. Jidong did not expect that the situation would be so complicated. There is this possibility, Erguitu agreed with Jidong. It sensed the change in Jidong's emotions. I must find out the hidden truth. Let those people pay in blood for their debts. Jidong seemed to have made some sort of resolution. Now, he had the capital to realize these things. I support you. Erguitu extended its small fist, signaling to fist bump with Jidong. Jidong cooperatively extended his fist, and Erguitu's small fist bumped against Jidong's fingernail, instantly merging into Jidong's finger. Where do you plan to go? Erguitu asked. I don't know. Jidong himself had no answer. Jidong and Erguitu did not know that at this moment, they were being targeted by a scope. This scope used infrared heating imaging technology. The color presented by Jidong in the scope was that of a superheated object. Strange. What's wrong with this person? The gunman, dressed in camouflage, lay motionless in a dirt pit surrounded by low shrubs. He was an old man, and the sniper rifle he held was an AWM that had been very popular in games over 100 years ago, as the maintenance era began. Nirvana people emerged in droves, and the United Government's control over firearms had loosened considerably. What's wrong? A voice came from the old man's communicator. That person seems to have magma on him. This thermal imaging is too abnormal. The old man said to the communicator, I've sent you the image. Received. The person on the other end of the communicator seemed to be looking at the image. A few seconds later, the person replied, This is unbelievable. Are you sure this is a person? Old man, are you getting old and blind? You little brat. That person is still alive and kicking. Do you want to come see for yourself? The old man said somewhat angrily. Old man, this is a treasure. Don't let it get away. The voice on the communicator sounded very excited. I know this. No need for you to remind me. You're the one talking too much. The old man said irritably. The scope aimed at Jidong's leg. With this shot, Jidong would definitely be unable to move again. Of course, this was just the old man's wishful thinking. Jidong had already acquired metal bones. The bullet would at most shatter his flesh. The suppressed gunshot was dull. Jidong seemed somewhat caught off guard by this sudden attack. However, Erguitu reacted quickly, forming a steel membrane that wrapped around Jidong's right calf. The bullet was deflected, and Jidong was unharmed. Jidong did not know that Erguitu had almost exhausted all its strength to block this bullet. And now it was very weak. The old man witnessed all of this with his own eyes. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. Jidong turned around, and through the scope, the old man could see Jidong's eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 6. The monster researcher in the deep mountains. At this moment, Erguitu had returned to Jidong's body. After all, it was not one of those top-tier metallic beings, and its abilities were not outstanding. Moreover, Jidong's physique did not provide any buff effects for it. Instead, it limited some of its abilities. In other words, Erguitu no longer had the capability to help Jidong block a second bullet. Don't just stand there foolishly, hide. Someone is sniping you. Erguitu reminded Jidong. Jidong only felt something hit his calf hard, not realizing it was a bullet. After Erguitu's warning, Jidong finally recognized the severity of the situation and hurriedly crouched down on the ground, just in time to find a slope in front of him. The old man felt a bit uneasy, his finger resting on the trigger. Immediately, a bullet shot towards Jidong's chest. At that moment, Jidong happened to be crouched down on the ground, narrowly avoiding the deadly bullet. Why was I fine just now? Jidong whispered, pressed tightly against the ground. Because I blocked that bullet for you. If there's a second one, you're on your own. Erguitu's voice sounded weak. The third bullet came as expected. Jidong heard the sound of it slicing through the air, the bullet barely grazing his scalp. He could even smell the burnt odor of his hair. How's that? Not dead, right? While he's reloading, quickly run to that rock. Erguitu urged Piguoing. Who exactly is it? Has the army caught up? Jidong asked, already running behind the rock. The fourth bullet did not come as anticipated. Maybe not. Erguitu's voice trembled. Clearly, helping Jidong block that bullet had already taken its toll on Erguitu. It continued. They shot your calf first, not aiming for your vital areas. There are only two reasons for this. Either the sniper's skill is lacking and he missed, or they don't want you dead, just want to incapacitate you. But that doesn't make sense. If they could kill you, they wouldn't hold back. There's no need to capture you alive, Unless that sniper is truly a master at human outlines. If it's not them, who could it be? Jidong's heart raced. At this moment, the old man's scope was aimed at the rock where Jidong was hiding. He had already switched to armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating the rock. He was assessing Jidong's exact position, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Just then, a voice came through the transmitter. "Old man, have you killed him yet?" The voice sounded urgent. "I just received news from number 5 that the target has arrived. It should be him. We've been waiting so long. Don't kill him." "Okay. I understand." The old man's emotion showed no signs of fluctuation. He slowly withdrew the armor-piercing round and inserted it into a cylindrical black device. Then spoke into the communicator. "Little brat, I'll bring him back alive." The old man pulled the trigger, and the black device flew towards the rock at bullet speed, embedding itself deeply into it. This was a communication device. At that moment, Jidong heard a calm, elderly voice. "Jidong, I mean you no harm. I am a friend of your father. From your current position, walk west for 500 meters. There is a huge wooden stake. Wait for me there. I have something for you. Don't listen to him. He wants to trick you out and then shoot you." Erguo sensed the other parties plot at a glance and hurriedly reminded Jidong. "He knows my name and recognizes my father." Jidong disagreed with Erguo's view. If the other party really wanted to kill him, there would be no need to lie to deceive him. The current armor-piercing rounds could easily penetrate an ordinary rock. The safest thing to do now is to hide behind the rock and not go out. Erguo was very certain of its judgment. But intuition told Jidong that the other party meant him no harm. So, he extended a hand beyond the cover of the rock. His hand trembled slightly. "You're risking your life," Erguo exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Jidong was also uncertain. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. A minute passed, and nothing happened. "All right, looks like he has gone." Erguo felt a bit awkward and wanted to remedy the situation. "Let's leave quickly while we can. Almost lost my life here. Who knows when that sniper might regret it. Let us go." "Why are you standing there?" Erguo urged Jidong, who remained motionless. "I want to find him," Jidong said calmly. "Are you crazy?" Erguo couldn't believe its ears and continued. "He was merciless before. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for your good luck, you'd be dead by now. Suddenly changing from an enemy who wants to kill you to a friend you can trust. Do you think that's credible?" Jidong's heart wavered. He realized he had been too impulsive. Now, calming down, he recognized that he had made an extremely unwise decision. He had just narrowly escaped with his life and could not easily trust anyone. He desperately wanted to know the secrets about his father, but not now. Jidong got up and dashed towards the denser forest to the north. Meanwhile, the old man who had just sniped Jidong was standing next to a huge tree stump, leisurely removing the leaves and weeds used for camouflage from his head. The AWM leaned against the nearby stump. Standing on the stump was a lean young black man wearing glasses. He looked to be about 20 years old, dressed in a lab coat typically worn for experiments. He pulled up the mask resting on his chin to cover his nose. Holding a black rubber tube about the thickness of a forearm, he turned on the switch at the top of the tube, and a cloud of blue-white mist emitted forth. The mist fell on the old man, who had already removed his shirt and pants. The coagulated blood on his body began to gradually dissolve and mix with the blue-white liquid, dripping onto the ground. The pungent smell of blood also gradually dissipated. "You old man, do you have to smear such a stinky substance on yourself every time? Even saber-toothed tigers would be scared away by your stench," the young black man said. "You don't understand anything. Those monsters, saber-toothed tigers, actually like this smell." The old man held his breath, waiting for the smell to dissipate before he spoke again. "Forget it. If we can't catch it, then let's just use that heart. He probably can't handle it." The young black man frowned. "There isn't a better way now. We have to start from reality. Plans can't keep up with changes. Things haven't developed in the direction that your father initially speculated. The biggest mistake was when Jidong's body was ruined by us." The old man also frowned, now feeling some self-doubt, unsure whether this plan would succeed. "Do you think he'll come?" the young black man asked. "He will," the old man said calmly. "After such a long time, even if he crawled, he should have made it 500 meters by now." They had already waited for Jidong for nearly an hour. "Let's wait and see." The old man's face remained calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. They were hunting those monsters in this mountain since the maintenance era began. The planets of the solar system had started to awaken, and Earth was no exception. Around 2035, prehistoric creatures were discovered in the wild. The first to be found was the woolly mammoth at the edge of the Antarctic continent's ice fields. This discovery shocked the world. Soon, a plethora of creatures were discovered, some known to humanity and others unknown. They all had one thing in common. very few in number, with the highest count being only a few hundred. The old man and the young black man were hunting these monsters. People referred to these re-emerging creatures as monsters, not for profit, but to collect their organs. This is poaching, done in the dark, so it can only hide in the deep mountains. All of this is for Jidong. Chapter 7 First Nirvana. After introducing himself, Jidong learned that the old man was called Hai Lao Tu and the young black man was named Ba Man. Their base was equipped with everything one could imagine: homemade Nirvana agents, homemade Nirvana sleep pods, and the heart of a Dillo, a type of monster. All of these were prepared for Jidong. For this day, Hai Lao Tu and Ba Man had been preparing for 3 years. In fact, everything had begun long before Jidong's father fell into the sun. Since he was a baby, Jidong had entered a growth environment prepared by his father. To protect Jidong, his father sacrificed his own life, dedicating his entire life to creating a greenhouse for him. Jidong could not die. He had a more important mission. However, at this moment, he did not understand his father's good intentions. The blood and gore he would experience later were all anticipated by many people. Jidong still came. Erguatu could not refuse him. Why not take a gamble? Given his current physical condition, he was just an ordinary person, no matter where he ran. If he wanted to uncover the truth about his father, he had to become a Nirvana practitioner. The metallic life form secretions had severely damaged his bodily organs. If he relied solely on himself, it would take ages. Perhaps this was an opportunity. It turned out he won the bet. Hai Lao Tu and Ba Man were going to help him achieve his first Nirvana. Hai Lao Tu did not explain why. He simply said it was his father's intention. Jidong felt a warmth in his heart, but more was sadness. This only confirmed that his father's death was not an accident. The base of Hai Lao Tu, located deep in the mountains, was in a hidden cave. The entrance was piled with disordered boulders, nearly blocking the entire opening. Those unaware would never guess that there would be a different world inside. Passing through the gaps between the boulders, Hai Lao Tu placed his palm on a thick stone wall for fingerprint verification. The stone wall slowly rose. Jidong stepped inside and saw a hemispherical space. Rest tonight. We'll begin Nirvana tomorrow, Hai Lao Tu said to Jidong. Ba Man explained the specific plan to him. Hai Lao Tu instructed Ba Man. I'll go check the vitality of those substitutes, he added, walking towards another tunnel. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Ba Man yawned and said, let's sleep first. We'll talk more in the morning. He pointed to a nearby black sofa, which was haphazardly arranged. Lying on the sofa, Jidong quickly felt drowsy and soon began to snore. The next morning, Jidong slowly opened his eyes. Above him was a thick glass skylight, letting sunlight in, and he felt warm all over. You're awake, come have breakfast. Charcoal grilled dragon meat. Ba Man was devouring his meal, swallowing a piece of meat while beckoning Jidong, who had just woken up, to eat. Dragon meat? What dragon? Jidong asked, puzzled. A type of herbivorous dinosaur. It was only discovered after the planet awakened. Its meat is white and tender, Ba Man explained. I heard the fog density on Mars has decreased significantly. I wonder what it has turned into. Ba Man started chatting with Jidong. Usually, Hai Lao Tu was taciturn and rarely engaged him in conversation. He felt stifled and could only talk to himself. Now that Jidong was here, he finally had someone to talk to and would not let this chance slip away. Jidong, however, did not pay attention. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with Ba Man. Seeing Jidong not speak, Ba Man sighed. Oh, an old boar and a young boar. God, help me. What did you say? I didn't mean that. I'm just hungry, Jidong quickly clarified. Hai Lao Tu did not indulge Ba Man, gently scolding him. Eat your food. Stop talking nonsense. Ba Man sulkily lowered his head and took a piece of meat to his mouth. This guy is a chatterbox. He deserves it. Erguatu, transformed into a small black figure, appeared on Jidong's shoulder, pointing at Ba Man. Hearing this, Ba Man looked up at Jidong, thinking Jidong was discussing him. To his surprise, he saw a distinctly featured small black figure. What are you? Ba Man asked nervously, pointing at Erguatu. Hai Lao Tu also looked at Erguatu and said slowly, you are a gamma life form, right? When humanity first discovered metallic life, they referred to them as gamma life. Ba Man was even more shocked. Gamma life? How is that possible? He continued, how long has it been in your body? Since last night, Jidong replied. That is still in time, Ba Man said, standing up and rummaging around the base, seemingly looking for something. I have some suppressants. They might save your life. Stop running around and dazzling my eyes. Come sit down. Last night, 5 sent news that this fusion was part of the plan. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. But he will die. Ba Man pointed at Jidong without reservation. Also, the original plan was not like this. 5 is being irresponsible. Ba-man continued to press on. Ji-dong's heart stirred. Hearing this made him even more curious about his father. He wanted to take this opportunity to inquire about his father. However, Hai Lao Tu slammed the table and calmly said to Ba-man, I understand your feelings. But after that accident, you know the methods of those people. Without merging with the gamma life form, given his physical condition, he would never achieve nirvana. Also, 5 is not that kind of person. Ji-dong's mood grew increasingly unsettled. It appeared that these two knew a lot of inside information. This was a risk he had to take. But if he were here, would he agree to us doing this? Ba-man compromised, sitting down dejectedly. He would understand. Hai Lao Tu walked over to Ba-man and squeezed his shoulder. What are you talking about? Ji-dong felt as if he were being ignored. He wanted to assert his presence. This is Erguatu. I don't feel like it will kill me. On the contrary, it helped me stand up. Erguatu stood on Ji-dong's shoulder and extended his hand. Hello. I'm Erguatu, a type 2 metallic life form, harmless to the human body. Hai Lao Tu and Ba-man smiled at Erguatu. Then they fell silent. Ji-dong did not know that the so-called type 2 metallic life forms were the demonic life forms created by solar civilization. However, this type 2 metallic life form itself was unaware of this. Over time, its demonic nature would gradually reveal itself. Now there were more important matters. After breakfast, Ba-man handed Ji-dong a piece of paper titled Nirvana Plan. First, an organ replacement surgery would be performed, replacing Ji-dong's severely damaged organs with the monster organs carefully cultivated by Ba-man. His organs were already severely damaged, conflicting with the previous surgical plan. The strengthening organ surgery was changed to an organ replacement surgery. Secondly, the homemade nirvana agent would be injected to proceed with nirvana. Close monitoring of the gamma life form's condition is necessary to avoid unnecessary incidents. Finally, the hibernation period was initially expected to be around 1 month. However, due to changes in his condition and various factors, it was decided to artificially extend the hibernation time, expected to be around 6 months. At the end, it was signed, Ba-man, Elisher drafted. Chapter 8 Wings of the Demon. Ji-dong followed the plan to prepare for his rebirth. His heart would be replaced with the black heart of a Martian earth dragon. Did you catch it on Mars? During the surgery, Erguatu could only stay outside Ji-dong's body to avoid unnecessary trouble. Erguatu was attached to Ji-dong's arm, asking the sweating Ba-man. The anesthetic injected into Ji-dong had already taken effect. After all, it was a major surgery to replace a heart, and Ba-man had been operating for nearly 3 hours. Ba-man stared intently at Ji-dong's open chest and did not answer Erguatu's question. The old man Hai explained, it's a monster called the Martian Earth Dragon, and it has nothing to do with Mars. This Earth Dragon's heart has a blood-pumping ability 10 times that of a normal human heart, and its size is similar to that of a human heart. However, due to the blood vessels, it cannot be fully utilized. Only after undergoing repeated rebirths can the capabilities of the Earth Dragon's heart be truly unleashed. This was the most the old man Hai had spoken. Besides the heart, are there any other organs that need to be replaced? Erguatu looked at Ji-dong, who had a pale face. There are some other major organs, but this heart is the main event. The old man Hai spoke more than usual. Erguatu did not know that the old man Hai was actually a cold-faced but kind-hearted person. It found it hard to understand human emotions, just as it did not understand why Ji-dong came to find them. The sun was already setting, and halfway through, Ba-man injected Ji-dong with another dose of anesthetic. By the time the surgery was completed, it was nearing midnight. Huff! Ba-man let out a long breath and said to the old man Hai, it was successful. Let him rest for 2 months. You can go in now. Upon hearing this, the old man Hai pointed at Erguatu, who was attached to Ji-dong's arm. 3 months later, Ji-dong's wound had healed. He had recovered well. During this period, Ba-man had conducted a comprehensive physical examination on Ji-dong. The results showed that all the replaced organs were functioning normally. Ji-dong finally felt as he did 3 years ago. He felt rejuvenated. Ba-man, can I eat this? Erguatu pointed at a strip of electric board that Ba-man had tossed aside and asked. Whatever you want, Ba-man replied without looking up, welding another strip of electric board. You waste so much good food every day. Can't you just give it to me? After welding, there was a burnt smell, and the taste was not good. Erguatu reluctantly picked up the piece of electric board made of silicon and other metals and stuffed it into its mouth. Erguatu could now detach from Ji-dong and move freely, as long as it left a part inside Ji-dong. It needed to adapt to the Earth's environment through Ji-dong's body. Erguatu now mostly appeared in human form. Previously, Ji-dong was weak and unable to maintain such behavior from Erguatu. However, today was different. Jidong's physique was gradually improving. Although it was not as strong as 3 years ago, he could withstand rebirth now. Soon it would be time for rebirth, and Jidong felt both excited and nervous. Take this. Bauman handed Jidong a green capsule. What is this? Jidong asked Bauman. Bauman glanced at Erguatu, who was lying on the sofa sleeping, and said softly, these are nanobots. They can protect you when Erguatu affects your mind. Jidong refused. Erguatu would never harm me. The old man high advised. Child, take it. It's good for both you and Erguatu. Jidong remained silent for a long time, then took the capsule from Bauman's hand and threw it into his mouth. When the rebirth agent was injected, Jidong was already asleep in the rebirth capsule. The rebirth agent was homemade by Bauman, as was the capsule. My rebirth agent is not as mild as the one from the United Government. It will hurt. Can you endure it? Bauman said with a smile. As long as it doesn't kill me, Jidong laughed lightly. Erguatu, you should return to Jidong's body too. You two will sleep together, Bauman said to Erguatu with a smile. After spending these months together, Bauman gradually grew fond of this simple metallic life form. Okay, Erguatu said glumly as it walked to Jidong's side. What's wrong? Jidong asked Erguatu. Boss, are you all afraid of me? Erguatu looked at Jidong, then at the old man high and Bauman. Erguatu always referred to Jidong as boss. Afraid? You look so ugly. Who wouldn't be afraid? Jidong joked, then burst into laughter. You heard that, right? Bauman thought Erguatu must have realized the situation with the nanobots. Yes, Erguatu admitted frankly. You don't understand yourself, do you? Bauman said slowly. You've seen the fusers from government experiments, and you know their fate. Jidong's father entrusted him to me, and I must ensure his safety. I hope you understand. I know, Erguatu replied with a smile. I was just kidding. Erguatu actually knew its origins. It was one of the few demon lives in their life group. They would gradually darken within their host, turning the host into a demon. It had previously lied to Jidong out of fear that Jidong would forcibly expel it. Because in the few minutes right after the fusion was completed, Jidong could easily push it out of his body. Now, the only one in the dark was Jidong. Bauman did not tell Jidong the truth for his own reasons. Erguato's low mood was not due to the nanobots, but out of guilt. One day, it would hurt Jidong, the only person who treated it as a friend. However, it lacked the courage to tell Jidong about this now. Erguatu integrated into Jidong's body. After rebirth, both of you will undergo changes to varying degrees. Bauman reminded Jidong and Erguatu. Don't forget what you promised me. Jidong also reminded Bauman and the old man high. Understood. Both Bauman and the old man high replied. The sleep duration was 6 months. During this time, the sleepers did not need to eat, relying only on nutrient solutions to maintain basic life activities. Jidong felt like he had slept for a century. When he woke up, it took him a long time to gain control over his hands and feet. The rebirth capsule was set to wake him at a specific time. When Jidong opened his eyes, he did not see Bauman or the old man high. As he sat up from the capsule, Jidong noticed a letter on the table beside him. He quickly tore it open, and the handwriting inside was very neat. Jidong. It's like meeting you through this letter. I, the old man high, and others have other matters to attend to. Sorry for not being able to wait for the day you wake up. We will tell you about your father later, but now is not the time. I hope you can participate in this year's trial exam. There are things you need in the safe, and the password is your birthday. In the lower right corner was signed, Elishua Bauman. Jidong felt a bit unwilling but had no way to change it. He had once been just a step away from his father's secret, but now it seemed far away. In the safe were some weapons made by Bauman and a string of wolf head necklaces. Erguatu also woke up the next day. Boss, I have a surprise for you. Erguatu excitedly said to Jidong as soon as it woke up. What? Jidong did not notice any changes. Go look in the mirror or check your shadow. Erguatu teased. In the mirror, Jidong saw a pair of huge black wings growing from his back. The wings were not made of feathers but consisted of countless metal plates. You can fly, Erguatu shouted. I can fly. Jidong was also very excited. Chapter 9. The Wolf King's Necklace. It is now the summer of 2134 AD. The globally anticipated trial examination is about to begin. All high school graduates are eager to make a name for themselves in the trials and become stars in the spotlight. This year's trial examination has temporarily changed its venue. For over 100 previous sessions, the trials were held in Siberia. However, this time, the United Government has relocated it to a certain wasteland on the Tibetan Plateau. It is said that this venue was built at great expense by the United Government, where genetically modified organisms thrive. There are rumors that the thick fog on Mars is about to dissipate. This trial examination aims to select members for the Martian exploration team. The Tibetan wasteland is like a miniature Mars. The United Government has not confirmed this. They are also not well aware of the conditions within the venue. About 20 years ago, scientists sowed life in this wasteland. They have detailed data on its current development. However, its true nature still needs to be experienced firsthand. Data is important, but it is not everything. Just like the detailed data on various planets in the Solar Maintenance Guide, humanity still fears those awakening planets. Everything beyond Earth is unknown. Since the beginning of the maintenance era, humanity has become humble, compared to the super civilization that can create suns. Earth civilization is like a baby in a cradle. In fact, 6 months before the trial examination began, the United Government sent an expedition team into the Tibetan wasteland. Half of the team perished. Of course, this is a top secret. After careful consideration, the United Government decided to proceed with the trial examination as scheduled in the Tibetan wasteland. Time is of the essence. After Mars awakens, humanity must immediately enter Mars to search for gamma alloy. The gamma alloy on Earth has been nearly depleted, and the sun has begun to become unstable. There hasn't been a sudden extinction event in 30 years. The expedition report circulated among the high-ranking officials of the United Government. The gist of it stated that the expedition team encountered unknown beasts in the central area of the Tibetan wasteland. A special squad led by a D-class Nirvana practitioner was responsible for security. The entire squad was wiped out. The expedition team also discovered that these beasts seemed to be bound by something and could not leave the central area. This is also the reason why there were survivors from the expedition team. Scientists conducted the life-sowing plan for the Tibetan wasteland according to the guidelines in the Solar Maintenance Guide. The guide mentioned a type of life capsule. Scientists synthesized DNA sequences according to the gene map provided in the guide and placed them in the life capsules. Then, they sowed the life capsules in the Tibetan wasteland, allowing them to grow wildly. The trial examination proceeded as scheduled in the Tibetan wasteland. However, there is one rule: entry into the red zone is prohibited. Each trial participant will have a chip implanted. This chip not only records the participant's score, but also alerts them to the forbidden areas, red zones. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification from the trials. The latest scoring criteria for the trial examination were released 3 months ago. The maximum score is 300 points, excluding hunting points. In addition to the competition points for basic physical trials, hunting points have been added. There are 2 types of hunting. One is hunting the creatures of the Tibetan wasteland, and the other is hunting participants. The 2 are different. The former is true hunting, while the latter refers to a competition conducted under the guarantee of life safety, evaluated by the chip system. The winner earns points, while the loser is hunted, considered eliminated. Hunting will only begin in the last few days of the trials. In simple terms, previous trial examinations were like sports events. While this one is not only a sports event, but also a hunt. The trials last for 15 Earth days. After entering the hunting days, participants may carry weapons. Additionally, participants must be either untransformed or H-class Nirvana practitioners. Of course, this is just a token regulation. Those from privileged backgrounds may not only be H-class. Barman and Old High left behind an AWM sniper rifle and G-Dong's gear. The remaining items were some solar coins. Earth now uses a unified currency, which served as G-Dong's travel expenses to the Tibetan wasteland. G-Dong is currently in a forest in southwestern China, about 2 days' journey from the Tibetan wasteland. After his nirvana, G-Dong's physical condition has fully recovered. Almost all participants are selected from high schools around the world. There are very few free participants, as they must undergo strict scrutiny and qualify before participating. On the back of the letter, Barman wrote a name, Joseph Flynn. G-Dong discovered this only after the trial committee rejected his application. The name seemed familiar to G-Dong. Suddenly, he remembered seeing it while filling out the application form. On the cover of the trial examination scoring guidelines, which stated the chairman, Joseph Lin, G-Dong recalled the necklace Barman had left for him and seemed to understand Barman's true intention. He turned around and walked back into the registration office. Inside sat a plump, middle-aged man who had just rejected G-Dong's application. "What are you doing back here?" the fat man said impatiently. "Get out of here and don't disturb my work." "I'm looking for Joseph Lin," G-Dong said, slapping a stack of Earth coins on the table. "What are you doing? Trying to bribe me?" The fat man stared at the stack of money, asking nonchalantly. "I'm looking for Joseph Lin." G-Dong pulled out 2 more stacks of money and slapped them on the table. "Wait here." The fat man struggled to get up from his chair, adjusted his pants, then opened the drawer and put the 3 stacks of money inside. Finally, he opened the office door and walked out. About 5 minutes later, the fat man returned and said to Ji-dong, "You can go to his office now. It's on the top floor." Ji-dong didn't linger and walked out. Even in a crisis era, human greed still exists. Upon reaching the top floor, Ji-dong knocked on the door. "Come in," a voice came from inside. Ji-dong opened the door and walked in. He saw an elderly man with black hair and black eyes, but a European face. "What can I do for you?" Joseph Lin stood up from his seat and smiled kindly at Ji-dong. "I want to participate in the trial examination," Ji-dong said. "Your school has already registered you." Joseph Lin patiently explained. "I'm not a student," Ji-dong replied. "You can apply to be a free participant." Joseph Lin continued to smile. "I was rejected due to my unclear identity," Ji-dong truthfully answered. "Are you a wanted criminal?" Joseph Lin asked Ji-dong. "No," Ji-dong answered decisively. He indeed escaped from the base of the Guangdong Temple, but he was not wanted. Moreover, Ji-dong did not admit to being a criminal. "Then who are you if you don't even know?" Joseph Lin's tone became serious. "I'm not at liberty to say." Ji-dong did not want to reveal his name. "We can't trust you. I have other matters, so please leave," Joseph Lin said, dismissing him. "Have you seen this?" Ji-dong took out the necklace that barman had left for him. Joseph Lin never expected to see this necklace in his lifetime again. "Where did you get this?" Joseph Lin asked Ji-dong eagerly. "Barman. Elisher barman," Ji-dong said calmly. "Ha ha ha." Tears appeared in Joseph Lin's deep eyes like an ancient well. He slumped back into his chair. After a long time, he finally said to Ji-dong, "Come back in 2 days to participate in the trials." Chapter 10 Rankings. Barman Elisher is the adopted son of Joseph Lin. Joseph remained unmarried throughout his life and has no wife or children. Barman left without a word 10 years ago. Joseph had searched for him at first, but it ended in failure. "Where is he now?" Joseph asked Ji-dong. "I don't know either," Ji-dong replied honestly. "I've never understood why he left." Joseph seemed to be talking to himself as much as he was speaking to Ji-dong. "I also don't understand why my father died." Ji-dong took Joseph's words as directed at himself and added, "Who is your father?" Joseph inquired. "A demon of murder." Ji-dong revealed everything. He trusted Joseph. "You are wanted by the United Government for espionage," Joseph said calmly, not surprised. "I know you won't catch me," Ji-dong replied. "Barman gave you the Wolf King necklace just to ask me for help." Joseph remained calm. "Your son should be a person like my father." Ji-dong realized Joseph's stance. "Did they all abandon their loved ones?" Joseph asked with a smile. Ji-dong did not refute him. He knew that his father's situation was not as simple as it appeared. "I will help you get a new identity and resolve the warrant issue. The Wolf King necklace is my promise to Barman. He is very smart and calm. Calm to the point of being chilling. When I saved him from the beast 30 years ago, he didn't shed a single tear. It's hard to imagine he was only 2 years old at the time." A smile that usually appears when reminiscing came to Joseph's face. Ji-dong could understand the feelings between Joseph and Barman. One a father who lost a child, the other a child who lost a father. February 20th, 2140. A day of global attention for humanity. The true face of the Tibetan Plateau will be revealed to the public in this trial. This alone is enough to attract attention. The United Government announced just a day before the trial that this trial exam would select candidates for the Mars exploration team. This was also a reassurance. In recent years, there has been a pervasive sense of panic across the world. The gamma alloy resources on Earth have been nearly depleted, and the dense fog on other planets has yet to dissipate. The suicide rate has been rising year by year, and criminals are emerging one after another. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The fog on Mars is about to clear, and humanity sees hope again. Joseph arranged a new identity for Ji-dong, a spaceship mechanic participating in the trial exam under his personal name. His new name is JD, an orphan. As per tradition, a ranking list is released before each trial exam begins. This ranking is based on the scores achieved by the trial participants in previous simulated trials. The names and photos of the top 100 will be widely publicized by newspapers and television worldwide. They are called the Children of Earth, the geniuses that everyone focuses on. Ji-dong looked at the name of the first place, Malmo, scored 298 points, 2 points shy of full marks. The simulated exam does not include hunting points. During the trial exam, the ranking will be updated in real time, based on historical experience. The dynamics of the ranking will change significantly during the trial, but the top few spots rarely change. This is because the simulated trials are not uniformly conducted by the United Government. There must be monetary transactions involved. In simple terms, it means cheating. Some are due to the United Government's bloodline protection policy. Around 2035, the first A-class Nirvana being appeared on Earth. It was not the war god. Rumors say the war god vanished into the sun's interior. After that, A-class nirvana beings began to appear one after another. Those people are almost godlike. They possess immense strength. Their bones are like steel, and they have some special abilities that vary from person to person. People fear them. After all, everyone fears living gods. Except for the gods themselves. There are a total of 12 A-class nirvana beings, all of whom were selected as genius youths by the United Government through rigorous screening. The United Government spent unimaginable financial and material resources over 10 years to create these gods. They were sent to various places in the solar system to explore the awakening planets. They have yet to return. Their fate remains unknown. Since then, no more A-class nirvana beings have appeared on Earth. Scientists unanimously believe that, without the intervention of a powerful external force, B-class is the limit that humanity can reach. The so-called powerful external intervention refers to unimaginable massive investments. The failure of that exploration plan sounded an alarm for the United Government. Earth's resources are limited. Maintaining the sun is the primary task. There can be no further waste of resources in creating useless gods. The only benefit from this plan was that it led scientists to discover the hereditary characteristics of the A-class nirvana beings. In other words, their descendants are almost all geniuses. For over 100 years, the descendants of these nirvana beings have almost become a privileged group on Earth. To put it in a more feudal way, they have become nobility. Nobles should enjoy privileges. Nobles are the main force in maintaining the sun. They can easily become mid to high-level nirvana beings. Only those who reach E-class or above can withstand the high temperatures inside the sun. Earth cannot do without them. They vow to fight for the destiny of humanity to the end. They deserve a better life and privileges. They carry the honor of their ancestors, and people respect them. Today, the United Government is under the control of the 12 major families. Most government officials are members of these 12 families. In the face of disaster, humanity needs to survive, even if it means being ruled by a minority. It has only been 100 years, and Earth has undergone tremendous changes. The number one on that ranking, Malmo, is the most outstanding descendant of the Ma family, the most powerful among the 12 families. Jidong searched the ranking for a long time before finding his name. Ranked 54, 632. There are a total of 55,000 trial participants. Jidong is at the bottom. This is because Jidong has never participated in the trial exam. The Tibetan Plateau covers an area of 100,000 square kilometers. The scale of the Tibetan Plateau is unprecedented. To explore Mars, the United Government has invested heavily this time. To prevent being recognized, Jidong had Erguo to condense a black steel mask on his face. It has no features. Just a stark white mouth. JD. Is JD here? That person called for a long time before Jidong realized he is now called JD. Please take off your mask. The staff member was there to activate the chip implanted in the trial participants' bodies. I have special permission from the committee and don't need to take off the mask. Jidong took out the proof signed by Joseph Lin. The staff member stopped speaking and helped Jidong activate the chip. Why are there so many freaks this year? A sarcastic voice came from behind Jidong. He turned around to see a haughty long-haired youth. The long-haired youth showed no remorse for his words and continued, "With such an ugly mask on, can you see me? Freak." A group of people, both male and female, surrounded him, all wearing scornful smiles. Next, there are still many people behind. The staff member said sternly. Clearly, he was trying to help Jidong save face. Jidong remained motionless. The long-haired youth became more arrogant, walked up to Jidong, and disdainfully said, "What? Are you going to hit me? Freak." Jidong said nothing, turned around, and walked towards the transport machine over there. Not fun. None of them have the guts to do anything. The long-haired youth continued to taunt, as if shouting at Jidong, while also speaking to the group of men and women surrounding him. The group laughed, and Erguo too was seething inside Jidong. Next, the North African Lion King family, Dos Leon. The staff member called out, "Keep it down, we're here," said the young man with long hair. Chapter 11. Provocation. The 12 families jointly established the War God Academy. Only the challengers from the War God Academy are qualified to board the largest transport ship. The remaining challengers can only squeeze into smaller transport ships. When they start up, the engines emit thick black smoke. After all, it is an old antique produced over 100 years ago. It's good enough that it can still be used. The largest transport ship, on the other hand, is equipped with the most advanced nuclear fusion engines, configurations that are only found in solar maintenance spacecraft. Jidong squeezed into one of the old antiques. There were no dedicated seats. The floor was covered with carpet. Some people sat on the ground, while others stood. Those sitting were chatting and laughing, quickly forming camaraderie. The standing ones were often the self-proclaimed elite, looking down at those sitting with disdain. They scrutinized the rough, dark skin of the seated people, the slight redness on their faces from drinking, and Ji-dong's ugly mask. They considered themselves the cream of the crop, simply having to endure the presence of these impoverished individuals, these coarse, smoky people. In this era of crisis, there are still nobles and the poor. There are phoenixes and sparrows. The phoenixes living in a utopia do not care for the sparrows in the slums. Although the nirvana work is uniformly conducted by the United Government, those who meet the standards can apply for nirvana at local centers. However, nirvana has many nuances. The nirvana work conducted by the United Government is aimed at many people. But the phoenixes do not undergo nirvana at these centers. Intermediate and advanced nirvana practitioners are scarce resources in this era, as only they can maintain the sun. The prestigious families led by the 12 families have their own nirvana centers, and their technology cannot be compared to that of the United Government centers. Those challengers without family backgrounds also wish to change their fate through their own efforts and sweat. Even if they are looked down upon by the phoenixes, they are not foolish enough to become enemies with them. The discovery of the genetic effects of nirvana practitioners fundamentally changed the world's structure. The forces in the world are organized by family units. The offspring of advanced nirvana practitioners have higher talents, allowing them to access more resources, thereby making it easier for them to become advanced nirvana practitioners. This cycle results in the strong becoming stronger and the weak becoming weaker. The family power structure on Earth can form in a very short time and become unbreakable, as humanity needs to maintain the sun to survive. Ji-dong chose to sit down, blending in with the group of sparrows. He truly doubted how these coarse individuals qualified to participate in the trials. "Who do these people think they are?" said a pale-skinned youth standing nearby, deliberately raising his voice. The laughter diminished significantly. It was obvious that most people were wary of him. "You're crazy, sit down." Ji-dong heard a voice in his ear. "They think too highly of themselves," said another voice. "Don't provoke them. Don't get yourself into trouble." Ji-dong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a yellow-skinned youth being held down by a group of people. The yellow-skinned youth glared fiercely at the arrogant pale-skinned youth. That pale-skinned youth proudly surveyed the surroundings, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Everyone knew to lower their heads. The dozen or so people standing next to him were the only ones in the cabin who remained upright, some nodding at the pale youth, signaling that he was doing the right thing, while others sneered at the seated sparrows who did not dare to look up. The yellow-skinned youth wore a tattered, oversized vest with well-defined muscles. He eventually regained his composure, leaving the group of seated individuals to sit next to Ji-dong. He unscrewed a green flask and took a large swig. Ji-dong could tell he was not much of a drinker. The strong liquor made him want to cough. But he endured it. In the apocalypse, despair sometimes inevitably rises to the surface, and drinking is a cheap and effective way to cope. Almost everyone drinks. Alcohol can numb the nerves. However, Ji-dong did not like drinking, and it was clear that this yellow-skinned youth did not either. Ji-dong felt an inexplicable fondness for him. The youth nudged Ji-dong with his elbow. "Do you drink?" Ji-dong shook his head and tapped his metal mask. The youth chuckled. "Why doesn't your mask have a mouth? It even covers your eyes. Can you see clearly?" This mask was part of the second pot. It was one with him, so whatever the second pot could see, he could see too. As for eating and breathing, he could manage through the second pot. Just as the second pot relied on him, he also relied on the second pot. This, of course, could not be shared with outsiders. Ji-dong smiled without saying a word. The youth did not press further, but instead said amicably, "My name is Duo-ji. I'm Tibetan." "JD," Ji-dong replied, giving his name. "My name means Vajra in Tibetan." "Does your name have a meaning?" Duo-ji asked Ji-dong. "Not really," Ji-dong replied. "If I were DJ, would you love me?" Duo-ji began to hum unconsciously. Though he was off-key, he sang happily. No, Ji-dong genuinely hadn't heard that song. It's an old song, probably from before the maintenance era began. My grandfather used to hum a lot of songs when he took me herding sheep. But he always sang in the same tone, and it was terrible. He scared the sheep away. Duo-ji said, alcohol creating a blush on his dark face. "You didn't inherit your grandfather's singing voice," Ji-dong joked. "You actually think my singing is good?" Duo-ji laughed. "No, I mean it's worse." Ji-dong laughed back. Duo-ji playfully punched Ji-dong's shoulder. It was clear he was a simple and generous person. Ji-dong was not angry. He enjoyed being around someone without ulterior motives. "Who was that person just now?" Ji-dong asked, referring to the arrogant pale youth. "You don't know him?" "He is a young master of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Shui." "Doesn't that name sound effeminate?" Duo Ji said dismissively. Oh, I remember now. The minor family, right? Who doesn't he know? After Duo Ji's reminder, Ji Dong recalled that the Shangwan family nearly monopolized all gamma alloy mining operations on Earth. They were the wealthiest family on Earth, but they were not among the 12 families. Many preferred to mockingly refer to them as the minor family. That such a sissy name suits his temperament, Ji Dong also found his arrogant demeanor unpleasant. Don't say that. He is a genius raised on gold. Duo Ji remarked somewhat sarcastically. The two suddenly burst into laughter, their loud laughter echoing in the cabin that had fallen quiet. They laughed unabashedly. It was a form of contempt, a disdain for those who stood. Shangwan Shui was chatting with a girl when he was suddenly interrupted by their laughter. He glanced angrily in Ji Dong and Duo Ji's direction. Ji Dong and Duo Ji didn't look at him, still laughing. Shangwan Shui initially thought these two would have the sense to quiet down. Being ignored was truly infuriating. He was completely enraged by these two oblivious guys. The fact was, he was flirting with the girl in front of him, laying the groundwork for a final show-off moment. But Ji Dong and Duo Ji had interrupted him. Are you two deaf? Or just brainless? Don't you understand what I mean? I don't want to hear your voices. Shangwan Shui yelled. His voice was quite thin. It's that little girl talking. Duo Ji burped and looked around. The crowd was stifling laughter, and Shangwan Shui's face darkened, just as he was about to say something. Ji Dong interrupted him. What you said is wrong. The little girl's voice isn't that enchanting. It should be a more effeminate voice. Ji Dong said seriously to Duo Ji. That's reasonable, Duo Ji agreed. Someone had already laughed out loud. A tall boy standing next to Shangwan Shui walked over to where Ji Dong and Duo Ji were sitting. Shangwan Shui was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Chapter 12. Fleeing in panic, both of you, stand up. The tall young man shouted at Ji Dong and Duo Ji. Duo Ji looked at him coldly, unfazed. Looking for death, the tall young man growled lowly, making a move as if to punch. Just then, the announcement in the cabin rang out. All trial participants, come out and assemble immediately. They had arrived at their destination. It was a basin surrounded by mountains, the judgment headquarters for this trial exam. It was located at the edge of the Tibetan Plateau, where the melting snow from the snow-capped mountains formed a small river that ran through the basin, bringing greenery and grasslands. There were a total of 20 such judgment headquarters, scattered across the various edges of the Tibetan Plateau. Nearly 60,000 participants were divided into 20 groups, each ranging from 2,000 to 4,000 people. All the trial participants from the War God Academy were in the same group as Ji Dong. Before the actual trial began, each judgment headquarters would conduct a physical examination to select 100 physically superior trial participants. They would receive 20 pre-competition basic points. There was a rumor in the base where Ji Dong was that the big list of 100 had already been determined, all from the War God Academy, and that this physical examination was merely a formality. This rumor was likely true, as the War God Academy represented the highest level of trial participants on Earth, and they were undoubtedly deserving. Moreover, with the backing of the War God Academy, such behind-the-scenes manipulation was easy. More than 3,000 people stood in the open space, and the chips implanted in their bodies began to receive the audio signals from the judgment headquarters, connecting this signal to everyone's communication devices. The judgment headquarters was announcing the trial rules and reading some relevant laws and regulations. The physical examination would take place tomorrow. After listening to this tedious announcement, Ji Dong and Duo Ji sat down. Because there were too many people checking in at the accommodation building, they decided to wait until it was less crowded. Ji Dong knew that Shangwan Shui and the others would not let it go. They would definitely come looking for him and Duo Ji again. Duo Ji took out some stick-shaped items wrapped in oil paper from his backpack. He unwrapped the paper to reveal yak jerky. Here. Duo Ji handed a piece to Ji Dong. Ji Dong had never eaten such a thing before and was very curious. The jerky was as hard as a stick, and he didn't know how to start. Duo Ji, clearly an expert at eating yak jerky, quickly tore off thin, soft strips and handed them to Ji Dong. Just as Ji Dong was about to reach out to take them, Duo Ji's hand was suddenly kicked hard, and all the meat strips fell to the ground. Before Ji Dong could react, he felt a solid punch to his face, but the punch landed on his steel mask. Ji Dong didn't feel much pain. The one who was really hurting was Ergua Tu and the person who hit him. Looking up, he saw it was the tall young man from the transport plane. Looking beside him, there was no sign of Shangwan Shui, but a few people followed him, all glaring fiercely at Ji Dong and Duo Ji. As if at the tall young man's command, they would tear Ji Dong and Duo Ji to shreds. Give them a good lesson, the tall young man said coldly. Dong saw the tall young man clench and then relax his fist, knowing his hand must be hurting. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Only a fool would try to hit something harder than their own bones. If it hurts, just shout. Why hold it in?" The tall young man was enraged, saying, "Looking for death," and kicked towards Dong's masked face. The few people around him charged at Dong as well. Inside Dong, Erguatu was already preparing for battle, seeking revenge for that punch. Dong was not afraid of them hitting him. His bone density was as hard as steel. And with just a little force, their bones would shatter like eggs against a rock. Dong felt pity for their tragic fate. Just then, the tall young man suddenly stumbled and was almost sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Duo-ji had jumped in from the side, delivering a kick right to the tall young man's waist. The immense force to his waist caused him to lose his balance. He felt like a soccer ball being kicked away. "DJ, no need for you to step in. I can handle it." Duo-ji had easily knocked the tall young man down, then turned to the stunned thugs. They were self-aware, hurriedly retracting their fists to help the fallen tall young man. "He needs to stay," Dong said coldly. The few people hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. "Did you not hear?" Duo-ji shouted. And they turned and ran away. Duo-ji approached the tall young man, who was finally sitting up from the ground, and said, "I was going to kick your waist in half." The tall young man immediately backed down. That one kick had been enough. Dong stood up and said to the tall young man, "Take us to find him. Where there are people, there are business opportunities." In this base, there was a temporary night market. Food, drinks, entertainment, everything was available. The tall young man led Dong and Duo-ji to a huge black dome tent. "What is this place?" Duo-ji asked. "Monster specimen exhibition," the tall young man replied, his previous arrogance gone, now smiling at Duo-ji. "Did I ask you?" Duo-ji detested such spineless people. Dong heard applause and cheers coming from inside the tent. "Shangguan Shui is so handsome." This was a lovesick female voice. "All right. Young Master Shangguan is both wise and brave." This was a flattering male voice. "If it were me, I would have already wet my pants." This was a voice of praise. "Who dares to challenge me?" This was Shangguan Shui's voice. "I do." This was Dong's voice. He understood why the applause and cheers occurred. Shangguan Shui had reached his hand into the open mouth of an ancient crocodile for 5 seconds. This was a perfect embodiment of bravery. Previously, the tall young man had already told Dong and Duo-ji the insider information to curry favor with them. Shangguan Shui had used a lot of money to bribe the crocodile's trainer. And the crocodile would not bite him as long as he did not touch its teeth. Let alone 5 seconds, 5 minutes would be fine. For Shangguan Shui, face was more important than money. Seeing that the speaker was Dong, Shangguan Shui was somewhat surprised. Then he saw Duo-ji and the tall young man following him, and his expression darkened further. Everyone fell silent, all looking at Dong. "Just putting your hand in is boring. Let's hold on to its white teeth. That would be exciting," Dong suggested. "Dare you?" Duo-ji questioned Shangguan Shui. The crowd's emotions ignited, all cheering. Shangguan Shui was clearly frightened. He knew touching the crocodile's teeth was taboo, but he couldn't back down now. When he first saw Dong and Duo-ji enter, he was confident they wouldn't dare to act, as fighting would lead to disqualification from the trial. So he let the tall young man take the lead while he stayed out of it. Dong and Duo-ji had no reason to harm him. But unexpectedly, Dong made this move, turning the tables on him. "How about this? We both put our hands in, each holding a tooth. Whoever pulls out first loses," Dong proposed. He had Erguatu and steel bones. For him, this was like child's play. Before Shangguan Shui could respond, Dong stepped forward and grabbed the largest tooth. Everyone watched as the ancient crocodile's mouth began to close. Some had already shut their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending bloody scene. Before this, no one had ever heard the ancient crocodile make a sound, much less a scream. Dong actually broke the ancient crocodile's tooth. The mouth immediately fell. But Dong's hand did not get bitten. The few teeth that had clamped onto Dong's arm shattered. The ancient crocodile was in a panic, crawling into the dark corner of the iron cage, trembling and growling softly. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. Shangguan Shui was stunned. The crowd looked at Dong with eyes full of astonishment. Dong said to Shangguan Shui, "It seems you have lost, young Master Shangguan." Dong smiled faintly. Shangguan Shui, no longer caring about his pride, turned and walked out of the tent without looking back. Chapter 13. The beginning of the rebellion that night. Dong and Duo-ji found Shangguan Shui's room in the accommodation building. It was an expensive single room. Duo-ji kicked the door open with one foot. Although he had doubts about Dong, he didn't ask him anything. Shangguan Shui was clearly terrified by what Jidong had done in the black tent earlier. Who would believe that someone could break the teeth of an ancient crocodile and still stand here unharmed? You know? Shangguan Shui made a futile threat, but was interrupted by Jidong. We know who you are. Shangguan Shui panicked completely. His family identity was his last protection. It was obvious that these two in front of him were not buying it at all. What are you afraid of? I'm here to tell you. We can't do anything to you here. When the hunt begins, we'll settle the old and new scores together. Duoji's playful words carried a chilling undertone. Jidong initially thought this was just a simple threat. He didn't understand Duoji, just as Duoji didn't understand him. It wasn't until a short while later, when Shangguan Shui was swallowed by a giant beast, that Jidong saw the relieved smile on Duoji's face and realized the true meaning of Duoji's words. Jidong and Duoji waited in line for a long time before it was their turn. They had no privileges. The trial takers from the War God Academy had special rooms prepared for them. After the staff scanned their chips, they arranged a room for them. There was a barbecue party that night, funded by the 12 families. The square downstairs was bustling with activity. Jidong and Duoji did not participate. They each lay on their beds, the noise seeming far away from them. Duoji spoke first. Can I ask? Jidong understood what Duoji meant and replied, Sure. I trust you. You're a fusioner, right? Duoji asked, guessing, but he was already quite certain. Yes. How did you know? Jidong was surprised by Duoji's keen insight. My brother was also a fusioner. But he died, Duoji said calmly. Fusioners are cremated. I've seen it. Jidong recalled the 11th smelting furnace. Cremation? Duoji laughed. What are you laughing at? Jidong asked. Nothing. A flash of killing intent crossed Duoji's eyes as he remembered the tragic state of his brother when he died. And those indifferent faces. Sleep. We have a physical examination tomorrow. Jidong turned off the lights in the room. Physical examination? Is it interesting? We're destined not to get those points. Why not just give them to us directly? It's unnecessary, Duoji said, and then he stopped talking. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of snoring. Everyone knew that the trial takers from the War God Academy were the ones obtaining or possessing the basic points before the competition. They had extraordinary talents and the best resources on Earth. They were the future of Earth, the prolongers of the sun's life. This was what they deserved. The list of 100 was expected by everyone, all from the War God Academy. Jidong didn't feel much about it. His primary task now was to participate in the trial smoothly and then achieve a high score. When he walked out of the physical examination center, it was already dusk. Jidong saw the clouds at the horizon dyed orange-red. He felt a sense of loss. Why did he come back to participate in the trial? Because of his father? Because of a former dream? Or for other reasons? He had no definite answer. Bauman made him come to participate, so he came. In his subconscious, he believed that as long as he participated in the trial, he would meet Bauman and Old Hai again. They were the only ones who knew the cause of his father's death. He thought that if he achieved good results in the trial, Bauman would tell him everything he wanted to know. So he had to follow the rules, not to create unnecessary trouble, and to endure all unfairness and humiliation. The trial did not welcome madmen. Now that he thought about it, all of this was his subjective inference. Bauman had not given him a clear promise. According to what Bauman and Old Hai said before, many things he experienced were arranged by his father for him, then was this trial also one of his father's arrangements? Jidong hated his father's self-righteousness. He left without saying goodbye and died in a sea of fire, yet he still had to throw out countless threads from another world, manipulating Jidong's life like a puppet. Now, Jidong wanted to cut these threads. This meant Jidong would gradually distance himself from the safe greenhouse his father had built for him with his life. Jidong didn't think that much. He just wanted to break free from the constraints and seek the truth in his own way. Damn the trial. Jidong cursed loudly. For days, those self-proclaimed noble trial takers from the War God Academy had been arrogant, and everyone dared not speak up. Even the one who mocked Jidong when he signed up was full of self-importance. They only had better resources. They were just geniuses fed by gold. The hereditary effect weakened over time, and the 12 families had gone to great lengths to maintain their status on Earth. The united government led by the 12 families showered the War God Academy with countless honors and privileges they did not deserve, which were widely publicized by the Earth media as a matter of course. Graduates of the War God Academy were geniuses living in magazine spreads. At the center of public opinion, the truth was, they did not have to endure the scorching heat inside the sun. Nor did they have to train hard to earn a chance at rebirth. But they enjoyed honors that did not belong to them, feeling no shame, and considered themselves extraordinary. The real maintainers of the sun were those ordinary rebirthers who silently did the hardest and most dangerous work, yet received no honors, and no one even recognized them. Why did they have so many privileges? Why could they be high and mighty? Why could they steal others' honors? During the 3 years when Jidong was paralyzed, he watched many documentaries. These documentaries were banned by the United Government, or rather, by the 12 families. The true face of the War God Academy and the 12 families was vividly displayed in these documentaries. Many people and groups on Earth opposed the 12 families, but more people supported them. After all, those who did not want to be fence-sitters were still in the minority. Jidong was born to be a person who dared to resist. He had endured a lot in the past few days, but now he realized what was there to endure. No need to flatter, no need to fear. His father used to say this, but in the end, his father was still afraid. Jidong did not want to be like his father. He wanted to follow his own heart. When Jidong thought of this, the clouds at the horizon had faded in color, and he could clearly see the rolling clouds. For a moment, he seemed to hear the roar of the clouds. He immediately turned and walked back into the physical examination center. He wanted the center to announce the physical examination results and truthfully distribute the basic points. A long-haired young man approached him. Jidong recognized him, Dos from the North African lion family. A descendant of the 12 families, a student of the War God Academy. The genius who mocked Jidong yesterday. Why are you everywhere? Masked monster. Are you stalking me? Dos teased Jidong again. Behind Dos was a respectful middle-aged man, who said to Dos, "Young master, stop playing around. Hurry up and go for your physical examination." Dos impatiently replied, "Is it that troublesome? Just give me the points directly when the time comes. Why bother with a physical examination?" "Shoo, young master, keep your voice down. It would be bad if someone hears." The middle-aged man reminded Dos. Dos pointed at Jidong and said, "He heard it. Ask him if he dares to say anything." "Hey, masked monster, do you dare to say anything?" Dos thought Jidong would flee in a panic like last time. It turned out he was wrong. Jidong did not respond to Dos, but walked step by step in front of him, just as Dos was about to say something else. He heard a loud slap as Jidong slapped him across the face. Dos was stunned by this sudden slap. Just as he regained his composure and was about to say a few words that lacked bite, Jidong slapped him again, causing Dos's tied-up long hair to come undone. Looking at the disheveled Dos, Jidong sneered, "Do you think I dare not?" Chapter 14 Conversation with Joseph. Just wait. If you still want to participate in the trial, I will make sure you never have a chance, Dos threatened Jidong as he left, still stubborn as ever. Jidong had already prepared himself for disqualification when he hit Dos. He was determined to resist all forms of injustice. It would take a long time for Jidong to realize how naive and ridiculous this youthful ideal was. At that moment, Jidong's communicator rang. Someone was sending him a voice message. It was Joseph Lin. He said, "Kid, don't let anyone catch you. I'm on my way." Jidong knew that Joseph was currently at a broadcast center hundreds of kilometers away, where all the signals from the surveillance devices in the Tibetan wilderness were aggregated and broadcasted to the world. Catch me? Jidong wondered. How did Joseph know he had just hit Dos? It couldn't be possible. Suddenly, he heard Duoji's voice, filled with anger. The entire physical examination hall fell silent for a second. Jidong followed the sound and found Duoji in the X-ray scanning room, pointing at a doctor in a white coat and cursing, "Scum. Do you even deserve to be a doctor?" The male doctor remained silent, merely listening. Duoji clenched his fists and swung at the doctor's face. The doctor showed no intention of dodging and stood still. Duoji's fist froze, and Jidong could see his whole body trembling slightly. Finally, Duoji broke down, crouching on the ground, holding his head and sobbing softly. At this moment, the doctor also crouched down and gently said to Duoji, "I'm very sorry about your brother. I admit that I bear a great responsibility for what happened, but you need to move on. Some things we can only accept." "Accept?" Duoji looked up, wiping the liquid that blurred his vision. "Accept, accept," he repeated over and over, his voice growing softer until it faded away. The doctor sighed, stood up, and left the scanning room. "Duoji, he's gone," Jidong said, unsure how to comfort him, managing to utter just that. Jidong almost forgot Joseph's words. Duoji's breakdown caught him off guard. Suddenly, Jidong felt a sharp pain in his waist, followed by a wave of agony spreading throughout his body. Soon, everything went black, and Jidong lost consciousness. At that moment, Joseph was rushing toward the location, knowing it might be too late. But to save Jidong's life, he had to get there as quickly as possible. "Dos, aren't you supposed to be the North African lion? Getting slapped by a nobody twice? That's the funniest thing I've heard all year." In the spacious and bright lounge of the God of War Academy, Dos was teased by others. He remained silent, enduring their mockery. The North African lion family was the weakest among the 12 families, holding the fewest seats in the United Council. It wouldn't be wise to tear faces with these people present. The world had always been about the survival of the fittest. Das understood this well. So the humiliation he faced here would be vented elsewhere, like on Jidong. However, Jidong was clearly an accident. Das wished he could tear Jidong to pieces. Das had no idea Jidong had been captured, which also ruled out the possibility that he was behind it. Everything happened too quickly. Duoji didn't even see what had occurred. Jidong was dragged away by a group of armed men. "What are you doing?" Duoji shouted, but no one paid attention to him. He ran forward, trying to stop them. A heavy blow landed on his temple, causing his head to bleed, and he collapsed instantly. Blood stained the butt of the gun that hit him. When Duoji woke up, he saw a kind old man. Duoji did not recognize Joseph. "Where am I?" Duoji asked Joseph. "Hospital," Joseph replied. "Which hospital?" Duoji asked, trying to endure the intense headache. "Judgment Headquarters Number 1, Joseph said, handing Duoji a glass of water. "What happened last night?" It was now Joseph's turn to ask. "Are you referring to what happened in the black tent?" Duoji inquired. Joseph nodded. And Duoji described everything that happened in the tent. "He's a fusioner, right?" Duoji asked after recounting the events. "I'm not sure." Joseph's expression grew serious. He had received news that the United Government sent a special operations team to the Number 1 base to capture a criminal. He had just received a message from Bauman. It had been over a decade since Bauman last contacted him. In the message, Bauman mentioned Jidong's background and pleaded with him to protect Jidong. After listening to Bauman's message, Joseph felt a mix of emotions. He began to understand Bauman. They were doing something that few dared to do. At least he lacked the courage to do so. Having navigated the political arena for many years, Joseph knew the dangers involved. He had long since lost the sharpness of youth. Now he was smooth in dealing with matters and showed no trace of aggression. But now, it seemed he had made up his mind. Beneath his kind face lay an imperceptible determination. "Rest well. You might not be able to participate in this trial," Joseph said to Duoji. He was taken away. Duoji appeared a bit anxious. "I will find a way," Joseph said before leaving the ward. Duoji tried to get up from the hospital bed, but a sharp pain shot through his temple, and he fainted again. The special operations team was stationed next to the Number 1 base, and Jidong was held somewhere on that massive black warship. The commander of the special operations team, Guantian, was an old friend of Joseph's. "You are being too reckless," Joseph reproached Guantian. "Lin, we are also acting under orders," Guantian replied with a wry smile. "Whose orders?" Joseph questioned. "My superiors. I'm only responsible for capturing the criminal. Other matters have nothing to do with me," Guantian answered honestly. "I want to meet this so-called criminal," Joseph stated his demand. "Lin, you really worry too much as a committee member. What's wrong? It's not as comfortable as when you were in the fleet, is it?" Guantian joked, as he and Joseph were old comrades from the space fleet. "I'll need to consult my superior," Guantian said with difficulty. "According to the trial law enacted by the United Government in 2040, I have the right to ensure the safety of every trial participant," Joseph said solemnly. "He is a criminal," Guantian reminded Joseph. "He is one of the 60,000 brave trial participants," Joseph corrected Guantian. "There's no way to reason with you. You're still so unreasonable," Guantian smiled helplessly. "You need to hurry. The team taking him is already on the way. Boss, wake up quickly." It was the voice of Erdwotu. For the past 2 days, Erdwotu had been lying dormant within Jidong. At the moment Jidong was knocked down, Erdwotu also felt immense pressure, unable to take any action to protect itself in Jidong. "Kid, are you feeling better?" This was Joseph's voice. In Jidong's fuzzy consciousness, he only heard someone speaking but couldn't make out what they were saying. "Take good care of this Wolf King necklace," Joseph looked around. Knowing that although Jidong was still unconscious, the metal life within him could hear him. "You all run towards the center of the Tibetan wilderness. That's your only way out. I'm going to inject you with some moon goddess serum now." The moon goddess serum was similar to adrenaline, temporarily enhancing a person's strength and speed for a short period. Erdwotu heard Joseph's words. When the moon god reagent was injected into Jidong's arm, Erdwotu also felt a strong burning sensation. When Jidong suddenly sat up, Joseph had already walked out. Chapter 15. Danger. The moon god reagent quickly took effect. The intense pain in Jidong's back disappeared. Erdwotu also formed a pair of huge black wings on Jidong's back, revealing the demon wings. This was actually quite an embarrassing situation after Jidong awakened from his slumber. Erdwotu could form the demon wings, but they were more for show than function, as Jidong couldn't fly with them. Since Erdwotu's ability wasn't very strong yet, the demon wings were merely a facade. "Can you do it?" After experiencing the first failure, Jidong had deep doubts about Erguo-2. Sure, trust me, Erguo-2 confidently replied. The moon god reagent had a strong effect on it as well. It was also possible that Jidong had become stronger, which in turn made Erguo-2 significantly stronger. The materials for building warships had high strength. A forced breakthrough was nearly impossible. But this was true for ordinary people and ordinary Nirvana practitioners. Jidong was a fusion user empowered by the moon god reagent. His diamond skeleton was capable of doing it. At least he could break through the iron door in front of him. That was enough. With confidence, Jidong threw a punch, smashing heavily against the thick iron door. He felt a tremendous vibration in his bones. The iron door was sturdier than he had imagined. Jidong aimed at the deep dent left by his punch on the iron door and began to gather strength. Another punch, and the iron door emitted a heavy muffled sound. It was impractical to punch through the iron door, but the bolt and lock couldn't withstand such heavy blows. After 2 heavy strikes, the bolt was already on the verge of breaking. He finally gave it a gentle push, and the iron door collapsed with a loud crash. This commotion triggered an alarm. Jidong heard chaotic footsteps getting closer. He started running, feeling an unprecedented lightness. He shouted as he ran, "Erguo-2, retract this broken wing." In such a narrow passage. "Do you want me to run sideways?" Hearing this, Erguo-2 countered, "I need time to get used to the structure of these wings. Otherwise, I can't take off." Jidong was speechless. If he couldn't fly, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Even with the moon god reagent, it wouldn't work. Someone shouted behind him, and the footsteps grew closer. The passage where Jidong was located was very narrow, but it led straight outside. A white light shone at the entrance. As long as he reached there, Jidong could take off and escape to the skies. Gunfire rang out behind him, but not a single bullet hit Jidong. Suddenly, Jidong remembered the Wolf King necklace Joseph had given him and said, "I forgot to grab the necklace." He had left the necklace in the room where he was imprisoned. "Escaping is the priority," Erguo-2 reminded Jidong. Jidong gritted his teeth. He had no choice. He had originally worn the necklace around his neck. However, when the moon god reagent took effect, Jidong's body emitted a large amount of heat, making the necklace incredibly hot. He had to take it off. Later, Jidong realized the necklace's uniqueness. Such heat should not be enough to make metal glow red, unless the necklace was very special. At that moment, Jidong had no time to think about anything else. The entrance was almost within reach. Then, Jidong leaped with all his might, and the demon wings began to flap, producing a sound as they cut through the air. At first, Jidong couldn't maintain balance, rapidly descending and then rising in the air. But soon, he adapted well to the power the demon wings provided. Jidong flew high into the sky, heading towards the center of the Tibetan wilderness. Before long, he became a small black dot beneath the azure sky. "Lin, what's going on?" Guantian and Joseph watched as Jidong flew further away. They were both surprised. Everything happening now was beyond their expectations. Joseph remained silent, his brow furrowed. His expression became strange, caught between being amiable and fierce, making him look particularly sinister. "Lin, I agreed to this because of our friendship. Now, he's run away. How am I supposed to explain this?" Guantian began to blame Joseph. Joseph's plan was this. Guantian's superior and his own boss belonged to 2 opposing factions. He bribed Guantian to let Jidong escape, and when Jidong came out, his people would capture him. It was a win-win plan. After Guantian received the money, he no longer interfered with Joseph. Before Jidong took off, the plan had been proceeding smoothly. Now it seemed that Joseph would not protect Jidong. He was one of many who wanted to capture Jidong. He had just received orders from the joint government to capture Jidong today, only to be outmaneuvered by Guantian. Fortunately, Guantian was greedy. With some incentives, Joseph managed to buy him off. Bauman's pleas were of no use to him. This unworthy descendant actually dared to do such a thing. He now only wanted to distance himself from Bauman to avoid being implicated. "Old Guan, I'm just following orders," Joseph tried to soothe Guantian. "You're following orders? What does that have to do with me?" Guantian was agitated. "I don't want to break ties." "So, you took the money and now say I harmed you?" Joseph leaned close to Guantian's ear and whispered coldly. "Lin, that's not what I mean. I have no choice." Guantian knew the methods of this old comrade. Rising through the ranks of the space fleet's combat forces to his current position proved this point. His tone softened a bit. "Lin, what should we do now? The people coming to capture him will arrive soon. Just say you blew him up." Joseph's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. He also hadn't expected that the metallic life fused with Jidong could actually form wings. The joint government had conducted numerous fusion experiments, and among the thick experimental materials and reports, Joseph couldn't find a single case like this. Blown up? Do you think those people are fools? Guantian felt that Joseph's suggestion was evasive and somewhat unrealistic. Joseph sneered. He actually had a backup plan. He always followed one principle: never leave future troubles. He certainly envisioned the worst-case scenario, Jidong escaping. The order from above was, dead or alive, but preferably alive. Since Jidong had run away, he could only be killed. Joseph looked at Guantian. Are you suggesting sending fighters to chase him? Guantian guessed when Joseph didn't speak. No, use this. Joseph held a coin-shaped black device. It was a miniature remote control. Joseph's purpose in giving Jidong the Wolf King necklace was for this. That necklace was not a real necklace, but a miniature nuclear bomb. Since the beginning of the maintenance era, nuclear fusion technology had made significant progress. Miniature nuclear bombs like this were now tools for assassination. However, it had a flaw. Because a large amount of nuclear fusion material was compressed in a very small space, it was particularly sensitive to temperature. Even a slight increase in external temperature would trigger a secondary nuclear reaction, releasing a large amount of heat. This was also why the necklace Jidong wore around his neck had turned red hot. How ironic it was that the one who wanted to kill Jidong was Joseph. Yet in the end, it was Joseph who saved him. If Joseph hadn't injected Jidong with the moon god reagent, Jidong wouldn't have taken off the necklace and thrown it in the Special Operations Team's warship. Did Joseph really have to kill him with his own hands? He confidently pressed the button, anticipating a spectacular explosion in the sky like fireworks. At the moment the two looked up, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby warship. It was just a fleeting moment, and a wave of heat and flames rushed in. Instantly, the Special Operations Team's encampment was engulfed in flames. A black mushroom cloud rose afterward. The glass of the nearby residential building shattered completely. Chapter 16. Red noticed the explosion occurred suddenly. The mushroom cloud lingered like a solid mass, taking a long time to dissipate. By the time people reacted, the warship had already turned into a ruin engulfed in thick black smoke. Joseph was dead, and Kanto was dead. They were both D-class Nirvana practitioners. Logically, such a level of explosion should have only injured them at worst. But they were dead. In fact, Nirvana practitioners are largely similar in terms of bone hardness and muscle strength. Other additional abilities are judged based on the practitioner's overall qualities, which determine the choice of different types of Nirvana reagents. There are many kinds of Nirvana reagents, but the United Government recognizes and allows the use of only 3 types. The first is the combat-type reagent, which the Sun Maintainer uses. As the Nirvana level increases, combat-type practitioners gain corresponding permissions to use various ancient weapons or machinery. This type of reagent has particularly high physical requirements. The second is the maintenance-type reagent. This reagent is costly, and the United Government does not provide it for free to all practitioners like the combat-type reagent. Its main function is to extend lifespan and enhance bodily functions. Alcohol and cigarettes dominate this era. The biggest characteristic of maintenance-type practitioners is their exceptional tolerance for alcohol. This is also the most commonly used type of Nirvana reagent among officials of the United Government and powerful families. When discussing major matters, they drink alcohol, consuming bowls of high-proof liquor that is 70 or 80 degrees. This type of reagent causes little pain and is practical. The third is the control-type reagent. The use of this reagent has been strongly promoted by the United Government. However, control-type practitioners have always been rare, as this reagent requires a high spatial compatibility for successful Nirvana. Spatial compatibility is a concept highlighted in the Sun Maintenance Guide. It essentially means that every living being has an invisible connection with the space it occupies, referred to as spatial compatibility. Control means that these practitioners can freely manipulate various particles in space to undergo different physical and chemical changes, such as nuclear fusion. This is a terrifying ability. Imagine facing a control-type practitioner who can turn the air around you into countless tiny steel spikes, piercing your body when you are completely unprepared. Of course, the mortality rate for such practitioners is very high. As of now, the highest-level control-type practitioner on Earth is only D-class, a genius from the Arctic snow bear family. However, he can only turn particles in space into fire or ice. Most people on Earth, after using combat-type Nirvana reagents to become intermediate practitioners, will switch to maintenance-type reagents. Joseph and Kanto were such individuals. They could no longer endure the intense pain caused by combat-type Nirvana. Moreover, they had entered the political arena, where combatability was not the most important factor. Being tactful was the key. It was precisely because of their mindset that they lost their lives. Additionally, there are some Nirvana reagents created by individual researchers. For example, the reagent used by Jidong was developed by Barman himself. However, Barman did not disclose the type of this Nirvana reagent at that time. In fact, Jidong did not know that the Nirvana reagent Barman provided him was not his own creation but came from Jidong's father, which was also one of the reasons for his father's death. Strictly speaking, it was not even a Nirvana reagent. The bones of Nirvana practitioners are the hardest substances in the world. Joseph and Kano's skeletons were still intact. The extreme heat turned their flesh to ashes, leaving behind a perfect skeleton. These skeletons would be sold for a high price because the bones of Nirvana practitioners have special properties. They would be melted in the nutrient solution of the Nirvana sleep chamber, helping the practitioners reduce pain and increase the success rate of Nirvana. This explosion attracted the high-level officials of the United Government's attention. They specially convened a meeting. The members of the meeting were the powerful figures of contemporary Earth. General Joseph Lin and Colonel Kanto had already died in the explosion. According to preliminary investigations, the explosion was caused by damage to the warship's engine. And the destroyer was Jillikai's son. The white-haired elder presiding over the meeting spoke slowly. He concealed the truth. Joseph was his man. And the dignified Joseph actually caused his own death. He could not let such a scandal be known to outsiders. They began to take action. A blond old man dressed in a robe that only medieval European nobles would wear smiled and said, hinting at mocking the white-haired elder, "Impossible." They all entered the maintenance base. The white-haired elder said confidently without even looking at the blond noble, "There is no such absolute thing in the world." "Isn't that your favorite saying?" the blond noble pressed. The white-haired elder evidently knew what he was referring to and sternly rebutted. 3 years ago, Jillikai promised us. You were there at the time. Saying this, the white-haired elder looked at the blond noble. The blond noble's mouth twitched slightly before he said, "I know that." The purpose of this meeting is to formulate a comprehensive capture plan. Our deadline with Jillikai has arrived. His son must die, or it will be too late. His words were subtle, but everyone present understood the underlying meaning. In their eyes, Jillikai was a fanatic. 3 years ago, Jillikai exchanged his son's life for permission to enter the Sun maintenance base, located somewhere on the Sun's surface, and promised that if they did not come out within 3 years, it would mean they had failed, allowing the United Government to kill Jidong. They entered the maintenance base to search for the body of the war god. The first person to successfully maintain the Sun. His body would serve as a bargaining chip for Jidong's life. Jillikai and his partners presented the war god's diary, finally persuading the high-level officials of the United Government. In the end, the United Government agreed to their conditions, promising not to kill Jidong for 3 years and to protect him. Now we must kill him. The white-haired elder showed no visible emotion, possessing the calmness and restraint expected of a leader. Subsequently, the attendees began a heated discussion. Due to the sensitivity of the matter, it had to be kept confidential from the public, making it unrealistic for the government to send troops to carry out the capture. Therefore, the previous restrictions and attempts to capture Jidong were conducted secretly. Now Jidong was designated as a terrorist committing acts of terrorism, providing them with ample reason to send troops to capture him. The final plan was to withdraw some members of the Blue Moon troops from the space fleet to capture Jidong. The plan was roughly settled. Caesar felt very resistant to this decision. If the Blue Moon troops were dispatched, Jidong would likely be in grave danger. But lacking any compelling reasons, Caesar ultimately had to agree to the plan. At the end of the meeting, the blonde noble Caesar suggested, "Why don't we issue a global red notice and add a reward rule? Whoever captures that kid will be given full marks for their trial results. Since it's a reward anyway, it can boost the enthusiasm of the trial takers." The red notice is the highest level wanted order issued by the United Government, and its rewards are also very tempting. Although Caesar's proposal was particularly abrupt, everyone present was intelligent, and no one questioned it. This is an iron rule of officialdom. No one raised any objections. After the wanted notice was issued, trial takers were eager to try their luck, wanting to make a name for themselves. In the eyes of these people, Jidong was merely a weakling who could only rely on sneak attacks, hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 17. The behemoth Jidong was placed on the United Government's red wanted list due to charges of terrorism, causing a huge uproar on Earth. Public opinion generally regarded Jidong as the weakest on the red wanted list, fearing that his life was nearing its end. And bounty hunters would not miss this lucrative opportunity. The day after the explosion, the trial's proxy chairman sent by the United Government took office. The trial would proceed as scheduled. Hiding in the Tibetan wilderness was a wise move for Jidong, at least this way. He would encounter the ruthless bounty hunters inside, as only trial participants could enter the Tibetan wilderness. Caesar's true intention behind issuing the red wanted notice was to convey a message to a certain individual in this manner. He had an agreement with this person that when Ji Dong's name appeared on the red list, it would be time for this person to act. Duo Ji's recovery ability was astonishing. Like Ji Dong, he was an H-level nirvana practitioner. Miraculously, just 24 hours after being injured, he sat up from his hospital bed, with all his bodily functions basically restored to normal. His attending physician was shocked. According to the doctor's diagnosis, Duo Ji had a severe concussion, with significant bruising around the temples that could even lead to brain death. Yet, Duo Ji recovered so quickly that it was incredible. In the doctor's decades of medical experience, he had never encountered a patient like Duo Ji. Joseph was wrong again. Duo Ji could participate in this trial. Moreover, the real purpose of Duo Ji's participation in the trial was something only he knew. In fact, shortly after Duo Ji woke up, he heard about Ji Dong's situation. Terrorist, masked man. These were the most frequently mentioned aliases for Ji Dong. Duo Ji scoffed at these claims. He had seen Ji Dong being taken away with his own eyes. He wouldn't believe such nonsense. Although he didn't know what had happened to Ji Dong after his capture, he had come to understand Joseph's true nature. He had actually met Joseph a long time ago. It was just that Joseph no longer remembered him. This was not surprising. How could the high-ranking Joseph remember someone as insignificant as him? On the day his brother was taken away, Duo Ji met Joseph for the first time. Joseph smiled kindly, seemingly oblivious to the corpses sprawled on the ground. Soon after, those wearing gas masks piled the bodies together and poured bucket after bucket of gasoline over them. Joseph covered his nose and instructed the helicopter pilot to take off, as the stench was unbearable. Duo Ji hid in the belly of a dead snow leopard, the strong smell of blood preventing him from detecting the scent of the burning bodies. His brother was packed in a blue body bag, and he couldn't be sure if his brother was already dead. He had seen them inject his brother with a black liquid, after which his brother collapsed, and the massacre began. This was a memory that Duo Ji could never erase. When he saw Joseph in the hospital room, he had already guessed his conspiracy, but he soon fell unconscious again. He had not anticipated that things would develop in this direction. Joseph had actually died. Now, he was heading to the Tibetan wilderness to find Ji Dong, not to capture him, but to locate him. Ji Dong was in a dangerous situation now. Regardless, Ji Dong had killed Joseph, which meant he had avenged himself. Although Duo Ji believed Ji Dong was a good person, this could not change what was about to happen. At least, that was how Duo Ji saw it. Duo Ji knew the saying, "A gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. He had endured silently for 15 years, suffering countless hardships, and now Ji Dong had killed one of his enemies. However, he still needed to kill one more person, the one who was the mastermind behind the massacre. He originally intended to go to the center of the Tibetan wilderness to find something, and now Ji Dong should also be there. As long as he found this thing, he would have the means for revenge and wouldn't have to do what he was unwilling to do." Shangguan Shui did not believe the United Government's assessment of Ji Dong's strength. He could always hear the distant, fearful roar of the ancient crocodile, knowing it was an illusion. He still felt afraid. Ji Dong's black mask had become his nightmare. Therefore, when other trial participants invited him to form a team to capture Ji Dong alive, he decisively refused. He advised them not to go either. They simply laughed at him for being cowardly and did not take his warning to heart. Many others shared the same disdain for Ji Dong, planning to use him as a stepping stone to greatness. These people discussed Ji Dong like meat on a chopping block. In their eyes, Ji Dong was a lamb ready for slaughter. Among those with similar thoughts was Dorsey Leon. Among those wanting to capture Ji Dong alive, he would certainly be at the forefront. No one had ever laid a finger on him from childhood to adulthood. But Ji Dong's 2 heavy slabs shattered that record. He gathered a group of arrogant trial participants from the War God Academy, vowing to capture Ji Dong. This group did not take the matter seriously. They believed that hunting a monster in the Tibetan wilderness would be far more challenging than capturing Ji Dong. The center of the Tibetan wilderness opened because of Ji Dong. This made Ji Dong a hot topic globally, but most of the commentary was mockery and ridicule. An H-level trial participant stepping into the most dangerous place on Earth. Wasn't that a death wish? Individuals or groups attempting to capture Ji Dong were registered with the trial committee and had to sign a safety responsibility agreement, indicating that all casualties in the center of the Tibetan wilderness would be borne by the captors themselves. Even so, nearly 1/5 of people participated in this capture competition. These individuals were filled with confidence and determined to succeed. The Tibetan wilderness had lions, ancient giant lions with completely black fur, nearly the size of a truck. Ji Dong's descent was quite loud. The demon wings of Erguo-2 suddenly shut off at an altitude of 10,000 meters, meaning Jidong had undergone nearly 10,000 meters of free fall. To save his life, Jidong curled up, and Erguo-2 formed a black metal eggshell, wrapping Jidong inside. The ground trembled slightly from the impact. The ancient giant lion, which had been sleeping, lazily opened its eyes, yawned, and fell back asleep. The black egg created a small pit in the ground, with nearby trees appearing precariously toppled due to their roots being smashed. Due to the high-speed fall and friction with the air, the black egg emitted bursts of hot air in the sky above the forest. Some birds were startled and flew towards denser woods. Jidong was knocked unconscious by the impact. At this moment, he was unaware of everything happening at the first trial base. He also didn't know that many predators, eager to take his life, were searching for him. Even more unknowing was that he was in an extremely dangerous place. Jidong was in a state of unconsciousness, so he could not feel the rhythmic tremors of the earth. It seemed as if something massive was approaching. The black giant lion, dozing on a rock, suddenly stood up. Its eyes were filled with panic, and its solid, strong body trembled involuntarily. It opened its mouth and roared, the earth's tremors still rhythmic and terrifying. The giant lion lowly roared in panic and then turned, running in the opposite direction of the tremors, followed by flocks of blackbirds flying in the same direction. In the dense forest, besides the rhythmic tremors, there was a deathly silence. If someone were to look down from a flying vehicle at this moment, they would see a small mountain slowly moving. Wherever the small mountain passed, towering trees fell to either side, accompanied by the fearful cries of various creatures. This was the true meaning of silence. No sound could break through the death barrier brought by the small mountain. The little mountain stopped at the place where it fell in Jidong, letting out a low roar that sounded like a horse neighing, yet also like a bird singing. Chapter 18. Swallowing. The giant wolf dragon opened its mouth and picked up the black egg wrapped around Jidong. The giant wolf dragon is actually a massive beast similar to a flying dragon, but its head resembles that of a wolf and it has blue-black fur. It shares similarities with flying dragons, having a pair of enormous wings that resemble bat wings, but they are silver-white. It is evident that the giant wolf dragon's 2 rows of sharp teeth exert tremendous biting power. And Erguo-2 must have endured unimaginable force to ensure that the black egg was not crushed. The wolf dragon is an ancient creature recorded in the Sun Maintenance Guide, Species Origin, and is one of the 10 colossal beasts of the starry sky. Compared to other celestial giants, the wolf dragon is the most numerous and common. Although many monsters have appeared on Earth, no beast of this colossal level has ever been discovered before. The size of the wolf dragon is truly astonishing. The one in front of us can only be considered small. According to records, during the era of solar civilization, the largest wolf dragon weighed over 209 tons, measured 202 meters in length, and had a wingspan of 530 meters when fully spread. Its head was 120 meters above the ground, and its powerful tail could sweep away everything in its path. The wolf dragon attempting to swallow Jidong is only a quarter of its size, but it is still large enough. The United Government has definitely not discovered it. Otherwise, they would have mobilized to hunt it down long ago. However, Jidong is not the first Earth human to encounter it at such close range. In the wolf dragon's shallow memory, a group of armed people had come here before, shooting it with a rain of tiny light spheres. Unable to bear the sensation of itching all over, it erupted in an angry roar. Yet, this group of oblivious individuals continued to shoot at it. It could not tolerate it any longer and crushed them all beneath its feet. The wolf dragon does not know that the black egg contains a human from Earth no larger than an ant. If it knew, it would surely crush Jidong just as it did with those before him, provided it could break the black egg condensed by Erguo-2. The wolf dragon exerted force once more, but the black egg showed no signs of breaking. It simply swallowed the black egg whole. In the near future, the wolf dragon would definitely regret this action. Erguo-2 began to communicate with Jidong. Boss, wake up. Our situation is not looking good. Boss, hey. Wake up. Erguo-2's voice echoed in Jidong's mind. In Jidong's hazy consciousness, Erguo-2's voice was distant one moment and close the next, real yet ethereal. When Jidong's awareness fully returned, he found himself in a wondrous space unique to colossal beasts of the starry sky. This type of space is called a star domain. The wolf dragon's star domain is the smallest. Star domains are spherical spaces, and the diameter of the wolf dragon's star domain is only 100 meters. Half of it is filled with a pure blue liquid that has a faint lavender scent. Jidong is floating on a square wooden plank above the water's surface. With no ripples on the water, the plank remains stable. Even with Jidong lying on it, the balance is not disturbed. Earth humans know very little about star domains. Jidong is probably the only Earth human to have entered the star domain of a colossal beast. It is said that the number of various colossal beasts of the starry sky has always been fixed. According to the guide, there are 1,000 wolf dragons within the solar system, and this has remained unchanged since ancient times. This means they do not die. Even the largest wolf dragon in history may still be alive, just yet to be discovered. This is because the reproduction method of colossal beasts is quite special. Their offspring are produced individual to individual. For example, when a colossal beast dies, its star domain enters a sub-black hole state and begins to nurture the next generation of colossal beasts. This is similar to a natural cloning process. However, it starts as a juvenile, and it takes a long time to regain its previous size. The liquid in the star domain is the star marrow condensed by the colossal beast. Some indigestible items are stored on the floating wooden plank. According to the maintenance guide, the star domains of top-tier colossal beasts are vast and contain many treasures. The greatest hobby of colossal beasts is to consume. They will swallow anything. Among these, meteors or meteorites are their favorites. Long ago, countless meteorites fell toward various celestial bodies in the solar system every day. And it was during that time that colossal beasts were born, a fact unknown to the solar civilization. They consume everything they want to consume. The solar civilization united the entire solar system's power and spent nearly 20,000 years sealing these colossal beasts one by one. Now, the wolf dragon has appeared on Earth. The ancient solar civilization spent 20,000 years just to restrain them. What can the young Earth civilization do? The maintenance work of the sun has exhausted the energy of Earth humans. How can they escape the bloodthirsty jaws of the colossal beasts that consume everything? Jidong woke up on the floating wooden plank. He looked around and noticed that the plank was piled with some rusty iron lumps, seemingly parts of machines. There were also some colorful crystals, which should be the meteorites and meteors that this wolf dragon had consumed. Jidong had no idea where he was. At this moment, Erguo-tu condensed into a small black figure on his shoulder and explained to Jidong, "We are currently inside a giant monster. This should be one of its stomachs." Erguo-tu did not understand celestial giants and was unaware that they were in the star domain of a colossal beast. "This doesn't look like a stomach, though?" Jidong glanced around. There was no light source in this space, but he could still see the edges of the space clearly. The walls of the star domain had a metallic texture and lacked the mucus and stomach acid that should be present in a stomach. "Who cares where it is? Boss, do you see those iron lumps? I'm really hungry right now. That monster just tried to bite us into pieces, but luckily, I'm strong enough. Plus, there is no sunlight right now, so let me eat those iron lumps first." As Erguo-tu said this, it jumped from Jidong's shoulder onto the floating wooden plank, eyeing the unremarkable iron lumps with hunger. Erguo-tu pounced on the iron lumps. Jidong could hear the crunching sounds of chewing. Soon, a large pile of iron lumps was devoured by Erguo-tu. After finishing, Erguo-tu hopped back onto Jidong's shoulder, burping. Suddenly, Erguo-tu choked. Its small black hand was patting its chest with the left hand while the right hand massaged its throat. Erguo-tu wanted to cough, but all sounds were caught in its throat. Seeing this, Jidong became a bit anxious and quickly said, "Erguo-tu, you need to release your condensed form." Jidong knew that Erguo-tu could mimic various objects and condense into their forms. If it were in its original form, it wouldn't even have a mouth. So how could it choke? Erguo-tu did not heed Jidong's words. Its chest began to swell, as if something inside was rapidly expanding. It seemed that Erguo-tu was unable to revert from its condensed state. Its chest grew larger, as if it were about to explode. It was clear that Erguo-tu was straining to control itself. Since Jidong was connected to it, although Erguo-tu could not speak, Jidong could feel its state. Erguo-tu was trying hard to exit its condensed state. Erguo-tu's current condition was very unstable, and Jidong could sense it trembling. Suddenly, Jidong felt a rush of airflow that allowed him to breathe freely. In an instant, Erguo-tu returned to its original state and quickly retracted into Jidong's body. A cylindrical metal device, only the size of a fist, fell onto the floating wooden plank. This must have been the item that nearly burst Erguo-tu's chest. Having returned to Jidong's body, Erguo-tu looked through Jidong's eyes at the cylindrical device, hardly believing what it saw. "I can't believe there is this thing inside this monster's belly." Chapter 19 Control. The cylindrical device fell onto the floating wooden board. It was made of black and dark green materials. The gap between the two materials had been corroded by rust. Jidong couldn't guess what it was, so he asked, "Erguo-tu, is this your metal life's unique way of reproduction? Come out and take a look at your child. Another lump of iron. Not cute at all." Jidong was clearly teasing Erguotu. Boss, stop talking. Erguotu's voice was a bit hoarse, as if it really had a throat, and that throat was genuinely choked. Erguotu helplessly said, "This thing seems to be alive. It was part of that lump of iron I just ate. It suddenly expanded in my stomach, catching me off guard." Jidong understood the digestive mechanism of metal life. They could split the ingested items into subatomic states. So a metal life could consume something 10 or even 100 times its size, as long as it wanted to. You mean this thing cannot be split into a subatomic state? Jidong understood Erguotu's meaning and said, "That's right. This thing has a protective barrier, a firewall, that prevents my splitting signal from getting through. Moreover, while it was inside me, it was also siphoning my energy." Erguotu's tone was filled with confusion. It had never been in such a situation, being treated as food by its own food. "Did you notice anything special about the other things you ate?" Jidong asked thoughtfully. "The other items didn't have this firewall and were easily decomposed by me. But the taste seemed very familiar, like something I had eaten before," Erguotu said. "Eaten before? When?" Jidong asked eagerly. If what Erguotu said was true, then his deduction would hold. Erguotu fell silent for a moment, uncertainly saying, "It seems to be before I woke up this time. It's a memory from before I was melted into gamma alloy." Solar civilization? Jidong seemed to be asking Erguotu. Or perhaps talking to himself. Erguotu continued, "When I was just created, the food they fed me tasted similar to these lumps of iron." It seemed Erguotu remembered more things. "The star domain of the starry giant beasts has existed since the birth of the first generation of giant beasts and will not disappear," Jidong said. His seemingly random statement left Erguotu puzzled. Jidong had been guessing where they were, and after Erguotu's mention, he suddenly thought they might be in the star domain of a certain starry giant beast. Erguotu immediately asked, "Boss, what do you mean by that? Could it be that those iron lumps are from the solar civilization?" "You're half right," Jidong told Erguotu. "Stop keeping me in suspense. I want to know what you figured out." Erguotu urgently wanted to know. "Think about it. If giant star beasts suddenly started appearing on Earth, what does that mean?" Jidong seemed calm. "I don't know." Erguotu didn't want to think. It just wanted Jidong to tell it everything. Jidong felt helpless as well. So he stopped keeping it a secret and said, "First of all, the appearance of the giant star beast on Earth is definitely not an isolated incident or coincidence. Think about the origins of the Tibetan wilderness, the sowing plan recorded in the guide. Is it possible that the Solar Maintenance Manual is not just a manual for repairing the sun, but that other records are guiding humanity to awaken the solar civilization before? For example, the awakening of various planets, and the appearance of this giant star beast. I believe the true crisis humanity faces does not come from the sun." Jidong spoke at length without getting to the main point. "Boss, after all that, do you know the origin of this cylindrical device?" Erguotu interrupted. Although what Jidong said was fascinating, but its curiosity about the cylindrical device was too strong. "Can you be a bit more patient? I just want to give you a more comprehensive explanation." Jidong smiled helplessly. "Fine." Erguotu could only accept it calmly. "Do you know how the solar civilization used to control the giant star beasts?" Jidong asked Erguotu, but without waiting for it to answer, he continued. "I saw in a documentary that the scientists of the solar civilization developed a device that could evade the selection of the giant star beasts and enter the star domain. This device would effectively control the behavior of the giant star beasts and send them into the second space. But this device requires a certain type of person to control it. Just like the nanobots that bomb and fed me, they would similarly restrict you when necessary. Those little things seem dead. They haven't communicated with me at all," Erguotu said somewhat maliciously. "Let us not talk about that now. I think this cylindrical device is the control device developed by the solar civilization. Also, you think those iron lumps have the taste of the solar civilization. I guess it's pretty close. If that's the case, why would this giant star beast still appear on Earth? It shouldn't have been controlled and sealed?" Erguotu expressed doubt about Jidong's speculation. "Logically, the star domain of the giant star beast should only have star marrow. How could there still be floating wooden boards and so many iron lumps and crystals?" Jidong provided a supporting argument. "Then there's only one possibility. The wooden board we are on now and the things I just ate are the control devices developed by the solar civilization for the giant star beasts." Erguotu reasoned along Jidong's line of thought. "You finally got it. However, these crystals shouldn't be part of those devices, but rather belong to the crystallization of star marrow. Those devices have become scrap metal, and their ability to control the giant star beasts is greatly diminished. Which is also an important reason for the awakening of the giant star beasts." Jidong supplemented some explanations. Jidong and Erguo engaged in a clever reasoning session in the star domain of a giant star beast. It would be a long time before Jidong and Erguo realized that everything was not as simple as they imagined. But at this moment, their reasoning was the most accurate. You just said that this cylindrical device absorbed your energy. Maybe it can still be used, Jidong said to Erguo. What do you mean by that? Erguo asked knowingly. Let it absorb a little more. If we can control this giant star beast, we won't lose out. If it weren't for Uncle Joseph, we might have been done for. Jidong's plan was to control this giant star beast. After all, he was just an H-level reborn, and Erguo was not very strong either. With this giant star beast, at least they could save their lives. Jidong was unaware that he was already wanted and had become a stepping stone for countless challengers hoping to soar. Controlling the giant star beast was not easy. First, this cylindrical device had already undergone long-term erosion, and secondly, could it really be repaired just by absorbing a little energy? Jidong tried it with a sense of luck, even though the chances of successfully controlling the giant star beast were almost negligible. Erguo and Jidong were now a community of fate. Only if Jidong lived could it survive. It gathered its courage, condensed from Jidong's body, and jumped beside the cylindrical device on the ground. It swallowed the cylindrical device once again. For Erguo, this feeling was quite uncomfortable. Jidong could also feel Erguo's discomfort. Thus, the cylindrical device expanded and contracted, and Erguo's condensed state dissolved and reformed. It was unclear how many times this repeated. In the last instance, the cylindrical device fell out from the now unconsolidated Erguo. The cylindrical device still showed no signs of change. Chapter 20 Treasure Map. As the circular device gradually dissolved and slowly seeped into the floating wooden board. Jidong had been lying on the board in a daze for an unknown amount of time. His lips were cracked, and he hadn't had water for a long time. Although Erguo didn't require hydration, its condition was also poor because Jidong was its host. Jidong was weak, and Erguo was not much better off. Jidong had several times been unable to resist the urge to drink the pure blue star essence, but was stopped by Erguo. They didn't know whether the star essence was harmful to the human body. It could be something like magma or a strong acid, and drinking it would mean certain death for them. In unclear circumstances, randomly drinking anything was a very dangerous and erroneous act. Jidong suddenly felt that the wooden board he was touching began to soften. He felt his body sinking as if the board was slowly wrapping around him. Not good. Boss, get up quickly. Erguo was the first to notice what was happening and shouted that it was bad. Jidong's head was heavy from dehydration. Upon hearing Erguo's shout, he suddenly sat up and discovered that the black wooden board had transformed into countless small metal pieces. At the same time, these small iron pieces emitted a faint glow. What is going on? Jidong was a bit confused by the scene before him. It seemed that the cylindrical device was taking effect, Erguo speculated. It could only think of this much. It didn't know anything else. Jidong and Erguo were both at a loss and could only watch the changes unfold. After a few minutes, these small metal pieces began to disintegrate. This happened in an instant, and Jidong and Erguo had no time to react before they fell into the pure blue star essence. The trial was held as scheduled. The first 5 days were the normal physical testing phase. After that, the much-anticipated hunting trial finally began. This was truly a focus of public attention, with the first highlight being the real appearance of the Tibetan Plateau revealed to various sectors on Earth for the first time. Secondly, what excited the trial participants the most was that this trial had a special rule for capturing Jidong. The participants could not only enter the central area of the Tibetan Plateau, but also had the chance to achieve a perfect score in the trial, something that had never been done before. On the first day of the hunting trial, the capture team led by Duo Lions was granted entry to the central area of the Tibetan Plateau. Duosi Lion was one of the few F-rank trial participants. Although he was nurtured with gold, his strength still far surpassed that of ordinary trial participants. Duoji also entered the central area of the Tibetan Plateau as an individual capturer. Although his reported nirvana level was only H-rank, Duoji knew that this level had no direct relation to his strength. The hunting points were divided into 2 categories: points for hunting monsters and points for challenging other trial participants. However, the capturers in the central area of the Tibetan Plateau were almost all there to capture Jidong. The United Government had installed surveillance devices throughout the Tibetan Plateau, but no traces of the cosmic beasts were found. This was mainly because the cosmic beast appearing on Earth this time was the wolf dragon, which possessed the special ability of spatial stealth. Simply put, no matter how many surveillance devices were installed, it was impossible to capture the wolf dragon on camera. The footage that was captured only showed inexplicably collapsed trees and huge footprints. This was also one of the reasons why the United Government decided to seal off the central area of the Tibetan Plateau. The exploration teams they sent suffered heavy casualties in the central area. Initially, there were speculations that a cosmic beast had appeared in the central area of the Tibetan Plateau, but it was suppressed by the higher-ups. When Ji-dong entered the central area of the Tibetan Plateau, the United Government unhesitatingly lifted the seal on it. This was not just because of the Red Wanted Order. Caesar played a significant role in this. The United Government also hoped that Ji-dong would enter the central area of the Tibetan Plateau. In addition to the capture teams, the elite capture team formed by the Blue Moon Fleet of the United Government had quietly infiltrated the Tibetan Plateau. This trial was destined to be anything but peaceful. Duoji was the only trial participant capturing Ji-dong in his personal capacity. He did not team up with anyone. He needed to find Ji-dong as quickly as possible without letting others know. It turned out that Duoji was not as simple as he appeared. After entering the central area of the Tibetan Plateau, he did not become a headless fly like the other capture teams. Those capture teams could only rely on the information periodically released by the United Government to determine Ji-dong's whereabouts. And the source of this information was also the surveillance devices spread throughout the Tibetan Plateau. However, at this moment, Ji-dong was within the domain of the cosmic beast. The information based on the surveillance devices was completely unreliable. Duoji had not seen this information. His route was entirely based on a map. This was a treasure map. When Duoji's master gave him this map, he said to him, "You may find not treasure, but death." However, he added, as a guardian of the cosmos, "Death is not frightening. What is truly frightening is the disappearance of the cosmos." When Duoji received this treasure map, he was still an ignorant boy. At that time, he did not know how long he had slept in the belly of the dead snow leopard. He only felt that the snow leopard's blood had solidified, and it was as if he were growing inside it. He no longer wanted to breathe, and his consciousness gradually blurred. It was his master who saved him. The treasure map was very old. The material was a kind of yellow paper similar to cowhide. To be precise, this treasure map was a book, and the page Duoji opened was about Earth. The other pages were about other planets and regions in the solar system. The location of the treasure would have a planet pattern. On the Earth page, there had always been only one planet pattern. A few years ago, there were more than a dozen planet patterns, but what puzzled Duoji was that during this time, these planet patterns had disappeared one after another, leaving only this one, which had also turned red. The planet patterns on the other pages were all black. Duoji was now very close to the place that displayed the red planet pattern. His destination was there. To find Ji-dong as quickly as possible, he had to reach there first. Duoji felt a strange excitement. When his master left, he said he had become a true guardian of the cosmos, and until now, the excitement that had been worn down by time resurfaced in Duoji's heart. The hatred that had been buried in his heart was also about to see the light of day. Duoji hurriedly moved towards the direction of the red planet pattern. Ji-dong was unaware of all the events happening outside. He was submerged in the pure blue star essence. He felt a burning sensation on his skin. Could it really be that Erguatu was right, that this pure blue liquid was harmful to the human body? Strangely, Ji-dong did not feel suffocated. He could still breathe freely. The burning sensation grew stronger, and Ji-dong felt as if his skin was about to melt. Chapter 21. The hunt. The whereabouts of Ji-dong have become the most intriguing highlight of this trial examination. 72 hours have passed since the hunting trial began. Yet no one has discovered Ji-dong's location. Aside from this, the trial continues to be exciting. Just 5 hours ago, a participant from the Yangtze River Academy killed an aging Earth dragon. It was truly a thrilling hunt. The Yangtze River Academy is known for its use of ancient Eastern weapons. The highlight of this hunt was that the hunter did not use any firearms or ammunition. He used a cold weapon, the embroidered spring knife worn by the Jinhui of the Ming dynasty. The aging Earth dragon was massive, and although it was old and frail, killing it single-handedly was no ordinary feat. Coupled with the aesthetic brutality of this hunt, it became the headline of the day. People commented on this year's trial examination as they had in previous years. They praised the talented and scorned the useless, enjoying this grand event on Earth as always. Little did they know that disaster had silently arrived. The second most attention-grabbing news of the day was that a capture team had gone missing in the heart of the Tibetan Plateau, unknown to the outside world. They were devoured by a wolf dragon. They would not be as lucky as Ji-dong, as they were swallowed into the wolf dragon's stomach, which secreted strong gastric acid, soon to be turned into mush. The starry sky beast, the wolf dragon, possesses the ability to conceal itself in space. Only Dorji can find it now. The United Government believes that everything is still under their control. They have determined that the starry sky beast would appear on Earth and have prepared thoroughly for it. 1 hour after the issuance of the Red Notice, the Blue Moon Task Force returned with Ji Dong's body, which was undoubtedly confirmed to be Ji Dong's. Subsequently, the United Government put the body in ultra-low temperature cryostasis. For confidentiality reasons, the United Government did not withdraw the warrant for Ji Dong. But the Blue Moon Task Force had already withdrawn from the Tibetan Plateau. Where is the starry sky beast? Dorji has arrived at the location marked by the red planet symbol on the treasure map. However, all he sees are damp moss and towering ancient trees. Doubts linger in Dorji's mind. He does not believe his master's description of the starry sky beast. How could such a massive creature be invisible to the naked eye? It is simply unbelievable. He has questioned more than once whether his master is a madman. How could such a creature exist in the world? Until now, he has never seen the starry sky beast with his own eyes. Reluctantly believing, Dorji recalls what his master once taught him. He takes out the dagger he carries with him and begins to remove his outer clothing, exposing his chest. Dorji grips the dagger tightly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The blade presses against his collarbone, piercing through flesh, sending waves of pain as he feels the blade scraping against his bones. The dagger must remain inserted at his collarbone. Neither deep nor shallow, maintaining a steady position, breaking through skin and reaching bone. Dorji's mouth starts to chant, and no one can understand what he is saying. He repeats it once, then again, 7 times in total. The pain in his bones intensifies. Sweat beads form on his forehead, and his lips begin to turn pale. Suddenly, Dorji hears a heavy, powerful breathing sound. When he sees the scene before him, his world is turned upside down. He sees the wolf dragon. What his master said was true. The starry sky beast truly exists. The combination of the wolf's head and dragon's body is not jarring. Dorji feels that the starry sky beast before him is the most perfect creature since ancient times. His master had told him that the starry sky guardian is the master of the starry sky beast, the only one who can see its existence. This statement may have deeper meaning. Now, Dorji no longer doubts. This giant creature stands before him, real and proud. Dorji has truly become the starry sky guardian. The wolf dragon lowers its proud head to the ground, indicating for Dorji to approach. A pure blue stone is embedded in the center of the wolf dragon's forehead. When Dorji reaches out to touch it, he feels an innate connection. He can communicate with the wolf dragon. Why is it like this? The wolf dragon conveys to Ji Dong through the pure blue stone, Imosa. This is an ancient starry language, one that requires pronunciation but has no written form. When his master taught Dorji this language, he found it difficult and awkward, but now he feels a deep familiarity with it. Imosa means enemy in the starry language. Dorji does not know what Ji Dong has done in the realm of the wolf dragon, but it reminds him of the history of the starry sky guardians that his master told him. The starry sky guardians and the starry sky beast coexist. From the day the starry sky beast appeared, there have been starry sky guardians in the world. In the distant solar civilization, the rulers did not believe that the starry sky guardians could stop the rampant devouring behavior of the starry sky beast. They treated the guardians as a cult organization and brutally suppressed them. Subsequently, scientists of the solar civilization developed means to control the starry sky beast, which was trapped in the painful second space. The crisis brought on by the starry sky beast came to an end, and a wonderful era of peace arrived. Until now, the starry sky beast has begun to appear again. His master said he was also unclear about what happened back then. When he was a child, images kept appearing in his mind, a giant beast opening its mouth wide to devour the moon. In the years that followed, his memories of the starry sky guardians gradually awakened. He became the first starry sky guardian of the Earth civilization era, and he knew that he was not the only one who had awakened. Through communication, Dorji has formed his own hypothesis. Ji Dong must have restarted the control device that had long since become obsolete in the star domain. However, the starry sky beast was not controlled, nor was it drawn back into the second space again. This is strange, but Dorji does not dwell on it. Those devices can no longer restrain you. The sun has problems. These devices are no longer reliable. Dorji reassures the starry sky beast, spit him out. Before Dorji, this giant creature appears more like a naive child. It licks Dorji's entire body and makes a cooing sound. Obey, spit him out, Dorji says patiently. Ji Dong is finally spat out. Before this, Dorji did not know where Ji Dong was. Nor was he entirely certain that Ji Dong was in the wolf dragon's star domain. Ji Dong's clothes had melted away. The Erguo too had turned into a black steel membrane, wrapping Ji Dong into a black mummy. Dorji couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. If he had arrived even a moment later, Ji Dong might have already turned into star marrow. The wolf dragon growled at the mummy-like Ji-dong, baring its fangs. Imosa. Dorji stroked the pure blue stone on the wolf dragon's forehead, calming it. He is my friend. Just then, a small explosion occurred near the wolf dragon's feet. Dorji heard the distant roar of machinery. The sky was filled with densely packed and neatly arranged warships. Countless shells were flying towards them. This was the Air Force of the United Government. Chapter 22. Plateau Moonlit Night. The starry giant beast, the wolf dragon, has been discovered. Due to Dorji's summoning, the wolf dragon has released its spatial concealment. The filming device quickly detected the unusualness of this place, and the United Government swiftly dispatched bombers. They aimed to kill this starry giant beast while it had not fully regained its strength. What was meant to happen has happened. Since everything is inevitable, they could only face it. Shells exploded on the massive body of the wolf dragon, igniting a great fire. Some projectile-like objects also pierced into the wolf dragon's body. These objects quickly sank into the wolf dragon, leaving no visible wounds. Dorji hadn't yet reacted to what was happening, and Ji-dong remained a black mummy. Instinctively, Dorji jumped off the wolf dragon's head. He hoisted the mummy Ji-dong and did his best to dodge the rain of shells. One shell exploded to his right, and he was thrown to the ground by the shockwave and heat wave, ringing in his ears, his head buzzing as if it might explode. Dorji staggered to his feet, dragging Ji-dong by his legs, struggling to move across the ground where explosions erupted. At this point, they were already at the edge of the explosion zone. They hid among the vast and complex root system of a giant tree. Dorji looked back at the wolf dragon not far away. It didn't roar or struggle before dying, standing there like a sculpture. The sculpture existed in the flames, and the pure blue stone on its forehead emitted a blue light, piercing through the billowing smoke and shooting straight into the sky. The last shell was fired at the burning sculpture, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the sculpture to collapse with a thunderous crash. This was a silent hunt, and also a long-planned cleansing operation. The target of the cleansing was the starry giant beast. Dorji stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. According to his master, the starry giant beast was immortal. How could it vanish in the sea of flames? The aircraft circled above the sea of fire until that blue light piercing through the smoke disappeared. Dense white mist was sprayed down from the aircraft. Dorji thought it was fire extinguishing gas. However, what he didn't know was that aside from extinguishing fires, this white mist had a more important function, to seal off the starry domain, preventing the starry giant beast from being reborn. Dorji was powerless against this. He could only once again carry Ji-dong and distance himself from the place. Tonight was a moonlit night. Dorji lit a bonfire, the flames flickering in the wind, and the ergo-2 that had adhered to Ji-dong's body had returned to his body. Ji-dong slowly opened his eyes, saw Dorji sitting beside him in a daze, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dorji said nothing, still immersed in the shock of the starry giant beast being killed. The so-called immortal starry giant beast didn't even have the chance to resist before being burned to ashes. The hope that had just ignited in Dorji's heart was extinguished once again. He could have taken revenge using the starry giant beast, but now he had nothing. After a long silence, Dorji recounted the events of the past few days to Ji-dong. Joseph's ugly face, the tempting red wanted notice, and the lurking captors. Ji-dong was initially shocked. He was surprised by Joseph's inscrutability, but he didn't find it unexpected, as Joseph had always given him the feeling of being separated by a wall. The moon hung high in the night sky, and Ji-dong felt that the space he was in was very strange enough to send chills down his spine. This night was destined to be sleepless. At Base 1, the same moonlit night, the same cold wind. The blonde noble Caesar and the white-haired elder were holding a meeting in the command room of the base. The attendees were all high-ranking officials of the United Government. The white-haired elder spoke first. Facts have proven that the starry giant beast can be killed, and the cost is not high. Also, after the researchers extract the star marrow from Jilakai's son, we will immediately start the experiment. Caesar, I need your people to investigate Joseph. Understood. Caesar smiled at the white-haired elder. Although there was a barrier between them, they belonged to the same camp. Although the situation was now back under their control, the circumstances remained severe. Ji-dong was unaware that from the very beginning, he was a pawn contested by various forces on Earth. The mysterious figure on the junkyard cliff, Bauman and Old Man High, the smiling tiger Joseph, and now the white-haired elder and the blonde noble, along with some forces secretly observing, all had their eyes tightly locked on Ji-dong. The United Government was actually controlled by 12 families, but there were also other secret organizations and forces. They were thorns in the side of the United Government. For over 100 years, the 12 families had suppressed other opposing forces with absolute power. But times have changed. Mars was about to awaken, and dark currents were surging on Earth. The Sun Maintenance Guide was not merely a manual for repairing the Sun. Since the beginning of the Sun maintenance, everything had already been predetermined. The seeding plan in the Tibetan wasteland was not a coincidence. The guide clearly pointed out the importance of the seeding plan. The seeds used in the seeding plan were produced by solar civilization. Only now have scientists modified or changed them. After research, the United Government discovered that the seeding plan was not as simple as it appeared. Think about it. Any seed that grows wildly has unpredictable outcomes. The true purpose of the seeding plan is to achieve small-scale species revival, preparing for the impending awakening of the planets. It is evident how thoughtful the solar civilization was. They treated Earth civilization like their own children. The 12 families, or rather the United Government, did not think so. They were worried that the seeding plan would produce some uncontrollable factors, such as starry giant beasts and new species. However, the seeding plan had to be carried out. The United Government needed to use this plan to prepare for the impending awakening of the planets and to nip some threats in the bud. Fortunately, Earth scientists did not find human gene sequences in the seeds of the seeding plan. The only threat was the starry giant beast. The seeds contained a star domain singularity, which was the connection point between the second space and the real space, the key for the starry giant beast to escape the blockade. Although it was labeled a threat, it was also an opportunity. There was only one star domain singularity, located in a cylindrical device, which meant that a starry giant beast would appear in the Tibetan wasteland. The United Government needed the star marrow from this starry giant beast to create A-level nirvana beings, thereby controlling other planets that were about to awaken. Earth no longer had excess resources to create A-level nirvana beings. Jidong was a descendant of the priest, the key to the United Government's plan to create a war god. In other words, Jidong was the war god the United Government wanted to create. But they did not need a living Jidong. They only needed Jidong's skeleton and gene sequence. By that time, Jidong would become the war machine of the United Government. Dorji had been concealing Jidong's identity. He had known from the very beginning about Jidong's background. As a guardian of the starry realm, his task was to kill Jidong. However, he developed a personal motive. He wanted to take revenge using the starry giant beast and then kill Jidong. Jidong, being a descendant of the priest, meant that the red star pattern on the treasure map indicated that the starry giant beast was in danger. From this, Dorji inferred that Jidong was within the star realm of the wolf dragon, as only Jidong could accomplish this. Jidong had always been a pawn. Some were using him, some wanted him dead, and others would give everything to protect him. But Jidong's fate was already sealed. In this apocalyptic era, Jidong might be the most important figure. Chapter 23. The Iron Temple Priests were a special class of individuals that existed during the era of solar civilization. The cosmic beasts suddenly appeared at that time, bringing disasters that swept across the entire solar system. Since the cosmic beasts could not be completely eradicated, the scientists of the solar civilization developed a method to seal them in a second space. The principle behind this method was extremely complex, involving the distortion of time and spatial dimensions. This was the only effective method available at that time. Just as medicine requires a catalyst, transforming the cosmic beast's domain into a singularity also needed a guide. The priests played this role. They were entirely genetically modified products. Scientists of the solar civilization mimicked the genetic sequences of the cosmic beasts, stitching together billions of artificial base pairs one by one. In other words, the priests were equivalent to humanoid cosmic beasts. Only the priests could enter the cosmic beast domains. Dressed in the guise of their kind, the priests deceived the cosmic beasts, entered their domains, activated the collapse device, and triggered a singularity explosion to seal the cosmic beasts in the second space. At the same time, the priests would also be sealed in the second space. This is how the priests got their name. Sacrificing their own lives was the destiny of the priests. At that time, there were a total of 999 cosmic beasts across the solar system, corresponding to 999 priests. At the end of the disasters caused by the cosmic beasts, the priests also vanished from the solar system. This was inevitable. The priests would disappear along with the cosmic beasts. However, many years later, Earth civilization is facing the crisis of the sun's destruction. The priests have reappeared in this world. It is necessary to mention the core seed of the seeding plan, which is the life capsule. This unique life capsule was discovered in a dead volcano on the seabed of the Atlantic Ocean. The officially confirmed discovery date is 2119 AD, and according to Jilikai, Jidong happened to be born in that year. The seeding plan then commenced, and this life capsule was deployed to the Tibetan wilderness. When the United Government realized that there was a cosmic singularity in the life capsule, which was nurturing a cosmic beast, all kinds of overt and covert struggles began. The United Government conducted a detailed investigation of the Tibetan wilderness, but found no trace of the cosmic beasts. However, the guide clearly indicated the life blueprint of the capsule, which included the cosmic beast. The United Government discovered that Jidong was a descendant of the priests when he was 10 years old. Children who turn 10 undergo a physical examination to determine the type and dosage of the rebirth agent used in the first rebirth. Since it involved rebirth, testing the genetic structure was essential. After comparison, it was found that Jidong's genetic structure was 99 similar to that of the priests mentioned in the guide. No one would believe it. The priests could not survive in the second space. They would be torn to pieces in the second space. But Jidong was such an impossibility. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps there was a greater secret. No one dared to draw conclusions, just as some literary figures of this era said. This is a world enchanted and cursed. Jidong quickly attracted the attention of high-ranking officials in the United Government. Initially, the United Government sent representatives to negotiate with Jilikai. Jilikai was very clear about what they wanted to do with his son. The United Government would study Jidong, treating him as a test subject without human rights. Jilikai has always done his best to protect Jidong. Until a few years ago, the United Government was in a desperate situation due to the elusive cosmic beast that had never been seen. After the disaster of devouring ended, scientists of the solar civilization developed a more complete method to directly kill the cosmic beasts. However, it was like holding a sharp blade without knowing where to strike. The cosmic beast that appeared in the Tibetan wilderness had been hiding and had never been discovered. The United Government thought of Jidong. Jidong was a priest. He could lure out the cosmic beast. However, later, the United Government abandoned this method because Jidong's role was far more significant than that. To protect Jidong, Jilikai had been giving him some genetic drugs before Jidong underwent his first rebirth. These drugs suppressed or even destroyed the genes related to the cosmic beast within Jidong. Jilikai couldn't achieve this alone. In fact, there were others besides the United Government looking for Jilikai. The Iron Temple people found Jilikai. A few days later, Jilikai swore allegiance to the Iron Temple. In the United Government's top-secret archives, any information related to the Iron Temple is classified at the highest level. The United Government classified it as a cult organization. The Iron Temple is an invisible force on Earth, with very few members. The Iron Temple has not made any announcements to the outside world. They operate discreetly, and many people have never heard of the term Iron Temple. The United Government discovered the existence of the Iron Temple by coincidence. Some parts of the Solar Maintenance Guide have not been made public. At that time, very few people knew about this matter. One of them was the founder of the Iron Temple. This founder decisively applied to resign from his high-ranking government position. People at the time thought he was crazy. The following is a summary of the mysterious content in the guide. We all want to create gods. But we find that gods really exist. We only want to worship them. The guide points out that the myths passed down on Earth for a long time are not purely the imagination of Earthlings. The cosmic beasts are one example. Myths have a real basis, meaning that the characters living in myths actually exist. The existence of the Iron Temple is to search for these characters living in myths. Although only the cosmic beasts have been discovered so far and are related to myths, it is enough. At least it shows that what the guide says is not false. The Iron Temple is very mysterious. Even the United Government only knows this much. The United Government has always regarded the Iron Temple as a threat, so they have been suppressing them. The genetic therapy drugs Jidong took were provided by the Iron Temple. After discovering that Jidong was a priest, Jilikai took Jidong. And with the secret help of the Iron Temple, they conducted an and comprehensive examinations. The examination results indicated that Jidong would not live past 12 years old. The explanation given by the examination agency was that genetic mutations would severely affect the vitality of human cells. For this reason, the elders of the Iron Temple specifically sought out Jilikai to inquire about Jidong's background. However, Jilikai did not mention a word about it until the plan began to be executed. When Jilikai fell into the flames of the sun, Jidong's background remained a mystery. The therapeutic drugs prolonged Jidong's life and gave him extraordinary talents. However, this would not last. One day, the drugs would no longer sustain Jidong's life. The Iron Temple members were not kind either. After Jilikai fell into the fire, the Iron Temple wanted Jidong to become a true priest. In fact, there is more than just cosmic beasts in the second space. There are also things pursued by the Iron Temple. And only the priests, the true priests, can open the second space. The Iron Temple began to enhance the priest characteristics in Jidong's genes. This would make Jidong very weak, even disabled. Jilikai knew what the Iron Temple would do to Jidong after he entered the solar main in its base. However, Jilikai did not expect the Iron Temple to be so ruthless, directly paralyzing Jidong to enhance his priest genes. The mastermind behind all this was Caesar. Chapter 24. Intent to kill. It can be said that the situation on Earth is quite unstable right now. Previously, the United Government had been trying to use Jidong to summon the cosmic beasts, and then kill him to use his skeleton and genes to create ill-level nirvana practitioners. They did not believe that Jilikai would find the body of the war god. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted 3 years. Jidong's sudden paralysis prevented the United Government's plan from proceeding as usual. Not long ago, the United Government intercepted a message from the Cosmic Alliance, which stated that they had dispatched cosmic guardians to search for the cosmic beasts in the Tibetan wilderness. The United Government decided to turn the tables and launched a surprise attack after Duoji summoned the wolf dragon, encircling the wolf dragon. After intercepting this message, the United Government dispatched Guantian's troops to capture Jidong. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred, and it was ultimately the Blue Moon troops that resolved the issue. However, the United Government was unaware at the time that Jidong had already spent some time in the Cosmic Beast Star domain. At that time, the body found by the Blue Moon troops in the Tibetan wilderness was not Jidong's. Instead, it was a body deliberately placed in the Tibetan wilderness by a mysterious person who had received the red wanted notice for Caesar. This mysterious person was Joseph. Joseph was not dead. He had made thorough preparations for the explosion. In fact, Joseph and Caesar were on the same side. When Joseph helped Jidong escape, the reason he directed Jidong to the center of the Tibetan wilderness was to allow Jidong to perform a great escape. The moon god serum that Joseph injected into Jidong and the so-called nirvana serum that Bauman had injected into Jidong were actually the same thing, a priest gene enhancer. This means that Jidong is still an un-nirvana practitioner to this day. The purpose of this was to ensure that Jidong would be swallowed by the cosmic beast as soon as he arrived in the Tibetan wilderness. Humans will never give up the power struggle at any time. The center area of the Tibetan wilderness became very quiet due to the sudden explosion. The operation to capture Jidong was cancelled, and the hunting trial was also cancelled. The United Government did not provide any explanation for this. Jidong and Duoji were hiding in a cave. Duoji skillfully lit a campfire, skewering an excessively large fish on a stick. It took both of Duoji's hands to flip it. "DJ, are you hungry?" Duoji asked while roasting the fish. "My name is Jidong." Jidong's gaze was fixed on the bulging eyes of the fish being roasted. His expression betrayed him. He was indeed hungry. He had been in the wolf dragon star domain for a long time without eating or drinking anything. "Jidong, it will be ready soon." Duoji quickly corrected himself. He had actually known Jidong's real name for a long time. He pretended not to recognize Jidong for reasons known only to himself. Roasted a little more. Jidong's attention was entirely on the roasting fish. Erguatu was also hiding in Jidong's body, remaining silent. "Erguatu, aren't you hungry?" Jidong thought to himself, knowing that Erguatu, who was like a starving ghost reincarnated, wouldn't miss a meal. But then he thought again that Erguatu wouldn't benefit from such protein-rich food. He decided not to call out to the silent Erguatu anymore. "Duoji, is it ready?" Jidong began to urge Duoji as his stomach had started to growl. "It will take a little longer. The fish you caught is too big. It wouldn't be a shark, would it?" Duoji reassured Jidong with a grin. If Jidong wasn't blinded by hunger, he would have noticed that Duoji's smile was extremely unnatural. Duoji took out a metal canister from his backpack, which seemed to contain some kind of seasoning. Jidong thought so too and asked, "What is this?" "Oh, salt." Duoji paused for a moment and then continued. Jidong still didn't notice anything unusual about Duoji. In fact, it wasn't salt. It was a type of chemical poison similar to sodium chloride crystals. Duoji was about to sprinkle it on the sizzling fish. Jidong stopped him. Don't sprinkle it. I like the natural taste. Adding salt makes it bitter and the texture is not good." Jidong's dietary preference saved his life. It won't taste good without salt. Duoji didn't dare to act impulsively, as he felt guilty about his intentions. He thought Jidong had discovered the trickery. He could only weakly say this. Jidong, thinking Duoji was upset, replied, "Sprinkle it then. Actually, adding salt can taste quite good." Duoji was taken aback by Jidong's words. If his hand trembled, the crystals capable of instantly killing a person would fall onto the delicious roasted fish, melting into the oil that oozed from the fish skin and then entering the tender, juicy fish meat, ultimately reaching Jidong's mouth. Duoji hesitated. This was not his first hesitation. The first time was when he desperately carried Jidong out of the sea of fire from the explosion. He had to kill Jidong. It was the task assigned to him by his master. Duoji had always wanted to join the Cosmic Alliance. Believing that the resources of the Cosmic Alliance would make him strong enough to avenge his brother and his village, he had once pinned his hopes on the wolf dragon, foolishly thinking he could control the cosmic beast and use it for revenge. But he never expected things to develop in this direction. After Duoji's guardian memories awakened and his master taught him the cosmic art, he came up with the idea of controlling the cosmic beasts. The cosmic guardians were the only messengers recognized by the cosmic beasts. This connection seemed to be innate. When the cosmic beast first appeared in the solar system, the cosmic guardians also emerged, and the memory of the cosmic art appeared in their minds. This was a method of making some kind of pact with the cosmic beast through blood sacrifice. The more the cosmic beasts were asked to do, the higher the price. Even the sun civilization, which could create a sun, could not explain the mysteries within. Just like the Iron Temple sought, they were searching for deities, or rather, they were searching for things that current science cannot explain. The cosmic art that Duoji learned had the weakest connection with the cosmic beasts. After using such cosmic art, the cosmic beasts would only develop a good impression of Duoji, leaving him with a small life. Priests, on the other hand, are, in a sense, also cosmic beasts. Now the only hope was to kill Jidong. Duoji did not want to do this, but he had no choice. His enemy was too powerful, and he could not accomplish revenge on his own. Duoji remembered a time when an old friend of his master, a proud and self-righteous old man, advised him to let go of his hatred. Since he was a friend of his master, Duoji could only listen respectfully. Finally, unable to hold back, Duoji said to this preachy old man, "With your vast knowledge, you should understand the principle of not imposing on others what you do not desire for yourself, right?" After saying this, his master slapped him, and Duoji fell silent, but his heart was bleeding. There were too many people like this, who had experienced nothing but advised others to let go of their obsessions and hatred, a typical case of standing and talking without pain. His master had promised him that as long as he killed Jidong and brought his body back, then his hatred would become the hatred of the entire Cosmic Alliance. Clearly, the Cosmic Alliance also wanted to use Jidong's body to create A-level Nirvana practitioners. Ironically, the news that Jidong's body and the essence of the cosmic beast were in the hands of the United Government. Duoji's master must have thought that Duoji had failed. Everything he was doing now was meaningless. Duoji put away the small canister of poison and handed the roasted fish to Jidong, who accepted it without courtesy and began to eat. Duoji appeared troubled. After a long time, he said, "Jidong." "Uh-huh." Jidong, with his mouth full of fish, mumbled in response, "Let us duel. Either you die or I die," Duoji said calmly. This statement was both abrupt and inappropriate. "Don't joke. I'll eat first and leave a fishtail for you. I can't help it. I'm too hungry." Jidong thought Duoji was unhappy with him eating alone. "I'm not joking." Duoji looked up, his gaze resolute as he stared at Jidong. Jidong stopped chewing and looked at Duoji. "Wait for me to finish," Jidong said coldly. Chapter 25 The Demon Appears. Tell me why? Jidong asked the Jidong standing opposite him. At this moment, they had already walked out of the cave. It was the afternoon of the day after the wolf dragon was killed. The sky was overcast, and the surroundings were very quiet. This was an open area on a cliff, with dark soil growing emerald green grass sprouts. "I have to kill you," Duoji said coldly. Just like that. Jidong also appeared calm, but there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He really considered Duoji to be his friend, and until today, he thought Duoji also regarded him as a friend. How sad, how ridiculous. Those close to him either wanted to kill him or had left without a word. Jidong fell silent. Duoji held two long knives in his hands. There were no sheaths, just simply wrapped in coarse cloth. Duoji threw one of the knives to Jidong, who reached out to catch it. The moment he caught the knife, Jidong felt its astonishing weight. He exerted a lot of effort to prevent the long knife from falling to the ground. This was because Jidong was completely unprepared. He didn't expect a knife to be so heavy. The average one-arm load capacity of an H-level Nirvana practitioner is 70 kilograms, and the strong ones can reach up to 100 kilograms. This long knife seemed to weigh about 30 kilograms. Although Jidong was still an un-Nirvana practitioner, he did not find it difficult to wield it. Playing with knives? After adapting to the weight of the long knife, Jidong at Duoji. The high school Jidong previously attended was a branch of the Yangtze Academy, where the use of cold weapons was a major feature of the academy. After merging with Erguo II, Jidong's priest genes gradually awakened, and after 2 injections of priest gene enhancers, Erguo also noticed the changes within Jidong. Of course, there were also its own changes. Jidong was attacked by a mysterious person, causing the United Government's plan to fail. However, the mysterious person on the cliff restarted everything 3 years later. In fact, this mysterious person was Caesar, who played a significant role in the United Government's agreement to G-Lakai's conditions. On the surface, there was a brief peace, but a bloody storm was about to arrive. Although the Earth was under the control of the United Government, this situation was about to change. "Let's begin," Jidong said coldly. Duoji did not hesitate and charged at Jidong with the knife raised, the sharp and heavy blade aimed at Jidong's shoulder. Jidong stood still, as if waiting for the knife to strike into his shoulder. Duoji realized this as well, but it was too late to stop now. The immense inertia of the heavy long knife pulled the blade down towards Jidong's shoulder. There are many muscle groups in the human shoulder, but their size is generally small. Duoji had already foreseen what would happen next. He imagined Jidong's arm being severed and blood gushing out. He cursed Jidong in his heart. Did he not consider Jidong a friend? But what about his hatred? What should he do? He couldn't let go. He couldn't forget. Since the massacre that day, his only meaning of living was revenge. Everything else he could not have and did not deserve to have. Duoji closed his eyes, unwilling to see what would happen next. The long knife fell as expected, landing on Jidong's shoulder. Jidong struggled, his knee joints slightly bending. But he still stood firm. To Duoji's surprise, at the moment of contact, it made a sound that only steel colliding with steel would make. Duoji's hand gripping the knife could hardly withstand the intense vibration. The long knife slipped from his hand, with part of it firmly embedded in Jidong's shoulder bone. It was a bizarre sight, a long knife slicing through flesh and embedding itself in bone. The blade was so sharp, yet it did not sever the arm. Cold sweat broke out on Jidong's face. Although merging with the metal life made him have indestructible bones, the pain could not be alleviated. At this moment, a black liquid mixed with blood appeared at the wound. This was Erguo, but Erguo did not communicate with Jidong at all. The black liquid flowed upwards along the long knife in a gravity-defying manner and quickly enveloped it. The long knife was gradually dissolved. After a few seconds, the long knife had been swallowed by the black liquid, and a layer of black metallic membrane covered the wound. Jidong could still feel the intense pain coming from his shoulder. Duoji could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. He used to think that fusion beings were like zombies, living dead. He never expected that fusion beings could be so abnormal. Jidong endured the excruciating pain, trying to keep his voice steady as he said, "We're even now." Saying this, Jidong threw the knife he held back to Duoji. Duoji caught the knife. Remaining silent, Jidong continued, "You can't kill me." The pain from the injury to the bone was the hardest to bear, although Jidong was trying to conceal it. His trembling voice and breathing had betrayed him. Duoji was also aware of this. He understood how much strength he had used in that blow. A sense of dejection surged in his heart, and he decided to stop resisting. Jidong could easily kill him. Jidong did not attack Duoji. As a wave of intense pain subsided, and he was about to face another round of severe pain, Jidong took a deep breath and said calmly, "This knife is a repayment. You saved my life. I owe it to you. Kill me." Duoji sat down on the ground in despair. He had already broken down. "I have no reason to kill you," Jidong replied. He was feeling a bit weak. The excruciating pain continued to radiate from his shoulder, gradually spreading throughout his body. Jidong was also unclear about the situation. He had tried many times to communicate with Erguo, but Erguo had never responded to him. "Kill me," Duoji repeated. Everything he had experienced in recent days had left him utterly disappointed. The opportunity for revenge was within reach, yet he could not grasp it. "Tell me why?" Jidong asked the question again, hoping for a different answer this time. At this moment, Jidong was already unable to stand. This was a pain he had never experienced before, an internal and external agony that made him feel like he was being torn apart. Jidong knelt on the ground. On the brink of collapse, Duoji began to choke up. This was not a sign of weakness, but a realization of his despair that he did not even have the qualification to fight back. The intense pain within Jidong was growing stronger, and now the pain was continuous. Jidong, enduring the pain, shouted, "Duoji, you are my brother. If you really want me dead, then I will die. After all, everyone wants me dead. I might as well die by your hand." Suddenly, the pain came to an abrupt halt. From Jidong's back, where the demon wings had sprouted, countless metal pieces of various shapes surged out. The tips of these metal pieces were sharp, piercing into every inch of Jidong's skin. His head began to expand, transforming into a hexagonal shape, with each hexagon tightly connected, forming a new layer of skin. These hexagons were very small, with a diameter of about 1/100th of a millimeter. To put it exaggeratively, Jidong's size had increased 100-fold, becoming a massive steel monster. The metal pieces were predominantly black, with dark golden and white colors as well. These colored iron pieces depicted a strange totem on the chest and back of the steel monster. Duoji was also stunned by Jidong's transformation. It could be seen that the steel monster was in great pain. It had a basic human shape, but its back had grown wings several dozen meters long. Its face had no features. The dark golden metal pieces became its face, emitting a cold light. Duoji was confused. Jidong should thank Bauman. It was Bauman who created those nanobots to maintain Jidong's consciousness. Erguo had already demonized. Jidong and Erguo had soaked in the star marrow for such a long time, and in the later stages, Erguo had been wrapping around Jidong. The star marrow accelerated the demonization process of Erguo. Chapter 26. Black Magic. The nanobots inside Jidong's body reacted rapidly. The Erguo underwent incredible changes within the star essence. Originally considered a low-level entity among the metallic life forms, it was a Class 2 life form with significantly enhanced demonic traits. The efficacy of the wolf dragon star essence is documented in the guide. Life forms that absorb the essence of the wolf dragon will form an energy field around their basic life units. Taking carbon-based life as an example. Their basic life unit is the cell, and this formed energy field greatly stimulates the potential of the cells, significantly improving each cell's energy utilization efficiency. Macroscopically, this means that the life form advances rapidly along its predetermined development path. In simple terms, the wolf dragon star essence acts as a growth agent. The star essence of other cosmic behemoths has other wondrous properties. This is the principle behind using star essence to create Class A nirvana beings. As a metallic life form, Erguo's basic life unit consists of metallic compounds composed of different heavy elements, along with the metallic fluid bound by them. The wolf dragon star essence greatly accelerated the demonization process of Erguo. Without the nanobots created by Bauman, Jidong would have already become a genuine demon. Nevertheless, this demonic state would still persist for some time. As for when it would be lifted, it entirely depended on how long Erguo could hold out against the nanobots. Jidong's consciousness remained clear, which was the only thing the nanobots could achieve at this stage. However, Jidong could not control himself, or rather, he could not control this metallic monster. Erguo had no communication with him. Jidong felt a continuous flow of power, but this power did not belong to him. He did not know what he would do next. He could still speak, but his voice sounded strange, mixed with a buzzing sound emitted by electrical signals. He said, "Duoji, tell me why you want to kill me?" Jidong did not know what he could do. It seemed that he was being pulled into an abyss, an endless abyss. He just wanted some connection to the real world. Even if he could do nothing, he wanted Duoji to make some sound, even if it was just to cry out loud. However, Duoji still sat dejectedly on the ground, not saying a word. The shock brought by Jidong's astonishing transformation was already gone, and despair once again enveloped his heart. A profound sense of loneliness filled Jidong's heart. He felt that his consciousness was also controlled by Erguo. This feeling was truly overwhelming. Duoji raised his long knife again, but this time the sharp blade was aimed at his own neck. He wanted to die quickly. The hatred suffocated him, and the feeling of powerlessness forced him to end his own life. Just as Duoji was about to act, he was knocked to the ground by the shockwave from an explosion. The long knife slipped from his hand and pierced into a nearby rock. Duoji did not know what had happened. He did not even hear the explosion loud enough to rupture eardrums. He was solely focused on seeking death, with no time to consider anything else. Jidong, however, witnessed the entire process of the explosion. He watched helplessly as a red and green shell flew towards him, or rather, towards the metallic monster. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to control the metallic monster's actions. The metallic monster seemed to be in a stalemate with the nanobots and did not notice the shell. The shell hit the metallic monster's right shoulder, followed by an explosion. The metallic monster was enraged by this sudden blow. It staggered forward 2 steps, and when the bomb exploded on its back, it fell to the ground heavily. Jidong knew that such an explosion was merely a loud noise with minimal actual damage to the metallic monster. Its fall was just to relieve the powerful force to avoid being thrown away. At first, Jidong thought the shell shooter was the Air Force of the United Government. They mistook the metallic monster for a cosmic behemoth, hence the attack. The metallic monster did not stand up again. It continued to deal with the nanobots inside its body, ignoring everything else. At this point, a group of people rushed over from a distance. They were fully armed, wearing the most expensive combat suits with the best defensive capabilities, holding various weapons. Some had already begun to cheer. At the end of the trial, they had actually hunted such a large monster, which excited them all. The United Government had announced the early termination of the trial 23 hours ago. There was only 1 hour left until the deadline to exit the trial area. Such incredible luck dispelled everyone's inner frustration. Earlier that day, when the massive explosion occurred, they had been searching for an escaping white wasteland wolf nearby. When the deafening explosion sounded, they looked in the direction of the sound and saw the fire shooting into the sky, and the pure blue light of bullets piercing through the smoke. They thought the trial participants from the War God Academy were hunting some gigantic monster, feeling both envious and jealous. Subsequently, they heard discussions about the explosion on the public channel. I saw it. A monster like a mountain. I've never seen such a terrifying creature. This was a particularly excited voice, trembling, unsure if it was from fear or excitement. Impossible. Are you still asleep? Someone questioned. No, I saw it too. It had a wolf's head and bat-like wings. Another excited voice chimed in. Yes, I witnessed the explosion and saw the Air Force's fighter jets. Another person echoed. The public channel erupted in chaos. After all, there were only a few trial participants who had seen the explosion firsthand. More people spread across the hidden wasteland had only vaguely seen some smoke and strange white mist from the explosion. Before the public channel had started discussing the incident, everyone believed it was the trial participants from the War God Academy hunting monsters. They had the backing of 12 families and could accomplish anything. This incident fully ignited people's curiosity. The trial participants, adhering to the mindset of better to believe than not believe, continued to discuss the matter on the public channel. Shortly after, the public channel was abruptly shut down. At the same time, the United Government announced the early termination of the trial and required the trial participants located in the center of the hidden wasteland to evacuate within 24 hours. The scoring system for hunting during the trial would also be closed afterward. No one attempted to look for Ji Dong anymore, after so long. No one had discovered his whereabouts, and it was better to hunt a monster to gain some hunting points. At this moment, the metallic monster lay on the ground like a collapsed sculpture, stiff and motionless. Ji Dong found that his vision was not restricted. He could freely observe everything around him. Duoji had already fainted, lying on the ground not far away, covered with a thin layer of dirt. The group of people was only about 20 meters away from them. Ji Dong could now see their faces clearly. He recognized the leader among them and cursed inwardly. The group cautiously approached the motionless metallic monster. After confirming there was no danger, someone took out a thick-barreled firearm and fired a capture net, which contained a strong electric current. One of them said, "This big monster is worth about 200 hunting points. If it weren't for young Master Shangwan's weapon, we wouldn't have been able to hunt such a large creature. I propose that young Master Shangwan takes 70 points. There were more than 10 people present, both men and women, who all agreed. Shangwan Shui waved his hand and said, "I didn't expect that we would have such a big harvest at the last moment. 70 points is too much. I only need 60 points. Shangwan Shui pretended to be modest, but in his heart, he actually wanted to monopolize the full 200 points. However, he also realized that he could not transport such a large monster back alone, and losing the support of the group at this moment would be very disadvantageous to him. At that moment, a strong current from the trapping net coursed through the entire body of the metal monster. The current was to the metal life what blood is to the human body, but the nanobots were affected by the strong magnetic field produced by this powerful current, and the metal monster instantly gained the upper hand. It stood up, looked at the panicked crowd, and emitted a hoarse and cold voice. "I am the Black Demon." Ji Dong felt dizzy from the sudden intensified sensation of falling. Chapter 27. Grudges. Ji Dong struggled to control his increasingly intense urge to vomit. Yet he could still perceive the external world. The metal monster called itself the Black Demon. This indicated that the metal monster had its own consciousness and was not under Ji Dong's control. Moreover, in a sense, the Black Demon was not the Erguotu, a type of liquor. Before the Black Demon stood up again, someone had already discovered the unconscious Duoji. Shangwan Shui recognized Duoji at a glance. The suppressed anger in Shangwan Shui's heart erupted all at once. Various images from the past flooded his mind, depicting Ji Dong and Duoji's arrogance. He had initially been fearful of Ji Dong, so he endured the humiliation. He thought this humiliation would be buried deep in his heart, with no chance of rising again. Now that Duoji was in his hands and in such a situation, his fear of Ji Dong had greatly diminished. Who would still fear someone whose life and death were uncertain and who was incapable of protecting themselves? But he never expected Ji Dong to be right in front of him. Shangguan Shui wanted to torment Duoji and then kill him. This was his favorite way to relieve stress. Over 30 years ago, when Shangguan Shui was 5 years old, he used a small knife to poke out the eye of a polar bear cub. This cub was a birthday gift from his father for his 5th birthday. However, he did not like this gift because the previous year, on his brother's 5th birthday, their father had given him a small spaceship, one of only 10 produced by Horizon Company. The transportation network in Earth's near-Earth orbit was already very developed. People primarily used private spaceships and orbital trains for transportation. This limited edition small spaceship even had its own dedicated track. His brother was better than him in every way. And Shangguan Shui could feel that their father favored his brother. A clumsy bear that could only grunt kept him awake at night. He simply picked up the small knife, initially intending to kill it. But after stabbing it a few times in its furry body, it did not have much effect. The pain only made its cries louder. The subcutaneous fat of polar bears was very thick, even in cubs. When Shangguan Shui saw the cub's innocent eyes, he stabbed down again. The cub's voice changed to a tearing scream. Shangguan Shui realized that listening to such sounds reminded him of his brother, who had 2 small knives stuck in his eyes, helplessly crying out. That night, he slept particularly well. After that, he fell in love with this feeling, torturing various small animals, even people. He hid it well from outsiders. No one would believe that a refined and fair-skinned young man harbored such perverse thoughts. He imagined how Duoji would look when tormented by him, and the excitement in his heart overflowed. But he had to restrain this excitement. He hypocritically pointed at the unconscious Duoji and said, "Take him back. I will find the best doctor to treat him." The trialists are all brothers. The people following him cast admiring glances at him. Although those looks were filled with flattery, who would care? He regarded Duoji merely as a sacrificial victim for his pathological desires, unaware that the grudge between him and Duoji was not that simple. The terror of the black demon was beyond description. It crushed each human standing before it one by one, and no one could escape. Shangguan Shui was the most miserable. While he was still feeling proud, he was suddenly scared stiff by the black demon rising up. Then the black demon bit down on half of his body, its metal teeth easily snapping his bones, but not completely severing him. The crowd could hear Shangguan Shui's screams echoing in the metal cavity. They were just a group of hot-blooded kids. How could they have ever witnessed such a scene? No one had the strength to run away. Whether it was the bloodied bodies or the blood that stained the soil, they were all devoured clean by those black metal insects. It was as if this group of people had never existed in the world. Duoji, however, escaped a calamity. The black demon did not crush him, and the metal insects seemed to avoid the area where Duoji lay. One metal insect, however, crawled directly toward Duoji and swallowed his left thumb in one bite. It is said that the pain of losing a finger is felt deeply. The intense pain jolted Duoji awake. Those unaware might have thought he was just playing dead. As for the insect that swallowed Duoji's thumb, it instantly turned into a pool of black liquid. After this, the black demon transformed into a statue, standing motionless in place. About 10 minutes later, fine cracks appeared all over the black demon's body, and sporadic sparks of electricity erupted across its surface. Suddenly, as if the statue had been shattered, the black demon's body began to disintegrate. The shattered pieces broke into even smaller fragments, repeating this process until they turned into fine dust, dispersing in the wind. Ji Dong's immediate feeling was that the sensation of falling and dizziness disappeared instantly. In addition, there was a sense of security wrapped in familiar time and space. Ji Dong weakly stood up from the ground, while Duoji pressed his right hand against a wound that was gushing blood, enduring the unbearable pain. At that moment, Duoji was very happy. The moment he woke up was precisely when the black demon bit Shangguan Shui. Even without seeing his face, he was certain that the person was Shangguan Shui. He was too familiar with his brother. Duoji also witnessed the black demon transform into Ji Dong before him. Ji Dong approached Duoji, who disregarded his wound and got up to embrace Ji Dong, beginning to cry loudly. These were tears of relief, undoubtedly. However, Ji Dong felt quite awkward due to Duoji's sudden show of affection. Ji Dong did not know where to place his hands, which were stiff and awkwardly frozen. He just wanted to quickly escape this strange embrace. Duoji, I like women. I don't mean to discriminate against you. This was the only reasonable explanation Ji Dong could think of. Upon hearing this, Duoji felt a bit embarrassed and quickly loosened his grip around Ji Dong's waist. Ji Dong, I'm just very happy. I thought revenge was hopeless, but you helped me. Revenge? What grudge? How did I help you? What just happened? Ji Dong was confused. Duoji thought Ji Dong was pretending to be humble. You don't have to be like this. This is a secret only the two of us know. I won't tell anyone else." Saying this, Duoji looked sincerely at Ji-dong. Duoji was referring to the matter of the black demon. But Ji-dong misunderstood and quickly replied, "Two grown men, what secret could there be?" Ji-dong could avoid Duoji's gaze. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly awkward. Of course, this was just Ji-dong's personal feeling. Duoji had never thought in that direction at all. To ease his own embarrassment, Ji-dong asked, "By the way, what do you mean by revenge?" Upon hearing this, Duoji lowered his eyelids, as the terrifying past always caused him pain. He told Ji-dong a story. The village where Duoji lived worked for the Shangwan family, mining gamma alloy. His village was wiped out by government troops for illegally smelting gamma alloy. Duoji was the only survivor. More than 100 years ago, at the beginning of the maintenance era, a special type of person appeared in the village, known as the integrators. These individuals were different from the integrators created in government experiments. They were not influenced by metal life and would reach an agreement among themselves for mutual benefit and coexistence. Duoji's brother was the only integrator in the village at that time. If nothing unexpected happened, Duoji would be the next. The reason for the army's massacre of the village was not simple. Someone had set their sights on Duoji's brother's identity as an integrator. That person was Shangwan Shui. At that time, Shangwan Shui was 18 years old, still an H-level nirvana. Compared to his genius brother, he was utterly incompetent. Therefore, his father sent him to the largest gamma alloy mine in Asia to train. It was a grueling job. Until Shangwan Shui discovered Duoji's brother. Shangwan Shui coveted Duoji's brother's integrator physique. He devised an evil plan to replace Duoji's brother and become the integrator. The indestructible framework of an integrator was rare and sought after. The United Government, after failing to create integrators, accidentally discovered the miraculous properties of the indestructible framework. The diamond skeleton guides cells to undergo division and differentiation. Before and after regrowth, Shangwan Shui remains 18 years old. Time has stopped for him. Daji Gij's skeleton is Shangwan Shui's opportunity. Shangwan Shui uses family power to have the joint government send troops to massacre the village under a fabricated crime. Joseph was the commander at that time. However, today, more than a decade later, this regrowth can be completed within a year. The War God Academy secretly conducts bone replacement. Chapter 28. The night arrives when the massacre happened back then. Duoji was only 3 years old. It was the master who told Duoji the hidden truths behind the massacre and who he should hate. Besides Shangwan Shui, there was another type of person, the priests. The guardians of the starry sky and the priests were natural enemies. Since childhood, the master had instilled this idea in Duoji. The master said that priests had become extinct. And if any priests were still alive now, we should be the first to cut their throats. Ji-dong was the only priest in the solar system. The lifespan of a priest was very short, at most 30 solar years. But their talent and combat power were considered invincible. Of course, this was only true for the first-generation priests. Ji-dong survived thanks to the gene inhibitors provided by the Iron Temple. Now, all factions believed that Ji-dong's body was already in the hands of the United Government. Duoji told Ji-dong his identity. As a guardian of the starry sky, he was truly the enemy of the priests. Now that Duoji had avenged his great hatred, he had to go back and report. Before leaving, Duoji told Ji-dong, "Next time we meet, I won't hold back." Was this something I should say? Ji-dong was stunned. Duoji's confidence caught him off guard. "Get lost." Ji-dong joked. "See you later," Duoji said seriously. Ji-dong was still unaware of all the events happening around him. He had previously said he wanted to break free from bondage and control, but he was still being manipulated. Now, when he calmed down and thought about everything he had experienced, it seemed to be intricately connected to his father. He wanted to truly say goodbye to all of this and live a life he could control. As he thought of this, confusion surged in his heart. Duoji had told him that his name was now on the red wanted list, and how to preserve his life was still a problem. Did that mean he had to live in this desolate land forever? Ji-dong thought to himself. In fact, news of the United Government capturing Ji-dong had already spread. And with the early conclusion of the hunting trial, the only ones left wanting to capture Ji-dong were those bounty hunters who were out of the loop. But even just the bounty hunters were enough for Ji-dong to handle. At night, Ji-dong still hid in the cave he had previously occupied. He felt danger lurking all around. Erguitu had remained silent. After the black magic incident, Ji-dong had also developed some apprehension towards Erguitu. Ji-dong built up his courage for a long time before daring to communicate with Erguitu, but there was no response. Ji-dong didn't give up, calling out to Erguitu every 5 minutes, but still received no reply. Drowsy, Ji-dong was about to fall asleep when he suddenly heard footsteps getting closer and closer. His sleepiness vanished. He tightly gripped the long knife that Duoji had given him before leaving. Now, Ergutu could no longer help him guard against sudden dangers. So Jidong had to concentrate fully. His heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The footsteps were very close now, but he still couldn't see where the person was. Jidong quickly extinguished the fire beside him and retreated into the darkness. He would not be foolish enough to ask who was coming. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. The only way was to also place himself in the dark. This way, at least he wouldn't be ambushed. Jidong pressed his back against the wall. So he only had to be wary of one direction of attack. Without sight, he could only rely on smell and hearing. Jidong prepared himself for a confrontation. The person should be a bounty hunter. Jidong was almost certain of it. Suddenly, a white light illuminated the darkness. To his surprise, the white light just stayed there and showed no intention of searching the area. The person seemed to be deliberately exposing their position. This action was indeed strange. But Jidong didn't want to hesitate any longer. The heightened tension made his adrenaline surge. Jidong gripped the long knife tightly and slashed towards the direction of the light. Jidong's movement was quick, but if the source of the white light was indeed a person, that person would have enough time to react. It was indeed a person. And without any attempt to dodge, they allowed the heavy long knife to strike them. History seemed to repeat itself during the day. It was Duoji who struck Jidong with the long knife, after which Duoji lost grip of the knife. Now, Jidong's knife was shaken from his grasp. His arms went numb from the impact. The person was completely unaffected, and the white light shone down on Jidong's fierce face, the sudden brightness blinding him. "Kid, this welcome gift is nice," said the person behind the white light. Because of the glaring light, Jidong couldn't see the speaker's face clearly. But the voice was particularly familiar. Jidong had to use his numb palm to shield his eyes from the bright light and then pretended to be calm, saying, "Who are you?" "Let's sit down and talk," the voice replied kindly. As it spoke, the pile of firewood that Jidong had extinguished earlier reignited. The flames flickered on the walls of the cave, illuminating the area once again. In the instant Jidong regained his sight, he recognized the person's appearance. "Joseph," Jidong exclaimed in surprise. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a ghost," Joseph said with a relaxed smile. He was wearing a long black robe, pulling down a large hood as he approached Jidong. "Don't come any closer." After the earlier confrontation, Jidong knew he was not a match for Joseph. But thinking of what Duoji had told him, he felt no goodwill towards Joseph anymore. Joseph was not surprised. He stood still and calmly said, "You already know. You blew me up. It's all because of that Wolf King necklace. You need to understand, the necklace is the one Barman gave you. I didn't replace it." Jidong understood what Joseph meant and felt like a fool. "So, he has always wanted me dead?" Jidong's emotions were tumultuous. All along, he had been a pawn for others to manipulate. Jidong learned from Duoji that he was the only priest on Earth. Other matters, Duoji wasn't too clear about. At first, Jidong was a bit pleased, thinking, "I'm the only one in the world. How impressive." He never dreamed that all the messed up things he had experienced were related to this identity. Joseph, however, was surprisingly calm. He gradually soothed Jidong. Then, he told Jidong about the plan of escaping the shell, but he didn't mention Caesar, or the Iron Temple, or the Starry Sky Alliance. He also revealed that Jidong had never injected the Nirvana agent, but was injected with the priest gene enhancer. Apart from the matter of Caesar, Joseph told Jidong everything that the various factions had done to him. After listening, Jidong quietly said, "The people of the Iron Temple crippled me, and Barman, the old sea dog, and my father are all from the Iron Temple." Joseph nodded. He then felt that this answer was inaccurate and added, "They are not considered people of the Iron Temple." "Then what are they?" Jidong pressed. "I don't know," Joseph replied. These questions had already involved Caesar, and he had to remain silent about him. Jidong broadly understood what Joseph was trying to convey. First, the United Government needed Jidong's body to create A-level Nirvana users, and they also wanted to use Jidong's identity as a priest to attract and eliminate the Starry Sky beasts. Secondly, the Starry Sky Alliance. The Guardians of the Starry Sky and the priest were natural enemies. Their mission was to eliminate Jidong, and before they could do that, they needed Jidong to lure out the Starry Sky beasts. They could control the Starry Sky beasts. Lastly, the Iron Temple, a group of fanatics, had been pursuing a so-called deity. The Starry Sky beasts were the closest thing to their god. When Jilikai found them, they had already decided that no matter what, they had to turn Jidong into a priest to lure out their deity. Jilikai, on one hand, agreed with the joint government not to harm Jidong within a 3-year period. On the other hand, he established a cooperative relationship with the joint government, clearly aware of what the Iron Temple intended to do to Jidong. After explaining all this, Joseph began to clarify his true purpose for coming to find Jidong. Chapter 29, True Nirvana. The two sat by the campfire. Strangely, the fire continued to blaze brightly even without adding any wood. Joseph explained to Jidong, "You have a competent father." "Competent?" Jidong scoffed. Joseph understood why Jidong felt this way and continued, "Many people on Earth want you dead. These uncontrollable factors have always existed. No plan, no matter how perfect, can be flawless. You should be grateful that in the end, your father won. Although the process was painful, you survived, didn't you?" Joseph knew that was all he could say. "If winning means dying, then I'd rather be dead," Jidong said. But deep down, he was already wavering. His prejudice against his father was no longer as strong as before. "We don't have much time. You are still in danger." "I am about to leave Earth." Joseph began to discuss serious matters. "What do you mean?" Jidong asked. "The true escape from the chrysalis," Joseph replied. "I am a human, not a cicada." Jidong felt some resistance to what was about to happen. "You want to achieve nirvana, the first true nirvana," Joseph said to himself. "You have become a priest and absorbed most of the star marrow's energy. Don't you want to become an A-class nirvana practitioner?" At this point, Joseph's tone revealed his undeniable excitement. Joseph believed he was one of the few who knew Jilakai's true plan. Jilakai didn't want Jidong to be a mere survivor. He wanted him to become someone who could determine his own fate. Clearly, A-class nirvana practitioners were such people. "I have a question," Jidong said to Joseph. Joseph nodded with a smile. "Where did the version of me that the United Government captured come from?" Jidong asked. "A clone," Joseph answered. Jidong pondered for a moment and then said, "I have another question." Joseph continued to nod with a smile. "Could that version of me also become an A-class nirvana practitioner?" Jidong voiced his question. Without hesitation, Joseph answered Jidong, "Yes, but your chances are greater. It's also possible that both could fail or both could succeed. Let's begin." Jidong simply said 3 words, but in his heart, he went through a long process of self-denial and self-affirmation. Finally, he decided to choose nirvana. He had once vowed never to be manipulated again. This had to be the last time, he convinced himself. Joseph was not one to hesitate. As he took equipment from his large bag, he said to Jidong, "The nirvana agent I am giving you is control type, with an expected dormancy period of 2 months. Conditions are limited. There is no nirvana dormancy chamber. You can let gamma life create a dormancy environment for you." Upon hearing this, Jidong replied, "The gamma life inside me has lost contact with me." Joseph showed no surprise and continued, "You need to solve this yourself. After nirvana, your appearance will change significantly. At that time, no one on Earth will recognize you. You can start anew and work hard to become an A-class nirvana practitioner. Let go of all the suffering you've endured before. You can pick it up again when you are strong enough. That's all I have to say. Now, I will inject you with the nirvana agent. You will retain consciousness for an hour after the injection." Joseph finished speaking and injected a green vial of agent into Jidong's body. "I have to go now." An ear-piercing alarm sounded from the device on Joseph's wrist. After injecting the agent, Joseph left the cave, and with his departure, the campfire went out. Jidong felt uncertain. He began to regret his impulsive actions. Without a dormancy chamber for nirvana, it basically meant that this attempt at nirvana would fail. Jidong kept calling for Erguotu, but there was still no response. Time passed second by second, and Jidong felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. If he fell into dormancy like this, his attempt at nirvana would definitely fail. Cases of first-time nirvana failures were rare. The success rate for first-time nirvana was 100%, provided there was a dormancy chamber. Those who fail nirvana will produce nirvana antibodies in their bodies, and the probability of succeeding in nirvana afterward will significantly decrease, affecting a person's physical condition. Jidong envisioned various disastrous outcomes. Just before falling into dormancy, Jidong clung to a last glimmer of hope and called for Erguotu once more. "Erguotu, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and come out." 1 second, silence. 2 seconds, still no response. 5 seconds, Jidong's call seemed to fall into an abyss again. 10 seconds, Jidong was almost ready to give up. At this moment, the long-awaited voice of Erguotu came. "Boss, are you calling me? Who else could it be? Wrap me up quickly." In the final moments before dormancy, Jidong shouted to Erguotu. One morning, Jidong woke up. He could feel a thin metallic membrane enveloping his entire body. This metallic membrane did not affect his vision. Jidong saw that the side of his body close to the ground was covered in dark green moss. He pushed himself up with his hands, and every bone in his body creaked slightly, as hunger suddenly overwhelmed his mind. After all, he hadn't eaten for months. "Boss, you finally woke up. I thought you were dead." Erguo2's voice rang out. "I thought you were dead." The months of dormancy were a blank period in Jidong's memory. His recollections were still stuck at the moment before dormancy. "I almost died. It took me a long time to piece those shattered fragments back together. Those nanobots almost killed me," Erguo2 explained, referring to its transformation into the dark demon. "Weren't you not dead?" Jidong still felt resentful about Erguo2 ignoring him. "I scrapped those damn robots. It felt great to get my revenge," Erguo2 said through gritted teeth. Jidong recalled being devoured by the dark demon, without the nanobots. If Erguo2 transformed into the dark demon again, Jidong dared not revisit that feeling and fell silent. Erguo2 understood Jidong's concerns and assured him, "Boss, I also absorbed quite a bit of star marrow. I promise you, there won't be a next time." In fact, Erguo2 was also uncertain. It had not fully controlled its demon form. With its current ability, it could only ensure that Jidong wouldn't die too quickly when the dark demon appeared. Upon hearing Erguo2's promise, Jidong no longer worried. After all, worrying was useless. It was beyond his control. The metallic membrane had completely retreated into Jidong's body. After this true nirvana, Jidong was eager to experience what it felt like to be a control-type nirvana practitioner. It was an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Jidong could even feel every air molecule bouncing off his skin after contact. The shape, color, and texture of every tiny particle in the rock. However, this was limited to perception. To control these ubiquitous particles and make them into elusive weapons, Jidong still had a long way to go. Erguo2's most direct impression of Jidong's nirvana was that Jidong had become more handsome. His nose was more prominent, his eyes were larger and double-lidded, he had tanned skin, and he had grown quite a bit taller. Overall, he looked much more dashing than before. Jidong had been reborn. Chapter 30 New partner Jidong's rebirth was akin to a new life. Once he shed his old shell like a golden cicada, everything from the past was left behind in that broken shell. Joseph's suggestion was for Jidong to change his name after his rebirth, but Jidong felt it unnecessary. His current appearance was so different from his former self that no one would believe they were the same person. There are many people in the world with the same name. A single name is not enough to raise suspicion. Jidong truly became a reborn being. Although he was only an H level, this brought him a completely new feeling and mindset. The previous false rebirth only gave him a sense of becoming stronger. It was as if he had been standing on the ground, with the unreachable sky as his destination. The false rebirth allowed him to jump higher, but he still couldn't touch the sky. However, after this real rebirth, he saw the staircase leading to the sky. Although each step of this staircase was high, at least he had a method to keep climbing. This was the greatest feeling Jidong gained from this rebirth. There are now about 6 billion people on Earth, almost all of whom are reborn beings, with low-level reborn beings accounting for about 90%. Moreover, the strength of a reborn being is greatly related to the type of rebirth reagent used. Although Jidong is the only priest remaining on Earth and a gamma life fusionist, these two identities pose more potential threats to him at this time. He has limitless potential but a low starting point. Jidong's path to becoming an A-level reborn being will not be smooth and has a high chance of failure. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. This is Jidong's choice. Regardless of what lies ahead, he can only grit his teeth and move forward. Joseph had mentioned in a message that many people sacrificed their lives to save Jidong, and he could not let their deaths be in vain. The United Government wants to eliminate Jidong, and both the Iron Temple and the Star Alliance want him dead. These are the three most powerful forces on Earth today. The 12 families behind the United Government control the vast majority of resources on the planet. The Star Alliance consists of the Star Guardians, who, although they do not possess the so-called deities from the original solar civilization, can enhance their strength through obscure star techniques after awakening. The Iron Temple also has its unique aspects. The intelligence obtained by the United Government indicates that although the Iron Temple has yet to possess the so-called deities from the original solar civilization, they have artificially created some terrifying existences through special technologies according to the guidance in their manuals. Everything that happened before can be said to have been a dream for Jidong. He was drawn into the highest level of interest conflicts on Earth due to his innate identity. Now, he has finally extricated himself and has become an inconspicuous ordinary person, just one among billions of reborn beings. Jidong can finally live for himself. The conflicts of the big figures will continue, but no one will pay attention to him anymore. From this moment on, he has become a stranger to himself and to others. Every newly reborn being will seek equipment and weapons that suit themselves or that they like. Speaking of equipment and weapons, one cannot ignore the significant changes brought to humanity by the Solar Maintenance Guide. The guide contains many blueprints for equipment and weapons from the solar civilization era, and humans on Earth have copied these to create many highly replicable weapons and equipment from that solar age. Of course, besides those made according to the blueprints, there are also things that have existed in the solar system since that distant era. Humans on Earth are able to harness these things. The United Government has enacted a law called the Solar Civilization Relics Protection Act. For those original entities from the solar civilization era, the United Government imposes strict controls. Even in the black market, such items are rarely seen. Jidong prepared to leave the Tibetan plateau and find a place to settle in a small town along the way. He exited the cave and climbed down the cliff from the south. The trees there were sparser. And after emerging from the dense forest in the center of the Tibetan plateau, Jidong planned to head east, where there was a vast expanse, occasionally nourished by water systems, with oases that were Jidong's destination. As the trial examinations ended early, the trial takers gradually withdrew from the Tibetan plateau, and the area once again became desolate. The forest birds chirped softly, and the mountain wind was cold. After stepping off the last stone, Jidong's feet landed on the damp, soft moss, and he took a deep breath, starting to weave through the forest. After about an hour, as he passed by a giant red maple tree, Jidong's calf sank into knee-deep red maple leaves, slowing his movements, as if trudging through snow. He decided to lie down in the soft pile of maple leaves, the fragrance of the leaves enveloping him from all sides, saving his nose from the damp. Decaying odor accumulated over the years in the dense forest. Jidong still hadn't found food. He had planned to catch some wild game while moving through the dense forest to roast and eat. So far, he hadn't encountered even a wild fruit. Hunger weakened him, and his appetite drove him mad. Jidong truly wished he could just lie there and not get up, imagining various delicacies in his mind, engaging in a futile exercise of pie-in-the-sky thinking. At that moment, his hunger-triggered senses picked up a faint breath that did not belong to him. Along with the breathing, there was a slightly juvenile growl. Food was coming right to him, Jidong thought, moving closer to the source of the sound. The noise was coming from a tree hole in the giant red maple. Jidong did not draw the long knife he carried with him. Using such a weapon to hunt for food felt excessive. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Jidong casually picked up a stone from the ground. He slowed his footsteps, carefully approaching the tree hole. As soon as he saw the target, the stone would be thrown out mercilessly, hitting the prey squarely. The surroundings were silent, with only Jidong's hungry stomach growling. Jidong was just one step away from the tree hole. As he approached, the fragrance of the maple leaves in his nostrils intensified. But he also caught a whiff of the blood that the fragrance could not mask. Jidong became alert, gripping the hilt of the long knife on his back, ready to draw it at any moment. As he made these movements, he continued to approach the tree hole, his focus entirely on it. The light in the dense forest was mostly blocked by leaves, but the wind made the branches sway, allowing a beam of light to shine down directly onto the tree hole. He saw it. It was a grayish-white puppy. No, it was a wolf cub. Jidong noticed its eyes, filled with killing intent, which were different from those of a dog. Jidong was puzzled as to why there was a wolf cub in the tree hole, when suddenly a massive gray shadow lunged out from his side. In an instant, the gray shadow was right in front of Jidong. As Jidong's long knife pierced the neck of the gray shadow, the sharp fangs were less than a centimeter from his neck. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next instant, the massive gray shadow collapsed to the ground with a thud, its enormous weight knocking Jidong down as well, and blood sprayed all over his face. Not far away lay a small dead antelope. Jidong got up from the ground, staring at the giant wolf he had just killed. He was shocked. This wolf was as large as an elephant. The intense sense of pressure it exerted when charging at him lingered in his mind. This was a prairie wolf, a unique monster of the Tibetan plateau. The one in front of him stood 2 meters tall and about 3 meters long. It was an undeniable giant wolf. At that moment, the wolf cub also crawled out of the tree hole, viciously tearing at Jidong's pant leg. Jidong kicked it down, but it got back up and continued to bite. Jidong had no choice but to let it tug at him. The wolf cub was still very young and seemed to have just learned to eat meat. Its teeth were not sharp. If Shangguan Shui were still alive, he would definitely find this wolf familiar. This is the same prairie wolf they hunted before developing black magic. They severely injured this giant wolf, but still let it escape. Jidong carefully observed the dead giant wolf and discovered that one of its ears had been mangled, and it had countless wounds of various sizes all over its body. The most serious injury was on its right hind leg, where a broken bone had pierced through the flesh and was exposed to the air. Jidong secretly felt relieved. If he had been attacked by an uninjured prairie wolf, his life would have been over. Chapter 31. Machine Town. This little wolf cub has quite a spirit. Jidong is not a pervert like Shangwan Shui, who enjoys torturing and killing small animals. Jidong lifted the little wolf cub with one hand. Its tiny milk teeth could only leave shallow bite marks on Jidong's fingers. Although it was futile, it still emitted a low growl that seemed instinctive. Just listening to that sound could be quite eerie. Jidong flicked its little head with his finger, and the little wolf cub immediately became distracted, opening its mouth to bite, but Jidong quickly pulled his finger back, causing the cub to miss. Jidong gently said, "Since I killed your mother, you might as well stick with me from now on. I hope you won't seek revenge on me later." Jidong had already seen the giant wolf's injuries. Even if it hadn't encountered Jidong, it wouldn't live much longer. The reason it was still holding on was probably for this little wolf cub. Even bloodthirsty beasts would sacrifice themselves for those they love. Jidong thought of his father and forced himself not to dwell on it. Those things were too far away from him. With his current strength, he couldn't change anything, not even the tiniest bit. The little wolf clearly wasn't grateful and continued to gnaw on Jidong's fingers, though it was of no use. Its plump little paws had extended tiny, sharp claws, which it used to kick at Jidong's arm, trying to break free from his grasp. Jidong was unfazed by this level of pain and continued to hold onto the little wolf cub. Near noon, the little wolf cub seemed to tire from biting and lay down in a pile of maple leaves to sleep. Jidong spent a lot of time digging a pit that was 4 meters wide, long, and deep. He had initially planned to dig a standard round pit, but as he dug, it ended up being a crooked oval. Jidong, being someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, couldn't stand it, so he made it square instead, which looked more pleasing to the eye. After burying the giant wolf's corpse, Jidong began to process the antelope caught by the giant wolf. He lit a bonfire, and the skinned antelope meat sizzled as it released fat into the flames. Jidong was drooling. The antelope meat was still oozing blood, and he stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The aroma of the roasted meat also attracted the little wolf cub. Seeing this, Jidong brought a piece of meat to its mouth, but it bared its useless fangs and refused Jidong's kindness, thinking it might not eat cooked meat. Jidong cut a piece of raw meat from the back leg of the antelope and tossed it in front of the little wolf cub. The little wolf cub, pretending to be asleep, peeked at the meat with its eyes open, clearly wanting to eat it, but then closed its eyes again, ignoring it. Jidong shook his head helplessly and continued to feast. Just as he turned to continue eating, the little wolf cub suddenly opened its eyes, grabbed the meat, and started to tear into it vigorously. Hearing the sound, Jidong turned to look, and the little wolf cub quickly spat the meat out onto the ground and lay down, pretending to be asleep. Jidong chuckled, picked up the still intact raw meat, cut it into thumb-sized cubes, and placed them beside the little wolf cub. In the following days, Jidong traveled with the little wolf cub, carrying it in a backpack on his back. The vegetation had begun to thin out, and Jidong could see the snowy mountains on the horizon against the deep blue sky. He had already walked out of the Tibetan Plateau's wilderness. The sunlight was blinding, and Jidong seemed to spot a river ahead. No, it was a road, winding and extending to the horizon. Just a bit closer than the horizon was a suddenly raised ring-shaped mountain range, like a natural wall, seemingly enclosing something. Jidong strained his eyes to see a spherical object appear behind that ring-shaped mountain. The road was mostly built over 100 years ago. Now, the most common mode of transportation was flying vehicles, and very few people drove cars. Even so, Jidong still held on to hope. He hoped to encounter a vehicle because he really didn't want to walk anymore. It wasn't because he was tired, but because it was boring. Walking like this was just too dull. If he could get into a vehicle, he could quickly find a place to rest. Jidong had also discussed with Guotu about using the demon wings, but after careful consideration, he thought it was inappropriate. First, it was too conspicuous, likely to attract unnecessary trouble. Second, because of the little wolf cub, if he used the demon wings, Guotu would manifest on Jidong, and Gamma Life needed to exclude all living beings other than the host when manifesting. This meant Jidong would have to give up the little wolf cub. Jidong walked toward the road. He didn't have much hope. To his surprise, a vehicle actually came. It was the kind of pickup truck that was very common over 100 years ago. The driver was a kind, plump old man, a typical European face with a thick golden beard. Nowadays, people used a language promoted in the guide, which was very similar to Chinese in both writing and pronunciation. "Are you an adventurer?" the bearded old man asked, glancing at Jidong while steering with one hand. Jidong was not worried about his safety. There was nothing else on this road besides this one vehicle. What was there to worry about? Sort of, Ji Dong replied. The old man, not gripping the steering wheel with his other hand, took a flask and occasionally took a swig from it. If this were over 100 years ago, any driver daring to do so would be deemed too reckless. But in the present, no one cared about such matters. Care for a drink? The old man offered, extending the flask toward Ji Dong. Ji Dong quickly waved his hand. The old man smiled, retracted his hand, and took another drink. When I was young, I wanted to travel around the world. Unfortunately, this damned era. My name is Jerry, and you? Ji. My name is Ji Dong answered, not wanting to reveal his full name. Ji, the bearded Jerry burped. Ahead was a sharp turn, and his gaze returned to the front. Once they passed this turn, they would enter the ring-shaped mountain's interior. He continued, that's a nice name. You're not from around here, are you? This was Ji Dong's first time asking a question. I'm from Machine Town. People there come from all over the world. You probably won't believe it. But I grew up there, Jerry replied. Why? Ji Dong was very curious. My parents are from Northern Europe. They settled here to escape, Jerry explained. Escape what? Ji Dong noticed the scenery around them beginning to show hints of greenery. Escape this era. They were both pessimists, believing that the solar system would ultimately perish, and that whatever humanity did would be futile. Jerry's tone was somewhat downcast as he said this. Do you feel the same way? The surroundings began to show shrubs, and tender yellow grass sprouts emerged from the soil. I don't know. Thinking too much is pointless. They created Machine Town. Every outsider says it's a wonderful place, Jerry said, looking at Ji Dong with some pride. I'm going to drive out to harvest some wild wheat. Come by my place tonight. I'll treat you to a beer, Jerry said as he parked the car under a tree. Ji Dong saw the dense vegetation and, as he answered Jerry, got out of the car. When he looked up at the scene before him, he finally understood that Jerry was telling the truth. This truly was a wonderful place. Chapter 32. The giant spirit. Ji Dong saw a towering steel giant that reached into the clouds. It was nearly 1,000 meters high, slightly taller than the surrounding mountains. The locals referred to it as the giant spirit. Before Ji Dong could ask, Big Beard Jerry explained. Ji Dong suddenly realized what the spherical object he had seen behind the crater was. It was the head of this steel giant, or rather, the giant spirit. Is it a transformer? Ji Dong looked up at the giant spirit, with wisps of clouds swirling around its waist. He could sense that it had just rained here. Inside the crater was a lush oasis, with the mountains resembling a protective wall. There was a gap in the northern wall where a river flowed in, carrying with it a light mist of rain, making the oasis seem like a fairyland. No, it's just a model. It was originally meant to develop in that direction, but it was too large. Big Beard Jerry spread his hands helplessly. So you also like those old movies? My Cybertron compatriot. Big Beard Jerry skillfully changed the subject. He must have introduced the giant spirit to many outsiders and was already accustomed to such slightly awkward questions. Previously, someone had asked, is it just for viewing? Everyone hoped in their hearts that the giant spirit was alive and could move. Once they received a positive answer, they wouldn't care about social niceties and would sharply ask, what is its use? Big Beard Jerry had clearly been through these questions many times, and before Ji Dong could figure out how to ask what was on his mind, he provided an answer. The people who established Machine Town, including my parents, were idealists. After becoming pessimistic, they conceived the idea of escaping the solar system. Before coming here, they were either scientists or university professors, a bunch of very cultured people. They wanted to build an ark, but then they failed, and the ruins of the ark turned into the giant spirit. It's somewhat of a spiritual symbol, I suppose. After finishing his drink, Big Beard Jerry walked toward Machine Town, which was located in the center of this oasis. Although it was called a town, it was quite large. There were no troops from the United Government stationed here. It was a free land where people who couldn't make it in the outside world came to spend their later years. The United Government would never allow its authority to be provoked, yet strangely, it had not taken any effective substantive action against Machine Town. Thus, Machine Town had continued to develop to this day. Although there was no government and no laws, the people here were very law-abiding, taking care of their own small plots of land without interfering in other matters. Outsiders also knew the rules of Machine Town, and no one dared to cause trouble easily. Machine Town had its own elected council, in which everyone participated. It was responsible for handling various matters of the town, using the most primitive method of hand-raising to decide on issues. This was somewhat reminiscent of the city-states of ancient Greece. Big Beard Jerry did not invite Ji Dong to follow him. He just let Ji Dong decide for himself. Before leaving, Big Beard Jerry said what he said to every outsider. Welcome to Machine Town, the city of freedom. Whether you are a criminal or an ordinary person, you are welcome here. Remember to come find me for a drink at night. Just mention my name when you ask. Big Beard Jerry, with freshly cut wild rice straw on his shoulder, walked a short distance before turning back to Ji-dong. Ji-dong nodded in acknowledgement. He wanted to take a look at the giant spirit. Most outsiders came to Machine Town to catch a glimpse of the giant spirit. There was a bungee jumping platform at the knee of the giant spirit, with a calm water surface below. Next to the left foot of the giant spirit was a building that served as the ticket office. Ji-dong walked through the creaking old revolving door and followed the signs to the ticket counter. Inside the thick bulletproof glass sat a thin woman with a sour expression. Before Ji-dong could speak, the woman impatiently said, "Is it an online reservation? If not, that's fine too. There's a payment machine next to you. Just scan your chip. The ticket price is 50 solar coins." After saying this, the thin woman eagerly put on her freshly removed glasses. The transparent lenses turned black instantly, and her expression immediately changed to one of excitement and joy. These were virtual reality glasses, which were very popular nowadays. Current movies, TV shows, and variety programs were all filmed using virtual reality technology, giving people a strong sense of immersion. Ji-dong didn't say anything further and walked toward the machine, where a handprint icon was displayed, indicating he needed to place his hand on it. Without hesitation, Ji-dong put his hand on the screen. The green light flashed 3 times, then turned red, showing a large red cross on the screen. It indicated an information error. This window kept flashing. Ji-dong considered that it might be because the Ergwo-2 in his system was affecting the chip's magnetic field. So he let Ergwo-2 manifest as a small black figure and hide in his backpack. Ji-dong tried again. The green light flashed 3 times. Then again the red light appeared, along with the red cross. But this time the message was different. Insufficient balance. Ji-dong then remembered that there was no money in his microchip account. He recalled that Joseph had left some cash in the bag. Just as he was about to take off his backpack to search, a commotion suddenly erupted inside the bag. First, he heard the low growl of the little wolf cub, followed by Ergwo-2's voice. "Let go of me. If you don't, I'll hey, ow." When Ji-dong opened the bag, he saw the little wolf cub and Ergwo-2 wrestling. The little wolf cub had its mouth clamped tightly on the head of the small black figure, while Ergwo-2 was using its little black hands to hold the little wolf cub's upper and lower jaws, struggling to break free. Ergwo-2 could certainly take action, but it couldn't do that. What if it swallowed the little wolf cub? Go back. Ji-dong signaled Ergwo-2 to return to his body. Before leaving, Ergwo-2 threw a harsh word at the little wolf cub. "You just wait. Boss, it hurts so much." Ji-dong was speechless with those little milk teeth. The little wolf cub probably couldn't even kill a fly. He said to Ergwo-2, "Stop pretending. Is it embarrassing?" Ji-dong knew that Ergwo-2 was just stuck and couldn't escape because of the little wolf cub's bite, not because it was in pain. The thin woman seemed to have heard the commotion and took off her glasses, knocking on the glass. Ji-dong was currently soothing the still fiercely aggressive little wolf cub and didn't hear the sound. "Hey, you," the thin woman shouted into the microphone. Ji-dong was startled and looked toward the bulletproof glass. "What are you looking at? It's you. Be quiet." Clearly, Ji-dong had disturbed the thin woman who was binge-watching something. "Can I use cash?" Ji-dong patiently asked politely. "No, if you don't have money, get out." In reality, cash was acceptable, but the procedure for accepting cash was too troublesome. The thin woman felt it would delay her binge-watching, so she said this to Ji-dong. Ji-dong really wanted to smash the glass in front of him with a punch. However, he didn't do that. He put his backpack back on his shoulder and turned to walk toward the door. At that moment, 3 people approached, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 young men looked only a couple of years older than Ji-dong. Their eyes were not on the woman behind them, but rather wore a slight evil smile. The woman behind, however, was smiling happily, appearing innocent and carefree. Ji-dong glanced at her. She had delicate features, an Asian face, but with a hint of exotic flavor. Seemingly mixed blood. There was a very small butterfly tattoo near her left ear. She also looked at Ji-dong, and the sudden eye contact made Ji-dong flustered. But she didn't mind and smiled at him. Chapter 33. Swordsmanship. When Ji-dong stepped out the door, the low-hanging rain mist had already dissipated quite a bit. Climbing the giant spirit, soaring into the clouds. What are you waiting for? Just 50 yuan. The Giant Spirit Hotel overlooks the beautiful scenery of Machine Town. Located at the waist of the Giant Spirit, it features a high-altitude swimming pool. Only 500 yuan for a night. It was only then that Ji-dong noticed a machine in front of the door continuously playing an advertisement. The recent eye contact had made Ji Dong feel embarrassed, and he was now sweating profusely. Ji Dong had never been like this before. No matter how stunning the other person was, he wouldn't have felt this shy. This was a first. This was too clutch. Ji Dong actually felt that he had seen the girl with the butterfly tattoo before. Could it really be love at first sight? Just because he glanced at you in the crowd and never forgot. Suddenly, a song echoed from Ji Dong's backpack. He opened the backpack and found that an old, severely worn MP3 was playing music. It belonged to Joseph, which showed that Joseph had indeed left in a hurry. The little wolf pup must have accidentally bitten the play button. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't know what this little music player was. The MP3 had long been outdated. Now it was considered an antique. Ji Dong had grown up in a junkyard, and his father once gave him a repaired MP3 as a birthday gift. Later, Ji Dong would learn that the girl had sprayed a special perfume that could greatly increase the affection of the opposite sex towards her. But right now, Ji Dong certainly wouldn't think in that direction. He had been overwhelmed by love. Those two men were clearly up to no good. A lovesick man would imagine his rival as a morally depraved person, so he could stand on a moral high ground while pursuing love. However, before playing the hero, Ji Dong wanted to wash his face. He couldn't appear too nervous. So, Ji Dong walked towards the restroom. Upon entering, he saw his reflection in the mirror. This was the first time Ji Dong had seen his new face in the mirror. Indeed, he looked much more handsome. Ji Dong thought to himself, making faces at the mirror. At that moment, he overheard a conversation from the next stall. I'm telling you, this drug is definitely effective. The voice was lewd, mixed with a hint of anticipation. Just put it in her drink. Another lewd male voice. I've already booked a room at the Giant Spirit Hotel. After saying that, both men chuckled. Ji Dong paused for a moment after hearing this and deliberately coughed. Soon, he heard the sound of flushing from the stall. Ji Dong continued to look at himself in the mirror. The two men then walked out of the stall, and Ji Dong saw that they were indeed those two men. From their words, it seemed they were plotting something against that girl. He was right to suspect them. Luckily, he discovered it in time. Ji Dong secretly admired his own insight. The two men glanced at Ji Dong and left the restroom without even washing their hands. Ji Dong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He was determined to expose the ugly faces of these two men in front of the girl. Just thinking about how the girl would look at him like a hero made Ji Dong unable to contain his excitement. With renewed determination, he walked out of the restroom and saw the girl chatting and laughing with the two men. Ji Dong hurried over and grabbed the girl's hand, his heart pounding. The three of them were clearly startled by Ji Dong's sudden action. It was the butterfly girl who spoke first. What are you doing? Saying this, she tried to shake off Ji Dong. However, Ji Dong was holding on too tightly for her to escape. Let go. It hurts. Seeing that the butterfly girl was not cooperating, Ji Dong had no choice but to release her. At that moment, the two men also reacted, with one of them shouting at Ji Dong, "Who are you? What do you want?" Ji Dong stared fiercely at the man who spoke. "You scum." After saying that, Ji Dong turned to the butterfly girl and said, "They plan to drug your drink. Come with me." A hint of panic flashed across the faces of the two men. Ji Dong let out a sigh of relief, preparing to accept the girl's grateful gaze. But unexpectedly, the butterfly girl said to Ji Dong, "Don't think that just because I looked at you, I like you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Are you going to drug me? Why should I believe you?" Seeing that the butterfly girl didn't believe what he said, the expressions on the faces of the two men changed to one of amusement, as if they were ready to watch the fun. One of the men said, "Don't make baseless accusations. Get lost." Everything happened too suddenly, leaving Ji Dong a bit stunned. Ji Dong had a lot of grievances but couldn't express them. He originally wanted to be a hero but ended up looking like a rogue. Who could he turn to for justice? Just as Ji Dong was about to say something more, he saw the girl's disgusted expression and wisely closed his mouth. He turned away from the three of them. After leaving the ticket office, Ji Dong arrived by the river. The water flowed quietly. However, he felt very frustrated inside. Why don't you believe me? Why? At this moment, Ji Dong was like a walking bundle of questions, filled with grievances and nowhere to vent. He picked up a few stones and tried to skip them across the river. Not a single one succeeded. Skipping stones requires a calm mind. Suddenly, a particularly old and steady voice came from behind Ji Dong. He turned around abruptly to see an old man with dark skin, white hair, and a white beard standing less than 2 steps away from him. "How did you get over here?" Ji Dong was startled. The old man had approached him without him noticing. If the old man hadn't spoken, it would have been terrifying if he had suddenly attacked him. Even the liquor he was drinking hadn't noticed the old man's approach. That's not important. The old man waved his hand and continued, as an old man. I'm not worth mentioning. I'm curious about the knife on your back. Are you also a swordsman? Jidong didn't know how to respond and hesitated for a moment before asking, What's a swordsman? The old man smiled and explained, You're too young. It's no wonder you don't know. 100 years ago, when the Nirvana beings first appeared, they split into two categories. One used firearms, which are now the mainstream Nirvana equipment, while the other used cold weapons, mainly knives and swords. They are collectively referred to as swordsmen. However, with the development of technology, firearms have become increasingly powerful, and no Nirvana being is willing to use cold weapons anymore. Changjiang Academy is famous for using cold weapons, right? Jidong raised his doubt. He had heard about the evolution of Nirvana beings using weapons, but didn't know what a swordsman was. Just some flashy moves, the old man said dismissively. Do you know swordsmanship? The old man asked Jidong again. What swordsmanship? No, I don't, Jidong answered honestly. Then why do you use a knife instead of choosing those more powerful firearms? You look like a freshly awakened age level, the old man said sharply. Seeing through Jidong's current status at a glance, Jidong couldn't think of a good answer, so he simply said, I just like it. The old man smiled upon hearing this and said, How about I introduce you to a master who is proficient in swordsmanship? Chapter 34 I am Xia Ming the old black man, and Jidong agreed to meet at Giant Spirit Peak later tomorrow. Jidong asked where Giant Spirit Peak was. The old black man raised his head and pointed at the majestic giant spirit standing between heaven and earth, saying, You take the giant spirit elevator to its shoulder, where there is an iron cable bridge about several hundred meters long. Cross the bridge, and you will reach Giant Spirit Peak. After hearing this, Jidong also looked up. He indeed saw a bridge faintly visible among the clouds and mist, starting from the shoulder of the giant spirit and extending to a slightly shorter peak opposite the giant spirit, which is Giant Spirit Peak. The old black man was eager to help, but Jidong still hesitated. The old black man noticed Jidong's reaction and asked, What's wrong? Do you have any concerns? Jidong helplessly spread his hands and smiled. There's nothing I can do. I have no money in my chip account. They won't sell me a ticket. The old black man chuckled. Is that all? Come, I have tickets. Saying this, the old black man spread his 5 fingers on his right hand, and a holographic menu interface appeared out of thin air in the space, which was something similar to a personal homepage. Following the instructions, Jidong also spread his fingers. And a few seconds later, he heard the chip prompt sound. Authorization successful. All right. The old black man closed his holographic projection. Where's the ticket? Jidong's fingertips emitted a signal, forming a display screen on his palm. He was checking his virtual asset library but found no trace of the ticket. The old black man explained, It's already done. You just need to scan your palm print on the machine when the time comes. After saying this, the old black man turned and walked upstream. Watching the old black man walk away, Jidong closed his microimplant chip system. Out of politeness, Jidong had this conversation with the old black man. He was still feeling restless inside. Why should he trust the words of a suddenly appearing person? Suddenly, Jidong thought of something. He considered himself a person who was good at empathy. Jidong thought of the reason the butterfly girl had rejected him. Just like he was unwilling to believe the old black man's words, the butterfly girl also had plenty of reasons not to believe him. But what I said was true. A voice suddenly appeared in Jidong's heart. I have forgiven her. Jidong secretly decided in his heart. His noble character of not imposing on others what he did not want for himself led to this one-sided forgiveness. The old black man's words didn't sound like nonsense. Another voice clamored. Jidong had not been interested in the so-called knife techniques before. The reason he used a long knife was that it was the only weapon he had. In his heart, he was actually more inclined towards more powerful and high-tech firearms. Could a broken knife withstand the power of a powerful bomb, shell, or even a nuclear bomb? And what about those knife techniques filled with feudal superstitions and metaphysics? Surely, they weren't nonsense. In the end, Jidong still chose to reluctantly believe. After all, he was a person good at empathy. After this psychological struggle, Jidong's mood finally calmed down. Machine Town was a good choice. Jidong's requirements for a place to live were not high. His current plan was to work hard silently and save money for the next rebirth. The United Government implemented a completely free policy for the first rebirth. However, subsequent rebirths would have to be self-funded unless one was a seed chosen by the United Government for intentional cultivation, in which case the government would pay. Ordinary people had to pay for their rebirth. Lower level, FGH level, rebirths were more like an investment. The higher the rebirth level, the greater the impact on the solar maintenance project, and the greater the rewards obtained. This was also one of the reasons why privately made rebirth reagents were prevalent in the black market. If self-funded, the second rebirth would cost about 100,000 solar coins. Of course, this was just a base price. The success rate of rebirth had to be negotiated. Therefore, rebirth seekers would pay a price double the high end to ensure the success rate. This was a hidden rule, and the United Government turned a blind eye to it, meaning they could earn more money. Jidong did not linger by the river and walked onto the streets of Machine Town. He quickly found out the address of the bar run by the bearded Jerry. The streets of Machine Town were mainly narrow alleys, twisting and turning. The buildings were not tall, some made of stone and others full of technological feel. Jerry's bar was a two-story small building made entirely of a type of blue-black rock embedded with numerous tiny reflective crystals. Between the rocks grew clusters of red climbing plants, which, when viewed from a distance, looked like blooming blood-red flowers. In the yard in front, there was a pergola covered with green plants, under which were several tables and scattered chairs. It was afternoon, and there was no one in the yard. Jidong walked straight to the bar counter. Bearded Jerry was inside, a nearly empty beer glass beside him as he tidied up the bar. Seeing Jidong walk in, he immediately exclaimed with joy, "You're here? How is it? Was my place easy to find?" Jidong smiled helplessly, recalling the crisscrossing alleys, and said to Jerry, "It's all right, pretty easy to find. What do you want to drink?" Bearded Jerry immediately took on the role of the bar owner. Right now? Jidong had tea eaten and was very hungry. "What's wrong?" Bearded Jerry picked up his glass and downed the remaining beer. "My stomach is a bit empty." Jidong patted his stomach and said awkwardly. Jidong had seen several snack stalls on the way, but they all refused cash and required payment by chip. There was nothing Jidong could do but go hungry. "I have money." Jidong pulled out the remaining stack of solar coins and placed it on the bar counter. He had counted earlier and had over 900 left. This was all he had. Who still uses cash nowadays? Bearded Jerry pointed at the palm print payment machine next to him. But seeing the difficult expression on Jidong's face, he added, "No problem. It's on me." Bearded Jerry brought out a plate of toasted bread and a few pieces of dark roasted lamb chops. "Leftovers from last night. Make do with it. Just to fill your stomach. Tonight, we have earth dragon kidneys." Jidong was starving and no longer polite, picking it up to eat. Watching Jidong wolf down the food, Bearded Jerry refilled his beer, as if talking to himself, but also speaking to Jidong. "Didn't you know? The government is reclaiming solar coins. Starting from the 1st of next month, the world will implement chip payments." "Why?" Jidong, his mouth full of food, mumbled a question. "Solar coins are the global currency. When they were first issued, the government added gamma alloy to the materials of solar coins to avoid inflation. Solar maintenance requires gamma alloy." Bearded Jerry explained. Jidong indeed knew that the purchasing power of solar coins had remained very stable for nearly a century. For example, that large cup of beer Bearded Jerry was drinking only cost 50 cents in solar coins. The government's reclamation of solar coins and the shift to virtual currency would inevitably lead to a decrease in the purchasing power of the currency. But on the other hand, it also indicated that gamma alloy on Earth had become extremely scarce. That's why the United Government made such a choice. "Oh, this damn era." Bearded Jerry burped loudly and said. As night fell, more people gradually filled the bar. Bearded Jerry, running the bar alone, was the busiest during this time of day. Jidong sat alone at the bar, not drinking, while the earth dragon kidneys were being cooked on the grill in the yard, emitting an enticing aroma. Jidong was intoxicated by this aroma. He didn't even notice someone sitting next to him. "Why aren't you drinking?" Jidong looked up at the speaker, and the person continued, "Hello. My name is Xiaoming." Jidong's eyes widened in surprise, and the one speaking was indeed the butterfly girl. At that moment, she was looking at Jidong with a beaming smile. Chapter 35. No one can bully you, I have to say. At this moment, Jidong felt incredibly awkward. He didn't know what to say. If the lewd plan of those two men had succeeded, then why was she here? If it hadn't, she wouldn't be here either. Jidong looked around and didn't see the two men. At that moment, Big Beard Jerry had returned to the bar, and the butterfly girl said to him, "Boss, give me 2 drinks." Big Beard Jerry moved quickly, immediately bringing out 2 glasses of alcohol. He smiled at the butterfly girl and gave a meaningful glance at the bewildered Jidong beside her. Then he left the bar to check on the cooking of the dragon's big waist. "Come, have a drink with me. My name is Xiaoming. What about you?" The butterfly girl Xiaoming introduced herself again. As she spoke, she pushed one of the drinks in front of Jidong. Jidong felt that it was inappropriate to remain silent, so he replied, "G. My name is G. Just one character. One character is just one character." What are you telling me for? Do you think I can't count? Xiaoming laughed. Ji Dong had a lingering question in his heart that he didn't know how to ask. Finally, he decided to ask indirectly, what about your two friends? Upon hearing this, Xiaoming raised her glass. Drink this, and I'll tell you. Xiaoming certainly knew what Ji Dong wanted to ask. She knew Ji Dong hadn't lied to her before. She had long been aware of the intentions of those two men. However, Ji Dong shouldn't have interrupted her at that moment. It almost cost her a lot of money. Ji Dong raised his glass and drank it down. Only then did he realize that this wasn't beer, but a strong alcoholic drink. He felt he couldn't embarrass himself in front of Xiaoming. So even though it felt like a fire was burning in his throat, he suppressed the urge to cough. Wow, are you stupid? You actually drank it all. Xiaoming was also surprised by Ji Dong's actions. For this kind of strong liquor, she usually took small sips. Ji Dong was already unable to speak. He felt his whole body was on fire. Xiaoming took a small sip from her glass, then looked at the slightly disheveled Ji Dong and said in a gentle tone, I'm sorry about what happened at noon. I know you meant well, but you don't understand the situation. When Ji Dong heard Xiaoming say this in such a tone, he became even more confused. What situation? Then, Ji Dong poured himself another glass of beer. Xiaoming began to tell her story. It turned out that on her way to Machine Town, Xiaoming had hitched a ride with those two men. After getting in the car, she felt that the two men had bad intentions. If it were another girl, she would definitely be very nervous and scared in such a situation. However, Xiaoming felt secretly pleased. It had been a long time since she had encountered such foolish rich men. That's right, Xiaoming was using them, making them think she had been drugged, while she had actually swapped the drug long ago. When they truly fell unconscious, Xiaoming would take their money. This had always been her way of survival. After listening to Xiaoming's story, Ji Dong asked, how can you be sure that every target you have will have thoughts about you? Ji Dong's words were vague, but Xiaoming understood. That's it. Xiaoming took out a small bottle that looked like perfume and sprayed a few puffs towards Ji Dong. Ji Dong was choked by the smell, and he started to cough violently. Xiaoming obviously didn't expect such a scene. She quickly looked at the words on the small bottle and said with an embarrassed smile, oh my, I took the wrong one. This is pepper spray. As she spoke, she took out another similar small bottle. It's this one. She sprayed Ji Dong's face again. After the encounter with the pepper spray, Ji Dong was already somewhat apprehensive. He hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hands and began to plead, just let me go. I have no money. Xiaoming didn't care about that. She was eager to prove that this small bottle was her secret weapon. She pulled Ji Dong's hand away and said, quick, smell it. How is it? Don't I look more and more beautiful? Xiaoming suddenly sat up straight, flipped her hair with her hand, and her eyes sparkled. A fragrance instantly rushed into Ji Dong's nostrils. Ji Dong remembered this smell. It was the fragrance he had sensed when he first met Xiaoming. This is the goddess water. No man can resist it, Xiaoming said proudly. She was sure that at this moment, she was the most beautiful woman in Ji Dong's heart. Xiaoming was right. Ji Dong did feel that way, but he also felt a sense of loss. Ji Dong had always thought this was the sin of his infatuation with Xiaoming. In fact, even without the goddess water's charm, Xiaoming was a beautiful woman. As the fragrance dissipated, Ji Dong's feelings didn't fade. He still thought Xiaoming was beautiful. The alcohol was starting to take effect, and Ji Dong felt dizzy. His hands and feet light. Xiaoming took another sip of her drink and said, so, your behavior at noon was obstructing me, and I could only scold you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Xiaoming's words also had some ambiguity. Ji Dong noticed the butterfly tattoo on Xiaoming's ear turning red. She wasn't wearing earrings, nor was she wearing makeup. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Ji Dong didn't know why, but he kept staring at her face. The two of them maintained eye contact. This was truly a wonderful moment worth stopping time. Just then, a drunken middle-aged man walked over to them, wrapping his arm around Xiaoming's neck and leeringly saying, hey girl, come on, let's have a few drinks. Get your hands off me. Xiaoming tried to push his hand away, but the man's strength was too great, and she couldn't break free. She was about to be dragged to the ground by the man. A nearby group of people, seemingly the man's friends, laughed recklessly. Let go of her. Almost simultaneously, Ji Dong shouted. In fact, this sentence didn't carry a threatening tone. There was no need to threaten. If it came to it, he would act. You bastard. Before the drunk could finish his words, Ji Dong punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. The man twitched a few times and then lay still, possibly unconscious or even dead. The laughter from the nearby group stopped abruptly. They were stunned, and after several seconds, someone picked up a bottle. Just about to throw it over here. Big Beard Jerry also heard the commotion and quickly came over to handle the situation. The person about to throw the bottle was stopped by Big Beard Jerry, but the curses continued to fly. Someone came to carry away the man who had been knocked out. Xiaoming and Jidong were taken upstairs by Big Beard Jerry. Big Beard Jerry didn't blame Jidong, saying, "This matter was their fault to begin with. You fought back and let out your anger. I think we can let this go." Big Beard Jerry must be no simple character to run a bar in Machine Town. He would give face to anyone, regardless of their background. He had already smoothed things over for Jidong. "You were too impulsive. Those guys are not good people," Big Beard Jerry said earnestly. At this moment, Xiaoming also spoke up. "Gee, I'm fine. I've encountered this kind of thing many times. Don't take them seriously, you'll be at a loss." At this point, Jidong was very calm. Big Beard Jerry and Xiaoming were worried about him, which he could understand. But he considered himself not a coward. The little wolf cub sleeping on the sofa upstairs was awakened and growled in dissatisfaction. Jidong finally spoke. "Uncle Jerry, I won't act out in your bar again." Then he turned to Xiaoming and said, "They must apologize. From now on, no one can bully you." After speaking, Jidong walked downstairs, leaving Big Beard Jerry and Summer Dream standing in place. Chapter 36. Uncontrollable killing intent. Big Beard Jerry and Summer Ming followed Jidong downstairs. Summer Ming quickly walked towards Jidong, reached out to grab him, and said, "Gee, I'm fine, don't provoke them. You're no match for them." "That's right, Gee. This girl is right. I know better than you what kind of people they are. Almost all of them are criminals wanted by the United Government. Don't go, or you'll regret it," Big Beard Jerry echoed. After listening to the two, Jidong merely smiled indifferently. What nonsense criminals, his name was still on the red list. Jidong understood Summer Ming and Joseph. How could a mere young man like him possibly be a match for those people? They didn't believe in his strength. They were more worried about Jidong's safety. Summer Ming was already very touched by Jidong's decision. In this era, everyone is implanted with a microchip from birth. This chip has many uses, one of which is to view the nirvana level of the people they see and the combat power value of that person at that level. Ordinary people have a combat power value of about 100 to 200 after their first nirvana. Currently, the highest recorded combat power value for H-level nirvana practitioners is around 5,000. The reason everyone can check others' combat power values is that the vast majority of nirvana practitioners undergo nirvana at government nirvana centers or government-recognized centers, and their information is registered. The chip's job is to match this information with the people seen. For someone like Jidong, who completed nirvana on his own, only a nirvana level will be displayed, and the combat power value will not be shown. Big Beard Jerry and Summer Ming had long seen that Jidong was just an H-level nirvana practitioner. But Jidong's combat power value was not displayed. Of course, there is another possibility for the combat power value not being displayed. The person purchased the right to hide their combat power from the United Government. After paying, the government would turn off the display of their combat power value. In contrast, the group harassing Summer Ming, while all H-level nirvana practitioners had combat power values around 500, which is already considered outstanding among ordinary people. This is also the capital behind their arrogance and recklessness. Jidong naturally saw all this. He noticed that Summer Ming's nirvana level was also H-level, and her combat power value was not displayed either because she purchased the hiding right or because, like Jidong, she had not undergone formal government nirvana. Big Beard Jerry was quite ordinary, H-level, combat power value 123. Big Beard Jerry should have his unique strengths. Otherwise, with such a combat power value, it would be nearly impossible to establish a foothold in Machine Town. In fact, while Big Beard Jerry and Summer Ming were advising him to stay calm, he had already communicated with Erguo-2 on a conscious level. Erguo-2 could forge a combat power value. Metal life easily invades these micro-device systems. Although it cannot destroy them, such sleight of hand can still be achieved. Jidong instructed Erguo-2 to adjust his combat power value to 5,000 for display. After finishing the communication with Erguo-2, Jidong heard Big Beard Jerry's earnest advice. Jidong smiled dismissively and then signaled Summer Ming and Big Beard Jerry to check his combat power value. Jidong put on a proud demeanor, expecting them to gasp in disbelief at what they saw. However, the expected sound did not come. Instead, it was Summer Ming's serious voice. "Gee, you absolutely must not do something so foolish for me. Gee, this is simply irresponsible to yourself. A newly nirvana practitioner needs rest. Excessive activity could cost you your life." Big Beard Jerry also said seriously. He began to wonder how Jidong could knock that person out with one punch. It was simply too illogical. Jidong was even more confused. What was going on? He checked his combat power value. After looking, he thought Erguo was a fool. And he was the biggest fool among fools. Jidong's combat power value was not the agreed 5,000 with Erguo. It was missing 3 zeros, displaying a solitary number, 5. After just completing Nirvana, a practitioner's combat power level slowly increases from 0, generally stabilizing above 100 before considering the next Nirvana. Given Jidong's current combat power value, he was still in the vulnerable and dangerous period after Nirvana. No wonder Summer Ming and Big Beard Jerry were so shocked and serious. Jidong originally wanted to show off and have a combat power value of 5,000, making Big Beard Jerry and Summer Ming see him in a new light. Now, it was even more embarrassing. It was better to prove himself through action. Jidong walked straight towards the group of people sitting. The person Jidong had knocked out with one punch had already woken up, slumped there, in a soulless sitting position. Originally, this group had some apprehension towards Jidong. He could knock one of them out with a punch and had hidden his combat power value. Was he a low-key tough character? As Jidong approached them, they also saw Jidong's displayed combat power value. In front of them, Jidong's remaining deterrent power vanished. They all looked at Jidong with disdain. Watching what he could do, Jidong stood firm in front of them and calmly said, "Now I'm giving you a chance. Stand up and apologize to that lady." Jidong could see that they were stifling laughter, looking at him as if he were a monkey. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. It was like a fuse that instantly ignited everyone's mockery. One person laughed so hard he doubled over, standing up from his seat. "Big brother, we won't dare anymore. Spare us, okay?" The laughter became even more unrestrained. Jidong recognized this person as the one who had just tried to hit him with a beer bottle. Jidong no longer said anything. He swung the chair beside him and threw it at that person. The person never expected Jidong would actually fight them. He thought Jidong was just talking big. The chair shattered on that person with an extremely relaxed posture. The laughter abruptly stopped, and that person fell to the ground. The scene that followed was not as chaotic as imagined. Jidong almost overwhelmingly took down the remaining few one by one. These people could no longer laugh. Jidong walked up to the person who threw the beer bottle, pointing the tip of his knife at that person's neck. The others, lying on the ground in pain, cried out for their mothers. Upon seeing Jidong pull out a knife, they instinctively moved away from the area, thinking he intended to kill. I apologize. That person began to beg for mercy. They indeed underestimated Jidong. Everyone present had underestimated him. Jidong's body began to tremble. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to stab the knife into that person's neck. At that moment, a cold and evil voice echoed in his mind. "Boss, kill him." Erguo's voice was distinctly different from usual. Jidong did not want to kill. He could feel that even the act of pulling out the knife was beyond his control. That sense of falling when the dark magic appeared returned once more. The knife tip began to pierce the skin, and Jidong struggled to control it. Erguo's voice kept echoing in his mind. "Kill him. Kill him." Jidong realized that Erguo had demonized again. As long as he had a hint of killing intent, it would be infinitely amplified, and in the end, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Jidong closed his eyes, and the surroundings suddenly became silent. "I am the dark magic. I am the dark magic." This voice made Jidong's head feel like it was about to explode. The person let out a scream. He could feel the cold knife tip gradually piercing his body. Suddenly, there was a sound of metal clashing against metal. Jidong's knife was knocked away, falling onto the floor not far away. Jidong could hear the noisy sounds around him again. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the black old man he had encountered by the river at noon was standing beside him. Chapter 37. The swordsman. The timely appearance of the old black man prevented Jidong from making a grave mistake. Murder in Machine Town is a particularly serious matter. The murderer will face parliamentary judgment, with the principle of an eye for an eye. Due to the unique nature of Machine Town, many criminals who have committed serious offenses hide here. Therefore, such malicious incidents must be dealt with seriously. Otherwise, Machine Town will become a place of turmoil. Big Beard Jerry and Summer Dream also did not expect that Jidong would actually consider murder. The old black man bypassed the panting Jidong and picked up the long knife that Jidong had dropped, then said to Jidong, "Tomorrow afternoon, according to our previous agreement, I will be at Giant Spirit Peak. I'll return the knife to you then." After speaking, the old black man turned and left the bar. Most of the people in the bar had already left. Those who had been taught a lesson by Jidong, as well as the one who had nearly been killed by him, fled in panic. Big Beard Jerry did not blame Jidong for ruining his business. To help Jidong relax a bit, he smiled and said, "Just in time, there aren't many big kidneys left either." Today, the three of us are in for a treat. Big Beard Jerry smiled at Jidong and then turned to look at Summer Dream, who was standing there. Jidong's emotions finally calmed down, and he forced a smile, saying, "Uncle Jerry, I'm sorry about what happened today. I'll compensate for the broken things." Big Beard Jerry generously interrupted Jidong's apology. "You don't need to compensate for anything. You've got some skills. How about being a bodyguard in my bar? You'll get paid and have meals provided. Where else can you find such a good deal?" Jidong was worried about where to go next, and upon hearing that Big Beard Jerry was willing to take him in, he immediately agreed. The recent feeling had started to scare Jidong. He truly could not control himself, and he was genuinely afraid of becoming a bloodthirsty killing demon. Summer Dream seemed to have made some significant decision and ran towards Jidong, hugging him tightly. Jidong could feel Summer Dream sobbing in his embrace. His hands awkwardly froze in midair, unsure of where to place them. Big Beard Jerry wisely turned his head away. That night, the three of them enjoyed grilled big kidneys and drank wine, chatting until late at night. From Big Beard Jerry, Jidong learned about the identity of the Old Black Man. The Old Black Man had arrived in Machine Town over 20 years ago and was said to be a wanted criminal by the United Government, which Jidong thought was probably a rumor. He found the Old Black Man quite easygoing. People here called the Old Black Man Old Black, Big Beard Jerry narrated to Jidong. During this time, Summer Dream had been leaning against Jidong's shoulder. To anyone seeing them for the first time, they might think they were a sweet couple who had known each other for a long time, unaware that they had only known each other for less than 24 hours. Jidong did not share his experiences before his rebirth. Even though he almost spoke about it several times, he ultimately held back. The reason was not that Jidong did not trust Summer Dream or Big Beard Jerry, but rather that he feared these troubling matters would implicate them. Big Beard Jerry cleaned up a guest room on the second floor for Jidong and Summer Dream to spend the night. Under the moonlight, clear skies, and no clouds. The moonlight and starlight changed the color of the earth, resembling the color of love. A night of warmth. The next day at noon, Jidong woke up from bed, and his chip reminded him that he had an unread message. Jidong projected the message before him. It was a note from Summer Dream. "Gee, I need to leave for a while. I haven't finished business. Don't worry about me. You are the first person in my life to give me a sense of security. Although our time together has been short, it is enough for me to know one thing. I love you." When Jidong read the last 3 words, he didn't even realize how happy his smile was. This uncontrollable joy came from a boy who hadn't truly smiled in a long time. Perhaps, young love is this simple and pure, without any intertwining of interests or material desires. Later that day, Jidong planned to head to Giant Spirit Peak. He arrived once more at the ticket office. It was still the same sharp-tongued thin woman. When she saw Jidong again, she gave him an impatient glare. Jidong ignored her and walked straight to the chip payment machine. He placed his palm on the fingerprint recognition area. The thin woman wasn't watching her drama today. She kept staring at Jidong, seemingly waiting to mock his embarrassment. The payment machine flashed green 3 times, and Jidong felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that the Old Black Man didn't give him the ticket after all? Jidong thought to himself. That would be so embarrassing. Please don't let that happen. Jidong silently prayed. The chip payment machine began flashing red lights, and Jidong thought to himself that it was over. He was going to leave empty-handed again. The thin woman behind the bulletproof glass wore an expression as if a good show was about to unfold. Then, the machine's prompt sound appeared. "Please proceed through the VIP exclusive passage to Giant Spirit Shoulder. Giant Spirit Tourism Company greatly appreciates your trust. Please provide your feedback on this service, and we will address any issues seriously." This voice echoed throughout the entire ticket hall. The thin woman heard this as well. Her expression was rich, or rather stiff. Seeing the thin woman's expression, Jidong felt secretly pleased and loudly said, "I think we should adapt to the development of the times. The position of manual ticket sales should be abolished." After saying that, Jidong walked toward the VIP exclusive passage without looking back. The thin woman understood the implication of Jidong's words. She knew how much the company valued VIP feedback. Her job was likely in jeopardy. She truly regretted treating Jidong that way. Had she known, she would have acted differently. But now it was too late. Everything was her own doing. Soon, Jidong arrived at Giant Spirit Shoulder, and the suspension bridge leading to Giant Spirit Peak was right ahead. Here, the height from the ground was over 1,000 meters. The center of the bridge was shrouded in thick fog, as if stepping onto this bridge would lead into a fairyland. Crossing such a suspension bridge requires great courage. Jidong was not a timid person, but the height still made one feel a bit uneasy. Although he had soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters with the wings of a demon, the feelings were entirely different. Jidong no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and walked onto the suspension bridge. Giant Spirit Peak is a particularly unique mountain. It doesn't resemble an ordinary mountain. It looks more like a giant wall rising from the ground, with vertical cliffs on both sides. There is dense vegetation at the mountain's peak. And the mountains where Giant Spirit Peak is located are all like this. They serve as the magnificent walls of Machine Town. After about a minute, Jidong emerged from the clouds and mist, arriving at Giant Spirit Peak. From this angle, Giant Spirit looked quite different. You finally came. It was the voice of the old black man. You can return the knife to me now. This was Jidong's only purpose for coming here. He had no interest in learning any knife techniques. Jidong saw that next to the old black man stood a serious-looking middle-aged man with yellow skin, who didn't seem to smile. Don't be in a hurry. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Nefeng, a swordsman, the old black man said. Then pointed to Jidong and introduced him to this indifferent swordsman. This is Jidong, the apprentice I've picked for you. What do you think? Zhou Nefeng didn't even glance at Jidong and said to the old black man, Old Black, I appreciate your goodwill, but I, Zhou Nefeng, will not treat any random person as a treasure just to save my life. Zhou Nefeng was indeed a person who was not easy to approach, and the old black man had gotten used to it, looking a bit awkwardly at Jidong. Jidong clearly did not have a good impression of this so-called swordsman and retorted, What kind of way is that to talk? Do you think I want to learn? I'm here to get my knife. The old black man sensed the tense atmosphere between the two and said, This is my fault. Since you both are here, why not have a competition? At that time, Jidong did not understand why the old black man, whom he had never met before, insisted that he learn swordsmanship. Was there some hidden reason behind it? However, Jidong did not think too much about it at that moment. Chapter 38 Master, Draw Your Blade. Zhou Nefeng finally spoke. This was a sudden match, and Jidong had no mental preparation. Jidong wanted to check Zhou Nefeng's nirvana level and combat power. But what he saw was a blank. He saw neither his nirvana level nor his combat power value. Jidong felt uncertain because nirvana practitioners could only check the levels of others at the same rank. This meant that Zhou Nefeng's nirvana level was above his own. Not being able to see the combat power value was quite common, as most people now purchased hidden permissions. The reason the United Government initially displayed the combat power values of nirvana practitioners was ultimately for money. After all, no one wanted their privacy made public. Firstly, it was to protect oneself. If one's combat power value was too low, they would be ridiculed or even harmed. Secondly, it was to deter others, as the unknown was the most dangerous. Like the group of people in the bar last night, and the bearded Jerry. They were among the few who had truly revealed their combat power values to Jidong. This also reflected the unusual nature of Machine Town. Those wanted by the government would not be foolish enough to regularly pay the United Government for hidden rights, as that would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Therefore, those whose combat power values could be seen in Machine Town were most likely government fugitives hiding there. But outside, it was estimated that only one person in about 10,000 would display their combat power value. The old black man, however, was all smiles. He understood Zhou Nefeng's temperament too well. He was a stubborn mule. He had put in a lot of effort to convince Zhou Nefeng to come to Giant Spirit Peak. He and Zhou Nefeng were brothers in the same school. He was 18 years older than Zhou Nefeng. Many years ago, their master had taken in both of them as disciples. When he became a disciple, the old black man was 25 years old, while Zhou Nefeng was just 7. However, he had already been a disciple for 3 years, so technically, he should still call Zhou Nefeng's senior brother. For decades, the old black man had taken care of his younger brother. Especially after their master was murdered, the two of them fled together, eventually settling in Machine Town, where they had lived for over 20 years. When their master was killed and they began to flee, the old black man was already over 50. And Zhou Nefeng was in his 30s. Although Zhou Nefeng was younger, his talent far surpassed that of the old black man. The three of them had lived in seclusion in the deep mountains. Their master often said, the art of the blade has been around since ancient times. Controlling the blade is difficult, and so is controlling the heart. That day, their master died in the terrifying flames of a nuclear bomb. His body turning to ashes after the smoke cleared. Even the blade he had cherished was reduced to charcoal in thousands of degrees of heat. They were in despair. Even their master's death did not make them as hopeless as the shattering of their beliefs. Their master had said that the art of the blade surpassed all weapons, and that swordsmen were the most powerful people in the world. But the reality was that their master's heavy blade, weighing over 100 kilograms, seemed incredibly weak and laughable amidst the explosions. Everything shattered. What the old black man and Zhou Nafeng had pursued their entire lives was broken beyond recognition in the face of overwhelming power. When the old black man rescued Zhou Nafeng from that group of people, he had already been injected with the undead reagent, just as the name of the reagent suggested. Its effect was to degrade the level of nirvana practitioners and cause irreversible damage to their bodies. The two of them lived in seclusion in Machine Town, no longer discussing the art of the blade or swordsman. They survived in this world, half due to the blow of shattered faith and half due to the despair of being unable to seek revenge. Especially Zhou Nafeng. The undead reagent had nearly cost him his life. The old black man didn't even know how he managed to survive. From then on, Zhou Nafeng was no longer a nirvana practitioner, nor was he an ordinary person. His body would gradually deteriorate and disappear over time, revealing the white bones beneath his flesh. This was the origin of the undead reagent. The road to death was the path to becoming undead. Zhou Nafeng had completely lost faith in the art of the blade. He had to believe that the wheels of history would keep moving forward, that the trend of technological development could not be stopped, and that outdated things should be ruthlessly eliminated. Zhou Nafeng's personality was too reclusive. After his body recovered, he hardly spoke to anyone outside, with communication limited to the old black man. The skin and muscles around his ribs had already decayed and disappeared. The old black man caught a glimpse of Ji Dong by the river, seeing him skipping stones, and for a moment, he saw Zhou Nafeng's shadow from when he was a child in Ji Dong. Zhou Nafeng was not much older than Ji Dong back then. He had poor swimming skills and would always have the old black man accompany him when he went to bathe in the hot springs by the volcano. The springs were scattered all over the mountains, collecting into a lake in the lower valley. Sometimes, after bathing, Zhou Nafeng would skip stones by the lakeside, while the old black man would dive into the lake to catch fish. The water was warm, and thus the fish grew fat and delicious. Zhou Nafeng, back then, was still a cheerful young boy. He particularly enjoyed the fish soup that the old black man cooked. Their master was murdered, faith shattered, and they gradually turned into the undead. Zhou Nafeng was now around 40 years old, with all his ribs exposed to the air, the skin and muscles on them having decayed and disappeared. If outsiders could see his chest, they would surely be terrified. They would see his black heart rhythmically beating. The sight was truly shocking. The old black man's insistence on having Ji Dong learn the art of the blade was very simple. He saw in Ji Dong the hope that had disappeared from his heart for many years. He hoped Ji Dong could inherit this soon-to-be-lost art of the blade. He even dreamed that one day Ji Dong could prove that the art of the blade was not outdated and useless, and that it should not be eliminated by the times. The old black man had always believed this, which was why he had become a disciple of their master. But reality was far too cruel. Zhou Nafeng had already been defeated. He was too proud to the point of being unable to bear weakness and failure. Zhou Nafeng had once been the youngest B-level nirvana practitioner the old black man had ever seen. Unfortunately, he had now become a living dead man waiting to die. Draw your blade. This was the first time in decades that Zhou Nafeng spoke to anyone other than the old black man. Ji Dong took the long knife thrown over by the old black man, gripping the handle with both hands, and assumed a fighting stance. Ji Dong could hear Zhou Nafeng's disdain. He wanted to teach the man in front of him a lesson, after sweeping through the bar's lackeys last night. He was now bursting with confidence. Ji Dong saw Zhou Nafeng silently standing still, not drawing his blade, nor assuming any stance. Just as Ji Dong was about to speak, Zhou Nafeng bent down and picked up a decayed, bent wooden stick from the ground by his feet. Come on. Zhou Nafeng's face showed no expression. This was too dismissive. Ji Dong's anger flared up. He was impulsive, and due to the ergo too, he was now easily emotional, leading him to do things he couldn't control. Ji Dong charged at Zhou Nafeng with the knife, using all his strength to swing down at him. He was undoubtedly going to die. Ji Dong did not realize that at this moment, his eyes were already bloodshot. In the next instant, Zhou Nafeng lightly swung the wooden stick with one hand, skillfully deflecting the blade that was flying toward him to the side. Ji Dong felt an overwhelming force he could not resist. By the time he reacted, his long knife was already deeply embedded in the ground beside Zhou Nafeng's feet. Chapter 39. Apprenticeship. If one rides the righteousness of heaven and earth and navigates the distinctions of the six energies to wander endlessly, what could they possibly await? Hence it is said, the sage has no self, the divine person has no achievement, the saint has no name. Zhou Nafeng recited this. Ji Dong attempted to pull the knife from the ground, but Zhou Nafeng held a wooden stick with one hand, pressing down on Ji Dong's long knife. No matter how hard Ji Dong tried, the knife stuck in the soil did not budge. Zhou Nafeng was reciting Xiaoyaoyu, carefree wandering. Jidong found it familiar because he had studied it in school, but he couldn't recall the source of the words, as he usually slept through those classes. Hayamo also recited along, recalling what his master had once said, "The knife is like the heart. When the heart is carefree, the knife is carefree, and vice versa." This is something every swordsman must do, akin to a prayer before a meal in religion. Just as Jidong was still straining to pull the knife, Zhou Nanfeng flicked his wrist, striking Jidong's waist with the wooden stick. Jidong winced in pain, stumbled, and fell to the ground. He wanted to get up. His heart ignited with the intent to kill, the image of the black demon constantly flashing in his mind. He felt a splitting headache and wanted to devour Zhou Nanfeng alive. The pain in his waist was still intense. If it had been a knife instead of a wooden stick, Jidong would have surely been cut in half. Even the strongest bones would be useless. The murderous intent nearly drove Jidong to madness. He could no longer endure the pain and suddenly stood up sharply, aiming his head at Zhou Nanfeng's chest. Zhou Nanfeng did not expect Jidong to have the strength for such a move. He knew that only bones were there, and those ribs could not withstand such a blow. It could easily lead to his death. He did not want to kill Jidong. He was constantly thinking about dying himself, but what would happen to Hayamo if he died? Hayamo had nearly died saving him from that hellish place. He could not die. He had to live. Zhou Nanfeng reacted quickly, swinging the wooden stick toward Jidong's cervical spine, which could not withstand such a strike. At that critical moment, Hayamo appeared beside them in an instant, one hand gripping the rapidly descending wooden stick, the other hand striking Jidong on the back of the head. Jidong instantly fell unconscious. Zhou Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Hayamo, and dropped the wooden stick on the ground. Looking at Jidong, who lay trembling on the ground with his mouth twitching and blood seeping from his eyes, Hayamo slowly laid him down and said to Zhou Nanfeng, "He has a heart demon. He's a fusionist." Zhou Nanfeng showed a skeptical expression, thinking Hayamo was joking. Before Hayamo finished speaking, Zhou Nanfeng immediately refuted. "Impossible. A fusionist cannot survive to this day." Hayamo knew Zhou Nanfeng would not easily believe him. "I wasn't sure before, but yesterday I saw the gamma life on him in the bar." Hayamo pointed to his eyes. Zhou Nanfeng knew the function of Hayamo's eyes and no longer spoke, clearly believing Hayamo's words. In fact, to rescue Zhou Nanfeng, Hayamo had not only suffered severe injuries, but had also lost his right hand, left leg, and right eyeball. At that time, Hayamo detonated an entire warehouse filled with nuclear bombs. When he dragged the unconscious Zhou Nanfeng out from the ruins, it was already the evening of the next day, with light rain falling from the sky. The rain fell on Hayamo's wounds that had stopped bleeding, causing an itchy sensation. Later, Hayamo replaced his limbs with mechanical exoskeletons for his left leg and right hand. This was also why Hayamo could approach Jidong silently. The turbine nuclear propulsion device on his feet allowed him to fly at low altitudes. In addition, Hayamo sold a powerful infrared scanning eye device at a high price on the black market as his new right eye. This eye could scan everything in an instant and see many things that ordinary people could not. At the bar, Hayamo had seen that Jidong possessed a super high temperature block that the human body could not endure. Such blocks only appeared with magma. And there was a possibility that he was a fusionist. This was obscure knowledge that few knew, and Hayamo had learned it from the doctor who installed his exoskeleton. This was also the reason why Hai Laotu and Bauman did not immediately recognize Jidong as a Nirvana person. "I want him to accomplish what we cannot," Hayamo said uneasily, mentioning that matter for the first time in years. To Hayamo's surprise, Zhou Nanfeng reacted calmly, as if he had thought it over deeply before finally saying, "The old man's death is something you and I cannot prevent. Let the past be the past. We can't do it." Zhou Nanfeng always referred to his master as the old man, while Hayamo did not dare to. In the past, Hayamo had always envied the relationship between his master and Zhou Nanfeng. "You teach him swordsmanship. We can't let what the master has guarded for a lifetime be ruined by us." Hayamo knew well how difficult it was to revive a heart that had already died. "You teach him. He is a good seedling. I can't do it," Zhou Nanfeng said with a bitter smile, pointing at his chest. Hayamo understood what he meant. He did not dare to think in that direction. By the time Zhou Nanfeng died, there would only be a pale skeleton left, along with those black internal organs and blood vessels. Hayamo could not imagine how he would react if such a thing happened to him, even though a large part of him was also cold mechanical. "You know I can't wield a knife like this." Hayamo also helplessly revealed his mechanical exoskeleton arm. "Take him as a disciple. For the master," Hayamo said solemnly. "That also depends on whether he is willing," Zhou Nanfeng replied. Hayamo was overjoyed. He never expected Zhou Nanfeng would agree so readily. Hey Mo tightly hugged Zhou Nanfeng. Both of their eyes were moist. Zhou Nanfeng laughed. Easy now, my bones are about to break. He never thought that these two old guys, neither human nor ghost, would shed tears. In that moment, Hey Mo felt that the cheerful boy who used to skip stones by the lake had returned. When Jidong woke up, he saw this scene. Zhou Nanfeng, noticing, immediately broke free from Hey Mo's embrace, a look of awkwardness flashing across his face, quickly reverting to his aloof demeanor. Hey Mo was quite natural about it. He knew Zhou Nanfeng was used to being solitary and was not accustomed to showing emotions in front of outsiders. But Jidong would soon not be an outsider. You're awake. Let's do the apprenticeship. Hey Mo said to Jidong. Apprenticeship? To whom? Jidong was confused. He had just been severely affected by Erguo 2, or rather, the Black Demon. Zhou Nanfeng sat upright, head held high. I, Zhou Nanfeng, will teach you swordsmanship. Hey Mo explained. I don't want to learn any swordsmanship. It's not as real as bullets. It has feeling. Jidong expressed his thoughts. Zhou Nanfeng actually felt a bit flustered. He had thought Jidong would surely want to take him as a master. This reminded him of his past self, when his master wanted to take him as a disciple, and he was reluctant. Those colorful firearms seemed far better than a cold knife. What a turn of fate. Now he had encountered such a bear of a disciple. Hey Mo said confidently. Learning swordsmanship can help control the heart demon. Otherwise, you won't be you anymore. Hey Mo smiled faintly. Jidong certainly understood what Hey Mo meant and asked in astonishment. How do you know? Anyway, I won't harm you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Hey Mo explained, shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 40. Beast fighting every morning. Zhou Nanfeng would wait for Jidong at Giant Spirit Peak. For the past 3 months, Jidong's only practice had been swinging a decaying crooked wooden stick to chop down the long grass growing at the summit of Giant Spirit Mountain. Jidong found this easy. With one hand, he swung the stick, and wherever it passed, the grass was cut in half. However, after seeing Jidong's training results, Zhou Nanfeng still insisted he continue practicing. Jidong was puzzled, and sometimes even thought Zhou Nanfeng was deliberately making things difficult for him. But later, Jidong learned the reason. It turned out that the long grass Zhou Nanfeng had Jidong chop was very resilient, and Zhou Nanfeng required that the cut ends of the grass must be smooth and even. How could that be possible? The wooden stick was anything but sharp. What kind of speed and strength was needed to achieve that? Jidong felt somewhat overwhelmed. Zhou Nanfeng simply replied coldly, "This is the foundation." Building a solid foundation is crucial. After spending these months together, Jidong could tell that Zhou Nanfeng must have been a particularly cheerful person in the past. Now, he acted aloof, but inside, he seemed to harbor a fiery spirit, with an outward appearance that felt cold and distant. This impression was entirely based on the fact that Jidong had never seen Zhou Nanfeng's striking chest. For 3 months, Jidong had been chopping grass with the stick. In the latter half of his practice, Zhou Nanfeng would have Jidong sit quietly and meditate, regardless of wind, frost, rain, or snow. During meditation, Jidong also had to recite Xiaoyaoyu. This was what truly drove Jidong to the brink. He had struggled to memorize it back in school, and now found he couldn't escape it. At first, Jidong felt that old He had tricked him. He still thought he was very emotional and easily influenced by Erguo 2, a type of Chinese liquor. Moreover, during this time, Erguo 2 had also become taciturn, leaving Jidong feeling quite uncertain. However, later on, every time he meditated and tried hard to recall the difficult phrases from Xiaoyaoyu, Jidong felt a sense of stability and tranquility that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Gradually, when drunkards caused trouble in Big Beard Jerry's bar, he was able to control his emotions well. Previously, such incidents would have made Jidong feel a murderous impulse. Every noon, practice would end. Sometimes old He would return. Jidong had asked about how he became a VIP of the Giant Spirit Tourist Company, and old He replied that it was a gift from a good friend, which he had passed on to Jidong. At that time, Jidong did not know that the so-called behind-the-scenes owner of the Giant Spirit Tourist Company was old He. Very few people knew about this, even among the residents of Machine Town. Just as few people knew about old He's background. At 8 in the evening, Jidong would stand at the bar, serving one drink after another to the customers. Jidong rarely drank. Sometimes, when the bar closed, he would share a drink with Big Beard Jerry. He went to bed promptly at 1 in the morning. Since becoming Zhou Nanfeng's disciple, Erguo 2 had also started talking more, seemingly returning to its previous state. Occasionally, Xiao Meng would send messages, usually asking how he was doing. Jidong would ponder for a long time before replying, only for his messages to vanish into silence. Sometimes, he thought about immediately setting off to find Xiaoming. But every time he calmed down, he would abandon that thought for a simple reason. He needed to learn swordsmanship here. The nanorobots left by Bauman had already been assimilated. And if the Black Demon appeared again, he would undoubtedly die. Learning swordsmanship was now the only practical solution. For Xiaoming, he could not become a demon. This was Ji Dong's life in Machine Town for the past 3 months. During these 3 months, the little wolf cub had grown quite a bit. Now reaching Ji Dong's knee, its once small milk teeth had turned into sharp fangs. It had a tall and slender figure, with black fur. Although not large, it could still be quite intimidating. Ji Dong gave it a name. To be precise, this name was not given by Ji Dong but by Xiaoming. That was the only time Xiaoming had replied to Ji Dong's message in 3 months. The situation was as follows. Xiaoming, how are you doing? Ji Dong, I'm good, of course. Oh right, the little wolf cub has grown up. It's not right to keep calling it that. Its appearance is too fierce. Although it's a male wolf, I'll call it Xiaoming, hoping it will be gentler like you. Then came a long wait of several hours. The previous conversation took place at 6:16:57 a.m. Xiaoming's reply came the next day at 12:15:53 a.m. Ji Dong eagerly opened the message, which simply read, "Get lost." At that time, the little wolf cub was already asleep. Ji Dong pointed at the sleeping wolf cub and said, "From now on, you shall be called Xiaogun." After that, Ji Dong shouted at the little wolf, "Xiaogun." The little wolf was startled and immediately stood up, its fur bristling. As it scanned the surroundings warily, Ji Dong burst into laughter, and the little wolf realized Ji Dong was teasing it, showing off its white fangs before lying back down to sleep. The next day at the bar, Big Beard Jerry was talking with an old friend. Ji Dong overheard part of their conversation. It went like this. "Big Beard Jerry, who are you betting on this year? You won so much money last year. Share some tips with me so I can make a little profit too." "Friend, bro, it's not that I'm not generous. The situation this year is truly complicated. It's hard to predict, but I still have a good feeling about that dragon." "Big Beard Jerry, I've heard that a giant beast was discovered in Africa this year. I think it's a black panther or something. This year will indeed be exciting." "Friend, the prize money this year is several times that of previous years. They say it's 200,000 solar coins." After Big Beard Jerry said goodbye to that person, Ji Dong approached him and asked, "Uncle Jerry, what were you just talking about? It sounded interesting." Big Beard Jerry explained, and after a few brief words, Ji Dong understood the gist. It turned out that Machine Town held beast fighting competitions every year. If such a competition were held elsewhere, it would surely be condemned by society. However, Machine Town had its unique conditions, and the coalition government didn't interfere here. Many monsters had awakened on Earth, and people either tamed or captured these monsters to participate in the beast fighting competitions in Machine Town. The final winner would receive a substantial prize. After listening, Ji Dong asked Big Beard Jerry, "Where can I sign up to participate?" Big Beard Jerry shared what he knew. Ji Dong said, "I want Xiaogun to participate in the beast fighting competition." Big Beard Jerry was puzzled. Xiaogun is still young. The beasts participating in the competition are all quite large. Plus, the mortality rate is particularly high. Not worried, Ji Dong replied confidently. He had his own ideas. Chapter 41. Not optimistic. No matter how much Big Beard Jerry tried to persuade him, it was useless. Ji Dong was determined to let Xiaogun participate in the beast fighting competition. Xiaogun was indeed brave and showed no fear at all. Ji Dong said to Big Beard Jerry, "Just bet on Xiaogun to win. I guarantee you'll make a fortune." Big Beard Jerry was skeptical and seemed not to believe what Ji Dong said. Ji Dong also informed Zhou Nanfeng and Old Hay about Xiaogun's participation in the beast fighting competition. Zhou Nanfeng showed no reaction, while Old Hay repeatedly advised Ji Dong not to let Xiaogun participate. Old Hay was particularly fond of Xiaogun, saying it was a very spirited wolf. Ji Dong didn't take it seriously. Every time Xiaogun was attracted by Old Hay's meat, Ji Dong would silently mutter, "Ungrateful wolf." In fact, Ji Dong had a tough exterior but a soft heart. He also liked Xiaogun very much and would never let Xiaogun go to its death. However, to others, it seemed like Ji Dong was mad for money and wanted Xiaogun to die. In the end, it was Zhou Nanfeng who persuaded Old Hay. Zhou Nanfeng said, "That little wolf needs to gain experience. Although this kid is unreliable, he wouldn't risk the little wolf's life." "Don't worry." Old Hay had nothing more to say. Ji Dong, led by Big Beard Jerry, arrived at the registration office located at the center of Machine Town, the Beast Fighting Center. The registrar said, "Sir, is this the beast you want to enter?" The registrar was about to place Xiaogun on a weight scale that was enormous compared to him. But Xiaogun didn't like strangers touching him and opened his mouth to bite the registrar's hand. Xiaogun was placed on the ground and jumped onto the scale himself, showing his fangs and roaring at the neighboring cage. Next door was a massive black bear, locked in an iron cage, which was transported to the scale by 4 transport robots. The scale then displayed the value. Weight, 1,500 kilograms. Then, Xiaoguan's scale also reported, weight, 19 kilograms. At this point, the registrar spoke. Sir, I hope you understand that the beast fighting competition does not categorize beasts by weight class. Regardless of size, opponents are determined by drawing lots. Jidong waved his hand and said, I know that. The owner of the black bear next door chuckled softly, and Jidong turned to glare at him. Xiaogun truly had the spirit of a wolf. Even when facing a giant beast nearly 1,000 times its size, it showed no fear, still baring its fangs and roaring. The registrar helplessly said, All right, sir, your beast's information has been recorded. We will notify you of the match assignment results shortly. I wish you good luck in the beast fighting competition. Jidong politely replied, Thank you. He then snapped his fingers at Xiaogun, who happily followed Jidong out of the registration office. That night, a joke spread throughout Machine Town. It was said that a Madin wanted to enter a tiny puppy in the beast fighting competition. In the end, the puppy won the match. Do you know why the puppy won? It was because its owner had starved it for many days, and in the arena, the puppy disgusted its opponent by eating its feces. This joke wasn't funny at all, but it quickly spread through Machine Town. While Jidong was working at the bar that night, he heard this joke. Upon hearing it, he knew it was a satire aimed at himself. He wasn't angry. There was no need to be upset. It was just too unbelievable that a little wolf, so different in size from the other beasts, could win the competition. It would be a miracle if it didn't die in the match. Big Beard Jerry also heard this joke. He intended to come over and console Jidong, thinking he might be as emotional as before and do something impulsive. In fact, there was no need for that. Jidong had learned to control himself well. And as long as it wasn't an unbearable stimulus, he could manage his emotions. Moreover, as Jidong's training and knife skills progressed, he might even be able to completely prevent the demonic transformation of Erguo. Seeing that Jidong was unfazed, Big Beard Jerry felt relieved. He placed his drink on the bar and said to Jidong, Your match assignment results are out. In the first match, you will face the Taklamakan black bear, discovered in 2089. Its size is generally around 1,000 kilograms, but this Taklamakan black bear weighs 1,500 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Jidong remembered the heavy black bear from earlier that day during registration, and he recalled the disdainful laughter of the bear's owner. At that moment, a person walked in at the door. Jidong looked up and saw it was the black bear's owner. Jidong took on the service attitude expected of a bar attendant and politely asked, Sir, would you like to drink? Just a dark beer, the black bear's owner replied, raising his chin even higher upon seeing Jidong's respectful demeanor. He actually mistook Jidong's polite service for subservience. How self-important could this person be? Jidong poured a glass of dark beer and fell silent. The black bear's owner had yellow skin and, judging by his facial features, he seemed to be from an island. He raised his voice and deliberately spoke in a condescending tone. I won't beat around the bush. I'll be direct. My bear has a slight injury on its paw. It needs to recover for the upcoming more difficult matches. So, I don't want to waste time on tomorrow's match. What do you mean? Jidong understood perfectly, but he knew there was no need to argue with him. When everything settled, someone would inevitably regret it. The black bear's owner thought Jidong was intimidated by his imposing presence and continued, What I mean is for you to withdraw from the competition. I'll give you 100 solar coins as compensation. That is quite a lot for you and your little dog, right? The black bear's owner was suppressing laughter, and his contemptuous expression showed no signs of concealment. Jidong smiled and extended 5 fingers. The black bear's owner hesitated for a moment and said, 500 is fine. Just consider it me doing a good deed. Once my black bear wins all the beast fights, this amount is nothing. The black bear's owner calmly took a sip of dark beer, waiting for Jidong's response. Jidong shook his head. The black bear's owner thought Jidong had rejected his offer and smugly said, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. I'm giving you an opportunity. Don't wait until tomorrow when your little dog is turned into meat paste and then regret it. Jidong continued to smile. You misunderstood my meaning. The black bear's owner thought there was still hope, saying, Exactly, those who know how to be flexible are wise. 500 solar coins, deal. Jidong sneered and said, What I mean is 50,000 solar coins to buy the life of your broken bear. Do you accept? What did you say? The black bear's owner was furious. No money? Then just pray for your own good. By the way, It's not too late to withdraw now. I want to give you any compensation. The Black Bear's owner was about to retort, but was immediately cut off by Jidong. Darkbeer is one solar coin a glass. I have things to do. You should go back and think it over. Jidong indeed had things to do. He needed to make final preparations for Xiaoguan's match tomorrow. Chapter 42. Making a fortune. The rules of the Beast Fighting Arena are as follows. For each match, the Beast Fighting Center provides a portion of money as a base prize. 50,000 solar coins for regular matches and 100,000 solar coins for significant matches. Bettors choose which side they believe will win based on their own judgment. The winner not only receives the base prize but also the bets placed by the loser, while recovering their own stake. The Beast Fighting Center takes a 30% commission from the funds of the losing side in the prize pool. This means that for every beast fight, the center will spend 50,000 solar coins, but the outcome is usually a significant profit. However, the participation of Xiaogun poses a high risk of losing that 50,000 solar coins in a match where there is little suspense. Bettors often hope to share in the winnings, at least dividing the 50,000 solar coins from the Beast Fighting Center. Such a guaranteed profit is rare and hard to come by. There have been similar situations before, but this is the first time a match has such a significant disparity in strength. Consequently, the registrar who approved Xiaogun as participation has already been dismissed by the Beast Fighting Center. The higher-ups of the center have a unified stance on this matter. Do not allow Jidong to compete. 50,000 solar coins is not a small amount. They initially decided to use their own money for the base prize to entice more people to place bets. This method has proven effective, allowing them to make a lot of money, and in a time when money is hard to come by, they cannot afford any losses. Thus, they sent a representative to negotiate with Jidong, with the same goal as the owner of the Black Bear, to have Jidong withdraw from the beast fight. The representative is a well-mannered young man wearing thick glasses. Jidong can tell at a glance that he is a non-reborn individual, as reborn individuals have enhanced bodily functions, and minor physical ailments, such as myopia, would be improved. The young man adjusted his glasses and patiently and sincerely conveyed the higher-ups' intentions to Jidong. Their purpose is simple: have Jidong forego this beast fight, allowing them to cancel the match and reclaim the funds in the prize pool. Of course, they would offer 1,000 solar coins as compensation. Jidong listened to the representative's account and asked, "Is there anyone betting that I will win?" "No." The representative answered truthfully. Jidong is not unreasonable. Politeness is relative. He feels a good rapport with this well-mannered young man. "By the way, what's your name?" Jidong asked the youth, who is about the same age as him, in a friendly manner. "My name is On." On has blonde hair and a typical European face, with blue eyes that are hard to see behind the thick lenses. He has some small freckles on either side of his nose. "On, do you believe I can win?" Jidong extended his right hand, signaling a handshake. On quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and gently shook Jidong's hand. I think so." On appeared somewhat awkward. "By the way, I'm Ji, just one character." Jidong maintained a friendly demeanor. "On, can you do me a favor?" Jidong continued. The young man named On made Jidong feel comfortable. Jidong could see that deep down, he is actually a shy and introverted person, but he is trying hard to present a generous and sincere demeanor. His unembellished awkwardness makes Jidong feel that On is a particularly pure and kind person. If not, it would only mean On is an exceptionally good actor. Of course, but about what I just mentioned? On paused for a moment, and finally asked hesitantly, "I want to give up the match." Jidong could see the disappointment on On's face. This was probably his first time being entrusted with an important task, and knowing he has failed must have left him feeling disheartened. Jidong continued, "But I can make you a promise. I will definitely win. Then you can take your commission from the bets placed on the other side. Moreover, I promise that if I lose, all your losses will be my responsibility. By the way, how much is the betting amount on the other side?" After hearing Jidong's words, On nodded and said, "I will convey that." Regarding Jidong's last question, On immediately opened his finger projection screen, waved his fingers a few times, and then looked up at Jidong, saying, "Now it's 300,002 solar coins. The number of bettors is 10,000, including the betting channels in the virtual space. Here, you keep this 500. Jidong said as he pulled out 5 blue-black paper bills, each printed with an orange sun pattern. This is the money he earned from working at Big Beard Jerry's bar over the past 3 months. He continued, "As a participant, I can't place bets. Take this 500 and place the bet in your name for me. I'll share half the winnings with you." Ji-dong initially wanted Big Beard Jerry to place the bet for him. However, Big Beard Jerry doesn't believe he can win and would certainly not be willing to help him. Moreover, everyone now sees Ji-dong as a joke. If Big Beard Jerry bets on Ji-dong to win, he would definitely be looked at differently by others. Big Beard Jerry is a person who values his face. No matter how well he treats Ji-dong, he would never do something like that. Ultimately, he still doesn't believe Ji-dong can win. On also feels that Ji-dong is being unrealistic. He doesn't have the courage to endure such ridicule. He is not good at rejecting others. In fact, the person truly sent to negotiate with Ji-dong today is not him, but his colleague. However, his colleague's wife went into labor. So On was sent as a last-minute replacement. On doesn't know what to say. But Ji-dong spoke first. On. I'm telling you all this because I consider you a friend. I know you lack confidence and fear being mocked. But I guarantee with my life that everyone will envy you in the end. That 300,000 will all be ours. I promise to give you half. And I keep my word. On pushed up his glasses. After all, it's 300,000. If G really wins this beast fight, he could at least get 100,000. With that 100,000 solar coins, he could undergo surgery. After the surgery, he could become a reborn individual. A severe illness in his childhood left On's family in debt. After surviving, On learned he could no longer be reborn, and his dreams of heroism faded away. Now, this might be an opportunity. Working for 20 years and saving every penny would only amount to 200,000. That would take ages. On thought to himself. In the end, it seemed he made a significant decision and told Ji-dong, "Okay, I'll help you. I need that money." Upon hearing this, Ji-dong patted his shoulder. On truly is a straightforward and sincere person. He will say what he wants. And Ji-dong appreciates such people, those who do not beat around the bush or harm others behind their backs. Chapter 43 Little Wolf King, I asked what you're doing. If you don't want this job, I still do, so don't drag me down, okay? A man in a suit with an Asian face said this. On sat next to him, keeping his head down and not saying a word. The man speaking was a colleague of On's wife, who had given birth. This was actually just an excuse. When he was given this task from above, he was very reluctant, but he couldn't refuse. Everyone knew that negotiating was a thankless task. So he found On, the perfect scapegoat, to take the blame if the negotiations fell through, claiming it was On who insisted on going, absolving himself of any responsibility. The man was calculating this in his mind. On even gave him a red envelope, which he shamelessly accepted. On explained the specifics of the negotiations and conveyed Ji-dong's promises. The outcome was neither good nor bad, but in the eyes of the higher-ups, it was seen as ineffective. He couldn't let this affect his career. So, he pretended to get angry first, making On feel he was the one causing trouble. Then, he gently guided On to go find the leader and admit his mistake. On, I know you're enthusiastic, you're helping me. But given the situation, how can I explain this? The man put on a worried expression. After this routine, On also felt that he handled the situation poorly. He didn't have many schemes in his heart. He always treated others kindly. So On said, "It's fine. I'll take responsibility for this matter. If they ask, I'll take the blame. It's my fault. It has nothing to do with you." The man achieved his goal and turned around, satisfied, pretending to work. There are countless people like this in the world. They are always good at exploiting others' kindness to satisfy their own ugly desires. Soon, On was called to the office on the top floor. Sitting in front of On was the boss of the Beast Fighting Center, with yellow skin, black hair, and a small mustache on his chin. He was thin and small, giving off a particularly shrewd vibe. How did it go? The boss picked up a teacup from the table and took a sip, asking. On relayed Ji-dong's words truthfully. "Do you believe he will win?" The boss asked On again. On took a deep breath and replied, "I bet 500 solar coins." Bet he loses? Bet he wins. On said calmly, "You want to win that tens of thousands of bonuses all by yourself." Although the boss couldn't understand why On was doing this, he couldn't show any behavior that would undermine his authority. If possible, On didn't mention the origin of the 500 solar coins. Are you crazy about money? The boss had seen many people like this, always dreaming of getting rich overnight. Maybe, On replied lightly, not angered by the boss's mockery. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the boss's serious face. "You're still a qualified employee. You're the only one betting on him to win. We still have at least 150 solar coins to gain. Can I take this as you reducing the company's losses?" On didn't respond. In the end, the boss still didn't believe that Xiao Gun would win the beast fighting competition. On could see the smile on the boss's face gradually turning sinister as he coldly said to On, Did he not promise to bear all our losses? Where's the letter of commitment? On handed the letter of commitment from Jidong to the boss. The boss carefully checked the letter and its legally binding clauses, then smiled with satisfaction. I'll raise the prize pool to 500,000 solar coins. Didn't he promise to bear all my losses? This is the loss he cost. Let him bear it with his life. He was a money-driven person. If money could ruin a person, he would do it with pleasure. On explained, if he wins, this letter of commitment becomes invalid? The boss dismissively said, then let him win, if he and his little dog can do it. At noon, On found Jidong, who was bathing by the river. He told Jidong everything that had happened. At this moment, On was also uncertain. That was 500,000. How would Jidong repay it? Hearing this, Jidong became even more excited. How much is in the prize pool now? Over 900,000 solar coins, On replied. On. We're going to get rich. The prize for the beast fighting champion is only 200,000, Jidong said excitedly. On, however, couldn't smile. Do you really think a few-month-old wolf cub can beat that rare Taklamakan black bear? Since you choose to trust me, you have to trust me to the end. Jidong comforted On. This morning, during meditation, Zhou Nanfeng unexpectedly chatted with Jidong. Zhou Nanfeng, doing that will make the little wolf cub become like you. Jidong was secretly surprised. Zhou Nanfeng's abrupt words caught him off guard. But Jidong knew what he was talking about. Jidong didn't want to tell the truth, so he said, I know it's too early for it to participate in the beast fighting competition, but wolves need to experience challenges, especially these wild prairie wolves. They are born without fear of any enemies. I think it's fine. Jidong went on and on. In the end, it was Zhou Nanfeng who interrupted him. You know I'm not talking about this. Master knows me well. Jidong realized he couldn't hide anything from Zhou Nanfeng and had to concede. Master, how did you know? I remember I didn't tell anyone about this. Meditation, silence, recitation. Zhou Nanfeng didn't respond to Jidong, but reminded him. Jidong felt angry but couldn't express it. You asked the question, but when it was your turn to speak, you didn't say anything. Where could he seek justice? The beast fighting competition arrived as scheduled. Due to the outrageous prize pool for this competition, almost everyone in the machine town was paying attention to it. Those who couldn't reach the venue gathered in the virtual space to watch the match. The boss was also present, along with some people waiting to see Jidong's joke. Before the match, Lao He sent Xiaoguan's favorite wild rabbit legs. He looked sadly at Xiaoguan, who was happily eating the meat. Seeing this, Jidong smiled and said, Lao He, you don't need to be so dramatic. If we win money tonight, I'll treat you to drinks and invite Master out too. Lao He and Zhou Nanfeng's residence was right on top of the giant spirit's head. Jidong asked for the reason, and Lao He's answer was still that it was a gift from a friend. I also want to make such a generous friend. This can be said to be everyone's heartfelt wish. The match began. The Taklamakan black bear charged out of the iron cage, and people could clearly see a 10-centimeter long wound on its hind leg, which had already scabbed over, but it still limped as it walked. Looking at Xiaoguan, facing the oncoming black bear, it stood calmly, eyes fixed ahead, showing no signs of panic. Observant people could notice that Xiaoguan's eyes were constantly changing colors, and its fangs seemed different from an ordinary prairie wolf. This contrast was indeed fascinating. The size difference made it obvious to anyone who would win. Even though the big black bear was injured, there was no suspense in the match. The black bear charged at Xiaoguan with its massive forepaw raised to strike. People seemed to foresee Xiaoguan being smashed into a pulp. Xiaoguan roared and leaped, like a cannonball, instantly piercing through the black bear's chest. The black bear crashed to the ground. The black bear owner was dumbfounded, the big boss was dumbfounded, and everyone present was dumbfounded. The small rolling creature fell to the ground, and its blood did not stain its fur. At that moment, On was standing next to Jidong, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After rubbing his eyes a few times, he confirmed that this was really happening. On saw the big boss's face turn incredibly ugly. In an instant, the arena erupted. Chapter 44 The Story of the Guardian, the prize pool of 900,000 solar coins, all belongs to On. Even now, there are still people who cannot believe what has happened. Soon, over 600,000 in prize money was transferred to On's chip account. Although the Beast Fighting Center took a 30% commission, they still lost nearly 250,000 solar coins. The big boss of the Beast Fighting Center was furious about this. But this was entirely his own doing. He chose to pretend to be more than he was, even when kneeling. On also did not show up for work at the Beast Fighting Center the next day. He didn't care about the salary or the penalty. Compared to the 300,000 solar coins he was about to receive, it was insignificant. His scheming colleague deeply regretted not negotiating with Jidong himself. If he had, There was a good chance that money would have belonged to him. In fact, he was overthinking it. The reason Jidong chose to trust On was that On was innocent. Someone as duplicitous as him would never gain Jidong's trust. After watching the match, Old Black left the Beast Fighting Center and returned to the residence he shared with Zhou Nafeng and the giant spirit skull. He had a vague suspicion in his mind. And after watching Xiaoguan's beast fight, Old Black became more certain of his guess. He knew Zhou Nafeng must have known about this matter long ago. He needed to find Zhou Nafeng to confirm, as he understood more about it. Xiaoguan's performance was truly captivating, and he instantly became a favorite to win the championship. That night, in Big Beard Jerry's bar, On, who had never drunk alcohol before, drank a lot. Big Beard Jerry increasingly regarded Jidong with admiration. He had previously thought Jidong was just a passionate young man, but unexpectedly, Jidong also had such courage to forge ahead against the current. Xiaoming also sent a message. Xiaogun is really impressive. Such a big black bear. It seems Xiaogun is much better than you. Jidong replied, I miss you a bit. I have a lot of money now. I can come find you. No one replied. After closing the screen with his finger, Jidong picked up a beer and took a big gulp. Old Black and Zhou Nafeng did not come to the bar. Jidong kept waiting for their arrival. And by the time he was so intoxicated that he could barely think, he fell into a hazy sleep. Jidong did not know that at that moment, Old Black and Zhou Nafeng were discussing something else. Zhou Nafeng was lying in a metal chamber, his body submerged in colorful liquids. And his terrifying chest was also covered by this colorful liquid. This was a suppressant, the only method available to slow down the effects of the undead. Old Black knew how much pain the body had to endure submerged in such liquid. However, his understanding was still skewed. In reality, the pain Zhou Nafeng felt was 10 times worse than he imagined. Zhou Nafeng's expression remained very calm, never showing a hint of pain. Old Black was disassembling his mechanical arm, using a microlaser to weld something. Old Black spoke up. Today I saw something in that little wolf's body that was the same as what was in that child's body. It's gamma life. Zhou Nafeng sat up in the metal chamber, while a nearby mechanical claw installed a very thin, transparent solid film onto Zhou Nafeng's chest. His face still bore a neutral expression. This is his own choice. Old Black continued to focus on his tasks, saying, logically, gamma life would kill all parasitic organisms except for the host. No, there is another possibility. Zhou Nafeng had already put on his clothes. He walked at a leisurely pace. Not because he intended to, but because every slightly vigorous movement caused him unimaginable pain. No, it's impossible. They've been extinct. Except for us. Old Black's tone was a bit agitated. Although he had guessed this matter, he still dared not be certain. So he needed to ask Zhou Nafeng. That little wolf truly exists, Zhou Nafeng said. Then, the two discussed many old matters. They talked about that event, about the master's death, about the mission of guardianship, about shattered beliefs. Time rewinds to 100 years ago. At that time, the solar repair program led by the United Government had just begun. Humanity began to mine gamma alloy across the Earth. During this period, an incident occurred, and nearly all details about it were destroyed by the United Government. When Zhou Nafeng heard this story from his master, he suddenly felt a heavier burden on his shoulders. At that time, his master was only 15 years old. His master's master was a mysterious figure, an old man with white hair who looked very old. Yet the old man always told Zhou Nafeng's master that he was born in the year 2019 AD, which Zhou Nafeng's master thought was a joke. Until later, the old man taught Zhou Nafeng's master the invincible sword technique of the time, and Zhou Nafeng's master inherited this ancient martial art. The old man told Zhou Nafeng's master that he came from the distant era of solar civilization. His mission was to protect the gamma alloy veins and not allow them to be destroyed by anyone. Besides the place they were in, there were 11 gamma alloy veins remaining on Earth. Each vein had a source, which was the most important thing in the gamma alloy vein. Each gamma alloy vein had a corresponding guardian. They came from the distant era of solar civilization and appeared one after another when pyramid-shaped spacecraft appeared in Earth's near orbit. Not all of them were human. There were also some beasts. They were different from the monsters awakening on Earth. At the same time, the solar repair guide was in full swing, and the gamma alloy vein in Antarctica was the first to be discovered. The guardians there were quickly eliminated by the United Government, which had developed many of the weapons mentioned in the repair guide, thus defeating these guardians. The guide did not mention these guardians. However, the United Government quickly understood what was happening and sealed all information, requiring those participating in the battle to sign confidentiality agreements. The United Government discovered the source and learned from the guide that the source could help them create Class A Nirvana beings. 12 sources could produce 12 Class A Nirvana beings. At that time, there were still 2 gamma alloy veins left undiscovered on Earth. One located in the Siberian wilderness and the other in the western inland of Asia, which was the place guarded by Zhou Nanfeng's master. When Zhou Nanfeng's master saw helicopters swirling in the sky, the old man had already used his long knife to slash through countless incoming shells. It was clear that the old man was a controlling high-level Nirvana being. The shells struck by his knife were instantly frozen and fell to the ground without exploding. The old man had long made Zhou Nanfeng's master take away part of the source. In the end, the old man was submerged in millions of shells. He had enough strength to escape, but he did not. He knew this was his fate. Just as the flames of the bombs were about to reach Zhou Nanfeng's master, a nearly 5-meter-tall giant wolf suddenly appeared, grabbed him in its mouth, and left at an incredible speed. In the Siberian wilderness, the Guardians were a pack of giant wolves. The leading wolf king could converse with humans. It was this wolf king that saved Zhou Nanfeng's master's life. In the subsequent bloody siege by the United Government, all these giant wolves died. Zhou Nanfeng's master left before the United Government's army arrived. However, the United Government did not let him go. Over 60 years later, the United Government's army still found and killed him. In these decades, Zhou Nanfeng's master applied the pulse source to Zhou Nanfeng, but Zhou Nanfeng failed in the process of transcending from B grade to A grade. Chapter 45, The Legacy of the Swordsman. The United Government, leveraging 12 sources of energy and a massive influx of resources, created 12 A-grade Nirvanists. Among them, one exceptionally talented Nirvanist succeeded in Nirvana using only half of the energy sources. He was the founder of the Ma family, the strongest among the 12 families. Although humanity on Earth did not know where these 12 individuals were located within the solar system, nor whether they were alive or dead, this did not prevent their descendants from becoming outstanding figures on Earth. Eventually, the 12 families gradually took control of the United Government. They understood that the public must not know about the Guardians of the Mines, as those A-grade Nirvanists achieved their rank solely through the energy sources, and even their descendants' high talents were due to those sources. Such revelations would lead to unnecessary chaos, and ill-intentioned individuals could exploit this to undermine the 12 family status as saviors in the eyes of humanity. Moreover, the effects of the energy sources would persist through their bloodlines. This meant that anyone who consumed the blood of a person with the 12 family's lineage could gain coveted talents. Although this effect would diminish over generations, having something was better than having nothing. This matter must not be known to anyone outside the 12 families. Thus, the United Government initiated a bloody purge. Even those who participated in the Guardians' eradication efforts were secretly killed under various pretenses. This was a bloody history that would not be recorded in history. Behind every glamorous facade, there are always some dirty stains. Zhou Nanfeng's master was also targeted during this time. Due to the maintenance guide, the firearms at that time had become highly advanced. Zhou Nanfeng's master was a C-grade Nirvanist, and merely a combat-type Nirvanist, not the best-suited control-type Nirvanist for a swordsman. Zhou Nanfeng's master was no match for those firearms. The shells that killed the old man nearly consumed 1/5 of the United Government's ammunition reserves. Just think about it, using 1/5 of Earth's artillery to kill one person. Knowing that such shells were enough to create a crater with a diameter of 100 kilometers on Earth, one can imagine how powerful a true swordsman is. Indeed, there is such a large pit north of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, which is the place where the old man was killed. The official explanation provided by the United Government was that this pit was excavated for the extraction of gamma alloy. Nearly 100 years later, that pit formed a lake, nourishing the lush forests surrounding it. The United Government believed that Lao He and Zhou Nanfeng had long been dead, but they had survived tenaciously. This is the story of the Guardians, a lament that no one sings. They came to this world only to face the inevitable death that would soon come. In the end, they were unable to protect anything. Both Lao He and Zhou Nanfeng realized that Xiao Gun was a descendant of those guarding the giant wolves. In fact, those giant wolves were the lifesavers of Zhou Nanfeng's master. Zhou Nanfeng's swordsmanship was already very close to that of the old man back then. If he hadn't failed Nirvana, if he hadn't been injected with the soul reagent, he would have been the strongest on Earth by now. After all, a long sword cannot compare to those diverse firearms. Becoming a swordsman requires unimaginable effort. However, firearms can be bought with money. After failing Nirvana, Zhou Nanfeng's body has remained weak. In his final attempt at Nirvana, he decided to use a control-type Nirvana reagent, having previously used only combat-type reagents. This sudden change was beyond what his body could handle. Although he had energy sources within him, it was of no help. A series of setbacks left Zhou Niafeng disappointed with swordsmanship and with himself. Until the arrival of Ji Dong. Ji Dong was a fusionist, seemingly born to become a swordsman. Lao He and Zhou Niafeng were well acquainted with gamma life. They learned from their master that during the distant era of solar civilization, swordsmen were fusionists because their metal armor could appear instantaneously, being both sturdy and agile. It was fusionists who invented swordsmanship. At that time, gamma life could influence the host's mind, leading to the invention of swordsmanship to weaken and suppress this mental influence. Zhou Niafeng saw hope in Ji Dong. He had previously thought that swordsmen had been abandoned by this era, even with such favorable conditions from the United Government. No fusionist had survived. Fusionists like Brother Duoji cannot truly be considered fusionists. Gamma life merely attaches to their bones, unlike Ji Dong, who integrates from within. This is also why the United Government did not adopt that method. Zhou Niafeng wanted to impart everything his master had taught him to Ji Dong in the limited time he had left, even if it meant rote memorization. In the future, Ji Dong would naturally understand. His time was running out. Zhou Niafeng was about to pass on the legacy of the swordsman from his master to Ji Dong. Ji Dong should be able to do it. Although he was currently learning swordsmanship merely to control Erguo, he had not yet grasped the extraordinary nature of swordsmanship, but one day he would understand. The relationship between the Guardians of the Mines and Gamma Life was even more special. Guardians could merge with Gamma Life, becoming a part of the Guardian's body, which is different from fusionists. Fusion is internal and inseparable, while merging can be separated. When Shao Gun was in the arena, the metallic sheen of its fangs was transformed by Erguo. Additionally, the hair all over Shao Gun's body turned into extremely fine metal wires. These special metal wires would suddenly become incredibly hard under strong external forces, forming a protective membrane on Shao Gun's skin as a buffer for these powerful forces, preventing the rigid hair from harming Shao Gun. This is why Shao Gun could instantly pierce through the chest of a Taklamakan black bear. Ji Dong also discovered by chance that Erguo could merge with Shao Gun. At the time, he was meditating on Giant Spirit Peak, and Erguo, feeling bored, condensed into a small black figure and left Ji Dong's body to wander aimlessly around Giant Spirit Peak. When Zhou Niafeng saw the black figure of Erguo, he was not surprised. Although Ji Dong had never mentioned Erguo to him, he and Lao He already knew Ji Dong was a nervinist. Shao Gun, however, was very curious about the black figure of Erguo circling around it. Erguo was roughly the same height as Shao Gun. Shao Gun occasionally reached out its front paw to poke at Erguo, making Erguo's hard metallic body creak. Erguo, impatient, wanted to kick Shao Gun's wet nose. And just as Erguo touched Shao Gun, it was suddenly yanked into Shao Gun's mouth by a powerful force. Erguo and Ji Dong shared a mental connection. Ji Dong looked at Shao Gun and found it standing there in a daze. Its tail transformed into a straight metal rod, the immense weight causing it to collapse. One end on the ground and the other pulling at its rear. Shao Gun howled in pain. This was the first time Erguo and Shao Gun merged, and they were not very skilled at it. Once they became proficient, it would result in the scene seen in the arena. Chapter 46. Departure. Shortly after Shao Gun won his first beast fighting match, two opinions emerged. One group, enamored by Shao Gun, referred to him as the Little Wolf King. Lao He also told Ji Dong that Shao Gun was the last remaining bloodline of the giant wolf guardian on Earth. Ji Dong felt incredibly lucky, never expecting that Shao Gun was indeed the Wolf King. The other group, however, harbored doubts about Shao Gun. This group was quite large, mostly consisting of people who had hoped to make a fortune in the last match. With the rare and enormous base prize, they had all invested heavily. Among them, the angriest was undoubtedly the big boss of the Beast Fighting Center, who mistakenly thought he could manipulate others' fates, only to end up being played himself. Before the match, the giant black bear had a wound on its hind leg. This group attributed Shao Gun's victory to the heavily injured Taklamakan black bear being in poor condition. Soon, this narrative became mainstream, especially since Shao Gun's next opponent was a beast fighter from Africa. This individual had a significant background. It was said that he was a member of one of the 12 families, the North African lion family. Ji Dong recalled Dos, who had slapped him twice. Also a member of the North African lion family. This lion family member brought with him a black lion that existed in their family totem. There was a reason for this, as all 12 level Nirvana Guardians had, to some extent, relied on the power of the pulse source, which was closely tied to the guardians of the mineral veins. Thus, the family totems of the 12 families featured images of these guardians. This seemed to be a form of bloodline memory, After the 12 level Nirvana Guardians left, the 12 families rapidly developed and expanded, and these family totems naturally appeared. For example, the family totem of the family that completed the A-level Nirvana using the pulse source of the Gamma alloy vein, guarded by Master Zhou Nanfeng's master, was a straight, right-angled trapezoidal long knife. Due to this pulse source, the United Government only obtained a portion. So the family with the long knife totem is now the strongest, the Ma family. The A-level Nirvana Guardian had an extremely high talent, and a portion of the pulse source also successfully underwent Nirvana. The black lion brought by the lion family member could not possibly be one of those mineral vein guardians from back then. The United Government could guarantee that all the mineral vein guardians had been exterminated, except for Shao Gun, Lao He, and Zhou Nanfeng. There were no other mineral vein guardians on Earth. Shao Gun, Lao He, and Zhou Nanfeng could be said to be favored by heaven, such a thorough cleansing. And they miraculously escaped a calamity. But who could be sure this was a good thing? This black lion was a mimic created through genetic modification technology, and it was leagues away from being a true Nirvana guardian. Each member of the lion family received a black lion cub as their guardian beast after their coming-of-age ceremony. This lion family member was using his guardian beast to participate in the beast fighting match. Didn't he fear punishment from his family? This black lion was more of a symbol of status than a practical combat force. It seemed he was really short on money. In contrast, Shao Gun was a true mineral vein guardian, with bloodlines tracing back to the distant solar civilization era. Its innate deterrent power made other beasts bow before it. Shao Gun had not yet reached adulthood, so its deterrent power was somewhat lesser, but it was enough to intimidate these beasts. Take that Taklamakan black bear, for example. It had once been a king in its tribe, fearing nothing, but in front of Shao Gun, it felt like a mere bronze. Not due to physical size or outward appearance, but rather through a sense of momentum that instilled genuine fear. Thus, when Shao Gun leaped and struck at its chest, the bear made no defensive moves, not even attempting to dodge. It wasn't a matter of being too late, but rather of not daring to do so. Among the 12 families, 7 had animal totems. The North African lion family, with the surname Lion, the East Asian wolf family, with the surname Lin, the Arctic snow bear family, with the surname Xuanhua, the Antarctic snow leopard family, with the surname Dong Sun, the sea dolphin family, with the surname Lon, the Alpine night deer family, with the surname Carlton, and the South American tiger family, with the surname Taigo. 3 families had plant totems, the Tianshan demon tree family, with the surname Yi, the West Coast green vine family, with the surname Wu, and the Mongolian multi-star grass family, with the surname D. Limulati. The last 2 families were the Central Asian knife family, with the surname Ma, and the Athens Babylon tower family, with the surname Mika. One family's totem was a long knife, and the other was a machine tower. The younger generation like Ji Dong had been required to memorize the surnames and totems of the 12 families from a young age, which was almost always a test question every year. So when the North African lion family was mentioned, Ji Dong recalled the few points of knowledge he had memorized, running through these names in his mind. These families were the pillars of Earth, and someone as insignificant as Ji Dong could not shake them even a little. At this moment, Ji Dong still had some fear of the 12 families. Although he had experienced conflicts among those top powers, he was merely a pawn drifting along with the tide. Now, facing the 12 families, Ji Dong was not mentally prepared. To outsiders, the match between Shao Gun and the Black Lion was more intriguing. Many believed the Black Lion was the end of Shao Gun's extraordinary luck, with only a few believing Shao Gun could win the next match. Although the prize pool for this match wasn't as large as the first, it still reached 500,000. For Ji Dong, this beast fighting match wasn't about the money. It was a trivial act of rebellion specifically against the 12 families. The match would take place in 2 days. During this time, Ji Dong finished his last knife training session with Zhou Nanfeng. After nearly 3 months, Ji Dong was ready to depart. He could now use a decayed wooden stick to cut down long grass, leaving smooth and neat cuts. However, aside from that, Zhou Nanfeng had taught him nothing else. Every day was just cutting grass, meditating, and reciting. Ji Dong was caught off guard by his departure. Zhou Nanfeng explained, "I have taught you everything I know." Ji Dong told Zhou Nanfeng that he hadn't learned anything. On the last day, Ji Dong had another match against Zhou Nanfeng and still lost. Zhou Nanfeng explained, "You've learned a lot. How much more you can learn depends on the path you choose." After saying that, Zhou Nanfeng took out the long knife he had kept sealed in its sheath. It was a knife with rust and significant chips along the blade. Zhou Nanfeng inserted the knife into the soil, piling dirt in front of it, muttering, "A person is like his knife. A knife is like his person." Today, I bid you farewell, and it is a farewell forever. Later, Zhou Nefeng told Ji Dong, a swordsman must have self-awareness when strength is insufficient. One must know when to give up. Ji, today you depart. The road ahead depends on you. In the days to come, Ji Dong would deeply understand what these tedious 3 months had brought him. Zhou Nefeng's spirit state grew increasingly severe. He truly wanted to die. He had taught Ji Dong the knife technique, and although he had not yet seen the day Ji Dong revitalized the knife art, it was good to have hope. But he could not convince Lao He, and there was nothing he could do but stay submerged in that liquid 24 hours a day to sustain his life. He simply could not bear to leave, unable to tolerate the desolate expression on Lao He's face. Chapter 47 Reuniting with Summer Dream. Ji Dong was still not used to not having to get up early every morning to chop the never-ending tall grass. However, he maintained the habit of meditating and reciting Xiao Yu every morning. Ji Dong himself couldn't believe that he could now recite Xiao Yu fluently, something he couldn't manage during school. But then he thought, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't memorize it after 3 months. The match between Xiao Gun and the Black Lion would take place this afternoon at 5 o'clock at the Beast Fighting Center. After all, they were guardian beasts from the 12 families, and in the minds of most people, anything related to the 12 families was powerful. Therefore, most bets were placed on the Black Lion to win. An was also present, and Ji Dong divided half of the prize money with him as agreed. He initially thought Ji Dong would not give him any money since it was just a verbal agreement. He was surprised that Ji Dong actually gave him the money. People like Ji Dong who were not solely motivated by profit were too rare in this era. The match began. The Black Lion appeared, and the crowd cheered. Ji Dong did not see the owner of the Black Lion, but An told him that there were usually VIP boxes at the Beast Fighting Center, and that member of the Lion family should be in one of those boxes. After hearing this, Ji Dong said, "Let's go to the box." An, having previously worked there, was very familiar with the environment and quickly led Ji Dong to a box with a great view. At this moment, Ji Dong could see a young man around 20 years old sitting in the box directly opposite. Ji Dong couldn't remember what Dorsey Leon looked like, but the arrogant expression on the person across from him was exactly like Dorsey Leon's. Ji Dong could see the smirk on that person's face, full of disdain. Ji Dong was speechless. Were all these noble offspring like this? Always believing they were superior, able to mock and look down on anyone beneath them without restraint. Ji Dong didn't even think twice before arriving at a definite conclusion. They were indeed such people. Facing that person's disdain, Ji Dong smiled nonchalantly and didn't take it to heart. However, what he saw next made it difficult for Ji Dong to remain calm. He saw a familiar figure in the opposite box. It was Summer Dream. Ji Dong confirmed again carefully. Indeed, it was Summer Dream, with that butterfly tattoo on her neck, reminding him of that night. From An, Ji Dong learned that the member of the Lion family was Kevin Leon, the fourth son of the current head of the Lion family. Kevin Leon clearly knew that Ji Dong was acquainted with Summer Dream. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close to him, and Summer Dream sat beside him without raising her eyes. Kevin Leon was stroking Summer Dream's black hair, and she did not resist. Ji Dong felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. If Summer Dream looked up at him, giving him just one glance, he would undoubtedly rush over without hesitation. But what was the situation now? It seemed that Summer Dream was not being forced. What would he be doing if he went over? Later, Ji Dong understood that Summer Dream was doing what she had done when he first met her. He thought this, but was in immense inner turmoil. In the past, the Black Demon would definitely have appeared again, but Ji Dong had already learned sword skills. Although this so-called sword skill was merely about chopping grass and meditation, it was indeed effective. Ji Dong's spirit was no longer affected by Erguo. Ji Dong stopped looking at that box. The match was about to start, and the Black Lion was now in the center of the arena, its roar drowning out the cheers of the crowd. Xiaogun stood at the edge of the arena, and the size of this Black Lion was almost as big as the Taklamakan Black Bear from before. To the spectators, Xiaogun's momentum was clearly much weaker, but only the Black Lion knew who was strong and who was weak. Summer Dream's story was actually not complicated. Her family was a small, insignificant family. The only C-class Nirvana practitioner in the family, during a repair job on a solar reactor crack, due to operational errors, caused the second maintenance base to lose nearly a ton of space repair fluid. She herself was burned to a crisp by the high-temperature energy flow that erupted from the reactor crack. As a result, Summer Dream's family incurred a massive debt. 1 ton of space repair fluid was worth about 500 million solar coins. Her family went bankrupt, repaying 400 million solar coins, but still faced a shortfall of 100 million solar coins. The elders in the family were well aware of the methods of the 12 families. Although it was now the year 22 of the Common Era, social relations seemed to have returned to feudal times. The 12 families had the final say. They were the true rulers of Earth. The united government had been rendered powerless by them. The North African lion family was primarily responsible for such matters. To put it more bluntly, the North African lion family was the landlord exploiting people worldwide. Kevin Leon was sent by his family to oversee Summer Dream's family, urging them to repay their debts. Kevin Leon took a liking to Summer Dream and promised that as long as she married him, he would waive the 100 million debt of her family. Kevin Leon could indeed do this. His father, the head of the North African lion family, spoiled him immensely, and he could easily resolve a debt that nearly ruined a family with just a few words. Summer Dream naturally disagreed. She had despised these so-called nobles since she was a child. However, she was even less willing to see her family exiled to the maintenance base, especially her younger brother who had just been born, as it meant he would spend his life in the extremely dangerous maintenance base. In the end, Summer Dream compromised, asking Kevin Leon for 6 months to raise the money. If she couldn't gather enough money by then, she would marry him. This was so reminiscent of the feudal times when, unable to repay the landlord's silver, one would offer their wife and daughter as payment. This was also why Summer Dream was willing to sacrifice her appearance to obtain money. In the end, Summer Dream still did not succeed. She became Kevin Leon's fiancée. The messages she sent Ji Dong were all done secretly, away from Dorsey Leon, so she had not replied to Ji Dong's messages. She feared that if Kevin Leon found out, it would implicate Ji Dong. But Kevin Leon still discovered it. It was during that bar night, when Xiao Gun won the first match, that she was chatting with Ji Dong. Ji Dong even said he had money now. But how could hundreds of thousands compare to 100 million? Kevin Leon did not take Ji Dong seriously. He had seen that news on the virtual space's news wall. When he saw the radiant smile on Summer Dream's face as she read Ji Dong's message, he was determined to have his guardian beast participate in this beast fighting match. The Black Lion was a giant beast ranked among the top on Earth. A small wolf could never be its opponent. Kevin Leon confidently glanced at Ji Dong, then at Summer Dream beside him, and finally directed his gaze at the imposing Black Lion in the arena. At this moment, Erguo had merged with Xiao Gun. The metallic gleam of its fangs flashed with cold light. Ji Dong fixed his gaze on Dorsey Leon. He was not concerned about the situation in the arena because there was no suspense at all. He slowly drew the long knife from his back. He no longer wanted to think so much. He had to go over and embrace Summer Dream, not caring at all about that so-called noble scum opposite. The little wolf leaped, and the Black Lion's roar ceased. It roared to release its fear, but now, death had become inevitable. The same method pierced through the chest. Kevin Leon's expression was simply magnificent, but little did he know that something even more spectacular was yet to come. Chapter 48. Slaughter. Kevin Lion finally accepted the fact that his guardian beast had been easily killed. He couldn't believe that there were such reckless people in this era. Even the most lawless criminals wouldn't dare to harm a guardian beast of the 12 families, as it meant making an enemy of the most powerful forces on Earth. Xia Ming was also quite shocked, but she was more concerned about Ji Dong. She was now thinking of a plan to escape with Ji Dong before the forces of the united government arrived. Everyone present dared not speak. They had thought this was just a performance by the Black Lion, showcasing the prowess of the 12 families' guardian beasts. No one expected that they would witness the death of a guardian beast in their lifetime. Kevin Lion's anger was palpable. He said to Xia Ming, who was sitting next to him, "You really love him, don't you? Now even the gods can't save him. I will personally kill him in front of you." Xia Ming sat silently beside him. Kevin Lion looked at Ji Dong in the opposite room and checked his nirvana level and combat power. Ridiculous H level, ridiculous combat power. Truly overestimating himself. After seeing Ji Dong's nirvana level and combat power, the anger on Kevin Lion's face turned into even more exaggerated disdain. "Go die." Ji Dong saw the shape of Kevin Lion's mouth. He drew the long knife from his back and leaped into the arena. A gasp erupted from the audience. At such a height, Ji Dong surprisingly landed steadily on the ground. People saw Ji Dong's nirvana level and combat power. According to common sense, such a nirvana level and combat power should not be able to perform those actions, even if an H-level nirvana practitioner had significantly enhanced bone hardness. They shouldn't be able to withstand such impact. Yet Ji Dong stood there unharmed. They did not know that Ji Dong was a fusionist, and his diamond-like bones had hardness almost equivalent to that of a B-level nirvana practitioner. Ji Dong looked up at the arrogant Kevin Lion. Because Little Gun's impact had missed the vital part of the Black Lion, it only left a large blood hole in the lion's left shoulder. Of course, such damage had already rendered the Black Lion unable to stand. Blood stained its well-groomed, smooth fur. It now lay in a pool of blood, howling in pain. Ji Dong sneered. That expression was that of a dark demon. Ji Dong was certainly not affected mentally. More accurately, he had assimilated this demonic emotion. Although it did not allow him to control the dark demon, this demonic emotion had gradually weakened Ji Dong's inherent human cowardice and timidity. No one knew what Ji Dong was going to do. They saw Ji Dong holding an unremarkable long knife. Kevin Lion couldn't help but laugh. Who still use such useless scrap metal? Ji Dong looked at Kevin Lion with a half-smile and slowly inserted the long knife into the Black Lion's chest. The Black Lion offered no resistance, or rather, it had no strength to resist. Ji Dong's power was simply too great. Even without such severe injuries, Ji Dong could easily stab the knife into its vital parts. The painful howls abruptly ceased. Kevin Lion instantly stood up from his seat. Ji Dong's actions had exceeded his imagination. He had originally thought that after the little wolf dealt with the Black Lion, Ji Dong would realize the seriousness of the situation. He had even imagined what to say when Ji Dong came to apologize and beg for mercy. After 3 months of sword training, this was Ji Dong's first time wielding the long knife. He had thought he hadn't learned anything during those 3 months, but when he just used the knife, he experienced the calmness with which Zhou Neifeng wielded his knife, the feeling of unity between man and blade. If Zhou Neifeng had seen Ji Dong's knife skills just now, he would certainly have been astonished by Ji Dong's performance. Even if Ji Dong was a fusionist, such rapid progress was unexpected. Zhou Neifeng had taken 5 or 6 years after those 3 months to truly comprehend the mysteries of swordsmanship, yet Ji Dong reached this realm in just 3 days. Zhou Neifeng did not know that Ji Dong was not only a fusionist, but also a priest, and he was the first person to absorb star essence and survive since the era of solar civilization. Star essence was much rarer than vein sources. Ji Dong slowly pulled the knife out of the Black Lion's chest, looking at Kevin Lion. The audience had lost the urge to gasp. This was undoubtedly the most incredible thing they had ever witnessed in their lives. This was a provocation, a wordless yet powerful provocation. Everyone present understood what such provocation meant. The young man standing next to the corpse of the Black Lion had become a fool challenging the authority of the 12 families. Those who acted like this before had not met with good ends. Kevin Lion was thoroughly enraged by Ji Dong. He was an F-level combat type Nirvana practitioner, with a combat power reaching 2000 at the F level. As a genius who reached F level before the age of 25, Kevin Lion would not allow himself to be looked down upon by anyone. The family's manufacturing base had produced a batch of weapons from the solar civilization era, according to the repair guide's blueprints. Kevin Lion was one of the few who had the capability to use these weapons. The weapon equipped on him was a device that could fire 10-centimeter incendiary bombs, and it was also equipped with a low-altitude magnetic levitation flight system. Kevin Lion leapt out from his bag, his feet recognizing 2 faint blue-tail flames. He slowly descended from the air. That incendiary bomb could unleash pure blue flames of high temperature, instantly turning anything it touched into char. Kevin Lion landed methodically several dozen meters in front of Ji Dong. He believed he was making a grand entrance as the Reaper. 1 incendiary bomb would be enough to pronounce Ji Dong's death sentence. Do you know how serious what you did is? Kevin Lion wanted to say something harsh to vent his anger, but Ji Dong impatiently interrupted him. Spit it out if you have something to say. I won't kill you on my own, so if you want to escape, now's your chance. Kevin Lion had never been so underestimated in his life. He didn't waste any more words. He wanted the impudent kid in front of him to understand his might. An incendiary bomb was launched, flying swiftly toward Ji Dong. At this moment, Gutu had already separated from Little Gun and returned to Ji Dong's body. This all happened in an instant. Ji Dong held the knife in one hand. To him, the rapidly moving incendiary bomb looked as slow as a snail. Ji Dong was also quite surprised. Was this what swordsmanship was? He had previously looked down on swordsmanship, but now he was captivated by it. Ji Dong swung the knife, and the incendiary bomb was instantly cut in half. At the moment of rupture, Gutu quickly enveloped the bomb from the tip of the knife, absorbing the immense kinetic energy produced by the burning explosion. In the next moment, 2 black lumps of iron appeared on the ground. Kevin Lion had fired all his shells. The same result left the audience in a daze. Today, they had witnessed too many unbelievable events. Kevin Lion panicked. Ji Dong quickly approached him. The long knife pressed against his neck. High and mighty scions of the 12 families, like Kevin Lion, had always lived under the halo of their families, believing themselves invincible. But in the face of true brutality, they became exceedingly cowardly. Ji Dong sneered, "Don't blame me. You were the one who wanted to kill me." Then, with a flash of cold light, A wound appeared on someone's throat. Chapter 49. Sudden Extinction. The news of Ji Dong killing members of the North African lion family quickly spread across the earth. Fortunately, Machine Town did not have the United Government's military or its institutions, so Ji Dong had not encountered any trouble for the time being. At this moment, Ji Dong and Xia Meng were at the residence of the giant spirit's head, along with Zhou Nanfeng and Lao He. Ji Dong had not seen Zhou Nanfeng, and when he asked Lao He always responded vaguely. In fact, Zhou Nanfeng had been lying in that metal chamber for the past 2 days, and he had no vital signs. But Lao He knew he was still alive. He just couldn't wake up for a while. After Lao He learned that Ji Dong had killed Kevin Lion, he did not say anything like "you acted too impulsively" or "did you consider the consequences?" Instead, he suddenly got busy. Ji Dong and Xia Meng had no idea what he was doing. 1 hour after Kevin Lion's death, Ji Dong and Xia Meng were sitting in the right ear of the giant spirit. Xia Meng asked hesitantly, "Why did you do this?" Looking at the rolling clouds below, she felt uncertain. This enormous ear had a very comfortable curve, and lying down was the most comfortable position. In contrast, Ji Dong did not feel that much pressure. When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we bury it. There's nothing to fear, he thought. His only concern was Xia Meng. Ji Dong leaned casually against a protruding area and said, "I know you don't want to marry him." Xia Meng looked at Ji Dong, who had a playful smile. And she knew what was coming. She couldn't smile back. Ji Dong's relaxed expression suddenly vanished, and Xia Meng understood that his earlier demeanor was just an act. Ji Dong said seriously, "You know it's not safe to be with me. While there's still time, you should leave. I borrowed some money from Lao He. I didn't expect him to have so much. It should be enough. If I die, never mention our relationship." Xia Meng had already explained her situation with Kevin Lion to Ji Dong. "Open your chip account, and I will transfer the money to you," Ji Dong continued. Xia Meng made no move and simply looked at Ji Dong calmly. Ji Dong knew that Xia Meng wanted an answer, a reason. But Ji Dong would not say that he did all this for her. That would be too unmanly. Why should he make the woman he loved bear such moral coercion? Ji Dong just wanted to do it, without any reason. But Xia Meng did not think that way. She wanted a definite answer from Ji Dong. Ji Dong was silent for a long time before finally saying, "I just wanted to kill him because he wanted to kill me." Ji Dong could see the tears welling up in Xia Meng's eyes as she said, just like that. She only wanted Ji Dong to say he loved her and that she was willing to endure all the suffering with him. Even though she was still worried about her family's safety, Ji Dong just wanted Xia Meng to leave. Expressing such strong emotions at this moment was not rational, and feelings could lead things in directions he couldn't imagine. Ji Dong replied, "Just like that." Xia Meng stood up. Ji Dong asked her, "Where are you going?" Xia Meng replied, "Give me the money. I have to go. My brother must be thinking of me." The chip account received 90 million solar coins. So much money. "Remember to pay me back later." Ji Dong still lay there, shouting at Xia Meng's retreating figure. "If I survive, I'll pay you back." Xia Meng really left. People are emotional creatures. At a specific time, saying certain words can create a seemingly beautiful scene. Ji Dong knew that such a scene would not last long. He did not need a love that meant living and dying together, nor emotions proven by death. He just wanted her to be alive. 3 hours after Kevin Lion was killed. During these 3 hours, Lao He had been busy. After Xia Meng left, Ji Dong fell asleep. When Lao He woke Ji Dong, it was already night. Lao He did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "I just finished adjusting a modified single-person spaceship. It can evade the United Government's checkpoint inspections. You must leave Earth immediately. You don't have much time left. I just got news that nearly 20 aircraft from the North African Lion family's Air Force have taken off from the Pacific base. They will arrive at Machine Town in, at most, 3 hours. In addition, an hour later, the United Government's military and police will also arrive. You won't be able to return to Earth for a while." After hearing Lao He's words, Ji Dong asked only one question. "Tell me, what exactly are you and your master doing?" Lao He did not hide anything from Ji Dong, quickly revealing the story of the Mind Guardians, Xiaogun's background, his story with Zhou Nanfeng, and that he was the owner of the giant spirit tourism company. Afterwards, Ji Dong and Lao He crossed the suspension bridge to Giant Spirit Peak. It was a spherical spaceship with a diameter of no more than 2 meters. Lao He helped Ji Dong put on a spacesuit. Before putting on the helmet, Ji Dong asked Lao He again, "Will my master wake up?" A hint of melancholy crossed Lao He's face, and he said, "I believe he will." Lao He watched the spaceship take off with his own eyes. This might be the last time he and Ji Dong would see each other. Once Ji Dong left Earth, he probably wouldn't return. Xia Meng had not left. She was somewhere nearby, watching Jidong's spaceship gradually turn into a small dot of light. Finally, it became part of the starry sky. Xiaoming had never found the stars so dazzling before, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. The night sky also had a bright crescent moon. As for Jidong, the spaceship had now left Earth's atmosphere, and he could see the light from the other half of the Earth. The orange-yellow outline of the sun slowly rose from the horizon. The spacecraft stopped here, waiting for 1 to 2 hours. Lao He had said this was a blind spot monitored by the United Government's Near-Earth Orbit Management Department. He had to wait until the orbital patrol ship changed shifts before he could enter near-Earth orbit and then reach escape velocity in 1/10 of a second to leave Earth's orbit. 5 hours after Kevin Lyon was killed, Machine Town had become the most watched place in the world. Reporters had already arrived at Machine Town. The North Hemisphere Air Force's spacecraft had landed, and the military and police had also arrived. The North African Lion family transported the bodies of Kevin Lyon and the Black Lion onto the spacecraft. The spokesperson for the North African Lion family held a press conference, revealing that they had grasped the specific location of the murderer and declared to the world that harming the 12 families was harming the Earth. And this murderer was the common enemy of all humanity. Some scoffed at this, but no one expressed such emotions. After Jidong left, Lao He also left Machine Town with Zhou Nanfeng's sleeping chamber. Several helicopters circled above Giant Spirit Peak, and ground troops had already arrived at the Giant Spirit's head via the Giant Spirit elevator. However, they did not find Jidong's trace. At this moment, someone discovered traces of the spaceship's launch on Giant Spirit Peak. Jidong's whereabouts had been exposed, with the speed of the United Government spacecraft. They were confident they could capture him before he reached the synchronous satellite orbit. 6 hours after Kevin Lyon was killed, the spacecraft, having stayed at an altitude of 50,000 meters for 2 hours, suddenly activated. It was about to launch, attempting to break free from Earth's gravitational pull in the shortest possible time. Jidong did not know that the nearest United Government reconnaissance spaceship was only 5 kilometers away. Jidong's hope of escaping Earth had become very slim. At that moment, Jidong saw the sunlight on the horizon suddenly disappear. After 40 years, the sun experienced another sudden extinction. This extinction occurred without any warning because a sudden extinction of the sun would produce a powerful pulse, causing all human instruments to lose power. Jidong's spaceship also began to sound alarms. Countless flying vehicles, even satellites in low Earth orbit, are going to fall to Earth. How could there be no sudden extinction warning? Could it be that the solar monitoring station has malfunctioned? No one was prepared in advance, and a disaster is about to arrive. Chapter 50. The cylinder device. Up until now, the United Government has not held a press conference to explain why there was no warning from the solar monitoring station before the sudden extinction event. This is because the United Government has other matters to deal with. After the extinction event, a powerful electromagnetic pulse will erupt, temporarily disabling electromagnetic devices on Earth. When Jidong's spaceship suddenly lost power and began free-falling from high altitudes, many other spacecraft would encounter the same problem. Of course, the electromagnetic pulse only lasts for a few seconds, and devices will self-recover within a few minutes or switch to backup power. It is precisely because of these few minutes that Jidong evaded the search of the reconnaissance ships. However, the spaceship he was on was rapidly plummeting to the ground. Given the weight of the spaceship, the acceleration due to gravity on Earth could bring its falling speed to supersonic within seconds. At this point, even if the spaceship's power was restored, it would be unable to slow down to a safe range before landing. Therefore, when the extinction event occurred, the impact on spacecraft in higher orbits was not significant. Even spacecraft in low Earth orbit could counterbalance gravitational pull with orbital inertia. The most dangerous were spacecraft like Jidong's, which had not yet entered orbit and were merely flying within the Earth's atmosphere, most of which would crash. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, Jidong managed to escape the search of the reconnaissance aircraft because of this. At this moment, if someone looked up at the night sky, they would see the moon's light gradually fading, as the moon reflects the light from the sun and other distant stars in the universe, making it visible to people on Earth. Now that the sun has gone out, its primary light source has also vanished. One could still see meteors streaking across the low sky. However, these were not meteors but rather spacecraft burning up due to high-speed friction with the atmosphere. Most of these meteors would not escape the fate of destruction and death. The discomfort caused by the high-speed fall was extremely intense. Jidong somewhat regretted bringing Xiaogun on the spaceship, as he had not provided a special spacesuit for Xiaogun, and only injected it with some medication. Jidong could endure it, but Xiaogun appeared to be in great pain. Blood even began to flow from its ears, as its eardrums had ruptured due to the rapidly changing pressure. Jidong held Xiaogun tightly in his arms, and a golden film appeared on his fingers, enveloping Xiaogun. However, Xiaogun was not a fusion being like Jidong, so the golden film could not provide airtight protection, which would suffocate Xiaogun. A metallic film gradually began to form on Jidong as well. This was somewhat reminiscent of the time Jidong and Erwotu landed on the Tibetan wilderness. The difference was that the impact this time was much greater. Jidong was very worried about Xiaogun. To prevent Xiaogun from suffocating, Erwotu could only wrap it in a metallic film at the last moment. He was concerned that Xiaogun would not withstand such an impact and the high likelihood of an explosion. In addition to Jidong, there were thousands of different spacecraft crashing to Earth that day. Some exploded in the barren Gobi, others fell into the depths of the ocean. Some broke apart on the icebergs of Antarctica, and others were destroyed by the city's missile defense systems, turning into countless tiny fragments. Jidong's spaceship was lucky, landing in a bay in Eastern Asia, which was much better than crashing directly onto land. Although the impact was still significant, at least Xiaogun could endure it, and Xiaogun was fortunate to have survived. This sudden extinction would be recorded in history. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be called a sudden extinction. The correct definition of sudden extinction is instant extinguishment followed by a short-term recovery. However, this time the extinction lasted for a full 3 months. During these 3 months, humanity on Earth lived in despair and fear. Even the hottest Sahara Desert on Earth began to experience snowfall, as the sun no longer supplied vast amounts of heat to the Earth, causing global temperatures to drop. Some even predicted that another ice age was imminent. But in this ice age, humanity would not survive. Even migrating to other planets in the solar system seemed unlikely unless all of humanity boarded an ark to search for another habitable stellar system. This was no easy task, as humanity had yet to successfully construct a functioning ark. The only hope lay in finding arks left behind by solar civilization, which were hidden somewhere in the solar system. This was the only escape route that solar civilization had left for humanity on Earth, after humanity's failure to repair the sun. However, the prevailing view on Earth had been that the sun could be repaired, making it unnecessary to leave and wander. This led most of Earth to undervalue this matter. Consequently, the manufacturing and searching for arks were put on hold. It was too late for regrets now. Moreover, since 70% of the sun's gravity is provided by the mass of the solar reactor itself, with the remaining 30% originating from the reactor, this 30% of gravitational pull suddenly disappearing for an extended period had catastrophic consequences for Earth. Coastal areas experienced frequent tsunamis, displacing nearly 1 billion people, and millions died untimely deaths. Darkness stripped humanity of all beautiful fantasies. In despair, some began to go mad, while others chose to die in solitude. The United Government had not received any communication from the solar repair base. All of humanity shrank back on Earth, waiting for the final judgment of fate. Until one day in October, the sun suddenly illuminated the entire eastern hemisphere. Humans on the other side of the Earth piloted their ships to bask in the long-awaited sunlight. The sun had restored its original form. It was a day of jubilation. By the time this day arrived, Jidong had already been living on a tropical island in the Pacific for 3 months. A thin layer of ice had formed on the sea surface, and sunlight poured down from above, causing the ice to shine brilliantly. During these 3 months, no one had been frantically searching for Jidong. Everyone seemed to have lost their motivation to live. It seemed that no one remembered the incident of the 12 family members being killed. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone was struggling to survive. Who would care about matters that had nothing to do with them? Even the people from the North African lion family had stopped stubbornly searching for Jidong. But now, the 3-month sudden extinction had ended. And the second repair base had also sent back news. Jidong's predicament had once again become dangerous. How could he escape the pursuit of the United Government on his own? Jidong himself did not know, but he did not regret it. In fact, he did not kill Kevin Lion just for Xiaoming. He felt it was something he had to do. On the second day after sunlight shone on the Earth again, the United Government held a press conference. The explanation given by the second repair base was that the previously abandoned first repair base had suddenly exploded, creating a crack in the solar reactor that was 10 kilometers long. Because all communication devices were damaged in the explosion, even the solar monitoring station was not spared. It took the full resources of the second repair base 3 months to repair the crack. The scientists at the base could not provide a reason for the explosion, nor could they explain what force had damaged the communication devices. Of course, being alive was a good thing, so the public did not care about these matters. Zhidong would never have thought that the occurrence of this sudden extinction was directly related to him. The origin of everything was the cylindrical device that appeared in the Wolf Dragon star domain. At that time, the cylindrical device had melted into the star marrow. Chapter 51. Winds of Change. At that time, Zhidong and Erguatu wanted to use the cylindrical device to control the starry beasts. Zhidong speculated that the cylindrical device was an artifact from the Sun civilization era used to control the starry beasts. However, Zhidong was mistaken. The cylindrical device actually contained a cosmic singularity. A cosmic singularity is a link and key between real space and the second space. Everything Zhidong and Erguatu did inadvertently opened the cosmic singularity. There is a fundamental difference between cosmic singularities and singularities in the ordinary sense. A singularity refers to a type of existence with infinite mass and infinitesimal volume, while a cosmic singularity was created by the Sun civilization. Even the powerful Sun civilization could not create a spatial entity with infinite mass and infinitesimal volume. Therefore, the cosmic singularity is a lower-tier version of a singularity. Manufacturing a cosmic singularity requires a harsh physical environment, which can only be provided by a solar reactor. Due to the unique properties of cosmic singularities, when the Sun civilization created them, many half-finished cosmic singularities were left in the solar reactor. Logically, cosmic singularities should disappear from real space once the starry beasts and the priests are pulled into the second space. The appearance of a cosmic singularity in the Wolf Dragon star domain is an incredible occurrence. Who could have done this? What exactly happened in the distant Sun civilization era? Where did the powerful Sun civilization go? Did they perish? Or did they leave? Why did they leave? This series of questions was not mentioned in the maintenance guide, not even in a word. Cosmic singularities are not independent entities, they are interdependent. Therefore, when one cosmic singularity is opened, others will follow suit. This includes those half-finished products left in the solar reactor. The spatial distortion force of the second space erupted into real space, causing the explosion of maintenance base number 1. What impact did the cosmic singularity opened by Zhidong on Earth have? Just as humanity on Earth thought everything had returned to normal, everything brought by this cosmic singularity had already appeared on Earth. This cosmic singularity tore open a rift in real space. This rift was located deep in the Pacific Ocean. Those things that had been pulled into the second space came to Earth through this rift. In the 3 months that Earth was plunged into darkness, everything underwent earth-shattering changes in the boundless night. The Starry Alliance. Every starry guardian discovered that the previously vanished planetary patterns on their treasure maps had reappeared. And they had turned red, just like when the Wolf Dragon first appeared on the Hiding Land Prairie. There were a total of 13 planetary patterns, all concentrated in the Pacific Ocean. The planetary patterns on the treasure maps of other solar system planets also turned red. All starry guardians mobilized quickly and soon found 12 petrified starry beasts in the deep sea. Among them, 9 were wolf dragons, and 3 were of other types. The second space was also referred to as the sculpture space by scientists of the Sun civilization. The spatial viscosity of the second space is extremely high. So any biological entity returning from the second space appears like a sculpture. To adapt to the viscosity of the second space, they would remain as still as possible. And over time, they became sculptures. When they returned to real space, it would take a long time for them to recover. This also indirectly indicates that the wolf dragon that appeared in the Hiding Land Prairie had not entered the second space. Otherwise, it would have only been a sculpture when it first appeared. The only reasonable explanation is that this wolf dragon had always existed on Earth, and its corresponding priest had not died, which explains why descendants of the priests appeared on Earth. Starry guardians are the ones who understand starry beasts the best. With their guidance and help, the starry beasts will quickly revive from their sculpted state and reappear on Earth. With the starry beasts, the Starry Alliance will have the capital to contend with the United Government. The Iron Temple, the anomalies deep in the Pacific Ocean were, of course, also discovered by the Iron Temple. They had initially only imagined that Zhidong being swallowed into the Wolf Dragon star domain would create scenes like today. But they never expected that such a scenario would actually succeed. The demands of the Iron Temple coincided perfectly with Ji Lukai's plan to escape like a golden cicada. This is why they secretly helped those executing Zhidong's plan. Caesar and Joseph are both members of the Iron Temple. Caesar is the only one in the upper echelons of the United Government who is not from one of the 12 families. He is the second in command of the United Government. The 12 families have marginalized Caesar over the years, attempting to undermine his power, and they have succeeded. Caesar harbors a deep hatred for the 12 families. His assistance to Ji-dong is driven by a faint hope in his heart. Since the seeding plan began, Caesar has been strategizing. He knows that the life capsules contain the genes of the starry beasts. He also speculates about what might exist in the cosmic domain. He allowed Ji-dong to enter the wolf dragon star domain not only for him to escape, but more importantly, to help Ji-dong unlock the cosmic singularity. Ji-dong is the only person on Earth who can survive in the starry beast's domain. This task must be done by him. It is a gamble. If Caesar is wrong and the passage to the second space does not appear on Earth, he will soon be pushed out by the 12 families and ultimately die in an accidental incident in an unknown small town. Fortunately, he won the gamble. He is the biggest player behind everything Ji-dong has experienced, but the true mastermind is not him. He has only reached a certain agreement with some individuals. The United Government and the Starry Alliance only want to use Ji-dong to create A-level Nirvana practitioners, while the Iron Temple, or rather Caesar, seeks to use Ji-dong to summon deities that do not belong to this era. The deities have truly appeared on Earth. 1 million Imosa people. They are products of the Sun Civilization era. Before the methods of the priests in the second space were discovered, scientists of the Sun Civilization created the Imosa Legion, a special race capable of combating starry beasts. They are extremely loyal, like robots, with loyalty ingrained in their bones. Whoever they swear allegiance to, they will serve until death. The strength of the soldiers in the Imosa Legion is comparable to that of E-level Nirvana practitioners. 10,000 soldiers form a brigade. And the strength of the brigade leader is comparable to that of C-level Nirvana practitioners. In the part of the Sun Maintenance Guide revered as scripture by the Iron Temple, the strength of the Imosa Legion leader is on par with A-level Nirvana practitioners. Like the starry beasts, the Imosa Legion was also in a sculpted state when discovered by the Iron Temple. The reasons for their confinement in the second space remain unknown. However, their emergence is undoubtedly a blessing for the Iron Temple. The Imosa people are extremely simple-minded. If the Iron Temple saves them from peril, they will certainly swear loyalty to the Iron Temple. The United Government. During these 3 months, the 12 families have not been idle. They are somewhat aware of the events occurring deep in the Pacific Ocean. The United Government firmly believes that the sun will shine again. Just like a phrase on the title page of the Sun Maintenance Guide, true disasters do not come from the sun. After all, having ruled the Earth for over 100 years, they have their own means of coping with suddenly powerful enemies. The bloodline heritage of the 12 families is not an exaggeration. They truly are a gathering of strong individuals. And nearly all resources on Earth are in the hands of the 12 families. It seems that a great battle is inevitable. Chapter 52 Declaration of War. A tripartite confrontation has formed on Earth. On one side is the United Government represented by the 12 families, who possess the most advanced technology on Earth, the largest fleet, and an army of nearly 5 million Nirvana warriors. On the other side is the Starry Sky Alliance, which has the legendary Starry Sky Beasts. The Starry Sky Alliance has only a few thousand members, but each one is an elite of extremely high Nirvana level. Now, the Starry Sky Alliance has obtained the legendary Starry Sky Beasts, which, although still just stone sculptures, will surely awaken slowly over time. It is worth mentioning that the successful encirclement of the wolf dragon in the Tibetan wilderness has led the United Government to believe that they have completely mastered a new method to eliminate the Starry Sky Beasts. They do not know that the death of that Starry Sky Beast was purely coincidental. At that time, the cylindrical device had already been activated, and it was the powerful twisting force between two spaces that killed the Starry Sky Beast. Do you remember that piercing blue light through the smoke? That was the light from the second space, and its appearance caused cracks in the weak spatial barrier at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, ultimately leading to the appearance of the sealed object from the second space on Earth, on the side of the Iron Temple with the Ink Splash Legion. The Ink Splash Legion was discovered much like the Terracotta Army in the tomb of the first Emperor of Qin. The soldiers of the Ink Splash Legion are very different from the armies of the United Government. The United Government's army is mechanized, equipped with various high-tech weapons developed by humans and weapons modeled after the blueprints in the Solar Maintenance Guide, unlike the weapons independently developed by Earth scientists. These replica weapons have usage permissions determined by the user's Nirvana level. The higher the level, the more advanced weapons can be used. For example, exoskeleton robots require a Nirvana level of D to be used. Exceeding the permission to use them will cause irreparable harm to the body. Among the 5 million troops of the United Government, only 100,000 are D-level Nirvana warriors, half of whom belong to the Exoskeleton Robot Corps, which is the ace unit of the United Government's army. The Ink Splash Legion, on the other hand, is the complete opposite of the United Government's army. The Iron Temple's people discovered these thousands of soldiers at the bottom of the sea. They are called terracotta warriors for a reason. Not only do they resemble terracotta warriors in appearance, but these soldiers also have a topknot and wear armor and boots similar to terracotta warriors. The only difference is that these soldiers are all over 2 meters tall and have a strange round totem on their foreheads. What is most strange is their weaponry, which consists solely of spears, long metal rods about 3 meters in length, pointed at both ends and curved in a wavy shape in the middle. Compared to the United Government's army, the Inksplash Legion resembles an army from ancient times. How can spear-like metal rods compete with powerful advanced weapons? The Iron Temple is not worried about this. The Inksplash Legion ranks in the top 10 of the divine list they have always wanted to find. The appearance of the deities on Earth proves the significance of the Iron Temple's existence, transforming their faith from illusion to reality. 3 months is enough time to bring earth-shattering changes to Earth. Even Ji Dong on the uninhabited island has learned this news, as he can enter the virtual space anytime and anywhere through his microimplant chip. People regard virtual space as a utopia to escape reality, especially in such a desperate apocalyptic era. Although humanity on Earth still has a glimmer of hope, no one is sure what will happen in the future. The United Government is aware of the impact a carefree virtual space will have on the solar maintenance plan. The current virtual space technology can meet any needs of humans except for eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving oneself. If everyone becomes addicted to virtual space, the ambitious maintenance plan will collapse. Therefore, the United Government has restricted many entertainment functions in virtual space. Its main function now is information exchange. All humans on Earth enter the virtual space through their microimplant chips, in a place called the Moon Satellite Building. The top floor of the building is the virtual parliament of the United Government. The middle level hosts various commercial exhibitions, now with logistics companies using spaceships for transportation, creating an enormous shopping mall where anything can be purchased. The logistics companies will deliver the purchased items to any location on Earth, as long as the buyer is willing to spend money. The lower-level hall broadcasts events and important meetings, providing an immersive experience similar to beast fighting matches. In fact, the virtual space is not limited to this, but due to the restrictions of the United Government, people can only come to the Moon satellite when they enter virtual space. Virtual space technology has been thriving for over 100 years, officially launched about 50 years ago in winter. The development of virtual space was funded by other prominent families on Earth, outside of the 12 families. These prominent families, in order to protect their interests, formed a family alliance. The family alliance is the wealthiest force on Earth, controlling the economic lifeblood of the planet, which is why the United Government has always coexisted with them without suppressing them. In other words, the family alliance has played the role of a bank for the United Government for over 100 years. It is the largest scale of buying peace on Earth. Jidong's lunch today was a coconut and a fish caught from shallow waters. After lunch, Jidong entered the Moon satellite. He wandered around the hall on the first floor. People in different outfits were coming and going. Some were rushing towards the movie city, as a film was about to start, and they were running late. Others were heading to the middle level of the Moon satellite because a luxury brand was having a discount sale today. In the 3 months of sudden extinction on Earth, the number of people coming to the Moon satellite surged, and various rumors were rampant. Not only on Earth, but even the Moon satellite was filled with a sense of despair. Jidong's purpose for coming to the Moon satellite was actually to gather information. To avoid exposing his identity, Jidong even spent 5,000 solar coins to purchase permission to alter his appearance in virtual space. The end of sudden extinction is an exhilarating event for most people, but for Jidong, it means the hatred of the North African lion family towards him has returned. They will surely spare no effort in searching for Jidong. Jidong learned that the North African lion family already knows he has not escaped from Earth. They know he is still on Earth, and large-scale hunting teams are searching for him worldwide. Moreover, Xiaoming's family has been severely troubled by the North African lion family after repaying their debts. Xiaoming's family is not a member of the family alliance, as their family assets do not meet the criteria for joining the alliance. Whether relying on money or on force, this world is indeed that realistic. Jidong was contemplating his next plan. He did not want to be captured easily. He had not made things better for Xiaoming, but felt helpless. Just then, in the public assembly hall on the first floor, a group of people appeared. On one side were the elders of the Starry Sky Alliance dressed in pure blue robes. On the other side were the high-ranking members of the Iron Temple dressed in black robes. The top representatives of the two forces did not exchange much dialogue. The Public Assembly Hall is currently the only place on Earth capable of global broadcasting. It is generally used to announce the United Government's commendation or wanted lists. An elder in a blue robe spoke, and his words would be broadcast globally. My fellow Earthlings, we no longer need a puppet government. Today, I stand here representing all members of the Starry Sky Alliance, including the 12 Starry Sky Beasts, to declare war on the United Government. We will fight for the establishment of a beautiful new Earth until death. An elder dressed in a black robe then said, fight for the establishment of a beautiful new Earth. I am here as a deity. The Iron Temple is not an ally of anyone. The Iron Temple is for the Earth, for the deities. After saying this, the old man devoutly crossed his two palms facing each other, murmuring to himself. This is the prayer gesture of the Iron Temple. Chapter 53 The First Battle The declaration of war by the Starry Sky Alliance and the Iron Temple against the United Government appeared to be premeditated. 30 minutes after the war declaration was issued, most of the coastal areas of the Asia-Pacific were occupied by armies holding spears, emerging suddenly from the sea. The 1st Division of the Mons Legion overwhelmingly defeated the coastal defense forces of the United Government. Casualties were inevitable in war, but they were limited to combat personnel. The Mons people would not harm civilians, prisoners, or surrenderers in the slightest. The Mons people were a war machine, but not evil. They believed in honor above life and death, unlike some armies from nearly 2 centuries ago that, claiming to be civilized, acted in ways only beasts would. However, this battle could not be considered a true confrontation between two armies. It was more like a fuse that ignited the dissatisfaction of the people of Earth towards the puppet United Government. A dissatisfaction rooted in the 12 families enjoying privileges on Earth. Therefore, the occupied regions maintained a watchful attitude. Not the resolute support for the 12 families as claimed by the United Government. After the war declaration by the Starry Sky Alliance in the Iron Temple, the United Government quickly responded. Their message was roughly this: waging war is unjust. The fate of humanity is now at stake. For our common homeland, the United Government believes that all people of Earth will stand by its side and support it unconditionally. In fact, the United Government knew that these words were mere rhetoric. They understood the dissatisfaction of the people of Earth towards the 12 families, especially the oppressed lower classes. It should be noted that the majority of wealthy families on Earth amassed their fortunes by exploiting these people in the name of maintaining the sun. Led by the 12 families, they used the most selfish means, under the guise of working for the future of Earth, to enjoy privileges and reap the rewards of those who truly toiled. However, the United Government did not need to worry about these issues for now, as almost all wealthy families chose to support it. Some members of the Family Alliance did not genuinely wish to support the United Government, but during this special period, they had to carefully choose their sides, lest they bring disaster upon their families. Thus, all 3 factions involved in the war on Earth urgently needed an opportunity to showcase their strength, allowing those hesitating yet determining the war's direction to begin making choices. Although the Starry Sky Alliance had the Starry Sky Beasts, the outcome of the war was not simply decided by these beasts. The United Government possessed the vast majority of Earth's resources, and there were also many high-level Nirvana practitioners among the 12 families, making the United Government the strongest faction among the 3. The debut of the Mons Legion left a deep impression on the people of Earth. The direction of public sentiment shifted dramatically, and to this day, the Starry Sky Beasts had yet to show themselves. The 3 factions needed a battle to prove their strength or weakness. The Iron Temple and the Starry Sky Alliance were not allied. Both had clearly stated this. They were both confident and held their own beliefs. They believed that their paths were incompatible. Both were confident they could defeat the United Government, and of course, uniting against the United Government would yield greater results. But their beliefs were almost contradictory. One side sought to protect the Starry Sky Beasts, treating them as friends, while the other, the Mons Legion, was created to eliminate the Starry Sky Beasts. Thus, an alliance between the two was impossible, which was good news for the United Government. Because of this, a tripartite stalemate formed on Earth. No faction dared to act rashly. It could be said that all the people of Earth were watching this inevitable battle. After Ji Dong learned of the declaration of war by the Starry Sky Alliance in the Iron Temple against the United Government, he felt a mix of emotions. These 3 factions had all influenced Ji Dong's fate to varying degrees. For Ji Dong, these factions were not remote, untouchable entities. They were more like the tall shadow looming before him, and he did not know which leg would suddenly lift and crush him into a pulp. Additionally, a surge of passion arose within Ji Dong. On the evening he exited the medical examination center during the trials of the college entrance exam. He had once thought about living recklessly to rebel against all injustices. However, the subsequent tumult swept him away without mercy. And it was only after the nirvana in the cave that everything truly ended. After that, Ji-dong was actually in despair. The top factions on Earth could manipulate his life as easily as squashing an ant. He faced a world filled with hostility alone, and without his father's sacrifices, he would have long lost his life. Thus, after Ji-dong shed his former self, the only thing he wanted to do was live quietly and part ways with his past self. But everything changed after he killed Kevin Lion. He once thought he would either be killed or live a life on the run. Ji-dong would understand much later that no matter how many times a person starts anew, they cannot escape the predetermined dangers. Now is a time of chaos. And it is said that heroes emerge in chaotic times. Ji-dong's passion surged forth like a volcano, and once it erupted, it would surely shake the world. Flight was the domain of cowards, and so was death. The only solution was to make oneself strong. As Ji-dong thought about this, he was still on that isolated island. After deciding not to escape any longer, he began to build a boat. Using a long knife to chop down a thick coconut tree, he had to find Joseph. At this time, the United Government and the Iron Temple's armies had been confronting each other along the banks of the Yangtze River for nearly 5 hours. A great battle was imminent. However, the commanders on both sides dared not act rashly. Their intelligence departments had yet to locate the specific positions of the Starry Sky Alliance and the Starry Sky Beasts. If the Starry Sky Alliance intended to reap the benefits from a distance and suddenly let a few giant beasts into the fray, it would be a costly mistake. The Emosa Legion had moved from the Pacific coast to south of the Yangtze River, comprising about 100,000 Emosa soldiers. Among them were Emosa cavalry mounted on the Xingho horses, a species specially created by the solar civilization for equipping the Emosa Legion. The Xingho horses were roughly the size of adult African elephants, serving as living tanks. This was essentially the entirety of the Iron Temple's Emosa Legion. They were discovered in the trench near Asia and were among the first batch of Emosa people to awaken, while the remaining 900,000 Emosa people remained dormant beneath the sea. Their commander was a strong Emosa man, standing at 2.5 meters tall. The spear in his hand was pure white, contrasting sharply with his bronze skin. The United Government's army north of the Yangtze River had about 200,000 troops, with hundreds of mobile fortresses, essentially infinitely evolving tanks, on the ground, and various aircraft circling in the sky. The commander of the army was Yiri Lion from the Lion family in North Africa. He was the supreme commander of the United Government's army. At this time, the Starry Sky Alliance had still not awakened any Starry Sky Beasts. Therefore, while the Iron Temple and the United Government faced off, they were still busy trying to awaken the Starry Sky Beasts. Chapter 50 for the Battle of the Yangtze River in the history that follows. This battle will be referred to as the Battle of the Yangtze River. It was a massive and chaotic battle. The family of Elon, known as the North African Lions, controlled the Earth's army. The army was actually the weakest force within the United Government's military. The strongest was the Space Fleet. However, the Space Fleet generally did not engage in ground warfare on Earth. The nuclear missiles equipped on those ships could, with just one, flatten the tallest mountains on Earth. Therefore, the Space Fleet was the United Government's ultimate weapon, sharing glory and suffering together. The ground warfare was conducted by the Earth Defense Forces, which were divided into the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Considering the archaic composition of the Mexa Army, the United Government opted to deploy the Earth Army to confront them, while the Air Force would secure air superiority. Based on the current situation, the Mexa Legion had no combat capability in the air. They resembled an army from the Middle Ages. During the Pacific West Coast landing, the Mexa Legion fought in close-quarters combat and achieved victory, as conventional firearms had no effect on them. It was precisely this consideration that led the United Government to deploy 200,000 troops against 100,000 Mexa troops. In the Battle of the Yangtze River, the commander of the Mexa Legion was the first to strike. The standoff between the two armies could not continue indefinitely. The naturally aggressive Mexa people could not tolerate such an atmosphere. The Legion commander dismounted from his horse, raised a white spear with one hand, and, using his waist strength, hurled the white spear into the sky, where it crossed the Yangtze River and landed on a mobile fortress located over 30 kilometers away, which was the Earth Army's most forward position. The white spear exploded upon contact with the mobile fortress. The mobile fortress was constructed with the strongest materials of the time, and after the explosion, it became a burning ruin. In past battles, such a situation had never occurred. Typically, only cracks would appear on the external armor. But this was the first time it was completely destroyed. Both sides immediately engaged in battle, with aircraft dropping high-power shells on the 100,000 Mexa troops. To everyone's surprise, the Mexa people's spears generated protective shields. Furthermore, after they launched their spears and caused explosions, the spears would automatically return to their hands. As the fierce battle raged on, the Star Alliance, which had always worried the Iron Temple and the United Government, did not appear. Not even the Star Beast showed up by the time the dust settled. Result: the United Government won the battle at the tragic cost of 150,000 lives. This army unit of the United Government was the most comprehensive and powerful force within the Earth Defense Forces, with all members being F-class or higher reborn. The Mexa army lost 80,000 troops because most of the weapons used by this army unit were manufactured according to maintenance guidelines and blueprints, effectively striking the Mexa Legion. Another distinctive aspect of this war was that the Mexa people took all their comrades' corpses with them, leaving no bodies or belongings behind. They all submerged into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, and the army did not pursue them. The United Government's army emerged victorious. While the Iron Temple's Mexa army fled in disarray, the Star Alliance remained hidden, and the Star Beast did not exist at all. Even if it did, the Earth Defense Forces would eliminate it in a very short time. This was a topic of ongoing discussion in the Lunar Hall. After the war, the United Government immediately held a press conference in the Lunar Hall, and this statement served as the spokesperson's opening line. Those who had been indecisive seemed to have found their answer. In fact, a closer examination of this statement revealed its nuances. Firstly, the United Government did not boast about its victory, not out of humility, but because such a painful victory was not worth flaunting. So they glossed over the matter of victory. Secondly, the term fled in disarray indicated that the United Government did not seize any items related to the Mexa Legion, clearly. The Mexa Legion's retreat was particularly organized and disciplined, leaving nothing behind before evacuating the battlefield, which was not a disorganized flight. At this time, it was essential to minimize the enemy's threat in the minds of potential allies. Finally, regarding the rhetoric about the Star Beast in the minds of all the Earth's people, the psychological impact brought by the Star Beast was incomparable to anything else. When a monster suddenly appeared in the world, what would people think? This also revealed that the United Government was unconcerned about the Star Beast because they believed they had already mastered the method to eliminate it. This was the conclusion of the Battle of the Yangtze River. In the following 6 months, the Iron Temple and the Star Alliance seemed to have disappeared from this world. In people's minds, the 12 families had retained their positions on Earth. Some were happy about this situation, others were worried, but most were indifferent. What was expected to be a global war ended so abruptly. Of course, this was just the voice from the grassroots. The United Government knew that the war was far from over. The Iron Temple and the Star Alliance's dormancy was surely brewing a greater storm. These 6 months were the calm before the storm. The United Government was not mistaken. During this half-year, the entire Mexa Legion of 1 million troops had revived and was on standby at the Iron Temple's deep-sea base. The 9-headed wolf dragon was also successfully awakened, and the Star Alliance was waiting for an opportune moment. A week after the Battle of the Yangtze River, Jidong, sitting in a small boat, finally saw land. Through the navigation system on his chip, Jidong learned that this was the Pacific West Coast, the Asian continent. It was the place where the Mexa army had landed and retreated just a week ago. From a distance, Jidong saw patrol ships offshore. And every 10 kilometers along the coastline, there was a mobile fortress resembling small hills that suddenly sprouted on the land. Jidong reminded himself to be cautious. The North African lions must have issued a wanted order for him. When Jidong approached the shore, he encountered no trouble. Upon landing, no one recognized him. An old fisherman with gray hair helped secure Jidong's wooden boat to prevent him from falling into the water. The old fisherman smiled kindly and said, "Young man, how dare you go out to sea? There are sea ghosts out there." He was referring to the tall and strong Mexa people. The old fisherman did not recognize him, which puzzled Jidong. Jidong simply smiled and said nothing. After thanking the old fisherman, he walked towards the small port city. No one in the city recognized him either. Jidong speculated that after he killed Kevin Elon, there was a sudden blackout, and everyone thought the end of the world had come. The North African lions were busy with more important matters, so they did not apply to the council to issue a wanted order. Later, the Earth Army, controlled by the North African lions, was busy with the war and, until now, focused on constructing coastal defenses, so the wanted order for Jidong had not yet been released. However, Jidong knew that the absence of a wanted order did not mean he was out of danger. Those tasked with capturing him certainly existed. He just had not encountered them yet. Chapter 55. The Valley of Giant Wolves. Ji Dong entered a bar. The small town had very few people. So few it felt abnormal. Most of the shops were closed. This bar was the only place with its doors open. There were some voices inside, mostly older men drinking. From them, Ji Dong learned that the townspeople had all gone inland to seek refuge. Although the Mo Shah army had not committed indiscriminate killings upon arrival. The current propaganda from the United Government had demonized the Mo Shah people. This could be seen from the term water ghosts used by the old fishermen. While drifting at sea, Ji Dong accessed the first-floor lobby of the Moon's satellite through the chip system, where someone was exhibiting the photos and videos he had taken during the Battle of the Yangtze River, of course, for a fee. The next day, the exhibitor never appeared again, and the United Government prohibited the dissemination of all audiovisual materials related to the Battle of the Yangtze River. Ji Dong was fortunate to have seen that exhibition. Many people were reluctant to spend 2,000 solar coins, so there were not many viewers. One of the photos showed a white spear destroying a mobile fortress. Just from looking at the photo, Ji Dong was already quite shocked. Many of the other photos were blurry, but the image of the Mo Shah people was beginning to take shape in Ji Dong's mind. Giants over 2 meters tall. Bronze skin, otherwise indistinguishable from humans on Earth. Then why don't you leave? Ji Dong asked the white-haired bar owner while sitting at the bar. The bar owner had a typical East Asian face, with a grizzled beard and rosy cheeks, likely having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. The bar owner replied unhurriedly. We're all old bones now. We can no longer hide from the XC. Besides, I saw those who came out of the sea. It wasn't as terrifying as the government said. They didn't rip anyone's heart out to eat. But no one believes me. Just a few of my old buddies do. Saying this, the bar owner raised his glass and shouted, Brothers, let's take a sip. The old men scattered around the bar raised their glasses in response. Ji Dong also lifted his beer and clinked glasses with the bar owner. After taking a sip of beer, Ji Dong asked the bar owner, Do you have any ground effect vehicles? I can pay to buy one. Not many people use them anymore, the bar owner replied. Ground effect vehicles were a mode of transportation that replaced cars at the beginning of the maintenance era. However, with the development of nuclear-powered engines, ground effect vehicles gradually faded from the historical stage. Hearing the bar owner's answer, Ji Dong thought it was hopeless. To evade the captors sent by the North African lion family, Ji Dong needed a ground effect vehicle. Now, spaceships were operating in low Earth orbit for greater efficiency. Thus, there were hardly any vehicles on land. While using a ground effect vehicle couldn't completely avoid capture, it could greatly reduce the probability of encounters. Suddenly, the bar owner changed the subject, saying, You're asking the right person. I just happen to have one. It was salvaged from the sea over a decade ago. When it was brought up, it had already been corroded by seawater, but fortunately, the core power system was intact. After I bought it, I spent 2 years fixing it. The bar owner wanted to continue, but Ji Dong interrupted him. Ji Dong could tell the bar owner was looking for a good price. So he said, 100,000 solar coins. What? The bar owner couldn't believe his ears. He wanted a good price, and now that the small town had no one left, his bar couldn't continue, and he was worried about what to do with his pension. He never expected to encounter Ji Dong, who wanted to buy the ground effect vehicle that no one else valued. He had only spent 50 solar coins to acquire it, and the subsequent repairs cost no more than 100 solar coins. He initially planned to ask for 2,000, anticipating that Ji Dong would haggle with him. And he would be satisfied if the final price was above 1,000 solar coins. Who would have thought Ji Dong would offer 100,000 solar coins? That was equivalent to 10 years of profit from his bar. He had sufficient pension funds for retirement. But the United Government had suddenly raised maintenance taxes a year ago, which was a collective fund for all Earth citizens to maintain the sun. Ji Dong had no concept of money. It felt as if this money had just run into his account. After transferring the funds to the bar owner's chip account, the bar owner became even more enthusiastic towards Ji Dong, speaking endlessly, including about the maintenance tax issue. The bar owner complained, God knows what they do with this money. They just exploit us poor old folks. Ji Dong had never had a formal job, so he didn't have any tax worries. He asked, Do they tax pensions too? The bar owner said indignantly, Bullshit pensions. I've paid for retirement insurance for decades, and in the end, the United Government's insurance department says our pensions have been diverted for the maintenance plan, so we won't get our pensions until 20 years later. The bar owner, feeling parched, took a sip of his drink and continued, Isn't that nonsense? 20 years from now, I won't even know where my ashes are. What good is that money to me? Ji Dong didn't know what to say. He only thought that the United Government, controlled by the 12 families, was truly a bastard. The bar owner suddenly lowered his voice. saying, "A year ago, when I learned my pension wouldn't be deposited, I went to Huaxia City, over 100 years ago, BJ, now the headquarters of the United Government. By then, many people had gathered there, and their pensions had also been diverted by the government. There was a leader from Europe who said he had evidence proving their pensions were not used for the maintenance plan. We didn't want to cause trouble. We just wanted an explanation. If our money was really used to maintain the sun and save it, we would have no objection. But then suddenly a riot broke out. The police intervened, and they killed our leader. Later, the government explained that he was the instigator of the riot. But it was clearly the police who acted first. There was nothing we could do. After all, we are just a bunch of old folks nearing the end of our days." In the end, this matter just fizzled out. The bar owner continued quietly, "Actually, we all know that our money has definitely been embezzled." Later, I heard that some young masters from the 12 families used their family connections to privately divert this money for a luxurious spaceship racing competition in low Earth orbit. After hearing the bar owner's account, Ji Dong felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. This was the current state of the world. He hoped that war could change all of this. Ji Dong piloted the ground effect vehicle away from the seaside town. When he left the giant spirit peak, Old Hay had given him an address, saying he could go there to find them later. Ji Dong used the navigation system on his chip to locate the address Old Hay had given him, the Valley of Giant Wolves in Siberia. It was one of the most important gamma alloy mining and smelting bases on Earth. Chapter 56. Wolf Bone Knife Ground Effect Vehicles Ignore any obstacles on the ground. Ji Dong can pilot it through rivers, swamps, deserts, and various extreme geographical environments. From the southeastern coast of Asia to the Siberian plateau, the ground effect vehicle flew for 29 hours. In an abandoned first-generation gamma alloy mine, Ji Dong found Old Black. The gamma alloy vein is different from natural veins on Earth. Although named a vein, the storage method of gamma alloy is quite special. Gamma alloy is manufactured by the solar civilization and before smelting. Its basic physical form is mostly solid black and shiny, about the size of a watermelon, resembling obsidian. The sizes of these gamma alloy pieces are quite uniform, neither too large nor too small. These gamma alloy ores are stored in very sturdy devices called containers. The method of extracting gamma alloy is also different from traditional methods. The gamma alloy vein consists of a large number of such containers, generally located between 50 to 100 meters underground. The veins are often found in some of the most remote places on Earth. Therefore, gamma alloy veins were discovered by humans only after the solar maintenance guide appeared. The traditional mining method involves digging holes, extracting ores, and transporting them to the surface. However, extracting gamma alloy does not work this way. Containers are a type of storage device whose function is to store gamma alloy ores, but they are not the kind of containers commonly seen in ports. This is just a metaphor for their function. Containers can take the form of boxes, spheres, or other shapes, regardless of the shape of the container. They all have one thing in common. They are extraordinarily hard. The biggest and only difficulty faced by miners is how to open these containers storing gamma alloy ores. Containers do not require miners to dig. They will break through the ground by themselves. Therefore, the first step in extracting gamma alloy is to find the key. The so-called key is something that can awaken the container, allowing it to break through the surface on its own. This is the purpose of the guardian of the vein. Even Earth miners find the storage method of gamma alloy to be quite magical. The maintenance guide states that the first step in extracting gamma alloy is to find a special life form located at the vein. As long as this type of special life form is killed, the containers will be awakened. However, the maintenance guide does not mention this type of special life form. In fact, these special life forms refer to the guardians of the vein. At the beginning of the extraction process, Earth miners followed the procedure to search for these special life forms, but later, they realized that the time cost of such searches was too high, as the situation with the sun was not optimistic. Thus, the United Government ultimately decided to implement a cleansing of life in the area of the vein. This eliminated the need to search for special life forms, and thereafter, the containers of the entire vein would break ground, turning the vein location into a life exclusion zone. In the Siberian mining area, the United Government did not carry out life cleansing. This place has harsh ecological conditions, yet inexplicably, a pack of giant wolves appeared, leading the United Government to immediately conclude that these giant wolves were the special life forms mentioned in the maintenance guide. Moreover, in other mining areas, there were even people who came out to stop the United Government from extracting gamma alloy. Previously, they believed that special life forms could not be humans because stopping them would mean exterminating the entire human race. The United Government exerted great effort to kill the person who obstructed them. The Giant Wolf clan engaged in a painful battle with the life-cleansing forces of the United Government. Fortunately, the Giant Wolf lineage still had a surviving bloodline. A small pup. After the containers broke ground, they remained there, just as they were when buried in the soil. The maintenance guide also pointed out how to open the containers. The first page of the guide is a blueprint showing a special mining pickaxe. To open a container, this mining pickaxe must be used. No matter how powerful the explosives or other strong physical impacts are, they cannot damage the container in the slightest. Miners can, of course, use nuclear bombs. Humanity's nuclear technology is incredibly advanced now, and the radiation after a nuclear explosion has been significantly reduced, falling within a range that Earth's biological life can withstand. However, scientists have conducted very precise calculations, and the final results indicate that to completely destroy a container with a capacity of 10 tons, at least 500 tons of highly efficient microradiation nuclear bombs are required. A mining vein consists of tens of millions of containers. If this method were used, all of the United Government's nuclear bombs would have to be deployed to this location. And even that might not be enough. The solar civilizations certainly consider these factors, which is why the first page of the maintenance guide contains a detailed production blueprint for the mining pickaxe. This mining pickaxe does not appear to be as simple as it looks on the surface. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary mining pickaxe without any distinction. However, the internal structure of the pickaxe is extremely complex. Processing such pickaxe components requires micron-level processing technology. The principle of this mining pickaxe is to destroy the atomic structure of the materials that make up the container. The specific method is very complex, and ordinary people find it difficult to understand. Even scientists who specialize in related fields cannot fully comprehend its principles. This is the greatest benefit that the Solar Maintenance Guide has brought to Earth civilization. Even if humans cannot understand the principles of a particular technology, as long as they follow the guidance or blueprints in the maintenance guide, they can achieve that technology. This mining pickaxe must also be used by a Nirvana-level practitioner of G grade or above to be effective. It cannot be replaced by machines. This also indicates that the original intention of Nirvana was actually to maintain the sun, and Nirvana practitioners are intricately connected to everything related to the solar civilization. However, by now, Nirvana has become a symbol of identity and a guarantee of privilege, much like the 12 families. The Nirvana level is a capital for the upper class to flaunt. Yet some young people, born in humble circumstances without a powerful family background, spend their entire lives as low-level Nirvana practitioners, needing to swing the pickaxe tens of thousands of times each day just to leave a visible crack on the container. But no one cares about their efforts. More people would rather spend time flattering those wealthy offspring. Old Black told Jidong many things. Jidong did not know much about gamma alloy. During dinner, he inadvertently asked about gamma alloy, which prompted Old Black to speak at length. However, Jidong felt that these were worth hearing. Otherwise, he would not have known that there was such a group of hard-working people in the world who remained unnoticed. Without needing Jidong to explain, Old Black could also guess the reason why Jidong was still on Earth. Jidong had not seen Zhou Nefeng, nor had he seen the sleep chamber. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. Old Black seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, "He has already left. The appearance of the deceased is really terrifying." Jidong knew about the undead reagent and was about to say something to comfort Jidong. But Old Black spoke first. "Do you know about the wolf-bone knife?" Chapter 57. The Remains of the Giant Wolf in the Cave. The old Wolf King had already sensed the impending danger. It was in its twilight years, and its attendants had informed it that the area guarded by its son had seen battle, and all the giant wolves were dead. The attendant was covered in many scars. One era bloody mess. It held a wet little wolf in its mouth, which had likely just been born. The little wolf was softly whimpering. The attendant said that the little wolf's mother had been engulfed by a sea of fire shortly after giving birth. The old Wolf King's eyes grew moist. The older it got, the more sentimental it became. The once valiant Wolf King had lost its edge to the passage of time, but its pride remained. The old Wolf King fought back tears. It would never let them flow from its eyes. It entrusted its grandson to the attendant, instructing it to leave this place. The old Wolf King had betrayed its promise. The giant wolf clan had vowed to protect the mine until the last giant wolf fell. However, it couldn't bear to see its grandson die for the sake of its ancestors' oath. It had given its life for the giant wolf clan, and this was its only selfish act. This little wolf, just arrived in the world, was its grandson, and it wanted to ensure a good home for him. The attendant howled and left with the little wolf. Today is December 5th, 2139. An official report appeared on the United Government's news channel. The last mine on Earth was discovered on the Siberian plains, where the gamma alloy reserves could support maintenance plans for 5 years. The news did not mention that dozens of giant wolves had not left this mine until death. The mine knew nothing of fleeing. In its mind, there were only the choices of holding firm or death. Old Hay and Joe Neophone could also be considered descendants of the mine's guardians, especially Old Hay, who was quite familiar with some matters regarding the mine's protection. For instance, this wolf bone knife. This story was something Old Hay witnessed a few years ago, as the last guardians of the mine on Earth. The giant wolf clan was able to hide for so long because Old Hay supported them in secret. On the day Little Gun was taken away, Old Hay was also present. He was there to persuade the old Wolf King to give up guarding the mine. Old Hay's master once said that the wolf bone knife was the most suitable for sword fighters. However, even during the solar civilization era, wolf bone knives were extremely rare. In that era, giant wolves were like today's elephants. When an old elephant sensed its own demise, it would leave the herd alone, go to a mysterious place, and quietly wait for death, as had been done for generations. The same was true for giant wolves. Even those who died untimely would have confined their bodies and take them to that place. Thus, obtaining wolf bones was very difficult. The raw material for the wolf bone knife was the leg bones of giant wolves. An ordinary adult giant wolf stood about 5 meters tall. The shin bone measured between 1 to 2 meters, and this segment of the shin bone was the hardest among all the bones of the giant wolf. It is known that the bones of giant wolves are harder than the hardest metals of the solar civilization era. According to Old Hay's description, the wolf bone knife should be the only cold weapon on present-day Earth that can injure a Jidong diamond skeleton. Apart from that, only powerful thermal weapons could achieve that. After hearing Old Hay's explanation, Jidong became very interested in the wolf bone knife. Since wolf bones were so rare even in the solar civilization era, it was even less likely now. Jidong continued, moreover, those giant wolves were blown up by the United Government. Where would the wolf bones come from? Jidong paused. And before Old Hay could respond, he suddenly realized something, glancing at the still sleeping Little Gun, and immediately raised his voice. I won't do that. Old Hay understood that Jidong's sudden increase in tone was a firm opposition. He felt a bit helpless. Jidong had misunderstood him. That wasn't what he meant. You misunderstood. Its bones would be used to make a fruit knife. As soon as Old Hay finished speaking, Little Gun suddenly sneezed and woke up, looking at Jidong and Old Hay. Old Hay and Jidong exchanged guilty glances. They knew that giant wolves were very intelligent creatures. Little Gun seemed not to have heard what Old Hay said. Its sneeze was purely coincidental. It lazily yawned, closed its eyes again, and returned to dreamland. Old Hay gestured for Jidong to go outside to talk. The mine they were in was left over from when the container broke ground. It wasn't deep, only about 50 meters, but the diameter was absurdly large. Nearly 200 meters. There must have been a giant container buried here before. It was said that 5,000 miners spent 2 months to dig it open. The materials that made up the container were the hardest metal alloys of the solar civilization era. Now, the United Government used these metal alloys to create space armor, a type of defensive armor with spacesuit functions for their space fleet. Green plants had covered this mine. In the desolate Siberian region, most life could not survive, but strangely, after all the gamma alloy was transported out of the container, these mines gradually began to sprout green plants that did not belong to this place. These plants survived tenaciously and could cover the entire mine in just a few months. After stepping outside, Old Hay continued, we need the leg bones of adult giant wolves to make the wolf bone knife. My master once taught me the method of making the wolf bone knife. Jidong had a question arise in his mind. Didn't you say that these giant wolves would go to an unknown place to wait for death after they died? How did you find it? Old Hay explained. They were indeed exterminated by the United Government's life-cleansing troops. The charred wolf bones left after the explosions were taken away. But there was one exception. Which one? Jidong asked curiously. You told me about Little Gun's origins. Where did you bury the giant wolf you killed? Old Hay's words jolted Jidong into realization, and he immediately replied, on the edge of the Tsandi wilderness. Jidong seemed to recall something, and suddenly spoke again. Wait. I remember that wolf was indeed very large, but it wasn't as huge as you said. That wolf was at most 2 meters. Old Hay chuckled at this. That was the attendant wolf, a smaller type of wolf. But the bones of attendant wolves won't do. Do you really think you could kill a giant wolf with just a knife? Even if that giant wolf was heavily injured. All right, just say it. I won't speak anymore. Jidong's consecutive rebuttals and reasoning were effortlessly overturned by Old Hay, who seemed to be deliberately waiting for Jidong's counterarguments. Jidong fell silent. And old Hay smiled lightly. The only purpose of the attendant wolf taking Little Gun to the Tsangdi wilderness was to go to that place. The old wolf king instructed the attendant wolf to take the little wolf there to let it die there, which was a stroke of misfortune amidst the misfortune. The old wolf king once communicated with me. It could speak human language, and it said that giant wolves would never live in vain. Old Hay paused and continued. The giant wolves saved my and Nanfeng's lives back then. We also helped them. Even so, they never told me anything about that place. After you told me about Little Gun's origins, I began to investigate that area, and I found the remains of a giant wolf in a cave. So that means I saved Little Gun. Jidong's focus was not on what old Hay said. He had previously thought that Wolf was Little Gun's mother, the one who killed Little Gun's kin. Now it seemed that his feelings of guilt towards Little Gun were completely unnecessary. Chapter 58. The monster of the West Coast. Old Black has brought back the remains of the giant wolf from the cave. The calf bone is well preserved. Jidong lifts this bone with both hands. Although it is a calf bone, it belongs to a giant wolf that is 5 meters tall. Jidong stands it up on the ground, and the bone is much taller than him, almost 2 meters. When Jidong holds it in his hands, he realizes how light it is. The reason he used both hands earlier was that he was afraid the bone would be too heavy. He had previously worried about how to use a knife made from such a large bone. Now it seems he was overthinking it. The weight of the calf bone is surprisingly light. Old Black then speaks up. This bone is 2 meters 1 in length, weighs 5 kilograms, and has an average diameter of 30 centimeters. Compared to metals of the same volume, its weight is 1/3 that of metal. But its sturdiness is at least 10 times greater than that of metal. I told you, the wolf bone knife can leave visible marks on the hardest materials of the solar civilization era just by physical impact. Jidong is shocked by this statement. And then he suddenly realizes that bones are generally hollow. He asks Old Black, this bone is hollow. How can we turn it into a knife? If we want a sharp blade, it must be polished. But how can we polish a hollow bone? Jidong's question is actually well thought out. But he usually thinks with a fixed mindset, which is his shortcoming. Old Black replies, although it's called a wolf bone knife, its production method is not related to ordinary forging methods. Then how do we do it? Jidong is very curious. Flatten the wolf bone. Old Black says as he takes the wolf bone from Jidong's hands. In Jidong's mind, bones are very brittle and not very malleable. So he asks, won't the wolf bone just turn into fragments? And didn't you just say it's particularly hard? Hard things are difficult to change in shape, right? Old Black smiles meaningfully, and his mechanical hand enlarges significantly to accommodate the size of the wolf bone. He holds the wolf bone with one hand, leading Jidong through a tunnel. After discovering the remains of the giant wolf in the cave, Old Black started to create a machine that could flatten the wolf bone. The master only described the principle of this machine to him in general. The principle is that the malleability of the wolf bone will greatly increase in an environment very close to absolute zero. And then it can be flattened using a compression device. This is in stark contrast to traditional forging methods, where metal tools are tempered by fire, melting the metal and then cooling it to form. In contrast, forging the wolf bone knife is done through ice, representing two completely opposite extreme environments, which is one reason why the wolf bone knife is so remarkable. Old Black places the wolf bone into the device. During this compression process, the internal cavities of the bone gradually overlap, eventually becoming a thick bone slice that is wide at both ends and narrow in the middle, with a thickness of about 1 centimeter. The ends are wider because they are at the joint positions, making them wider than the middle part of the bone. As the wolf bone is being compressed, Old Black also explains the principles to Jidong. Jidong feels deep down that this world has truly changed. Although he was also born in the solar maintenance era, he is not unfamiliar with the era before that maintenance era began. He knows that it was a time of scientific rationality, where there weren't so many occurrences that broke scientific conventions. At that time, there was something called a nation on Earth, which was the predecessor of the United Government. Initially, the United Government represented the interests of all Earth's people. But everything changed after the emergence of the 12 families. Although the United Government still claims to firmly uphold the interests of the Earth's people, everyone knows the truth. Even so, only a very small number of people will stand up to resist. The vast majority turn a blind eye to this matter. The people of Earth have become numb. Regarding the maintenance of the sun, the United Government is unsatisfactory, but they are the only ones capable of doing these things. Therefore, most people, although they dislike the 12 families behind the United Government, still support the United Government, believing it to be the only way out. Jidong doesn't think so, which may be related to his previous experiences. In his heart, he has long harbored a desire to resist the United Government, but but during that previous period. The United Government was an indelible and unshakable presence. Even the Star Alliance and Iron Temple thought so at that time. However, the situation is different now. The Star Alliance and Iron Temple have the strength to resist the United Government. They have even declared war on the United Government. Zhidong also wants to overthrow the 12 families behind the United Government. But who can guarantee that the Iron Temple or the Star Alliance 1T become the next 12 families? Zhidong wants to establish a beautiful new Earth in his mind. This idea suddenly emerged during a sleepless night, and at that time, he thought it was just a foolish dream. How could a person who almost got killed by those powerful forces have the ability to stand on equal footing with them, let alone defeat them? But now, the opportunity has come. There is no need to evade any longer. Zhidong wants to give it a shot. When the compression machine stops running, Zhidong's thoughts have already soared to the clouds. For days, he has been thinking about these things. Yet, after each surge of excitement, another voice in his heart would jump out to tell him, some things are better left thought about. The temperature inside the compression machine returns to normal. The malleability of the wolf bone decreases back to its initial level, and the bone slice has taken shape, retaining its hardness. Old Black takes out the bone slice and hands it to Zhidong. 1 centimeter is still too thick for a knife. Is it just like this? Zhidong receives the bone slice, which resembles a surfboard, and asks Old Black in astonishment. He can't believe this is the legendary wolf bone knife. Just a piece of bone without a blade or handle. Old Black smiles helplessly. The wolf bone is too hard. Currently, I have no cutting machines capable of cutting it at normal temperatures. And in an environment very close to absolute zero, the machines can't operate normally. Are you kidding me? Zhidong didn't expect this situation. He thought he was about to possess an unparalleled knife. Old Black feels a bit awkward. It's not that there's no way. There is a unique material on Earth that can cut wolf bone, but this material is entirely in the hands of the United Government. Are you talking about the pickaxes used by miners? They can break open containers, so they should also be able to cut the wolf bone slice. Zhidong shares his thoughts. No, that type of pickaxe only works on containers. Outside of that, it's even less effective than an ordinary knife. After answering Zhidong, Old Black continues, you are actually half right. That material comes from containers. It is the hardest material from the solar civilization era, and the United Government uses it to manufacture the armor for their space fleets. Where can it be found? This material, dragon crystal. Zhidong asks eagerly. The Siberian vein is the only place on Earth still mining gamma alloy, but I've searched for a long time and found nothing. The miners' work areas are heavily guarded. Old Black informs him truthfully. So there's no way? Zhidong feels a bit disappointed. It seems he will need to wait patiently to use this wolf bone knife. Just then, Erguo-2 suddenly emerges from Zhidong's body, instantly wrapping the wolf bone slice in his hands. Boss, I think I can eat these things, Erguo-2 suddenly says. Zhidong's hope reignites. At the same time, both Zhidong and Old Black's chip systems simultaneously project a figure. That is the spokesperson for the United Government. She stated, I hereby declare to all citizens of Earth, the giant beast that has appeared on the west coast of North America is not related to the United Government. It is a monster from the cult organization known as the Star Alliance. On behalf of the United Government, I promise that we will eliminate this beast in the shortest possible time and minimize the property losses of our citizens. Chapter 59. Leaping to Divinity. Erguo-2 can indeed consume this piece of bone. After the humanoid projection was turned off, Lao He spoke first. That is the bone of a starry beast. Zhidong nodded, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Zhidong said to Erguo-2, shape this bone into the form of the long knife I'm using now. Also, make it thinner. Erguo-2 hesitated. Boss, I can eat part of this thing, but making it thinner is too difficult. You know how hard this thing is. I can only bite through it with all my strength, and I can't control the thickness finally. This exchange between Erguo-2 and Zhidong was not happening in Zhidong's mind, so Lao He also heard Erguo-2's words. Lao He said, even cutting with dragon crystal can't change the thickness of the wolf bone, since it has taken on the shape of a long knife. The next task is up to you. Zhidong was stunned. This bone was even harder than his own bones. He asked in confusion, what task? What can I do? Lao He smiled. Have you heard the story of grinding an iron pestle into a needle? You're not joking with me again, are you? Zhidong couldn't believe his ears. Lao He waved his hand and said seriously, while wolf bone cannot be cut, no matter how hard something is, it cannot withstand the test of time. How long will that take? Zhidong didn't want to do such a thing. At this moment, the wolf bone piece wrapped by Erguo-2 began to gradually fade, returning to Zhidong's body. Dong looked at the wolf bone piece before him and didn't know what to say. Dong drew the metal long knife from his back, the exquisitely crafted handle, the straight and sharp blade, about 10 centimeters wide at the cutting edge, with a particularly comfortable cutting tip, the entire blade shaped like a right-angled trapezoid, less than a millimeter thick. Then he looked at the now much lighter wolf bone knife. It couldn't even be called a knife. It was just an ugly, twisted bone piece. Dong knew Erguitu had worked hard to shape it into a knife, but unfortunately, the bone was too hard. Dong held one end of the wolf bone knife, treating that side as the handle. He shook his head. Really unable to figure out how to use such a wolf bone knife as a weapon, he was just about to put away the metal long knife. But Lao He took the metal long knife from his hand, gripping it tightly with both hands. Dong instantly understood his intention and said, "Then you better hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong also gripped the wolf bone knife with both hands. The wolf bone knife was so light that Dong felt no sense of power. Dong swung the wolf bone knife at the metal long knife and felt as if he were swinging a plastic tube at a metal long knife. Surprisingly, the wolf bone knife didn't even have a blade, but at the moment it touched the metal long knife quickly broke. This felt like swinging a steel pipe to smash an ice pillar. In front of the wolf bone knife, the metal long knife was like that ice pillar. You can take your time to grind it. Even without a blade, its hardness is enough. Just treat it like the Rui Jingu Bang, Lao He said somewhat proudly. Thus, Dong obtained a stick-like wolf bone knife. For the time being, Dong had nowhere to go, having been living with Lao He these days. During this time, Dong kept imagining scenes of himself dominating on Earth, becoming a figure who could lead others. But Dong also knew that this was impossible, at least not now. Even though he was a fuser, the only priest, and a reborn being who absorbed the star marrow, these only represented his strong talent. He rationally considered this issue. He might become the only A-level reborn on Earth, but there was a long way to go to achieve that. In the current chaotic times, Dong could still only be considered a weakling, without a background, followers, or super strength, only extraordinary talent. But no matter how strong the talent, it requires time to gradually strengthen oneself. Dong could only be considered the strongest among low-level reborn beings. However, with such strength, it was still too difficult to become a tyrant in chaotic times, and one could say the hope was extremely slim. But the situation Dong faced was that no one cared how high he would grow in the future. In the eyes of the North African lion family, he was just an insignificant little grass that could be easily uprooted. This was the contradiction. Dong wanted to live a mediocre and ordinary life, but there were always people wanting to kill him. He also wanted to dominate and control his own destiny, but now he was completely unable to do so. So when Lao He asked what his next plans were, Dong did not give a clear answer. Lao He still did not know about Dong's experiences before truly reborn. One evening after dinner, Dong suddenly mentioned these matters to Lao He. Without any concealment, Dong told Lao He everything he knew and understood. After listening to Dong's narration, Lao He remained silent for a long time. Especially when he learned that Dong was not just a fuser but also a priest, Lao He felt a sense of suffocation. He couldn't help but begin to assess this incredible young man before him. He had previously only thought Dong was a lucky fuser. And when Dong talked about absorbing the starry beast's star marrow, Lao He could no longer control his heartbeat because he knew very well that the probability of any one of these three identities was almost impossible. But the incredible part was that all three identities belonged to one person. Lao He was completely shocked. He even felt an impulse to worship Dong. Dong, the North African lion family won't let you off easily. They are just busy with the war right now. Lao He's first words after a long silence were this. I know. The reason Dong told Lao He these things was simple. He also knew how lucky he was, and more importantly, he knew how unfortunate he was. He just wanted to express the pain in his heart. Even though his talent was extremely high, it would still take at least 10 years to reach sea level and rebirth. And A-level was even more distant. But he couldn't wait that long. This was not ambition. Dong just wanted to quickly take control of his own destiny and do something about the injustices he had experienced. Lao He's long silence had its reason. He thought of something he had long dared not consider. That was his most important research achievement. Lao He's talent in learning swordsmanship was far inferior to Zhou Feng. But Lao He was particularly smart and proficient in biochemistry. Do you want to leap to divinity? Lao He finally spoke the words he wanted to say. Even Lao He didn't expect that his intention would perfectly satisfy Dong's desire. Dong's luck was indeed good. Whatever he thought would come true. Lao He's hesitation also had its reasons. after Zhou Nanbei was injected with the spirit reagent in order to help Zhou Nanfeng. Lao He had done this with Zhou Nanfeng, but in the end, it failed, leading to the acceleration of Zhou Nanfeng's spirit process. It was only then that Lao He sealed this research achievement away. Chapter 60, Continuous Nirvana with your current strength. It's really unlikely that you can solve the troubles you are facing. I guess you really want to become stronger. It's already late at night, and neither of the two feels sleepy. Lao He is rummaging through the bookshelf, looking for something, and while searching, he speaks to Ji Dong. Ji Dong is sitting on a nearby sofa, sipping Lao He's homemade beer. It tastes bitter, but has a sweet aftertaste, and at this moment, Ji Dong is particularly enjoying this feeling. Even now, Ji Dong has only heard Lao He's side of the story and has no concrete evidence to prove that what Lao He said is not false. Yet, Ji Dong still feels a kind of excitement as if a dream is about to come true. What are you looking for? Ji Dong asks, feeling a bit impatient. Lao He has a whole row of bookshelves, about 20 meters long. This doesn't seem like a temporary residence. Later, Lao He tells Ji Dong that this was their home before he and Zhou Nanfeng went to Machine Town, and they had lived here for over 20 years before moving there. Back then, the Wolf clan was still alive, and the United Government had not yet discovered the gamma alloy or vein here. As for the mine that later appeared right next to their residence, it was purely a coincidence. When Lao He returned a few months ago, he thought this place had been destroyed. When he built this residence, he dug a large underground cave and 5 smaller hemispherical caves connected by passages, with the largest cave at the center and the 5 smaller ones forming the 5 corners of a star. He then covered all the hemispherical spaces with metal load-bearing materials. Fortunately, the wall of the mine is still about a meter away from the nearest corner, so Lao He's underground fortress was neither destroyed nor discovered by the United Government. The bookshelf is very high, and Lao He activates the low-altitude floating system installed in his feet to search the highest shelf. After searching half of the bookshelf without finding what he wanted, he slowly descends, exhales deeply, and answers Ji Dong. I'm looking for my experimental notes from back in the day. I remember they should be here. Ji Dong takes another sip of beer before asking, what experimental notes? What are they for? The continuous nirvana experiment. Seeing Ji Dong comfortably sitting on the sofa and enjoying his homemade beer, Lao He suddenly feels an urge to have a sip himself. So he says to Ji Dong, could you pour me a cup too? Ji Dong doesn't respond to Lao He and leisurely stands up from the sofa, walking over to the barrel in the corner to pour beer for both Lao He and himself. Ji Dong doesn't know why, but Lao He has always been very friendly towards him. Despite the significant age difference, even when Ji Dong sometimes speaks disrespectfully, Lao He never gets angry. He is always kind and patient. This might just be Lao He's personality. After pouring the beer, Ji Dong places Lao He's cup on the desk beside him and settles back into the sofa. He continues to ask, what is continuous nirvana? Ji Dong decides not to make any guesses this time. He has learned from past mistakes and just wants to ask questions obediently because Lao He's questions often don't follow common logic or exceed Ji Dong's knowledge. While continuing to search for what might not even exist among the vast sea of books, Lao He answers Ji Dong, just understand it literally. It means continuous nirvana. It's like climbing stairs. You don't have to go step by step. You can leap to the top in one go. Ji Dong is speechless, thinking it might be another term that has a superficial meaning and a deeper one. He has to admit that the hardest path in the world is Lao He's way of thinking. Lao He clearly knows Ji Dong's thoughts and laughs. Sometimes people need to make bold guesses, because you might just guess right. Ji Dong remains speechless. His conversations with Lao He feel like a series of being overturned and slapped in the face. As he nestles into the soft sofa, drowsiness gradually overtakes him. Half asleep, Ji Dong can't help but tease Lao He. It looks like you want to find it by dawn. I'm going to sleep first. Lao He remains silent and continues searching. I found it. When Lao He's excited voice wakes Ji Dong, he is dreaming of holding hands with Xiaoming, running through a sea of flowers. Suddenly, the wildflowers disappear, and the smiling Xiaoming vanishes, replaced by the blinding white light of the hemispherical space's dome. In contrast to Lao He's excitement as if he has found a treasure, Ji Dong is filled with disappointment and frustration at being jolted awake from a beautiful dream. However, what Lao He says next is bound to wash away all of Ji Dong's disappointment and frustration. After the initial excitement, especially after Lao He's fruitless search, Ji Dong subconsciously believes that this matter is unreliable. Continuous nirvana should just be Lao He's fantasy. If one thinks rationally about this issue, what does continuous nirvana mean? It means being able to grow from nameless wild grass into a towering tree in an instant. It means leaping to become a deity. The probability of such an event occurring is minuscule. For example, the chances of a tornado lifting a pile of metal parts into the air and those parts assembling into a car when they fall is equivalent to this. Continuous nirvana is nearly impossible. Even a single nirvana requires a lot of preparation beforehand, along with a long hibernation and recovery period. Continuous nirvana means condensing everything that needs to be experienced in each nirvana into one. Moreover, the duration of this condensing period is even shorter than the time needed to complete a single nirvana. The more Lao He carefully explains the benefits of continuous nirvana, the more Ji Dong feels that the so-called continuous nirvana is impossible. Although Ji Dong secretly hopes that this thing is possible, his rationality still tells him that it is simply too hard to believe and completely impossible. Lao He continues to speak passionately. Through my research, I found that the nirvana reagents from the United Government, including those privately developed, are non-growth types. They disappear within the human body after stimulating cellular evolution. But at that moment, the cellular potential is at its maximum. If you immediately proceed to the next nirvana, the success rate is nearly 100%. So I developed a type of continuous nirvana reagent myself, which is growth-oriented. After inducing cellular evolution, it will remain in the human body, absorbing the biological energy released by cellular evolution to grow into a higher-grade nirvana reagent, thereby inducing the next cellular evolution, which is nirvana. When Lao He talks about this, he has a sense of showing off. Ji Dong does not follow Lao He's emotions, but instead calmly asks, since it's such a brilliant discovery, has anyone succeeded? Upon hearing this, Lao He suddenly falls silent. And after a long pause, he says, at that time, I was too arrogant, thinking I was a genius to have made such a remarkable discovery. Later I found out that the United Government had long known about this characteristic of cellular evolution. They had already developed continuous nirvana reagents. But they didn't promote the use of this reagent. I later learned the reason why they didn't do this. What reason? Ji Dong asks curiously. I injected this reagent into Nanfeng. I wanted to stop the process of him becoming a wraith, but I failed, and Nanfeng's wraithification process accelerated. Lao He's eyes are filled with regret and something unspeakable as he continues. Continuous nirvana has extremely high requirements for human cells. Ordinary people simply cannot bear it. But you can. After listening, Ji Dong did not speak anymore. It was a difficult decision. Chapter 61. The chaos of the times. The method for producing the continuous nirvana-type reagent is actually quite simple. It involves adding a type of cloning bacteria to the original nirvana reagent. After the bacteria combine with the molecules of the nirvana reagent, they are assimilated into the next generation of nirvana molecules. Old He's true purpose in searching for the experimental notes from back then was to find the best injection order. After Zhou Nanfeng's failure in the continuous nirvana experiment, Old He felt immense guilt. However, he still did not give up on the experiment. What made him truly want to abandon this experiment was a piece of rotting flesh emitting a foul odor that he picked up from the ground. This piece of flesh came from Zhou Nanfeng's chest, and after Zhou cut it off with a knife, the first bone of his chest was exposed. At that time, Old He was still determined to perfect his experiment, summarizing experiences from the first failure. He had just made a breakthrough, discovering that the reason for the previous failures was due to the injection method of the nirvana reagent. Since Zhou Nanfeng had absorbed mineral sources, his cells should have been strong enough to endure the continuous nirvana, but in the end, it still failed. Old He realized that continuous nirvana is different from single nirvana. A single nirvana only requires a 200 milliliter injection of the nirvana reagent into the arm, while continuous nirvana requires injections in different parts of the body. And the order of injections is particularly crucial. To this end, Old He conducted thousands of live experiments and complex deductions, eventually determining the injection sequence. Just as he was about to share this good news with Zhou Nanfeng, who was about to undergo another continuous nirvana, a painful cry came from the hemispherical space where Zhou Nanfeng resided. Old He knew that Zhou Nanfeng was an incredibly resilient person and always believed that cries of pain were a sign of weakness. Old He immediately realized that something was wrong. By the time Old He reached Zhou Nanfeng's side, there was already a piece of flesh on the ground oozing black blood. Zhou Nanfeng's face was pale, and he was drenched in sweat. Old He repeatedly thought to himself, "It's too late. It's too late." Instantly, feelings of despair, frustration, and helplessness flooded over Old He. Zhou Nanfeng began to undergo necrosis, and the continuous nirvana was no longer effective. This emotion was quickly suppressed by Old He. He hurriedly bandaged Zhou Nanfeng's wounds. After injecting Zhou Nanfeng with a large amount of sedative, he finally stopped trembling and gradually fell asleep. Old He returned to his laboratory and could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes, but he dared not cry out loud. As Zhou Nanfeng had only just fallen asleep, Old He bit down hard on his own arm, tears streaming down his face as he trembled all over. He didn't know whom to hate. Hating himself, because if he hadn't conducted this continuous nirvana, Zhou Nanfeng wouldn't have started necrosis so soon. Or should he hate the United Government, who had injected Zhou Nanfeng with the necrosis reagent? Later that day, Old He destroyed all equipment and materials related to the continuous nirvana, leaving only this experimental notebook, which he had placed on the bookshelf and managed to keep. Years later, Old He opened this experimental notebook again. He still couldn't help but think of the deceased Zhou Nanfeng. He had to believe in himself and in Jidong. For Jidong was now his only hope. Jidong was willing to take risks. Old He found the injection order for the nirvana reagent recorded in his notes from back then. A total of 21 injections were required. Old He spent a day producing enough continuous nirvana-type reagent. That night, Jidong received the injection. Old He conservatively estimated that with Jidong's cellular endurance, it could at least elevate his nirvana level to C rank. If that were the case, Jidong would far surpass his peers. Currently, the youngest C-rank nirvana practitioner recorded by the United Government was 32 years old. Old He had originally planned to inject Jidong with a combat-type nirvana reagent, as it had a higher success rate. However, Jidong insisted on being injected with a control-type nirvana reagent. Old He initially disagreed, as he could no longer bear a second failure. Jidong said, "Master passed down the Blade Master's teachings to me because he knew I was not a coward." Old He agreed. After Jidong was injected with the reagent, he entered the sleep chamber, and Old He estimated that Jidong would wake up in 6 months. 30 hours had passed since the United Government broadcasted to all citizens. Even though the United Government made no formal statement, the Moon Guard was already in an uproar. Old He rarely entered the virtual space, but this time he heard explosive news. The United Government's army had been defeated. The Starry Sky Alliance had occupied most of the western coastline of North America. A total of 5 Starry Sky Beasts had appeared. The Starry Sky Alliance did not have the authority to broadcast with chips, so to release their news, they came to the conference hall on the first floor of the Moon Guard. Although it was called a conference hall, it resembled a giant sports arena. Old He could see a dense crowd of people. In the center of the crowd stood a young woman in a blue robe, smiling. Her voice was amplified by the conference hall sound system, so everyone could hear her serious yet proud tone. The Starry Sky Beasts are immortal. Please remember their name, Wolf Dragon. The United Government's army is no match for them. Soon, the Starry Sky Alliance will occupy the American continent, and we welcome all who wish to turn away from darkness. The United Government was indeed caught off guard this time. They had thought they had mastered the method to eliminate the Starry Sky Beasts, but unexpectedly, it did not work. The only ones who could eliminate the Starry Sky Beasts were the priests, yet the only priest on Earth had already been killed by them. They believed that the clone corpse Joseph left in the Tibetan plateau was Jidong himself. The United Government would not suspect this because the corpse's genes matched Jidong's perfectly. They would not consider the possibility of cloning, as it was absolutely impossible. Despite the simplicity of the cloning principle, cloning a person was utterly impossible. Nirvana practitioners could not be cloned, and as far as they knew, Jidong was an H-rank Nirvana practitioner. This was the brilliance of Ji Lakai, who took advantage of the Iron Temple's eagerness to enhance Jidong's priest genes, allowing Jidong to undergo a false Nirvana. This made Jidong a priest, absorbing the star essence, while also convincing the United Government that the Jidong they had was not a clone. Now, the United Government could only use the clumsy methods employed by the Sun civilization to deal with the Starry Sky Beasts, which involved projecting giant spears to weaken them, similar to the spears used by the Emosa people. The Emosa Legion was created by the Sun civilization to combat the Starry Sky Beasts. The United Government certainly knew this, but the maintenance manual contained no information about spears. The United Government even dispatched the Blue Moon Force, who finally found a small Emosa squad near the Taiwan Strait and captured a Emosa person, acquiring the spear in his hand. The United Government immediately began working on a spear projection machine, although its effectiveness was not as good as the Emosa spear. The spear projection machine would win by quantity. Before this machine could be produced, the United Government had already withdrawn from North America. However, the people of North America spontaneously formed a militia. Although the United Government abandoned North America, it was still their homeland. The Starry Sky Beasts were unlike the Emosa people. They would devour all life in their path. The so-called Starry Sky Guardians were merely accomplices in the massacre of Earth's life by the Starry Sky Beasts. These people were truly insane. After the defeat in the Battle of the Yangtze River, the MOSA army had not appeared again. The North American militia suffered heavy casualties, and the people in the Moon Guard cursed the brutality of the Starry Sky Beasts while sympathizing with the fate of the North American people. Old Hay had been paying attention to the battle situation on the North American continent for a month, as his former family was located in North America. That night, the alarm of the hibernation pod suddenly went off. At that moment, Old Black had already realized that his life had likely come to an end. Chapter 62 Departure in every war, there is always one side that possesses a war bug. With this bug, they can maintain an advantage in the brutal conflict. The Starry Sky Alliance has the Starry Sky Behemoth as its bug. The Starry Sky Behemoth is almost invincible on Earth, much like the Mongolian cavalry over 1,000 years ago. In Asia, the Mongolian cavalry swept through the Southern Song army, establishing the first foreign-ruled dynasty in Chinese history. In Europe, although Mongolian horses are not as large as European horses, Mongolian cavalry is known for their speed and agility, never wearing heavy armor, while European knights, mounted on tall horses and clad in heavy armor, charged with long spears weighing hundreds of pounds, making them clumsy and not agile opponents. The Mongolian cavalry was the bug in that war, just as the Starry Sky Behemoth is now. However, the Starry Sky Alliance is particularly cautious because the Ink Army has also emerged on Earth. They are currently fighting against the United Government, and it is possible that the Ink Army could suddenly appear from somewhere and catch them off guard. The Ink Army and the Starry Sky Behemoth are natural enemies. The Starry Sky Behemoth even refers to its enemies as Ink. The Ink Army had to pay a heavy price in casualties to kill the first generation of Starry Sky Behemoths. However, they had no means to eliminate the star domains of the Starry Sky Behemoths back then. So the next generation of Starry Sky Behemoths reappeared on Earth a few years later. The new generation of Starry Sky Behemoths, in order to grow rapidly, will crazily consume all life forms, bringing great disaster to the Sun civilization of that time. The United Government is well aware of the terrifying nature of the Starry Sky Behemoth. To preserve their strength, they chose to evacuate North America, disregarding the lives of over 1 billion people there. The well-known reason for the United Government's military withdrawal from North America is that none of the 12 families have a presence there. North America is primarily the territory of the Family Alliance. This reveals the selfishness of the 12 families. They withdrew from North America under the pretext of preserving strength, and the Family Alliance could not say much. In the eyes of the 12 families, they are just a group of wealthy but powerless local landlords. The Family Alliance had no choice but to form their own guard troops to protect their family assets. In fact, the Family Alliance's guard troops only make up a small part of the overall guard forces in North America. The vast majority of the North American guard troops are spontaneously formed by the North American people. The Starry Sky Behemoth devours everything, and the guard troops are retreating in defeat. This is the state of the battlefield in North America. Old Black is somewhat worried about his sister. After he left home for 10 years, his sister took charge of the family affairs. Given his sister's character, she certainly did not take the family out of North America. The news he received later confirmed this. Although he had not seen his sister for nearly 50 years, and even though other family elders had ruthlessly driven him out of the family, they are still blood relatives. Old Black will never forgive the other clan members, except for his sister, whom he considers his only family. The startup funds for his giant spirit travel company were all provided by his sister. They had kept in touch over the years, with his sister always asking Old Black where he was, while Old Black always avoided answering that question. The last message he received from his sister was late at night, the day before the Starry Sky Behemoth landed on the west coast of North America. The message read, "Brother, a monster has appeared in the sea. The Earth Army has established a defense line along the coast. I know the character of the 12 families too well. If the defense fails, they will not hesitate to evacuate. I have sent the women and children of the family to our base in Australia. If the United Government fails, we will fight to the death. Wish me luck, brother." Old Black's sister is 20 years younger than him, and now she is also old. When Old Black left home, his sister was still a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Now, both siblings are aging. Old Black wants to return home, but he cannot. Jidong needs him more. One day, Old Black just exited the virtual space, and over 1 million members of the North American Guard troops had already died. Civilians from other continents were marching, demanding that the United Government send troops to North America. To this day, the United Government has not made any response. Old Black cursed the 12 families. Just as he was about to check on Jidong's sleep pod, which he checks every hour, a month has passed since Jidong began hibernation. The screen on the sleep pod displayed, Jidong's nirvana level has reached F level. At this rate, Jidong will become a high-level nirvana practitioner in less than 6 months. Old Black made slight adjustments to the various indices of the sleep pod and added new nutrient solution. Since Jidong had absorbed star essence, the requirements for the nutrient solution are not high. Ordinary ones will suffice. After completing all this, Old Black was just about to take out a can of beef. Having not eaten for 2 days, he never actively contacted his sister, but in recent days he had sent countless messages to her, all of which seemed to have vanished into thin air without any reply. Old Black's mechanical fingers slowly transformed, finally becoming a small knife, ready to open the can. At that moment, the alarm of the sleep pod suddenly went off. Old Black hurriedly put down the can and went to check on the sleep pod situation. Old Black could see that Jidong, submerged in the nutrient solution, was covered in black metal, with white stripes between the black metal. Jidong had previously talked to Old Black about the black demon. Old Black realized something was wrong. The screen of the sleep pod began to display Jidong's life indicators. The heart rate had reached 2,000 and was rapidly rising. Old Black knew that Jidong's heart was not a human heart, but a dragon's heart. However, such a high heart rate would be unbearable even for a dragon's heart. Jidong's condition was extremely unstable. Old Black could see the black metal covering Jidong's body disappearing and reappearing in an instant. This was Jidong contesting with the black demon. After learning swordsmanship, Jidong had already been able to control the black demon under normal circumstances. But now, Jidong's cells were rapidly evolving, and the Erguo was also growing rapidly, which would inevitably lead to it becoming the black demon. Before Nirvana, Old Black had also anticipated that this would happen. He had long prepared a solution. However, he had not discussed this with Jidong because the solution was Old Black himself. Old Black was also a swordsman, with a Nirvana level of D. The contest between swordsmen and gamma life forms had occurred frequently during the era of the Sun civilization. At that time, swordsmen were all fusionists, and it was inevitable to encounter such situations in the growth process. Generally, the swordsman's master would draw the gamma life from the disciple to himself, helping the disciple through the crisis at the cost of death. Old Black was prepared to do just that. He opened the sleep pod. When Jidong woke up, he called Old Black's name, but no one responded. Jidong noticed a mechanical palm next to the sleep pod, and the index finger of the palm was shaped like a small knife. Jidong picked up the palm, and it immediately projected Old Black's avatar, sleep time 65 days. The avatar disappeared, and then a voice message from Old Black appeared. Jidong, I really don't know how to start. By the time you wake up, I should have already died. The reason I helped you with Nirvana is actually quite selfish. I want you to take revenge for me and Nanfeng. I hope you can go to North America and look for my sister. By the way, I haven't told you my name yet. My name is Aaron Elisher. Elisher. Jidong seemed to have heard it somewhere. He suddenly thought of Bauman. Jidong prepared to adapt to his body, then set off for the battlefield in North America. Chapter 63 Leader. When Jidong just woke up, he had not yet felt the earth-shattering change within him. For Jidong, becoming a high-level Nirvana practitioner was something previously unattainable. However, he was now a genuine high-level Nirvana practitioner. Nirvana level C is a watershed moment. Practitioners below level C can only be considered as humans with excellent physical qualities, but they are essentially still human. However, after reaching level C, Nirvana practitioners obtain a special ability. This ability is a hallmark of their status as high-level practitioners, and anthropologists refer to high-level Nirvana practitioners as new humans, who are the most popular group on Earth. This special ability varies greatly, depending on the individual. Maintaining type Nirvana practitioners cannot reach level C, so they do not fall into this classification. However, combat type and control type Nirvana practitioners do have such classifications. The special abilities of high-level combat type Nirvana practitioners mainly fall into 4 categories: mechanical, summoning, control, and others. Mechanical refers to the fact that practitioners who reach level C possess a natural mechanical exoskeleton. Whenever they wish, they can transform into a robot. Once in this form, they can utilize almost all the weaponry and equipment left over from the solar civilization era. This mechanical exoskeleton is different from artificially manufactured ones. It grows from within the practitioner's body, allowing for extremely precise control. Conversely, the control over artificially manufactured exoskeletons is very limited, making them cumbersome. Jidong does not need this ability, as Erguo can already accomplish this. Moreover, Ergo2's metal covering is at the micron level, which only level A nirvana practitioners can achieve. Summoning refers to the ability of level C practitioners to summon rare species that only existed during the solar maintenance era from the second space. This is a capability that science cannot explain. Scientists from the United Government once conducted research on this topic, only to find that during summoning, a colorful circular shape appears around the practitioner, resembling a time-space passage, but lacking any three-dimensional quality. Viewed from any angle, it looks like a circular pattern drawn on paper. Control is easy to understand. Level C practitioners can possess the ability to control other life forms. However, this control is only physical and does not affect the psychology of the controlled. In other words, while such practitioners can force a timid person to kill another, that person remains terrified inside. Control has a condition. It can only control practitioners below level D and other life forms weaker than themselves on Earth. They cannot control starry giant beasts, and they can only control the giant wolves guarding the mines for a very short time. To prevent this type of practitioner from utilizing their control ability, the higher-ups of the United Government and heads of major families easily reach level D through maintaining type nirvana reagents. This ability is not welcomed by the United Government, as they fear their armies could be controlled by such practitioners. Therefore, these practitioners are also rare among high-level nirvana practitioners. Of course, high-level nirvana practitioners can possess other special abilities, but since such cases are extremely rare, all special abilities that do not fall into the top 3 categories are included in others. Control-type nirvana practitioners do not have such complex classifications. So far, there is only one control-type nirvana practitioner who has reached level C on Earth. Due to their innate control abilities, these practitioners should dominate space. As long as there are molecular substances in space, they can transform these molecular substances into anything they desire through physical or chemical reactions. This is an extraordinarily perverse ability. However, for intermediate and low-level control-type practitioners, their control abilities are much weaker, and their overall physical quality is significantly inferior compared to combat-type practitioners of the same level. One reason is this, and the other is that the success rate of control-type nirvana practitioners is incredibly low. These are the 2 reasons for the scarcity of control-type practitioners on Earth. Jidong is currently the 2nd control-type nirvana practitioner on Earth. He is not even sure of his nirvana level. No one recorded how many times he has undergone nirvana, and the only witness, Old Black, has already passed away. He can only rely on his chip system. However, the chip system, which integrates global databases, did not find any cases similar to Jidong's, so it cannot provide an accurate nirvana level. Every person's microchip was uniformly implanted by the United Government at birth to protect the rights of all Earth citizens. Everyone knows this is merely surveillance. Later, a private company affiliated with the 12 families developed a firewall system that allows each person's chip system to exist independently of the United Government's central system without affecting other functions. As a result, the United Government's control over individual chip systems was severed. At that time, the 12 families had just begun to emerge within the United Government. To make money, they bribed most members of the Earth Parliament and amended the Earth Constitution. The original constitution stipulated that chip systems could not be modified in any form by any private institution. Now, the 12 families, who control the United Government, deeply regret this decision. Because the current personal chip systems are highly independent, it is impossible to determine a person's identity and location through their chip system. The United Government cannot even query a person's nirvana level through the central system. This has brought many troubles to the 12 families, but it is all self-inflicted. Jidong also knows that the current chip system is unreliable and has long become a tool for the United Government to make money, especially the functions for querying nirvana levels and combat power values, which are incredibly useless. Anyone can pay to modify or hide their nirvana level and combat power value. However, several functions of the microchip are quite useful. Besides accessing virtual space and receiving information, the microchip can be used to determine the nirvana level of one's own nirvana. The querying function for nirvana levels is for outsiders, while this determining function is for oneself, making it a practical and useful feature. Jidong can only use a traditional method now. Before the microchip became widespread, nirvana levels were determined using this method. This method is particularly painful, as it involves extracting bone marrow. The fission cycle of bone marrow cells has a complex mathematical relationship with the nirvana level. The principle of the microchip system's level determination function is based on this, but determining it through the chip is far less painful. Old Black's laboratory has a mechanical arm for extracting bone marrow. Jidong cannot inject anesthesia, he can only endure the pain. After enduring the pain and completing the extraction, the computer analyzes the results. Since there is no program in the computer to convert the fission cycle to nirvana levels, Jidong can only calculate manually. He finds a thick book from the bookshelf, which happens to have dozens of pages of calculation formulas. Jidong is accustomed to calculating with pen and paper, and after filling a sheet of paper with dense numbers, he writes a crooked letter B. This is the third time he has arrived at this answer, so it seems to be correct. In just 65 days, Jidong has transformed from an H-level nirvana practitioner to a rare B-level nirvana practitioner on Earth. His dream has truly come true. There are no more than 200 B-level nirvana practitioners on Earth, half of whom serve in the Space Fleet's Blue Moon Force. The other half are among the top leaders on Earth: military generals, heads of major families, the Speaker of the United Government, and some high-ranking officials are all B-level nirvana practitioners. Jidong's father, Jilikai, is also a B-level nirvana practitioner. They are all influential figures. Now, a teenager who has not yet turned 20 has entered their ranks and is determined to surpass them all in the near future. From then on, Jidong also became a leader-level figure. Chapter 64: A Man's Path. Every high-level nirvana practitioner on Earth has a statue of themselves on Hero Avenue in Huaxia City, except for the members of the Blue Moon Corps, whose identities must be kept strictly confidential. Other nirvana practitioners are particularly looking forward to seeing their own statues appear on Hero Avenue. Level C statues are bronze, Level B are silver, and Level A statues are made from dragon crystal. There are a total of 13 dragon crystal statues. 12 belong to the ancestors of the 12 families, and 1. The largest statue on Hero Avenue is the dragon crystal statue of the war god. Of course, the war god is not a Level A nirvana practitioner. Jidong's statue will not appear on Hero Avenue because Jidong's method of becoming a high-level nirvana practitioner is extremely rare and unique. He did not go to the Nirvana Center of the United Government for nirvana, as generally. High-level nirvana can only be properly guaranteed by the Nirvana Center of the United Government. Moreover, there are only 3 nirvana centers on Earth that meet the conditions for high-level nirvana. Therefore, every high-level nirvana practitioner is recorded by the United Government, as they are genuinely concerned about the abilities of high-level nirvana practitioners. The United Government's policy towards high-level nirvana practitioners is very cautious. They need high-level nirvana practitioners to ensure the smooth progress of the solar maintenance plan, but they also fear that these individuals might threaten their rule. Their policy is to try to win over every high-level nirvana practitioner. Most high-level nirvana practitioners choose to side with the 12 families, regardless of their inner feelings. They will put on a show. A very small number of high-level nirvana practitioners remain neutral, and no one stands in opposition to the United Government. The United Government also has a particularly shrewd practice of creating statues for every high-level nirvana practitioner. As a distinguished individual with a statue on Hero Avenue, these people typically do not engage in actions that would undermine the authority of the United Government. This is a moral coercion from the entire population of Earth. At least, that is what the United Government believes. Even those high-level nirvana practitioners who are the most indifferent to fame and fortune will be attracted by this. This satisfaction of vanity drives every nirvana practitioner to strive to join the ranks of high-level nirvana practitioners. Reaching a high level means achieving success and becoming one of the best among the masses. Almost every high-level nirvana practitioner enjoys this feeling. Therefore, even if they can take on thousands alone, they will not easily engage in actions that the United Government would consider dangerous. Jidong is about to leave the Siberian wilderness, and he suddenly feels a bit dazed. He is now standing at the very top of this world. Yet he does not feel the thrill and sense of achievement he had previously imagined. Jidong often becomes confused without warning after making important decisions. This confusion seems to be unfounded, but in fact, it is a true reflection of Jidong's innermost feelings. Before embarking on a new journey, he is always alone. From Bauman and the Old Man High to now Old Black, they have either left or died during Jidong's period of dormancy. There is no one close to Jidong, whether friends, family, or lovers. There is not a single person. Erguotu has become quite strange, with very little communication with Jidong. Even when Jidong actively tries to communicate with him, Erguotu rarely responds. Jidong can now control Erguotu, freely covering his own body with him. In other words, in the symbiotic relationship between Jidong and Erguotu, Jidong has taken the dominant position. Just like the mechanical special abilities possessed by high-level nirvana practitioners, Jidong, as a controlling type nirvana practitioner, also possesses mechanical abilities. Xiaogun has grown quite a bit. During Jidong's 2 months of dormancy, for the first month, Old Black fed Xiaogun. After Old Black was killed by the Dark Mage, no one took care of Jidong anymore. After being hungry for 2 or 3 days, Xiaogun began to go out in search of food, with no hunting experience. At first, Xiaogun could only compete with vultures for carrion, but later, Xiaogun learned to catch wild mice. When Jidong woke up, Xiaogun was swallowing the carcass of a wild buffalo that was twice its size into its hemispherical space. It has been almost half a year since Jidong and Xiaogun met. After all, Xiaogun has the bloodline of the giant wolf clan, and in just half a year, its size is comparable to that of a calf. Old Black's homebrewed beer still remains in abundance, and Jidong sits on the ground next to a barrel, drinking cup after cup. Now, there are not many people on Earth who can rival him. He has reached the pinnacle he desired. Yet, there is always a feeling of something missing in his heart. What could it be? There is no answer, only the need to drink cup after cup. By the end, Jidong drinks himself into a stupor, falling into a dream. In the state between wakefulness and sleep, Jidong finally realizes what is missing in his heart, the protection of those who care for him. Even though Jidong has an evasive attitude towards this, he must admit that in the 20 years he has experienced, he has lived under one protective umbrella after another. Even though he has resolved more than once to escape such protection, in the end, it is fortunate that these protections, which he does not appreciate, have allowed him to live until now. But now, he has grown to the point where these umbrellas can no longer cover him. From now on, he will experience true isolation, with no one in the shadows to safeguard him. This is partly because Jidong's growth rate is simply too fast. When Ji Laikai initially formulated Jidong's escort plan, he did not anticipate that Jidong's nirvana level would reach this point today. Secondly, Jidong's strength has become so great that there is no one who can fully protect him anymore. Jidong knows that the road ahead can only rely on himself. Jidong is an impulsive person. What young person isn't impulsive? This is a trait of youth, and Jidong does not see it as a flaw. Although Jidong can now skillfully use the demon wings, he still leaves the Tibetan wilderness in a ground effect vehicle. He needs to return to Machine Town. Old Black did not store his assets in a virtual account, but kept them in a vault located in the heart of the giant spirit, with nearly 1,000 solar gold coins. Each coin is worth at least 100,000 solar coins. The solar gold coins are made of gold and gamma metal, making them the true hard currency on Earth. The United Government stopped issuing these gold coins more than 100 years ago, and now there are no more than 100,000 solar gold coins on Earth, with 80% stored in the underground vaults of the United Government. At an auction house in Athens City, a solar gold coin was once sold for a high price of 500,000 solar coins. Old Black left these solar gold coins for Jidong. Consider this your commission for helping me find my sister in North America, were Old Black's exact words. In 2 days, Jidong arrived at Machine Town. He first went to Big Beard Jerry's bar. When Big Beard Jerry saw Jidong, he quickly took him to the second floor, carefully went outside to check the situation, then locked the door and closed the windows before saying to Jidong, "You dare to come back." Fortunately, they haven't issued a wanted notice, and not many people know what you look like. But those people have been looking for you. There is a small team in Machine Town right now. I'm going to the Giant Spirit. I just came here for a drink, Jidong said nonchalantly. As he spoke, he transferred 100,000 solar coins to Big Beard Jerry's account and continued, "Uncle Jerry, thank you for taking care of me for so long." Big Beard Jerry, seeing the sudden increase of zeros in his virtual account, was at a loss for words. Finally, he said, "You can't go to the Giant Spirit. The people hunting you are staying at the Giant Spirit Hotel. They say an elder from the North African Lion clan has arrived. What are they doing there?" Jidong asked, lifting his glass of beer to Big Beard Jerry. Seeing Big Beard Jerry's eyes flicker, he pressed further. "Just tell me." Big Beard hesitated and said, "Gee, I'm just afraid you'll do something foolish." Jidong smiled. "It's fine. Don't worry about me. Since I rushed back, I must be confident. Go ahead." Big Bearded Jerry did not believe that Jidong had such strength. After all, he was an elder of the 12 families, a high-ranking figure. Jidong was a bit impatient and said, "If you don't tell me, I'll go see for myself." Big Bearded Jerry knew he couldn't keep it a secret any longer, so he said to Jidong, "The people from the North African Lion family stole all of On's money. It should be On, the young man who was drinking with you at the bar that night. And that little girl." The elder insisted that she was already married to Kevin. Leon reported their wedding in Machine Town. Jidong said in disbelief, "People are already dead. What's the point of having a wedding?" Big Bearded Jerry replied, "A ghost marriage." Chapter 65 The Big Boss. After Jerry the Bearded finished speaking, he regretted it. He knew very well that Ji Dong was an impulsive person. At this point, he couldn't stop Ji Dong anymore. Ji, don't go. The elder from the North African lion family is there too. For someone of that stature, any little tricks will be useless. Jerry the Bearded believed that everything Ji Dong had done before that surprised people was achieved through cleverness. He truly feared the elders of the 12 families and was afraid that his words would harm Ji Dong. When Ji Dong heard the name Xiaoming, he could no longer remain calm. Damn ghost marriage. Ji Dong felt that his previous escape was an act of cowardice, leaving his loved one to bear the consequences of his actions. Ji Dong did not respond to Jerry the Bearded's advice and walked straight out of the bar. The clouds were low today, and it was dusk. The clouds wrapped around the giant spirit's waist were coated in a layer of golden light. The giant spirit stood between heaven and earth, perceiving the warmth and coldness of time, yet unable to change the path of an ant. Old Black had given all the shares of the giant spirit travel company to Ji Dong. Old Black had previously held nearly 90% of the company's shares. So now, Ji Dong was the person in charge and the one with power in the giant spirit travel company. Ji Dong entered the ticket hall and encountered the thin woman. The thin woman was still sitting in the same position, seemingly unchanged. When she saw Ji Dong walk into the ticket hall, she recognized him at a glance. Upon seeing Ji Dong, the thin woman was furious. Because of Ji Dong's complaint, she had almost lost her job. Had it not been for her husband being a project manager at the giant spirit company, she would have indeed been fired. Now, she cared nothing for any VIP status. She had a powerful and reliable backing, and no one could make her resign. Seeing Ji Dong again, all she wanted was to vent her anger. Before Ji Dong could say anything, the thin woman spoke up. You dare come back? You poor bastard. Where did you steal your VIP status from? I've already canceled it. So get out. Ji Dong originally wanted to buy a ticket with money and didn't want to cause too much trouble. Unfortunately, this harsh thin woman was aggressive, and Ji Dong had no choice but to fight back. What right do you have to cancel my VIP status? Ji Dong questioned her. The thin woman laughed proudly. I have my ways. What can you do to me? Don't think that just because you complained, you can get me fired. You are overly confident. The thin woman was carelessly cracking sunflower seeds. It was working hours, and her disregard for work discipline showed just how arrogant she was. Ji Dong felt increasingly angry at the sight of this woman. He hadn't intended to make a fuss. He just wanted to buy a ticket and go in. But since this thin woman insisted on being aggressive, he couldn't be blamed for retaliating. Ji Dong thought to himself. With a somewhat playful smile, Ji Dong said, "What if I had a way?" Upon hearing this, the thin woman, infuriated, responded with a mocking smile. Then let me go? Oh, right. It would be best if you got my husband fired too. Aren't you some big shot? The thin woman openly ridiculed Ji Dong. In her eyes, Ji Dong was just a poor loser who couldn't even afford a ticket. Ji Dong had to suppress the impulse to smash the highest-grade bulletproof glass in front of him and slap this thin woman. He placed his palm on the fingerprint scanner. The thin woman wanted to see Ji Dong's embarrassment, casually saying while cracking seeds, "If you have no money, don't waste public resources." Ji Dong ignored her and placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner. The machine began to flash red light, and the thin woman's expression of schadenfreude was already brewing. However, the scene she imagined did not happen. The built-in voice of the fingerprint scanner began to announce through the ticket hall's loudspeaker, "Dear VIP, welcome. The Giant Spirit Travel Company will serve you wholeheartedly." Ji Dong smiled at the thin woman while she wore an expression of disbelief. In fact, the thin woman was not wrong. She had used her husband's position to cancel Ji Dong's previous VIP status, but that canceled status had been a gift from Old Black. Now, Ji Dong's identity was the chairman of the Giant Spirit Travel Company. Ji Dong withdrew his hand from the fingerprint scanner and looked at the thin woman innocently. What now? I still have VIP status? This is unbelievable. What should I do? The thin woman was momentarily at a loss for words. Ji Dong continued. Sorry, I'm still a VIP. Since I'm a VIP, I can reasonably make my requests. Seeing the thin woman not responding, Ji Dong added, Your husband is the manager of the Giant Spirit Hotel, right? Call him down now. You. What qualifications do you have? The thin woman pretended to question Ji Dong forcefully. Ji Dong punched the bulletproof glass in front of the thin woman. She knew that this bulletproof glass was of the highest specification, and even a 100mm caliber shell couldn't break it. However, the truth was that cracks began to spread from the point where Ji Dong punched. With another punch, the glass would shatter into pieces. The thin woman panicked. She was the type that only responded to softness, and now that Ji Dong was being tough, she was genuinely scared. She hurriedly opened her chip communication system and sent a message to her husband. Jidong stood there, silent. The thin woman occasionally glanced nervously at Jidong, and she truly began to regret her earlier actions. The thin woman's husband was a middle-aged man with a big belly, looking quite imposing. The thin woman must have portrayed Jidong in the worst light in the message she sent him. The middle-aged man acted arrogantly, even looking down at Jidong through his nostrils. "What do you want?" Seeing her husband arrive gave the thin woman confidence, and she said, "If you're smart, get out of here quickly. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." The middle-aged man continued to speak in a condescending tone. "Did you hear? The cost of this glass is 5,000 gold coins. Since you don't seem to have much money, 1,000 gold coins will do. I'll pity you." The middle-aged man began to laugh disdainfully. The thin woman chimed in, "Yeah, pity you." Jidong particularly despised such snobbish people. He didn't say much and simply coldly stated, "You and you are both fired." The middle-aged man laughed. "Did you escape from a mental hospital?" Jidong didn't want to answer him. He opened his chip display system, which showed a person's social identity. Jidong's display showed chairman of the giant spirit travel company and the largest shareholder. Both the thin woman and the middle-aged man were left dumbfounded. "Don't be dazed. You are both fired. One violated work discipline, and the other insulted the chairman. So, I have good news for you. You have no severance pay. Furthermore, because you violated the company's work discipline, you will also be fined. You can either pay or choose to go to court." Jidong said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man was the first to speak. "Director Liu and I are brothers." He attempted to threaten Jidong. Jidong interrupted him. "You better not harm your so-called brother anymore." The middle-aged man was left speechless. "Remember to go to the finance department to pay the fine, or else we'll see you in court. I've recorded everything." Jidong finished speaking and turned to take the elevator up. He was going to the Giant Spirit Hotel. That damn elder also needed a lesson. Chapter 66. Rising Star. The Giant Spirit Hotel is located around the waist of the Giant Spirit. Surrounding the waist are a series of circular buildings, which constitute the main body of the Giant Spirit Hotel. A few minutes later, the elevator stops here. Jidong steps out of the elevator. Two burly men in uniforms stand at the entrance. Upon seeing Jidong, one of them approaches and, in an irrefutable tone, says, "Sir, the Giant Spirit Hotel has been booked by our boss. No entry for unauthorized personnel." Jidong glances at the man's nirvana level, which is D grade, belonging to the most formidable among intermediate nirvana practitioners. Jidong's nirvana level is not visible, so most people would judge it based on his age. At Jidong's age, the strongest would be F grade. Therefore, this man assumes Jidong is merely a low-level nirvana practitioner. The man clearly realizes that Jidong is checking his nirvana level. This is his most prized asset as a top bodyguard. He crosses his arms proudly, expecting to see a flustered and admiring expression on Jidong's face. However, to his surprise, Jidong merely raises an eyebrow, revealing a nonchalant smile. Calmly surveying his surroundings, Jidong confidently states, "My hotel welcomes all guests. Booking the entire place is not allowed." Jidong naturally knows who the person booking the hotel is, but he wants to see the expression of this so-called top bodyguard as he flaunts his superiority. As expected, the bodyguard begins to threaten Jidong. "Do you even know who booked this place?" Jidong remains unfazed. "No, I don't." Just as the bodyguard is about to say something, Jidong interrupts. "I just want to know if your boss has enough money to pay for his so-called reservation." The bodyguard responds, "Our boss is an elder of the North African lion family. Where do you think he needs to pay on Earth? He is staying here as a favor to this hotel." Jidong laughs and replies, "Here he does." The bodyguard is taken aback by Jidong's words and coldly warns, "You better not drink and then regret it." Jidong feels helpless. His purpose for being here has nothing to do with these strangers, yet they insist on causing trouble. He stretches his neck, indicating he is ready for whatever comes. The bodyguard understands the hint and tightens his fist to strike. Confident, he believes that dealing with a low-level nirvana practitioner requires no weapons, just bare hands will do. At that moment, the hotel's main door suddenly swings open from the inside. A young man resembling Kevin Lion steps out, around 20 years old. Jidong instantly recognizes him, Das Lion, the one Jidong had slapped twice. Das Lion, of course, does not recognize him. Jidong's appearance has changed. Additionally, Jidong spots Xiao Meng, with Das Lion's arm around her waist. Xiao Meng looks pale. After experiencing a ghost marriage, she has lost hope in life and now only wishes for it to end. Because Jidong killed Kevin Lion, her family has also been implicated. Even though she has fully repaid her family's debts, her connection with Jidong has brought her much trouble. Sometimes, She truly resents Ji-dong. He acts impulsively, without considering the consequences, and leaves without a word. Yet, she cannot genuinely hate him. Everything Ji-dong does is for her, and she knows he loves her. More often, she worries about his safety. However, at this giant spirit hotel, the moment Xia Ming lifts her gaze, she sees the person she has been longing for. Her reaction upon seeing Ji-dong is particularly calm. She stares at him without moving. Das Lion notices Xia Ming's unusual behavior and smiles at her, saying, "Sister-in-law, you and my brother are just for show anyway. Grandpa has already agreed to let you marry me. Come on, let us go to my room now." Xia Ming knows that the old man wants to humiliate her, first forcing her to marry the deceased Kevin Lion in front of everyone, and now treating her like a plaything to be tossed around. She cannot resist. Her family's fate is in her hands, and she must endure. In fact, after hearing about what Xia Ming had gone through at Big Beard Jerry's bar, Ji-dong realized the consequences of his actions on her. He sees himself as a coward, causing trouble and making Xia Ming bear the burden. His previous thoughts were too selfish. He wanted to become stronger to control his own fate, unaware that Xia Ming was suffering deeply. He was still thinking about escaping. A truly selfish coward. On the way to the giant spirit hotel from the bar, Ji-dong resolved never to leave Xia Ming alone again. His feelings of guilt towards her grew stronger, while Das Lion's laughter became more and more reckless. Ji-dong moves towards Xia Ming, with two bodyguards still between them. Initially, he planned to casually hit them a couple of times to intimidate them into not resisting. However, Ji-dong no longer thinks that way. Xiao Gun follows closely behind Ji-dong. Ji-dong snaps his fingers, and Xiao Gun rushes toward the two men, tearing a large chunk of flesh from one of their thighs. Ji-dong casually throws two punches, landing on their abdomens, instantly rendering them powerless, expressionless. Ji-dong approaches Das Lion. All this happens in an instant. Das Lion hasn't even registered what's happening, and his laughter abruptly stops as Ji-dong stands face to face with him. As a nobleman, Das Lion now trembles in fear. "Get your hands off me," Ji-dong whispers sharply. "You think you are?" Das Lion begins, but before he can finish, Ji-dong slaps him hard. Das Lion, about to cry out in pain, receives another slap from Ji-dong. Leaning close to Das Lion's ear, Ji-dong quietly asks, "Who was the last person to slap you?" Das Lion's eyes widen. He looks into Ji-dong's eyes and feels a sense of deja vu. You are. Ji-dong grips Das Lion's neck. After fully merging with the Black Demon, Ji-dong has become decisively ruthless. His identity cannot be revealed just yet. Das Lion's neck snaps, and another member of the North African lion family dies. Xia Ming is not shocked by Das Lion's death. He had even tied her brother to a tree with a collar and demanded her mother feed him every 2 days. No one dared to resist him. He was a scion of the 12 families, the most prestigious aristocrats on Earth. Now Ji-dong has killed him. Xia Ming rushes toward Ji-dong and embraces him tightly. Just as Ji-dong wants to say something, he feels a sharp pain in his shoulder. Xia Ming bites down hard on Ji-dong's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Ji-dong does not resist. This is her emotional release. The two hold each other tightly, while behind them, Xiao Gun is tearing away a weapon from one of the attackers. This kind of bloody romance, witnessing love in such a way, seems unique to this era. Chapter 67. Let the elder be a hostage. This old man with a white goat beard is the elder of the North African lion family, as legend has it. He is a sea-level nirvana practitioner and holds a high position in the elder council of the North African lion family. Now, he is kneeling in front of Ji-dong and Xia Ming. Ji-dong said to him, "I heard you made Xia Ming's family kneel to atone for your grandson. Is that true?" The goat-bearded elder had clearly fought with Ji-dong before. He was no match for him at all. The elder was shocked. Anyone who could defeat him must be a high-level nirvana practitioner. However, he had never seen such a young high-level nirvana practitioner as Ji-dong. And why was there no record of his identity in the United Government? His special ability is mechanics, and the golden exoskeleton is his most powerful weapon. Ji-dong had only covered one of his arms with the mechanical exoskeleton. In the elder's eyes, the gamma alloy metal membrane was the mechanical exoskeleton. The moment Erguo came into contact with the golden exoskeleton, it began to devour it. In less than 5 seconds, the golden exoskeleton was completely consumed by Erguo. After hearing Ji-dong's question, the goat-bearded elder remained silent, adopting a posture of unwavering resistance. Ji-dong continued, "Not going to speak? Do you think you're worthy of being a hero?" After saying that, Ji-dong gestured to Xiao Gun, who instantly leaped in front of the goat-bearded elder, its sharp fangs gently biting into his shoulder. As soon as Ji-dong gave the command, Xiao Gun would bite off his shoulder. Although the bones of high-level nirvana practitioners are very hard, the fangs of the giant wolf are even harder than wolf bones. The elder was clearly confident in the hardness of his bones, grunting lightly, "Be careful not to break your little dog's teeth. This is self-inflicted." "My wolf hates it when others call it a puppy," Jidong said, giving Xiaogun a glance. Xiaogun, who had long been eager, began to exert force after receiving Jidong's permission. The fangs pierced the flesh, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The expression of the goat-bearded elder completely changed, transforming from righteous indignation to unbearable pain. Jidong instructed Xiaogun to release its grip. Although Xiaogun was enjoying it, it had to obey Jidong's command, and in the end, it reluctantly let go, not forgetting to growl at Jidong in frustration. "Why did you make Xiaoming's family kneel?" Jidong asked him. The goat-bearded elder's voice trembled with pain as he replied, "Still very proud, I am an elder of the North African lion family." Jidong rubbed his ears, impatiently saying, "If you weren't, I wouldn't be looking for you. I killed your 2 grandsons, my dear elder. You are seeking your own death." The goat-bearded elder gasped for breath. His arrogant tone was because he was certain that Jidong dared to kill him. Jidong also understood why the elder felt so fearless. He shook his head and drew the wolf bone knife from his back. With a single-handed swing, the knife fell, severing the goat-bearded elder's injured shoulder. And his massive wound was instantly covered by frost. After all, he was a high-level nirvana practitioner. Even with a severed arm, he could maintain a clear consciousness. Jidong squatted down, coldly watching the goat-bearded elder endure the pain, saying, "Don't think for a second that I want to kill you." The goat-bearded elder surrendered. Throughout his life, he had been smooth sailing, possessing noble bloodlines and enviable resources, and he had never really experienced pain before becoming a high-level nirvana practitioner. This kind of excruciating pain from losing an arm was something he had never encountered, but just experiencing it once was enough to shatter his psychological defenses. "I need you to do something," Jidong said. The goat-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. Jidong had been blocking Xiaoming, who had tried more than once to kill the goat-bearded elder. Xiaoming was an F-level nirvana practitioner with considerable talent. Her family had not helped her much in nirvana, and she had reached F-level entirely on her own. The goat-bearded elder, bound by the black steel rope transformed by Erguo, was brought to the central square of Machine Town. This scene attracted many onlookers, with Jidong, Xiaoming, Xiaogun, and the goat-bearded elder standing in the center of the high platform. This was the place where Xiaoming and Kevin Lion had held their ghost marriage a month ago. Almost everyone recognized the goat-bearded elder, and many recognized Xiaoming too. These people sympathized with Xiaoming, but there was nothing they could do. This world was ruled by the 12 families, and they could only endure. Jidong found the frail An in the crowd and waved to him. At that moment, someone recognized Jidong as the one who had killed Kevin Lion in the arena. An had already seen Jidong. He couldn't understand why Jidong would appear in Machine Town. And when he heard that the elder of the North African lion family was with him, An could no longer sit still. He had to investigate. What An saw shocked him immensely. He had originally envisioned Jidong being captured and now being paraded around. It seemed he guessed half right. The parade was indeed happening. But the main character had changed. The elder of the North African lion family was the one being paraded. An walked over, and Jidong said to him, "An, has everyone taken the money I gave you?" An nodded. "Then just follow me from now on." Jidong knew that after today, he would be at odds with the 12 families. He needed some followers. War was a collective affair. Even high-level nirvana practitioners could not cope with hundreds of thousands of troops, especially since he had to protect the ones he loved. An nodded. Jidong felt excited. An was the first person to join his camp. Jidong nodded at An and suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed elder has something to say." Erguo transformed into a massive sound amplification device, and Jidong's voice echoed over the central square. The chaotic sounds in the central square instantly disappeared, and everyone turned to look in Jidong's direction. The goat-bearded elder looked up at the crowd, his eyes filled with despair. From childhood to adulthood, he had been incredibly proud, and now he had to do such a thing. The crowd could also see the goat-bearded elder's severed arm, covered in blue frost. The goat-bearded elder was even more afraid of Jidong. To avoid experiencing such excruciating pain again, he could only do as Jidong said, clearing his throat. His voice would be amplified by the sound device created by Erguo, so everyone present could hear him. He said, "I am the chief elder of the North African lion family, Bishi Lion. I would like to offer my sincerest apologies to Miss Xiaoming. The wedding a month ago was a moment of foolishness on my part. I know that my family is not worthy of forming a marriage bond with the esteemed Miss Xiaoming. These words were what Jidong had instructed the goat-bearded elder to say. After saying this, per Jidong's request, he would also kneel before Xiaoming in front of everyone. Everyone present, except for Jidong and Xiaoming, could hardly believe their eyes. After all, this was a noble family from the 12 families. After the goat-bearded elder completed this, Jidong continued, I know that the people of the 12 families can hear me. North African lion family, listen well, 5 billion solar coins for his life. He is now my hostage. If I do not receive a response by tomorrow, his other arm will also disappear. Chapter 68 Army. The first floor hall of the machine town was in chaos. And the footage of Jidong in the center square of the town had spread all over the world. Among the crowd, two particularly polarized opinions emerged. One voice believed that Jidong's actions were merely a result of youthful arrogance. There had been others like Jidong in the past who were naive and reckless, and their outcomes were invariably tragic. Therefore, Jidong would undoubtedly follow in their footsteps. The authority of the 12 families was not to be provoked. This skepticism towards Jidong had a flaw. The previous challengers of the 12 families' authority had only managed to rob a bank affiliated with them. Jidong, however, was different. He had actually kidnapped a high-ranking elder within the 12 families and publicly humiliated them. This was the reason for the emergence of another voice. This voice regarded Jidong as a hero. This notion was particularly popular among the youth at the grassroots level. Jidong was not like the previous rebels. He had touched the most sensitive nerve of the 12 families. For many years, the 12 families had spared no effort in maintaining their authority, and they had indeed succeeded. Until Jidong's appearance, which had caused cracks in the new world order they had painstakingly established, threatening to collapse the edifice they had built. They would never allow such a thing to happen. So now, even if Jidong was a hero to some, he stood at the forefront of this era's storm. Some who praised Jidong's actions began to worry for him, as the influence of the 12 families spanned the globe. No matter how strong Jidong was, he could not withstand the strikes from the 12 families. It was entirely reasonable for them to think this way, as they could never have imagined that Jidong, who had just turned 20, was a B-class Nirvana practitioner. The entire world was waiting to see how the 12 families would respond. After leaving the center square of Machine Town, Jidong and his group returned to the Giant Spirit Hotel. An had already used his invented robots to handle the bodies of Dos, Leon, and the two bodyguards. Even Xiaoming felt that Jidong could be too cruel at times. After Jidong's nirvana, he had completely suppressed the black demon, but the demonic attributes of Gamma Life had inevitably influenced him. To put it nicely, the black demon had made Jidong decisive in killing. To put it harshly, Jidong had now become ruthless. At this stage, this was a good thing for Jidong. He had not experienced much life and death before, and his temperament was still somewhat immature. It is not an exaggeration to say that sometimes a moment of compassion for the enemy could lead to one's own death. Under the influence of the black demon, Jidong had skipped those cruel experiences and forged a ruthless character at the age of 20. Jidong also knew that some of his actions appeared cruel to outsiders. However, he firmly believed that he had not become a bloodthirsty demon. Some of his seemingly impulsive and cruel decisions were actually well thought out. Since Jidong chose to walk this path, he had to do these things. Whether it was being ruthless or decisive, as long as it could protect those he loved, Jidong would do it without hesitation. I don't want you to become a demon who only knows how to kill for me, Xiaoming said. She and Jidong sat on the giant spirit's ear, the same place where they had last parted. It was another evening that was strikingly similar to that day. With the two of them leaning against each other, Jidong brushed Xiaoming's hair that had been blown by the wind, and he saw the butterfly tattoo on her neck. As if a real butterfly were resting there, Jidong asked Xiaoming, "Are you talking about the innocent people or those who deserve it?" Xiaoming was silent for a long time before speaking. That would be too dangerous. Xiaoming knew that Jidong was an impulsive person, and in her eyes, he had already done something irreversible. Of course, she would never leave him because of what he had done. Upon hearing this, Jidong finally decided to tell Xiaoming about his past experiences. At the end of his narrative, Jidong said, "As far as I know, many people have died for my life, including my father. I still don't know the real reason they did this. But one thing I can be sure of is that I have lived in danger since the day I was born." After listening to Jidong's story, Xiaoming fell into silence again. She tightened her embrace around Jidong's arm. A full day had passed since Jidong demanded a ransom from the 12 families, and they had still not responded. This was what Jidong had anticipated. The 12 families must have secretly dispatched a rescue team. This was their usual style. Jidong was not after the 50 billion in ransom. He wanted to draw out the rescue team of the 12 families. In Jidong's view, he needed such an elite force from the 12 families to cooperate with his performance. This would become the opening act for his involvement in the earthly battle. Jidong needed to have his own army. Money was not an issue, but the most important thing was to gain the confidence of some people. Only then would they trust Jidong and join his camp. Jidong transferred all his shares of the giant spirit tourism company to On. On was fully responsible for all affairs of the giant spirit tourism company. On exhibited extraordinary talent in these matters. Soon, On discovered that the giant spirit tourism company was not as simple as it appeared. The company's assets were not what an ordinary tourism company could possess. The profits gained from tourism each year accounted for only 1/10 of its total profits. On also found that the profits of the giant spirit tourism company had significantly decreased over the past 3 years. These profits should only be from tourism. In other words, the giant spirit tourism company had suddenly abandoned their main profitable projects 3 years ago. As for what these projects were and why the giant spirit tourism company had abandoned them, On found no relevant records. Jidong did not know what method On used. But within a mere 24 hours, he had bought back all the shares of the giant spirit tourism company from those small shareholders at a very low price. Later, On told Jidong that he had actually done nothing. It was all because of Jidong. Jidong had offended the 12 families, and he was now the largest shareholder of the giant spirit tourism company. The small shareholders believed that the 12 families would retaliate against the giant spirit tourism company. To avoid losses, they sold their shares at low prices in the trading market. Of course, no one would buy them. Only On absolutely believed in Jidong, convinced that Jidong would never be defeated by the 12 families, although there was no basis for it. On felt that the giant spirit tourism company was not as simple as it appeared. He had some bold guesses but needed time to verify them. Thus, On became the only person in the trading market to acquire shares of the giant spirit tourism company. On shared his thoughts with Jidong, who fully supported him. Jidong said to On, "You have the final say in everything there. When Old Black gave me the shares, he told me to use the money to build an army. You know, although 10 billion solar coins is a lot, it's far from enough to build an army. I thought he was just joking with me. Now it seems that the army matter is reliable." On replied, "Having money alone is not enough for an army. Loyalty is also needed. Mercenaries may not be trustworthy." Jidong looked confident. "I know this. The performance is about to begin." Chapter 69. The Titan Shield. On dismissed all employees of the Titan Travel Company and allocated 10 million solar coins as severance funds. On's efficiency was remarkable. Within 24 hours, he completed the tedious tasks of purchasing stocks and firing employees. The 12 families still had not made any response. In the lobby of the Moon satellite, there were already speculations that the 12 families had dispatched elite forces to sanction Jidong. Moreover, anonymous hackers had found Jidong's chip account within the complex network system of the United Government and exposed the account details, revealing the name Jidong. Classified as an H-level Nirvana practitioner with a combat power value of 5. After this information was exposed, no one believed it. Jidong's Nirvana level did not match his actions at all. Nobody would believe that an H-level Nirvana practitioner could kidnap a chief elder of the 12 families. Initially, people questioned whether the anonymous hacker had exposed false information. Later, they considered another possibility, that Jidong had purchased hidden and modification permissions from the United Government. This speculation attracted many top hackers, who were tirelessly trying to crack Jidong's chip space, hoping to lift the permissions he had acquired. All of this began an hour after Jidong announced the kidnapping of the elder of the 12 families. More and more top hackers started attacking Jidong's chip system. Jidong was not afraid of the so-called elite forces of the 12 families. His concern was that these hackers would discover his previous identity. Although Jidong's appearance had changed after Nirvana, the chip system had retained its original identity. However, Joseph had installed a firewall on Jidong's chip system that could completely hide the records from before his Nirvana. Of course, Jidong could cancel this firewall at any time. What Jidong was worried about now was whether this firewall could withstand the attacks from so many top hackers on Earth. He wanted to hide something about his past. Although he was not afraid of the consequences of his identity being exposed, it would only mean that the 12 families, the Star Alliance, and the Iron Temple would compete even more fiercely for Jidong's priestly body. Jidong was fully capable of protecting himself in this regard. However, this war could not be changed by him alone. He needed followers. If he faced a series of attacks from the 3 major forces while his team was still not strong enough, his newly formed army would easily be aborted. Jidong initially thought that after becoming a high-level Nirvana practitioner, he would actively expose his true identity and make every person who sought to destroy him pay in blood. But after weighing the pros and cons, Jidong felt he needed to endure for a while. With the leap in strength, Jidong's ideals also grew rapidly. Originally, he only wanted to control his own fate and seek revenge. Now he wanted to change the world. However, changing the world was far from enough with just himself. So Jidong chose to endure. Yet, Jidong knew nothing about chip networks, and neither did Xiaoming. An understood some knowledge in this area, but he was not capable enough to stop the top hackers on Earth. Jidong could only pray that the firewall Joseph had installed for him would withstand the hackers' attacks. If Joseph had been present, he would have reassured Jidong, telling him who designed the firewall. He would also pat his chest and guarantee that no one could break through this firewall, and every attacker would pay a heavy price. But Jidong did not know that his worries were completely unnecessary. It turned out that every hacker who had attacked Jidong's chip system had their own systems paralyzed. And half of the deposits in these hackers' virtual accounts uncontrollably transferred to Jidong's account. This news spread in the hacker community, and some veteran hackers had already guessed the designer of Jidong's firewall. Once this name circulated in the hacker community, no hacker dared to attack Jidong's chip system again. Of course, this information only circulated within the hacker community, and as hackers, they had to keep it confidential. Jidong was completely unaware of this. He only saw the numbers in his virtual account growing larger. After counting carefully, he found that the string of numbers totaled 11 digits, 100 billion solar coins. Jidong's attitude toward this windfall was one of acceptance. He needed the money. Several hours later, the amount in Jidong's virtual account stopped increasing, and no hackers had exposed their information again. It seemed that the firewall was indeed powerful. Jidong had learned the source of this money, as each transfer came with a note: fines for illegal system intrusions. After understanding the strength of his firewall, Jidong's worries vanished. That afternoon, the sky was overcast. It had been 30 hours since Jidong threatened the 12 families in the central square. The top floor of the moon's satellite finally opened. This was a privileged area of the United Government. An official from the United Government, wearing the emblem of the North African lion family, began to speak. The kidnapper did not purchase any hidden permissions for Nirvana levels. He is a bona fide H-level Nirvana practitioner. He must have used some despicable means to harm the esteemed elder of the 12 families. He will undoubtedly die. Jidong saw the disdainful expression on the spokesperson's face on the large screen in the lobby of the moon satellite. He truly believed he was an H-level Nirvana practitioner. The 12 families chose to clarify Jidong's Nirvana level at such a time for a reason. Jidong knew that the elite forces he had been waiting for were finally coming. Jidong turned off his virtual appearance simulation system in the virtual space, revealing his true appearance. Soon, someone recognized Jidong, as his likeness had already appeared on screens and videos around the Earth. Jidong responded, "It seems you don't want to pay the ransom anymore. Then don't blame me. Hurry up and customize prosthetics for your esteemed elder." The spokesperson of the United Government also came to the lobby of the moon satellite and stood face to face with Jidong. He looked at Jidong dismissively. "I hope you understand that in the face of absolute power, any clever tricks are useless. By the way, the shell should be flying overhead soon. Good luck." After saying this, the spokesperson exited the moon satellite. The upper half of the Titan was shrouded in clouds, and Xiaoming had already seen the shell speeding towards them. Jidong had just exited the moon satellite space. Seeing the shell, he was also surprised. Did the 12 families want to blow up their elder as well? At that moment, Xiaogun dragged a corpse to Jidong's side. Xiaogun's front leg also had a shocking wound. Jidong instantly understood what had happened. He had sent Xiaogun to guard the goatbeard elder, and it seemed someone had tried to rescue the elder but was killed by Xiaogun. Indeed, it was a descendant of the giant wolf. Jidong looked again at the rapidly approaching shell, sneering, and drew the wolf bone knife from his back, preparing to use his control ability for the first time to slice and freeze the shell. The shell was getting closer, and Jidong was fully prepared. Suddenly, the shell exploded out of nowhere. Xiaoming and Jidong could see a protective shield enveloping the Titan in the air, shaped like a honeycomb, emitting a faint blue light. The shell exploded as a result, without affecting anything within the shield. Subsequently, dozens of shells exploded on different parts of the Titan's protective shield. The attackers were not the only ones shocked. Jidong was equally astonished. The Titan had always been an ornamental building. How could it have a protective shield? This may be related to the suddenly disappearing sources of profit for the giant spirit travel company. Chapter 70. Surrounding way to save Zhao in the command center of the 12 families located in Huaxia City, there was a dead silence. At this moment, the patriarch of the North African lion family was in the conference room. The lion family was of Caucasian descent, with brown hair and blue eyes. Next to the lion patriarch was the chairman of the United Government Parliament, who had yellow skin and black eyes, and due to his age, his hair had turned gray. This white-haired elder was the high-ranking official of the United Government who had once sought to eliminate Jidong. However, the blonde noble Caesar was not present today. The white-haired elder certainly did not think that the young man located on the shoulder of the giant spirit in Machine Town was Jidong. After the capture operation in the Tibetan wilderness ended, Jidong's body had already been transported to a secret base in Australia. Jidong was dead, the priest was dead, and the organs soaked in formalin were taken from Jidong's corpse. In the heart of the white-haired elder, Jidong could not possibly still be alive in this world. The Lion Patriarch was the first to break the silence. My father is probably in great danger. Ma Lao, one of my sons and a nephew have already died at the hands of this kidnapper. I warned you long ago not to underestimate him. My father's death would be a loss for the North African lion family and the other 11 families. The white-haired elder was from the most powerful family among the 12 families, the Dao family, whose surname was Ma. Within the 12 families, the patriarchs and elders of other families would respectfully refer to the white-haired elder as Ma Lao. After all, Ma Lao was the chairman of the United Government Parliament. And even though the situation was so unfavorable for his side, he did not show any signs of panic. Ma Lao smiled and reassured the Lion Patriarch. The kidnapper is merely hiding behind a protective shield. That does not prove how strong he is. Nor does it mean he will kill your father. Your father is also an old friend of mine, and I do not wish for such a thing to happen. After hearing Ma Lao's words, the Lion Patriarch's emotions calmed down considerably. He said, "What if the kidnapper continues to hide inside and doesn't come out?" Ma Lao patted the Lion Patriarch's shoulder and said, "In the face of the anti-nuclear missiles of the space fleet, all protective shields are child's play." The Lion Patriarch's pupils suddenly dilated. He certainly knew what anti-nuclear missiles were. He quickly said, "That kind of thing cannot explode on Earth." Ma Lao continued to smile. "To deal with just one kidnapper, we won't even need anti-nuclear missiles. Have you read ancient Chinese military texts?" The Lion Patriarch shook his head. Ma Lao then said, "There is a tactic and military strategy called surrounding way to save Zhao." The Lion Patriarch's ancestors were thoroughly European, and for him, being familiar with Chinese military texts was too distant a concept. The corners of Ma Lao's mouth curled slightly, forming an expression full of confidence, conveying the message that everything was under control. There is also a woman with the kidnapper. Her family is not far from Machine Town. I will send people to capture her entire family. Since the kidnapper is willing to offend us 12 families for her, he will definitely not sit idly by. After hearing Ma Lao's plan, the Lion Patriarch added, "You don't need to send anyone. I have already sent my brother to the location of that family." "You mean to use those people as hostages to threaten the kidnapper?" Ma Lao nodded. "As long as the kidnapper comes out of the giant spirit's protective shield, the ambushing troops outside will capture him alive. At that time, the kidnapper will be at the mercy of the North African lion family." The two exchanged smiles, like two giants discussing the life and death of an ant. It is worth noting that the way Ma Lao, the Lion Patriarch, and the United Government officials referred to Jidong is quite interesting. They called him a kidnapper, indicating that they still regarded him as a criminal rather than a rebel. In their eyes, Jidong was merely a small fish fleeting in a storm of wolves, unable to stir up any waves, and perhaps could even be killed by the giant wolves. Even though Jidong had killed members of the 12 families and kidnapped the elders, his level of rebirth led them to firmly believe that he was just a brat who used despicable means to achieve these things. This was a significant mistake on their part, leading to regrets later on. The dialogue between Ma Lao and the Lion Patriarch lasted only 10 minutes. At this point, only half an hour had passed since the shell was blocked by the giant spirit's protective shield. They both thought Jidong was still hiding inside the shield and dared not show his face. The perfect plan of surrounding way to save Zhao was proceeding in an orderly manner. Ma Lao poured a glass of wine for the Lion Patriarch. The two raised their glasses and drank leisurely, believing that this matter would be resolved quickly and smoothly. They had more important matters to discuss. To be honest, if it were not for Jidong kidnapping the elder of the lion family, the 12 families would not care about this matter at this time, as there were matters 1,000 times more important waiting for them. Ma Lao spoke first. "What are your thoughts on the situation in North America?" The Lion Patriarch replied, "Currently, the situation does not look optimistic. The intelligence department reports that the Elisher family's guards have almost been completely wiped out." Ma Lao took a sip from his glass and said, "The Elisher family has always been a group of hardliners, not knowing how to adapt. Fortunately, the reborn one from their family did not succeed in reaching A level. The current 12 families are the most suitable for Earth." The Lion Patriarch wanted to say something, but he knew the prowess of the white-haired elder in front of him. He could only agree. This glass of wine is to our ancestors. Ma Lao also raised his glass and said, to our ancestors. Very few people know about the Elisher family now, especially in front of Ma Lao. This matter could not be mentioned. Rest assured, apart from the American continent. The coastal defenses on other continents have basically been completed and are fully capable of resisting the forces of the Mexico army. The Lion Patriarch wanted to change the subject. In fact, Ma Lao was the highest commander on Earth. The space fleet was nominally under the United Government. However, the space fleet was also divided into many factions, with each of the 12 families controlling a part of it. The thick fog on Mars was about to dissipate, and beyond Earth, the role of the space fleet was extremely important. Thus, it can be seen that even within the 12 families, there was no unity. They did not want the Tao family to dominate, and now that the pattern of Earth was set, they could only extend their reach beyond Earth. The two were discussing major affairs on Earth and had forgotten about the existence of Jidong, the kidnapper. Just then, the Lion Patriarch's communication system emitted a signal indicating that someone was requesting a communication. The Lion Patriarch looked at the requester and saw it was his brother. His brother must have already controlled the clansmen of Xiaoming. The Lion Patriarch connected the video signal to the conference room's big screen. Everyone present, including Ma Lao and the Lion Patriarch, was shocked by the image on the big screen. In the image, the Lion Patriarch's brother was kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair. Next to him was Elder Goatbeard kneeling as well. At that moment, Jidong appeared in the image and spoke. Everyone, I originally just wanted money. I didn't expect you to play this game. Then don't blame me. As he spoke, Jidong drew the wolf bone knife, and with a swift motion, he severed the hand of the Lion Patriarch's brother. Jidong retracted the wolf bone knife and continued. He is an elder. You send such weaklings to rescue him. Aren't you being overconfident? After Jidong finished speaking, the image shifted to show a dozen human-shaped ice sculptures. Those so-called elite troops had turned into ice sculptures at Jidong's wave. Chapter 7101 follows. Jidong had long anticipated that the 12 families would seek revenge on the clansmen of Xiaoming. Even if the giant spirit lacked a protective shield, they would still act that way. The moment the explosion on the giant spirit's protective shield ended, Jidong controlled Ergua too, forming demon wings on his back. Jidong took off instantly, flying towards the location of Xiaoming's family. The ambushing troops trying to capture Jidong nearby also saw his movements. They launched their aircraft, chasing after Jidong. It must be said that the demon wings were indeed powerful. The aircraft of this era could reach 10 times the speed of sound in 10 seconds. Yet they could not catch up to Jidong, only maintaining their distance. This indicated that Jidong achieved the efficiency that only a high-performance nuclear engine could reach with just 2 flapping wings. In less than 5 minutes, Jidong arrived at the location of Xiaoming's family. However, Jidong was a step too late. The people from the North African lion family had already arrived. They had gathered all of Xiaoming's clansmen together, with 5 flame launchers aimed at them. As Jidong landed, he saw the scene where the younger brother of the lion family leader was instructing his subordinates to pour oil on a little boy. In this high-tech era, people had many advanced weapons that could end a person's life in various bizarre ways. Yet the younger brother of the lion family chose the most savage method, burning with fire. Jidong knew what he intended to do. He would send this video to the giant spirit to threaten Jidong to come out of the protective shield. The first thing Jidong did upon landing was to use his control ability to condense countless fine spikes in the air, instantly killing all the lion family members except for the younger brother of the lion family leader. After completing this, Jidong threw the elder with the goat beard, who had been on his back, to the ground. During the high-speed flight and rapid landing, the elder nearly fainted. Although Xiaoming and An were protected by Gun and the giant spirit's shield, Jidong knew that the elder with the goat beard was a ticking time bomb and had to keep him by his side, as he was a sea-level nirvana practitioner. At the moment Jidong executed this series of actions, the younger brother of the lion family leader was about to ignite the flamethrower. The little boy's cries became piercing, and in the crowd, a woman who resembled Xiaoming was crying heart-wrenchingly. Jidong acted quickly and soon overwhelmed the younger brother of the lion family leader, making him kneel next to the elder with the goat beard, who had just regained consciousness. At this time, the aircraft of the capture team also landed. Originally, it was a highly intimidating appearance, as over a dozen fully armed people rushed down from the aircraft, brandishing new missile rifles, and began to surround Jidong. Jidong again used his control ability, instantly freezing these people. This was the scene that the white-haired elder and the lion family leader saw on the large screen at the command center in Huaxia City. This video footage spread in the lunar satellite as well. Those who had previously doubted Ji Dong all fell silent. It seemed that Ji Dong was not as simple as he appeared. One could not judge Ji Dong's true strength solely based on his nirvana level. The 12 families only realized this point after this incident. After the video was released, Ji Dong disappeared from the public eye. When he reappeared, it was already 3 days later. Ji Dong gave a speech in the lobby of the first floor of the lunar satellite. The 12 families had considered directly destroying Ji Dong's chip system to prevent him from entering the chip space. However, the firewall installed on Ji Dong's chip system was too powerful. Even the top experts from the United government were helpless against it. In these 3 days, the Lion family leader agreed to a ransom of 10 billion solar coins for Ji Dong, and the money quickly transferred to Ji Dong's account. The 2 Lion family members kidnapped by Ji Dong were also thrown into the river under the feet of the giant spirit. Ji Dong's terrifying strength had already made a deep impression. The Lion family members did not even dare to approach the giant spirit. When the elder with the goat beard and the younger brother of the Lion family leader floated out of the machine town's area with the river water, the Lion family's rescue team finally retrieved the 2. Ji Dong's speech in the lobby of the lunar satellite went as follows. I am Ji from the machine town. I know you all cannot stand the actions of the 12 families. Join me in overthrowing their dictatorial rule. This is our Earth. Why should we continue to support a group of worthless fake nobles? Ji Dong spoke passionately, but the response from the crowd was lukewarm. During these 3 days, the 12 families had formed research teams that repeatedly watched the video of Ji Dong cutting off the hands of Lion family members, as well as the small ice sculptures and other minor wounds on the bodies. Their purpose was to accurately assess Ji Dong's nirvana level. Finally, the Nirvana Center headquarters located in Huaxia City released an evaluation report on Ji Dong, stating that Ji Dong was a control-type nirvana practitioner, with a nirvana level above E and below D. This was the most authoritative evaluation report in people's minds. Even those who disliked the 12 families the most would choose to believe the assessment released by the Nirvana headquarters. The experts involved in the assessment work had dismissed the possibility of Ji Dong being a high-level Nirvana practitioner from the very beginning. The reason for such a decisive judgment was that they had a wealth of Nirvana data indicating that Nirvana practitioners could not leave the Nirvana Center and become high-level practitioners on their own. This was against the rules of Nirvana. All Nirvana centers had no records of Ji Dong undergoing Nirvana. This meant that Ji Dong was a self-initiated Nirvana practitioner. Since humans began Nirvana, no practitioner had achieved a high level through self-initiated Nirvana, as it required a particularly intricate and complex system to control. There were only 3 Nirvana centers on the entire Earth with such equipment. People silently admired Ji Dong in their hearts. At just 20 years old, he had become an E-level Nirvana practitioner and a control-type practitioner at that. This was already quite incredible. However, with such strength, wanting to contend with the 12 families was truly overestimating oneself. Therefore, before Ji Dong's speech had ended, someone interrupted him. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Do you know how powerful the 12 families are? You are merely a mid-level Nirvana practitioner. Do you think you have the ability to resist the United government? It was unimaginable that the person interrupting Ji Dong was still praising him as their savior. More and more people began to agree. Although Ji Dong's series of actions were unprecedented in history, people still did not believe he truly had the ability to confront the 12 families. They admired Ji Dong to a degree, but this admiration was based on the premise that Ji Dong was stronger than the 12 families, and did not mean they would follow him without hesitation. Once that foundation was broken, even admiration would dissipate, especially after the Nirvana Center announced Ji Dong's strength assessment. People began to feel that Ji Dong was merely a grasshopper in late autumn, unable to jump for long. This was a situation Ji Dong had not anticipated. He had thought that after demonstrating his strength, a large number of people would rise to support him. Unexpectedly, the world on Earth had become incredibly timid under the structure established by the 12 families. Ji Dong could claim to be a B-level Nirvana practitioner and could go to the Nirvana Center for a bone marrow test, but it no longer held any significance. Ji Dong had seen through these indifferent people who followed the wind, hesitating and content with the status quo. Even if such a group followed him, such an army would have no combat power. Ji Dong dared to bet that if he now offered 100 billion solar coins as a reward, this group would find various grand reasons to join him. He did not need such an army. Ji Dong exited the lunar satellite in disappointment. At this moment, An excitedly walked over to him. Before Ji Dong could say anything, An spoke first. Ji, I found the source of the huge profits from the giant spirit travel company. Chapter 72 Gamma Miners. Things did not develop according to Ji Dong's wishes. No one was willing to follow him in opposing the United government. To be safe, Jidong brought Xia Ming's people to the Giant Spirit Hotel. The Giant Spirit travel company had now suspended all external operations. Jidong still did not understand the principles of the Giant Spirit shield. He and An planned to leave the Giant Spirit for a while, leaving Xia Ming's people under the protection of Xia Ming. Xia Ming insisted on accompanying them, and Jidong finally convinced her by saying that she needed to protect her own people. Xia Ming would be safe in the Giant Spirit Hotel, at least safer than the place Jidong and An were about to go. It had been a week since Jidong woke up from the sleep chamber. The continuous rebirth did not bring Jidong the so-called period of weakness. Instead, it had caused the 12 families to be in a state of chaos in a short time. Jidong had not anticipated the events of this past week. Everything he did, whether it was killing members of the 12 families or kidnapping their elders, was done out of necessity. If they had not troubled Xia Ming, none of this would have happened. Or rather, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. From another perspective, the root of their trouble with Xia Ming was still because he had killed Kevin Lion. That was Jidong's first murder. It is undeniable that the dark magic had influenced him to some extent, but more importantly, it was Jidong's own heart. At that moment, he wanted to kill Kevin Lion. Even though he was still just an H-level rebirth, Jidong also thought about the consequences of his actions and how they would implicate Xia Ming. When he first boarded the spaceship to escape, his thinking was naive. He thought that as long as he distanced himself from Xia Ming, all the revenge from the 12 families would come after him. Fortunately, Jidong did not leave Earth, and the sudden extinction happened at that very moment, allowing Jidong to miraculously become a high-level rebirth later on. It seemed all of this was destined. Deep down, Jidong felt grateful. Perhaps God was looking after him, granting him the ability to achieve his desires and protect those he loved. Jidong was not perfect. He was a person who could be impulsive at times and calm at others, sometimes arrogant and sometimes conflicted. But he did not want to be a coward. From the moment he decided to resist the 12 families, Jidong had already risked everything. He could do this alone. But he still needed to ensure the safety of Xia Ming and her people. His public video with Yue had already indicated his relationship with Xia Ming. Given the 12 families' style of dealing with matters, they would definitely not let Xia Ming and her people go. So Jidong thought of rallying a loyal army. But to his disappointment, no matter how determined he appeared and how strong his abilities were, people still hesitated, unwilling to trust him. Jidong was also unsure whether such a group of people could be reliable. The 12 families had the most well-equipped army on Earth, the Star Alliance had immortal cosmic beasts, and the Iron Temple had the army of Ink Masters from a distant era. Could he gather a group of inexperienced people to stand against these three major forces? It wasn't until An shared his discovery about the Giant Spirit travel company that Jidong reignited his hope. Jidong initially planned to send Xia Ming and her people to a place outside Earth, wandering in the solar system, while he stayed on Earth to resist the 12 families and other forces wanting to eliminate him. Even if Jidong was incredibly powerful, relying solely on himself to do these things was still very difficult. But now, An had brought him new hope. The outbreak of war did not affect the maintenance work on the sun. However, the United Government was preparing to halt the maintenance work. One reason was that the last gamma alloy mine on Earth, the Siberian vein, was nearing exhaustion. This meant there were no materials left to repair the cracks in the solar reactor. But the maintenance report from Base 2 indicated that the solar reactor had stabilized after the sudden extinction and was ready to be stopped. During this window period, while Mars had not yet awakened and Earth's mines were exhausted, the reactor happened to be in a stable state, which could be considered a stroke of luck for humanity. The second reason was that with the depletion of the gamma alloy mines, the miners under the United Government were still on payroll. And being on payroll meant they still had to be paid. During wartime, money was precious. Temporarily stopping the maintenance project and laying off these low-level miners would allow all funds to be invested in the war. The 12 families had no feelings for these low-level miners. The only connection the 12 families had with these miners was that every year, they would send their children to work in the mining front lines for a while, under the pretense of making a selfless contribution to Earth. But in reality, it was just a facade to improve their image among the Earth populace. These children of the 12 families had been spoiled since childhood. It should be noted that when dragon crystals react with specially made mining picks, they produce harmful radiation to the human body. Therefore, the work that the 12 families spoke of was merely a show. When media came to interview, these children would put on makeup in anticipation, making it look like they had done a lot of physical labor. Then, in front of the cameras, they would grit their teeth and lift a piece of gamma alloy onto the conveyor belt. This ready gamma alloy was actually mined by dozens of miners who worked in shifts for 10 days and nights, enduring potentially cancer-causing radiation to extract the dragon crystals. This was all for the sake of the noble children of the 12 families to perform this one last time on camera. Such a performance signified the end of their training. Every noble child who came to the mining base looked at the sweaty miners with disdain. The miners were already used to this. They knew they could never express their dissatisfaction to the 12 families. Even if they told the truth to the world, no one would believe them, as the media was biased in favor of the 12 families. Occasionally, a few reporters would sneak into the mining base for undercover investigations, only to be imprisoned by the United Government. The miners were indeed a pitiful group. The profession of gamma miner had existed on Earth for over 100 years, and more than 98 of the first-generation miners had died from various cancers caused by radiation. The Gamma Miners Union had been protesting to the United Government, demanding that miners be equipped with radiation protection suits. The United Government had consistently refused, citing that the radiation levels were not harmful to human health and that funds were limited. The miners also dared not go on strike, as doing so would doom the fate of all humanity on Earth. They would be labeled as sinners by the media. The United Government actually knew that the radiation intensity was harmful to the human body, but a set of radiation protection suits cost around 300,000 solar coins, which exceeded the salary of a miner working for 30 years. The United Government was unwilling to spend this money, while the first-generation miners suffered from cancer. Those noble children were racing their limited-edition spaceships worth millions in Earth's orbit. So far, only retired first- and second-generation miners had developed strange ailments. These illnesses had no uniformity, making it impossible to prove that the radiation during mining was the common cause. The 12 families had spun a colossal lie. The miners they treated so coldly were the true saviors of Earth, sacrificing their lives. The United Government called for miners from all over the world every year. And at that time, it was once again a performance for those noble children who had worked in the mining bases. They would try to attract more young people who wanted to save the Earth, achieving their goal of putting on a show. True warriors are always silent and unassuming, while those who make a lot of noise are often the self-righteous ones. The sources of the enormous profits of the giant spirit tourism company that On found are related to these heroic miners. Chapter 73, Dragon Crystal Armor. The Gamma Miners Union is composed of all the living gamma miners on Earth. Due to the lack of comprehensive laws to protect the interests of this group, they are among the most persecuted by the 12 families. The 12 families are unwilling to spend money on them, especially in recent years, as the financial support for gamma miners has dwindled. They have even used moral coercion and public opinion to make the people of Earth believe that gamma miners should work for free. During the promotion of the free labor bill for gamma miners, a spokesperson for the United Government stated, "Every Earth citizen should embody the spirit of sacrificing oneself for the greater good." The financial situation of the Union is grim. Of course, this bill did not pass in the final vote. It is the only law that was not passed by the United Government's parliament, but was instead voted on by all the people of Earth. This was achieved by the Gamma Miners Union, as they knew that if it were up to the United Government's parliament, the bill would have passed. The reason for the voting outcome was not because people were concerned about the rights of gamma miners, but because many sensed what the United Government was trying to do. If this bill passed, various other free labor bills would follow. Before the destruction of the solar system, people typically only considered how to survive. The United Government is not short of money. Just look at the extravagant lives of the nobles from the 12 families. Only about half of global tax revenue is allocated to solar maintenance projects. Everyone sees through the facade but remains silent. The power of the 12 families is evident to all Earth citizens. However, one immutable truth is that even the most docile sheep will stop grazing when pushed to the brink. The Gamma Miners Union has been treated this way by the 12 families. The honors that rightfully belong to them have been attributed to the young talents of the 12 families. Their deserved wages have been repeatedly cut, with what they eventually receive being less than half. Thus, one afternoon over a decade ago, the Union held a meeting at the mining base of the newly discovered Siberian vein. The Union president, a strong, white-haired black elder, stated, "We are not working for the 12 families. We are working for the future of humanity. Since we chose to become gamma miners, we will not be deterred by radiation. What truly disappoints us is the selfishness of the 12 families. I believe we need to do something." At that time, there were about 200,000 gamma miners working at the Siberian mining base. The registered membership of the Gamma Miners Union exceeded 2 million. However, the vast majority of the miners were of retirement age, having lived in radiation for at least 30 years. And many among them had died before reaching 70 due to the scant and often delayed pensions from the United Government. The Union purchased radiation dampeners with its own funds. but such machines could only reduce radiation, not eliminate it. Even so, these gamma miners continued to work diligently, knowing they were not working for the 12 families. Nor were they compelled by public opinion to work as Earth's sinners. Their motivation stemmed from their noble beliefs. They were fighting for the future of Earth. Yet now, it seemed that the future of Earth was on the verge of being buried by a group of people, the 12 families. While all Earth citizens should unite, they acted selfishly, thinking only of their family interests. The remaining 200,000 gamma miners, under the call of the Union president, began to pool all their money. The president approached his good friend, Aaron Elisher, also known as Old Black, who was now in the tourism business. At that time, Old Black had distanced himself from his previous arms dealings in the black market, having cleaned up his identity to become a legitimate businessman. The Union president sought Aaron Elisher's help in manufacturing armor and weapons. Aaron was taken aback and quickly asked the Union president, "What do you need so many weapons for?" "To eliminate the scum," the Union president replied calmly. Aaron furrowed his brow and said, "Are you planning a rebellion?" The Union president did not deny it. "Call it what you want. I have the money. You help me." Although Aaron was somewhat reluctant, he felt compelled to agree since an old friend was asking for his assistance. He also had deep ties with the 12 families. The Union president produced his design blueprints, which were for a pickaxe effective only against dragon crystals. He requested that the other end of the pickaxe be modified into a launching device capable of firing projectiles of different calibers. This way, the pickaxe could not only shatter armor made from dragon crystals used by the United Government's army, but also function as a regular weapon. Additionally, the Union president needed a type of armor made from dragon crystals, the raw material they could provide. The gamma miners had secretly hidden away a considerable amount of dragon crystals. After hearing the Union president's requirements, Aaron Elisher said, "This needs to be kept confidential. I will have to contact different people to complete various production processes. This will take time." The Union president asked, "How long will it take?" "Within 10 years. Aaron Elisher replied. This was a huge risk, and if it were anyone else, he would have refused. However, what the gamma miners wanted to do was something he wished to do but did not dare to attempt. The Union president seemed to have his own expectations. It seemed the chance of getting caught was low. He nodded and patted Aaron Elisher on the shoulder. "It settled then. I'll pay you 80% up front." Thus, 12 years passed, and the 20,000 sets of equipment were nearing completion. At that moment, the United Government's forces discovered this batch of equipment on a massive ship in the Arctic Ocean. Fortunately, Aaron Elisher was very cautious and left no information on the ship. The United Government began to investigate global arms companies and the underground arms market. Because of Aaron Elisher's excellent confidentiality measures, the United Government ultimately found no leads. Aaron Elisher escaped unscathed, and the gamma miners were not suspected by the United Government. However, this meant that their money had gone to waste. The dragon crystal armor was a tremendous treasure. The law explicitly prohibits private use of dragon crystals. The United Government speculated that this shipment of equipment belonged to the Shangguan family within the family alliance, and now that it had been discovered, the Shangguan family could only suffer in silence, as even if it were theirs, they dared not admit it. This equipment was transported by the United Government to a military base in low Earth orbit. This incident occurred 3 years ago and is the source of the enormous profits of the Juling Tourism Company. After Aaron informed Jidong of this matter, Jidong piloted his spaceship to the vicinity of the military base, while Aaron followed closely behind in a massive tugboat. After Jidong breached the military base, Aaron towed it away. Aaron was quite nervous. This was his first act of rebellion against the 12 families, and he hadn't expected to be involved in such a thrilling endeavor. Upon obtaining this batch of equipment, Jidong would head to the Siberian mining base. The gamma miners had been dismissed by the United Government and were preparing to leave the mining base. This was Jidong's golden opportunity. The delayed weapons and equipment could reignite their desire to resist. Chapter 74 North American War. The weapon depot of the United Government, located in low Earth orbit, is one of the most heavily guarded places on Earth. There are a total of 5 such depots in low Earth orbit, and the one that Jidong is heading to is specifically for storing decommissioned equipment and seized gear. Therefore, its security level is lower than that of the other 4 depots. However, this depot is still equipped with the most advanced missile systems. Jidong and On have deliberately concealed their whereabouts. But just as Jidong was piloting the spacecraft close to the weapon depot, missiles from the depot were fired at Jidong's ship. Jidong was piloting an utterly ordinary transport spacecraft. Logically, the missiles from the base depot should not attack civilian ships without reason. The only possibility is that they already knew Jidong was at the helm. It seems someone has been tracking him. Jidong is not surprised by this. He should have already been classified as a dangerous person by the United Government. After the assessment report on Jidong's strength was released, the United Government formulated plans to capture or eliminate him. In their view, Jidong was at most a D level. The reason they failed in their previous encounters with him was simply due to underestimating him. Although the elder with the goat beard, whom they rescued from Jidong, insisted that Jidong was definitely a high-level Nirvana practitioner, they merely thought that the elder was frightened by Jidong. When Old Ma visited the elder with the goat beard at the Lion family's estate, he once said, "You have already been rescued by us, so there is no need to fear anything anymore." Old Ma knows this old friend too well. He has always been a timid person. The Lion family used a massive amount of will to make him a high-level Nirvana practitioner, but that doesn't mean his cowardly nature will change. This is also one of the reasons why the Lion family now ranks at the bottom among the 12 families. Both of the elder's arms were severed by Jidong, and until the custom mechanical arms were completed, he needed others to feed him even water. His voice trembled as he said to Old Ma, "He let me out. You have to believe me. We should let the Blue Moon troops handle this matter." Old Ma particularly looked down on this friend who had become so useless. But he still put on a concerned facade and said to the elder, "You are too tired. You need to rest." After saying this, Old Ma left. Naturally, he would not accept his cowardly old friend's suggestion. The Blue Moon troops should not interfere in Earth's affairs. He had already made one exception last time in the struggle for the priest's body against the Star Alliance in the Iron Temple. Moreover, he absolutely does not believe that Jidong is a high-level Nirvana practitioner. Without the various Nirvana facilities from the Nirvana Center, attempting a high-level Nirvana would be tantamount to seeking death. So, when his informants reported that Jidong had left the giant spirit and was heading towards Weapon Depot Base No. 5, Old Ma quickly devised a foolproof plan. Old Ma was confident that this time he could eliminate Jidong, because he had previously treated Jidong as a low-level Nirvana practitioner. Now, he clearly knows Jidong's Nirvana level. Therefore, eliminating Jidong is just a matter of time. No matter how powerful a Nirvana practitioner is, they cannot survive a 10-kilogram hydrogen bomb. Originally, Old Ma was hesitant about whether to drop the hydrogen bomb on the Earth's surface, specifically on the machine town. Now that Jidong has left the Earth's surface and entered outer space, Old Ma has fewer concerns. Thus, he ordered Base No. 5 to launch a 10-kilogram hydrogen bomb at Jidong's spacecraft. Old Ma would regret his underestimation. The missile armed with a hydrogen bomb quickly flew towards the spacecraft piloted by Jidong. Jidong decisively abandoned the ship, and the moment he left the spacecraft, black armor appeared on him, transforming Jidong into a humanoid black demon. This allowed Jidong to survive in the vacuum of space and move freely. Jidong drew the wolf bone blade from his back, gripping it with both hands, and instantly entered the swordsman state. Jidong still insists on meditating and reciting every day. During the 3 months he studied swordsmanship with Zhou Nanfeng. Zhou Nanfeng only had Jidong chop grass, meditate, and recite. He taught Jidong nothing else. But some things are subtly absorbed. They seem unrelated on the surface, but are actually connected in ways that are hard to understand. Just like the swordsman state Jidong has now entered. The moment he gripped the blade, the world in his eyes became incredibly slow. The missile, which was now only a few meters away, appeared to be frozen in time. The demon wings on Jidong's back began to flap as he swiftly flew towards the missile that was several meters away. He slashed at the missile, simultaneously using his control ability. The missile was severed in half and instantly frozen. Old Ma, sitting in the command center, would see a scene like this. Jidong seemed to teleport several meters, suddenly appearing beside the missile. Then the missile's tremendous kinetic energy sharply diminished, turning into 2 chunks of ice, floating in a state of weightlessness. Old Ma was no longer calm. He finally realized he had underestimated Jidong, but it was too late. In the next few minutes, Jidong destroyed the defense systems of Base No. 5. Jidong did not engage in a massacre. The base's defense troops witnessed the entire process of Jidong severing the artillery shells, experiencing the horror of Jidong firsthand. Before Jidong arrived, they all fled. Even though fleeing meant their lives would likely be spent in prison from now on, they chose to escape. They did not want to be slaughtered like wheat by Jidong. In the face of a strong opponent, the best choice is to flee. Their highest commander was merely a D-level Nirvana practitioner. They originally thought Jidong was evenly matched with their highest commander, but now it seemed this was just their naive assumption. The highest commander immediately piloted his ship to escape. Subsequently, On piloted the giant towing spacecraft towards the Siberian mining base. The black demon Jidong escorted alongside, encountering some obstacles from the United Government along the way. However, Jidong easily resolved them. When the massive weapon depot appeared over the Siberian wilderness, Jidong had already destroyed more than a dozen fighter jets with the Wolfbone blade. The Gamma miners on the ground witnessed the entire process. When the Union president told them they would soon follow someone, they were initially reluctant. They did not want to follow anyone, but after witnessing Jidong easily destroy the United Government's fighter jets, they had already made up their minds. If the United Government had prepared in time, everything would not have gone so smoothly. However, because Old Ma previously believed Jidong was undoubtedly doomed, no contingency plans were made. Jidong's performance caught them off guard. The Gamma miners watched as the weapon depot slowly descended. Jidong had already contacted the Union president. 200,000 Gamma miners were ready. The weapon depot was opened, and the Gamma miners methodically retrieved the equipment that originally belonged to them. Jidong used the mining base's loudspeakers to address all Gamma miners, all personnel on alert. We must resist the hypocritical 12 families. War is imminent. Everyone cheered. The weapon depot also had some equipment that had been eliminated by the United Government's army, including various warships and spacecraft. Although they were outdated, they were still usable. Jidong commanded the Gamma Legion to march towards the North American mainland, intending to turn the tide of the war on the North American continent. Chapter 75. The mob. It is impossible for Jidong alone to command an army of 200,000 people. The 200,000 Gamma miners, without exception, regard Jidong as their leader. Finally, a strong individual is willing to lead them to fight for their fate. Almost everyone is internally grateful to Jidong. This batch of Gamma miners is the last group conscripted by the United Government on Earth. They have worked at the Siberian mining base for over a decade. There are two ways to conscript Gamma miners. One is voluntary enlistment, mostly consisting of passionate young people with noble ideals of saving the Earth. The other is involuntary enlistment, where individuals are forced into the ranks of Gamma miners, usually minor offenders. They are not inherently bad, but have committed crimes out of necessity and were captured by the United Government and sent here. For a time, the 12 families ruled the Earth with an iron fist, making it impossible for the lower class to maintain a basic livelihood. Even those young people with some noble beliefs became disillusioned with the United Government, leading to a significant decrease in volunteers for the Gamma mining teams. However, mining work could not stop, so the 12 families manipulated the parliament to enact a rather harsh miner assignment law. Law enforcers even engaged in entrapment. Many poor people could not afford food, so they set up some food on the street without any labels. Some starving individuals mistook it for relief food from the United Government and took it. At that moment, law enforcers would suddenly emerge from somewhere, arresting these people on charges of stealing public property. If there were strong young individuals among them, they would be sent to the mining base. Those who did not meet the requirements had to pay a high bail to avoid imprisonment. Sometimes, the people on Earth wondered, is this still the democratic and beautiful world from over a century ago? Humanity had previously crossed the river by feeling the stones. Some swept away while others successfully reached the shore, and after walking through a millennium of muck, a relatively beautiful world was established. However, the disaster brought by the sun ruthlessly overturned all of this. The current populace dares not resist the 12 families. Much like how those numb individuals lying in opium dens did not dare oppose the decaying Qing government. Yet, there will always be heroes who stand up to lead a group of non-numb individuals to do what the numb ones dare not do. This group of non-numb individuals is the Gamma miners. Among them, some harbor hatred towards the 12 families, while others possess noble beliefs. Regardless of which type of Gamma miner, they all take an oath before joining. We will dedicate our most precious years for the future of the Earth. During this period, we will treat mining work as our lives. What a noble oath it was. But in the endless selfishness of the 12 families, the Gamma miners suddenly realized that everything they did was not for the Earth, but for the 12 families. This is the reason for their awakening to resistance. Clearly, the Gamma miners did a lot of preparation before deciding to resist. They elected 10 capable and respected individuals early on to command them, before Jidong brought their equipment. These 10 people and the Union president discussed and decided on all matters regarding the Gamma miners. While Jidong was troubled about how to lead so many people, these 10 found him. The Union president, being elderly, was the only third-generation miner at the Siberian mining base, no longer capable of leading troops into battle. The Gamma miners engaged in high-intensity mining work every day, and most were F-level Nirvana practitioners. With their own equipment, their strength was hardly inferior to the so-called regular army of the United Government. These 10 individuals were D-level Nirvana practitioners, each commanding 10 to 20,000 people. Jidong only needed to issue commands to these 10. All 10 came from the lower class, with no prominent family backgrounds. Those with illustrious family backgrounds would not come to be gamma miners. Rather than saying humanity is using all the Earth's resources to repair the sun and save the Earth, it would be more accurate to say humanity is using Earth's resources to sustain the nobility. 80% of the so-called maintenance taxes submitted are squandered by the nobles of the 12 families. The family alliance has the most say on this issue. Jidong does not like the 12 families, and neither do the gamma miners. Jidong does not wish to rule the gamma miners. They share the same ideals. Jidong is merely their spokesperson, leading the gamma miners to fulfill their noble oath. Regardless of the era, unity is strength. The Gamma Legion officially debuted on Earth. Although the United Government described them as a mob, the United Government controls the mainstream media, vigorously defaming Jidong. They have blocked information about the stolen weapons warehouses, portraying Jidong as a bloodthirsty demon. In the eyes of the people on Earth, Jidong has gathered a mob, a disgrace to the gamma miners and to the Earth. The United Government also claims that this mob's equipment is extremely outdated, second-rate gear discarded by the United Government's army, even if they are numerous. The United Government's regular army can easily annihilate them. These words may deceive the ordinary people, but the United Government knows very well how powerful Jidong is, and that the miners' equipment is dragon crystal armor. The so-called second-rate equipment refers only to those aircraft and warships. However, the United Government genuinely believes the gamma miners are merely a mob. They no longer underestimate Jidong, but rather look down on the gamma miners. The United Government believes that even if the gamma miners are equipped with dragon crystal armor, they will not be very strong. This dragon crystal armor is specially made and cannot be equipped by the United Government's army. The United Government originally intended to melt down the dragon crystal armor to recast it, but they lack funds. The taxes have all been pocketed by the 12 families. The United Government is currently at the mercy of the 12 families, which is why this matter has been delayed repeatedly. In the end, this dragon crystal armor was stolen away. The United Government then realized that this batch of equipment belonged to the gamma miners. The United Government has already caught wind of the Gamma Legion's movements. Jidong, leading the Gamma Legion, is heading toward North America. For now, they do not pose a threat to the United Government. The Gamma Legion is clearly headed for the Starry Beasts, and the United Government hopes they will mutually destroy each other. However, they only hope that the United Government's troops cannot deal with the Starry Beasts. How could the Gamma Legion possibly be a match for the Starry Beasts? Before heading to the North American continent, Jidong left 5,000 people to occupy Machine Town. Jidong considered that upon their return from North America, Machine Town would become their most important base against the United Government. Additionally, these 5,000 can also protect Xia Meng and her people. Jidong's true purpose in going to North America is for the Elixiu family. The Gamma Legion lacks heavy weapons and advanced warships. However, the Elixiu family possesses these things. After learning that Lao He and Bamin are actually from the same family, Jidong came up with the current plan. Jidong realized this while interacting with Bamin, when Lao He also told Jidong his surname was Elixiu. The scattered clues Jidong had pieced together finally connected. The Elixiu family is not ordinary. Chapter 76. Aaron Elisher. The 10 individuals chosen by the Gamma Miners were indeed brave and skilled fighters, and among them, one appeared to be their leader. There was no hierarchy among them. In fact, not just them, but all the Gamma Miners shared a relationship of freedom and equality. The oppression and injustice from the 12 families made them particularly detest the so-called noble class. The 12 families were what the Gamma Miners sought to eliminate. What ordinary Earthlings dared not do, they would take upon themselves. Even those who were forced to join the ranks of the Gamma Miners would be influenced by this noble belief in the great melting pot. They became one of the most eager groups in the world. When their life savings were confiscated by the United Government for the customized equipment they had made, they still maintained hope. Even though the United Government had abolished the position of Gamma Miners and they could no longer receive their overdue wages, they still retained their enthusiasm. They harbored a deep hatred for the 12 families, but they were not reckless. They knew to wait for the right moment. Now, that moment had come with the arrival of Jidong. What kind of person would voluntarily join the ranks of the Gamma Miners? Among the entire solar maintenance program, the most tedious, grueling, yet crucial job was the extraction of gamma alloy. The subsequent smelting of gamma alloy was much easier. The smelting work was automated. The smelting furnace was not simply a furnace, but referred to all devices related to smelting. In contrast, the extraction work could only be done manually. Perhaps the solar civilization intentionally wanted to create a group of willing gamma miners. The distant solar civilization seemed to have already scripted this era. Due to the nirvana, Earth gained the 12 families. Due to the extraction work, Earth obtained a special group of miners. The remaining transportation and repair work fell under the jurisdiction of the Solar Maintenance Base, a unique entity independent of all forces on Earth. From the very beginning of the establishment of the United Government, the independence of the Solar Maintenance Base from the Earth United Government was established. Even now, as powerful as the 12 families were, they did not dare to openly interfere with the affairs of the Solar Maintenance Base. However, because of the strength of the 12 families, the maintenance base was no longer a pure land. The 12 families would send their offspring to the maintenance base to gain prestige. Moreover, the 12 families had gradually taken control of some of the work related to the solar maintenance base, as evidenced by the enormous debts borne by Summer Dream's family, proving that the 12 families had meddled in some affairs of the solar maintenance base. The Gamma Miners were the most unassuming group in the solar maintenance project, worth far less than the glamorous noble offspring who made significant contributions to the maintenance of the sun. Thus, in the public opinion of people worldwide, Jidong's Gamma Legion became a rabble. On the warship at sea, Jidong talked extensively with the leader among those 10 individuals. This leader shared a lot about the current situation of the Gamma Miners. When this leader first met Jidong, he was very reserved, having witnessed Jidong single-handedly destroy a massive warplane. He entered Jidong's room, stood straight, and said seriously and restrained, "Thank you for helping us reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. We are willing to follow you." When Jidong saw this person, he was immediately struck by how young he looked. Appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, with yellow skin but possessing a pair of blue-purple eyes, clearly a mixed-race individual. Jidong learned from the Union president that the 10 individuals elected by the Gamma Miners were all D-level Nirvana practitioners. Such young D-level Nirvana practitioners were rare. Jidong was, of course, an exception. Since Nirvana began, there had been no one like Jidong. Under normal Nirvana procedures, no matter how vast one's resources, a person would have to be around 40 years old to reach the D-level Nirvana. There had been some prodigious youths who reached D-level Nirvana around the age of 30. But that was exceedingly rare, not to mention this happening to a Gamma Miner without resources or family background. Jidong was curious about this person. "Sorry, I need to interrupt you. I don't know your name yet." The young man with blue-purple eyes smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. My name is Aaron Elisher. I joined the Gamma Miners at 17 and I'm an orphan." Upon hearing the name of the young man with blue-purple eyes, Jidong was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. This further confirmed his suspicion about the Elisher family. "Commander, we need to explain some things to you," Aaron Elisher said to Jidong, still standing straight and serious. Jidong waved his hand and said, "You don't need to call me Commander. We are partners. My name is Ji." Jidong was still unwilling to reveal his full name. Even though he now had 200,000 followers, it also meant that once his identity was exposed, the other 3 major powers would surely unite to eliminate him. He was a priest, a fusionist, the person most likely to become an A-level Nirvana practitioner on Earth. The United Government, the Iron Temple, and the Star Alliance all understood this. If Jidong became an A-level Nirvana practitioner, the ordinary people would turn to follow him. This would undoubtedly be the deadliest blow to the 3 major powers. This was also the reason the 3 major powers initially wanted to kill Jidong and turn him into a puppet A-level Nirvana practitioner. The current state was the best. The United Government thought they had succeeded in obtaining Jidong's corpse, while the Star Alliance and Iron Temple believed they had failed. However, after the sudden destruction, they gained the capital to resist the United Government. It is not an exaggeration to say that Jidong was the origin of this war. Jidong also realized this during the period after attaining Nirvana as a high-level practitioner. So Jidong told Aaron Elisher that his name was Ji. Jidong could see that Aaron Elisher was trying to maintain a serious demeanor. Jidong said to Aaron Elisher, "We are friends, brothers who will fight side by side. You don't need to put on a stern face in front of me. Aren't you tired?" Jidong looked at Aaron Elisher and smiled kindly. Laughter was indeed an infectious thing. At first, Aaron Elisher maintained a serious and restrained look, but finally, he could no longer hold back and burst into hearty laughter. "I told you I can't be serious. But the president insisted I be serious. Gee, do you have any alcohol here?" Aaron Elisher was a straightforward person. He was not afraid of Jidong. His initial seriousness was imposed by the Union president. The president had also told him that Jidong was not a simple person. not merely a mid-level nirvana practitioner as the United Government claimed. Seeing Jidong being so friendly, Aaron Elisher no longer wanted to keep his guard up. Jidong took out some alcohol, and they each poured a glass. Aaron Elisher took off his neat uniform and pulled out a cloth bag from his waist, which contained some jerky. Aaron Elisher explained, "I used to bring some food with me while mining." The two chatted happily, and one of Aaron Elisher's statements deeply moved Jidong. He said, "The purpose of my visit today is actually very simple. We Gamma miners are a group of dignified and faith-driven people. We will not submit to someone just because they are a high-level nirvana practitioner. But we see hope in you. Thank you for treating us as brothers. We choose to follow you." Chapter 77 Preparation for landing. The Gamma Army has 50 naval ships, each capable of carrying around 3,000 people. Additionally, there are 500 aircraft, including 400 outdated fighter jets from the joint government's forces and 100 armed transport planes. The remaining tens of thousands are taking planes to North America. Jidong chooses to travel by naval ship, which will take about 3 days. Along the way, he worries about a surprise attack from the joint government. However, the joint government does not take action. First, they lack extra troops. Almost all of their forces are deployed to establish defensive lines to prevent an attack from the Emosa army and the Starry Beast. The losses inflicted by Jidong are too significant, and they are unlikely to attack him again easily. Second, the Gamma Legion's destination is North America, which is currently occupied by the Starry Alliance. If Jidong intends to attack them, that would be just fine. The scene depicted is that of the Gamma Legion formed by the Mad Kidnappers. Their naval ships and aircraft are discarded equipment from our forces. The Gamma Legion consists of a group of traitors who have betrayed the people of Earth. They were previously just miners extracting gamma alloy. However, they are quite clever. Knowing they are no match for the joint government, so they choose to head to North America, attempting to win favor with the joint government through such actions. Xia Meng turned off the television. This was a news program controlled by the 12 families, which naturally vilified the Gamma Legion. In this era, television is a particularly strange existence. It should have been obsolete long ago. Now, there are holographic projections with chip systems in the moon's satellite building in virtual spaces. The outdated information interaction method of television should have been swept away by the tide of technological progress. However, this has not happened. Television has persisted and even become more widespread. The reasons for this are complex. Scholars have studied this phenomenon and concluded that television serves as a comfort for the soul. After the advent of the apocalypse, humanity on Earth struggles to survive, striving for a future that may never come. People long to reminisce about the beautiful times of the past, a time when art and sports flourished. With the launch of the Solar Maintenance Project, many sporting events and entertainment activities on Earth have been canceled. It was until the last decade or so. Perhaps because the 12 families had too much money to spend, that they resumed holding sports events and released some virtual reality movies. Social networking technology has been banned for over 100 years. People can only connect to the moon's satellite through chip systems and watch videos permitted by the joint government there. After humanity learned of the impending demise of the sun, all of Earth's humans entered an extremely fragile period. During such times, any spark of despair could quickly escalate into a raging fire through social networks. Hence, the joint government replaced some functions of network technology with microchip implants. Of course, the people of Earth have now calmly accepted this fact. They are contentedly maintaining the sun, having become accustomed to an uncertain future. However, people at that time did not think this way, no matter how resolute one was. There would be moments of despondency and melancholy. At such times, a way to vent these emotions is needed. People turn to television, which, while not as powerful in dissemination as the internet, could replay old movies, TV shows, variety programs, and talent shows. In an era of extreme entertainment scarcity, this greatly alleviated the stress in people's hearts. The joint government also realized this and began introducing televisions equipped with nuclear power batteries. In the following 100 years, televisions not only did not become obsolete, but became increasingly popular. With the concept of television stations disappearing, the joint government integrated all audio and video materials globally. People could purchase viewing rights for specific videos at the moon satellite or local television stations by scanning the purchased license certification with the authorized camera on the television. They could watch the content. Of course, in addition to entertainment, televisions often broadcast news from the joint government, as many people would watch them. Xia Meng opened the music player on the television, which contained an album she purchased. The music consists of songs from before the maintenance era. Xia Meng enjoys folk music, especially the leisurely countryside ballads from that beautiful era. Music from the maintenance era is too despairing, which Xiaoming does not like. She is particularly averse to the joint government's media portrayal of Jidong and the Gamma Legion. The condescending tone of the host conveys their disdain for Jidong and the Gamma Legion, painting them in such a negative light. This is something Xiaoming cannot tolerate. She is also very worried about Jidong, a young man in his early 20s. Although he is a high-level nirvana practitioner, how can he compete with those colossal entities? Xiaoming is deeply concerned. It's not that she lacks confidence in Jidong. She just harbors a vague worry in her heart. The Gamma Legion is already very close to the North American continent. It must be said that the joint government has done a good job of preparing public opinion. Just 1 hour before the Gamma Legion was about to land on the North American continent, the young female spokesperson in a blue robe from the Starry Alliance appeared again in the lobby of the Moon satellite. She said solemnly, "I hope the so-called Gamma Legion does not land on the North American continent. If you really seek your own demise, we will grant you that." After the spokesperson finished speaking, she disappeared. On and the Union president have been in the Moon satellite. The Union president is elderly, having dedicated his life to maintaining this union. The reason the Gamma miners chose him as their leader is not because of his strength, but because of his contributions to them. The Union president has been an exceptionally intelligent person since childhood. Although his nirvana talent is not high, his intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary people. If it weren't for the background of the era where the maintenance guide is the only science and the maintenance of the sun is the top priority, he would have certainly become the next Einstein. In his youth, he had a vague idea of a unified model of the universe in his mind. The greatest change brought about by the Solar Maintenance Guide is that it caused humanity to stop thinking or made their thinking very slow. When he applied for research funding from the joint government in his youth, his request was rejected. The government's reason was that they already had the science and technology from the Maintenance Guide and no longer needed anything else to complete his theoretical construction. He resorted to theft, was eventually caught, and was sent to a mining base. Upon arriving at the mining base, he abandoned his previous research. He saw countless miners living in deadly radiation while the joint government turned a blind eye. He spent 3 years developing a drug that could temporarily prevent radiation. Later, he discovered that this drug not only prevented radiation but also catalyzed cell evolution in such a radioactive environment. This effect was particularly significant for individuals with chromosomal defects. Due to his contributions, the Gamma miners elected him as the Union president, a position he has held for over 50 years. He has witnessed countless friends die and seen one mining base after another discovered, prosper, and then fall into desolation. The Siberian mining base is likely the last one he will see in his lifetime. He found On to be a smart person. The two, 50 years apart in age, surprisingly discussed cutting-edge physics, which had stagnated for over 100 years. This was something he never expected. He knew On was a talent worth nurturing. The two felt they had met too late, and the Union president shared his research experiences from his youth with On. In the Moon satellite, they had just gone to review some materials, and as they exited the archives, they heard the spokesperson's speech. The Union president was not to be outdone. After the female spokesperson disappeared, he took her position and said, "I am a member of the Gamma Legion. We will definitely land on the North American continent." On left the Moon satellite and informed Jidong about this matter. Jidong smiled calmly and said to Aaron Elisher, "Is everything arranged?" Aaron Elisher nodded. Jidong continued, "Prepare for landing." Chapter 78. Sea monsters. Jidong and Xiaoming conducted a real-time holographic call. Xiaoming asked worriedly, "Are you really going to kill those monsters?" She was referring to the celestial beasts, as the news from the United Government frequently interrupted broadcasts, indicating that the Gamma Legion was advancing into North America, much like the historical Crusades. However, there were differences. The Crusaders were a holy army authorized and protected by the Pope, while the Gamma Legion was merely a ragtag group of traitors. Public opinion was not optimistic about the Gamma Legion. After all, the Celestial Alliance had successfully repelled the United Government's forces in North America. How could a bunch of second-rate, obsolete equipment be a match for the Celestial Alliance? Jidong nodded with a smile, and then cautiously embraced Xiaoming's hologram. Since holograms are non-physical, if two projection signals were to severely intertwine, it could cause the projection images to fluctuate or even disappear. Therefore, Jidong was very careful while holding Xiaoming, as he could only imagine her being right in front of him. He whispered in Xiaoming's ear, "You need to stay safe. I have to do this." Xiaoming replied, "You're being too radical. Those miners haven't even fought a single battle. The United Government has so many advanced nirvana practitioners who chose to evacuate North America. You've already done so many irrational things for me, but you have to understand that the consequences this time are not that simple." Xia Ming grew more agitated as she spoke and suddenly realized that her words were a bit harsh. She wasn't wrong. It was indeed Ji Dong's actions that had put her and her family in danger, and he had run away. But would her family's fate be better now if Ji Dong hadn't done all this? Xia Ming did not blame Ji Dong, not just her, but her clan also appreciated him. They didn't feel that Ji Dong was the cause of their troubles. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Ji Dong was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head and fell silent. He felt guilty about his previous actions. The decisions he made to kill were largely influenced by the Black Sorcerer. However, that was not the reason Ji Dong chose to flee Earth. At that time, he thought it was simple, believing that as long as he drew a line with Xia Ming, he could protect her. Ji Dong had always regretted fleeing Earth. If it weren't for him, Xia Ming and her family wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. This had always been a knot in Ji Dong's heart. Yet, in a moment of impulse, he had kidnapped the elder of the Lion family and killed 2 members of the Lion family. His actions nearly harmed Xia Ming's kin, and it was fortunate that he realized it in time, preventing a disaster. I'm sorry. If I fail this time, you all should leave Earth. In the underground cave beneath the foot of the giant spirit, there was a sublight-speed spaceship, a relic from the solar civilization era, which Old Black had basically repaired. Ji Dong looked up at Xia Ming, his gaze soft yet firm. Xia Ming shed tears. Don't leave me again. Ji Dong smiled. Who says I won't succeed? Just curse me to death. Xia Ming laughed through her tears and softly said in Ji Dong's ear, thank you. Ji Dong felt a warm sensation by his ear. Ji Dong didn't want to act impulsively anymore. He always claimed he wanted to protect his loved ones. Yet each time he ended up putting them in peril. However, this time, Ji Dong chose to take the risk. His original plan was to gather the Gamma Miners and then head to the North American continent to rescue Old Black's clan. But later, Ji Dong changed his mind. The first time he had this thought was when he learned that Old Black, like Bauman, also had the surname Elijal. What solidified Ji Dong's belief in this idea was the appearance of another person named Aaron Elijal. Ji Dong decided to attack the Celestial Alliance on the North American continent. This decision was made spontaneously while he was sailing on the Gamma Legion's warship. He had previously only planned to find the Elijal family, ask them a few questions, and then verify his suspicions. But the appearance of the young Elijal completely changed Ji Dong's mind. He suddenly realized that the long blackout was not a coincidence. Nor was the opening of the second space. Joseph's instruction for him to go to the center of the Tibetan wilderness was not just for the plan of golden cicada shedding its shell. Ji Dong wanted to stop everything that was about to happen, not just the war among the 3 major powers, but something far more severe. A sudden jolt caused Ji Dong and Xia Ming's call to be abruptly cut off. Ji Dong was aboard a megatonnage battleship, and such jolts were rare. Aaron Elijal appeared in the cabin where Ji Dong was, his expression serious, and it didn't seem faint. Aaron Elijal spoke. We've encountered an attack from monsters. After hearing this, Ji Dong walked up the gangway of the battleship with Aaron Elijal. Ji Dong could see that the previously calm sea had turned turbulent. Huge waves formed a towering wall of water on one side of the battleship, creating the ship's violent rocking. Ji Dong could see 2 moving figures in the massive waves, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Ji Dong recognized that they were the wolf dragons using spatial stealth. 2 wolf dragons clamped onto the tips of a battleship and, like crocodiles tearing prey in the water, rolled in 2 different directions, amidst the roar of the massive waves. Ji Dong and Aaron Elijal could also hear the sound of metal breaking. The battleship was soon twisted into a pretzel and then sank to the seabed. Around the mega battleship where Ji Dong was, there were dozens of smaller ships. About 2/3 of them had been destroyed by the 2 celestial beasts in this manner. Only Ji Dong's mega battleship had not been attacked by the wolf dragons. Ji Dong calmly observed everything happening on the surface of the sea, seemingly unfazed. Besides the nearly 100 people on Ji Dong's ship, there were no soldiers from the Gamma Legion on the other dozens of ships. The Gamma Miners enjoyed their new identity as soldiers. The word soldier made their blood boil. Ji Dong asked Aaron Elijal, who was standing beside him, how's the progress? The deep-sea submarine has approached the eastern coast of North America. The first batch of soldiers is expected to land in 10 minutes, Aaron Elijal replied. Ji Dong had seized weapons from a near-Earth orbital base, including some nuclear submarines from the repair era. These submarines had been stored in the weapons depot for so long that even the United Government was unaware that there were more than 100 nuclear submarines in Base 5. Naval armaments were no longer as important in this era. With significant advancements in spaceship technology, humanity could now build military bases that could fly at any altitude. As a result, naval armaments were gradually being phased out. Only battleships were still in use, while nuclear submarines had long been abandoned. Jidong had long anticipated that the celestial beasts would attack them on the surface of the sea. Therefore, all the soldiers of the Gamma Legion had entered nuclear submarines somewhere deep in the ocean. Aaron Elijah cast an admiring glance at Jidong. When Jidong proposed to abandon dozens of battleships and planned a strategy of making a show of strength while secretly executing plans. No one understood why he wanted to do this, except for the Union president who supported Jidong. Everyone was reluctant to lose their already limited heavy equipment. In the end, with the help of the Union president, Jidong finally convinced the commanders of the Gamma Legion. It seemed that Jidong was not just an impetuous young man. There's still a nuclear submarine below. We should go too, Aaron Elijah said to Jidong. Jidong waved his hand and said, "We don't need to leave. Our ship won't be attacked." Aaron Elijah was not someone who feared for his life. And since Jidong had said so, he didn't insist on arguing. The soldiers around them exchanged glances. They had already experienced the terrifying nature of the starry sky beasts. But they still chose to trust Jidong. Jidong was not lying. He was a priest, a kindred spirit of the starry sky beasts. The starry sky beasts would not harm their own kind. Chapter 79. Surprise attack. The starry sky giant beast, the wolf dragon, truly did not attack the battleship where Jidong was located. After destroying dozens of other battleships, it disappeared. They mistook Jidong's giant battleship for another starry sky giant beast. This giant battleship became the only remaining ship of the Gamma Legion. Jidong activated the automatic landing system of the giant battleship, and it gradually approached the east coast of North America. North America, East Coast. The temporary command center of the Starry Sky Alliance. A group of people dressed in blue robes were watching the events unfolding at sea through satellite video. The spokesperson of the Starry Sky Alliance was also present, wearing a look of disdain on her face. As they watched one battleship after another sink, everyone wore expressions of great satisfaction. The spokesperson said, "There's nothing we can do. I've already warned them. With their meager equipment, they think they can fight the Starry Sky giant beasts. They aren't even enough to fill the gaps in the beast's teeth." A burst of laughter erupted among the crowd. They had absolute confidence in the Starry Sky giant beasts. Even the most elite troops of the United Government were no match for the giant beasts, let alone this bunch of ragtag individuals with second-rate equipment. Among them, a young man with dark skin remained calm. After the others finished laughing, he said quietly, "Why didn't the Starry Sky giant beasts destroy the largest battleship?" He was also a member of the Starry Sky Alliance. He firmly believed that he would dedicate his life to the Alliance. However, when the true Starry Sky giant beasts appeared on Earth, he did not share the same fervor as the other members. Especially after witnessing the actions of the giant beasts on the North American continent, he even began to doubt the faith that sustained him. Were they truly serving the most miraculous and incredible beings in the universe, or were they merely aiding demons? Such thoughts were tearing him apart. Since the day his master announced he had become a guardian of the Starry Sky, he had set his ultimate goal to see the real Starry Sky giant beast in his lifetime. Now that this goal had been achieved, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was not a naturally awakened guardian of the Starry Sky. He was merely a guardian passed down through tradition. With his identity, it was impossible for him to hold any important position in the Starry Sky Alliance. Since his master passed away recently, he had been working at the lowest level of the Alliance. The Starry Sky Alliance had two important departments, one for research and one for combat. Whether awakened or passed down, guardians of the Starry Sky had high combat talent, but the awakened ones were recognized as the legitimate guardians of the Alliance. For instance, that spokesperson was the only fifth-generation awakened guardian of the Starry Sky. The combat department was composed of such individuals. Now, as the number of awakened guardians decreased, the spokesperson was the youngest legitimate guardian in the Starry Sky Alliance. The current alliance was under her command, and the Elder Council, composed of guardians from the fourth generation and earlier, held her in high regard. Meanwhile, he was just an ordinary researcher in the research department. The research department focused on artificially creating Starry Sky giant beasts using genetic technology recorded in the Solar Repair Manual. Now that the real Starry Sky giant beasts had appeared, this department had lost its purpose. However, the young man with dark skin, as a passed-down guardian of the Starry Sky, found himself in the same room as these legitimate guardians. Moreover, he had a voice in discussions. This was because, during the 3 months of the sun's sudden extinction, the Starry Sky Alliance discovered sculpture-like Starry Sky giant beasts at the bottom of the sea. To free the giant beasts from their stasis, the legitimate guardians began to recite Starry Sky incantations and perform blood sacrifices in front of the massive sculptures, hoping to communicate with the giant beasts. Through this method, They awakened the nine-headed starry sky giant beast, the wolf dragon, and reached an agreement with it. However, 3 rarer starry sky giant beasts than the wolf dragon remained in stasis. By chance, the young man, this non-legitimate guardian, approached the 3 massive sculptures. He recited the starry sky incantations and performed blood sacrifices. To his surprise, he succeeded, and the 3 starry sky guardians reached an agreement with him. Just like that, he became one of the most influential figures in the Starry Sky Alliance. At first, he was very excited, feeling incredibly lucky. After years, he finally had his moment to shine. However, as his communication with the 3 starry sky giant beasts became more frequent, a sense of foreboding began to emerge in his heart. But no one believed him. They all thought the starry sky giant beasts were gods saving the world. So, when he voiced his concerns in front of the senior members of the Starry Sky Alliance, no one refuted him out of respect. As he was now the guardian of the 3 starry sky giant beasts, no one answered him either, as those present considered themselves legitimate and were unwilling to accept that a non-legitimate person could become the guardian of the 3 starry sky giant beasts. It was the spokesperson who broke the silence. A mere battleship does not require the beasts to deal with it. This is what their guardian told me. Their guardian said the beasts are tired. So, we will handle the remaining battleship ourselves. The young man felt a surge of agitation and continued, as far as I know, the leader of the Gamma Legion is on that battleship. The beasts should first destroy that battleship. The spokesperson coldly laughed. We cannot command them to do anything. We are merely their guardians. The spokesperson was the guardian of 5 wolf dragons. He fell silent. The spokesperson continued, deploy our troops to eliminate them when that battleship lands. As for that kidnapper leader, he is just a D-class reborn. I will have the elders deal with it. The atmosphere was relaxed, and everyone present believed the Gamma Legion had been completely wiped out and had perished at sea. Now, with this remaining force, they could easily eliminate them. Jidong and the 200 soldiers of the Gamma Legion had just landed when they were surrounded by an army of the Starry Sky Alliance that outnumbered them tenfold. The army of the Starry Sky Alliance wore deep blue armor, with a planet pattern on their chests. The armor shimmered with colors, giving a feeling of being from the stars. The armor of the Gamma Legion, made from dragon crystal, had a dull film on its surface, making it appear less dazzling. Jidong signaled to the Gamma soldiers not to act impulsively. The 2 sides were at a stalemate for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the deep blue ranks, and a group of people walked out, standing less than 50 meters from Jidong. It was the spokesperson. The dark-skinned young man did not come. He felt that things were not so simple. She shouted at Jidong, as long as you surrender, I can promise not to kill your men. She believed Jidong was undoubtedly doomed. Jidong smiled and replied, there are no men of mine here. They are all my brothers. Jidong's words acted like a shot of adrenaline. The 200 Gamma soldiers, who could have quietly landed using a nuclear submarine, but now found themselves in such a dire situation, felt a wave of despair. However, upon hearing Jidong's words, they suddenly ignited a belief of fighting to the death. The spokesperson was entirely in a winner's mindset while speaking with Jidong. Don't think that just because you are a D-class reborn, you can escape. You will die with your brothers. Jidong coldly laughed. Who gives you such immense confidence? Suddenly, the deep blue army stirred. The spokesperson turned to look and saw the dense combat power in the air, along with the throngs of soldiers on the ground. 200,000 soldiers of the Gamma Legion had surrounded them. The spokesperson was dumbfounded. What? Your army is not destroyed? Jidong coldly replied. They have come back to life. Chapter 80. The Roar of the King. The main force of the Starry Sky Alliance consists of the Starry Sky Beasts, and their combined army is only about 100,000. These few thousand deep blue soldiers are completely surrounded by 200,000 Gamma soldiers. Although their deep blue armor looks dazzling, it is no match for the Dragon Crystal armor. The Dragon Crystal armor is not the kind of flashy armor. It is the strongest armor on Earth. The United Government only has 300,000 soldiers equipped with Dragon Crystal armor. The female spokesperson has just realized that in the first confrontation with the Gamma Legion, they actually lost. However, she does not admit it as a failure. Because she still has a trump card, those 2 starry sky beasts are still lurking in the sea. For an army like the Gamma Legion, which has no heavy weapons, the starry sky beasts can easily restrain them. The spokesperson herself is also a D-level Nirvana practitioner. When the Gamma soldiers fight against the Starry Sky Beasts, she is confident that she can leave this place. The Elder Council has already sent out high-level Nirvana practitioners to deal with Jidong. As for the lives of these few thousand deep blue soldiers, she has to give them up. She is the most important person in the Starry Sky Alliance. She cannot be captured or killed by Jidong. The spokesperson is contemplating this. She has already contacted the two Starry Sky beasts lurking in the sea, and they are moving toward this side. The spokesperson sneers, thinking how can an insignificant person like Jidong defeat her? Jidong does not have the qualification or the strength. She is now waiting for the arrival of the two Starry Sky beasts so she can take the opportunity to leave. When two small mountains rise from the sea, a proud smile appears on the spokesperson's face. No one can match the Starry Sky beasts. Jidong also senses what is happening on the surface of the sea. He calmly turns around to look at the two Starry Sky beasts. The Starry Sky beasts roar, and the spokesperson enjoys watching the fear on the faces of the soldiers. The wolf dragon flaps its wings, stirring up layers of waves as they soar into the sky. The water falling from them floats in the air, splashing down on everyone's faces like rain. The spokesperson shouts to Jidong, "I warned you long ago. There are some things you are powerless to change. Accept your fate. 200,000 people will die because of you." As she speaks, she activates the flight exoskeleton on her body, and butterfly-like wings form behind her. She quickly ascends into the air. Her flying posture is very confident. She firmly believes that no one present has a flying mechanical exoskeleton, as this type of flying exoskeleton is not only expensive but costs as much as the most advanced joint nuclear-powered interstellar spaceship. Moreover, because this flying exoskeleton is a replica of the technology from the solar civilization, it has high requirements for the user. As far as she knows, there are only a handful of people on Earth capable of using this flying mechanical exoskeleton. The deep blue soldiers watch helplessly as their leader abandons them. In this encirclement, with the Starry Sky Beast restraining the Gamma soldiers, they are undoubtedly doomed. With the spokesperson rising into the sky, the Starry Sky Beasts that have been hovering for a long time are also about to launch their attack. The Starry Sky Beasts will create a time-space distortion node in their mouths, and the immense siphoning force generated by this node can devour everything. Of course, this node cannot be maintained for long. Each time the spatial distortion ends, it must wait for a while before it can be activated again. If the siphoning node of the Starry Sky Beasts could be kept open for a long time, a single Starry Sky Beast could devour all the Starry Sky Beasts on Earth within a month. Therefore, during the cooling period of the siphoning node, the Starry Sky Beasts mainly deal with those lives that harm them by releasing pulses. Each pulse can incapacitate over 1,000 human soldiers. The 200,000 soldiers of the Gamma Legion without heavy weapons can be dealt with by the two Starry Sky Beasts in about 10 minutes. The spokesperson has already thought about the fate of those people on the ground, and the corners of her mouth curl up. Even if there are still deep blue soldiers on the ground, she feels no guilt at all. She has been a privileged and pampered true guardian of the stars since childhood, and she has never viewed those lower guardians, who were inherited rather than naturally awakened, as equals. The Starry Sky Alliance claims to overthrow the privileges of the 12 families. Yet what is the difference between them and the 12 families? At that moment, Jidong also grows demon wings on his back, and he instantly ascends into the air, quickly catching up to the spokesperson. With an expression of disbelief on the spokesperson's face, Jidong roars at the two Starry Sky Beasts circling in the sky, a sound that human vocal cords cannot produce, ancient and distant. Jidong hovers in the air, and this roar continues. After about 10 seconds, the two Starry Sky Beasts soaring high in the sky emit a similar roar, but their voice is much weaker than Jidong's. After roaring, the two Starry Sky Beasts begin to fly higher, soon becoming two dots in the blue sky. The two Starry Sky Beasts have fled. The spokesperson is dumbfounded, and the more than 20,000 people looking up from the ground are also dumbfounded. After becoming a high-level Nirvana practitioner, Jidong's priest genes have been significantly enhanced. At certain moments, Jidong can even feel where his Starry Sky Beast genes come from. These genes come from an enormous beast, one whose size cannot be compared to the wolf dragon. In several dreams, he has seen the giant beast devouring the moon. Jidong previously discovered his ability to roar, and when he roars, his world enters a state of ethereality. In a wild and dark prairie where his roar echoes, the world falls silent. Knowing the distant mountains are collapsing, that is a special world belonging to the Starry Sky Beasts, and Jidong's roar is the ruler of that world. Therefore, when Jidong roars at the two Starry Sky Beasts, they understand his intent and leave. Jidong flaps his demon wings, instantly appearing in front of the spokesperson, his wolf bone blade already in hand. With a gentle downward slash, the butterfly wings are severed, and at the moment the spokesperson is about to fall, countless black tentacles extend from Jidong's hand, wrapping around the spokesperson. Jidong slowly descends. The spokesperson also lands safely on the ground. The spokesperson is still in shock. Jidong speaks first. I will let you go. I did not come to the North American continent for you. I have something to accomplish. I hope you do not stop me. The spokesperson cautiously asks Jidong, what do you need to accomplish? Jidong's expression is stern as he replies, to kill all starry sky beasts. They will destroy humanity. The spokesperson does not dare to act out in front of Jidong. But she immediately retorts, we will control them. They will only kill those we let them kill. Jidong counters her. No, you cannot do it. The spokesperson, after all, is the leader of the Starry Sky Alliance. She must represent the alliance. Then we must be enemies. After saying that, the spokesperson turns to leave. However, none of the deep blue soldiers move. The spokesperson glances around at the deep blue soldiers, smiles ambiguously, and then coldly shouts, Commander of the army, step forward. No one responds to her. The spokesperson feels embarrassed. A deep blue soldier with a European face, who is the commander of this deep blue army, does not respond to the spokesperson. The spokesperson is about to walk towards him and confront him. However, the commander ignores her and kneels before Jidong on one knee. Removing his helmet, Jidong can see his weathered yet resolute eyes as he says, we are willing to submit to you. The spokesperson, upon hearing this, feels a surge of anger and curses, shameless traitor. The commander did not look at the female spokesperson and continued to speak to Jidong. We do not need leaders who do not treat us as human beings. Jidong helped him up and said, I do not need anyone's submission. If you're willing to join us, we will accept you. Upon hearing this, the commander knelt down once again, and this time, the 2,000 deep blue soldiers also knelt down together. Chapter 81 Family notes the female spokesperson left on her own. The Gamma Legion's invasion of the North American continent not only incurred no losses but also acquired 2,000 deep blue soldiers from the Starry Sky Alliance. When deep in the ocean, the entire Gamma Legion transferred to nuclear submarines. Various aerial transport aircraft and fighter jets only carried some military food and ammunition compatible with mining picks. The Air Force that arrived first on the North American continent was not attacked. They refurbished an abandoned base in a valley somewhere inland. This became the temporary base of the Gamma Legion on the North American continent. After the Starry Sky Alliance's first confrontation with the Gamma Legion ended in failure, they did not trouble the Gamma Legion again. In fact, when Jidong roared and scared away 2 Starry Sky behemoths that day, an A-class reborn from the Starry Sky Alliance was not far away. He initially thought he could easily take down Jidong, but after witnessing that scene, he changed his mind. Moreover, Jidong had no intention of killing Angelina. Angelina was that female spokesperson. She grew up in Northern Europe with distinct facial features but yellow skin. Her Nordic parents considered her a freak and abandoned her. She was raised by the Grand Elder of the Starry Sky Alliance's Elder Council. Perhaps the Grand Elder knew when he adopted her that she would become the first and last 5th-generation awakened guardian of the Starry Sky on Earth. After returning to the Starry Sky Alliance's headquarters in North America, Angelina summoned all the high-ranking officials of the Starry Sky Alliance, including that dark-skinned young man, and all members of the Elder Council. Angelina said, those 2 wolf dragons have flown to Mars. I have lost contact with them. The Gamma Legion comes with ill intentions. Angelina recounted Jidong's words, and everyone present had a serious expression. The earlier ease and composure from the first naval battle were gone. They knew what Jidong had done, and it was no wonder the United Government was in such a predicament. It seemed that the so-called clever tricks of Jidong were merely excuses to cover their failures. Angelina remained calm as ever and said to the dark-skinned young man, Duoji, you need to talk to those 3 Starry Sky behemoths. Get them to awaken as soon as possible. This dark-skinned young man was Duoji. Jidong had changed his appearance, so even though Jidong was famous worldwide, Duoji did not recognize him. After Duoji left the Tibetan Plateau and returned to the Starry Sky Alliance's headquarters in North America, his master died. His master had always valued him, even assigning him the task of assassinating Jidong. Although Duoji was not a naturally awakened guardian, his innate talent was extremely high. He could master Starry Sky spells that others took over 10 years to learn in just a few days. Additionally, Duoji could learn some extremely secretive Starry Sky spells. These spells could not only be used to communicate with Starry Sky behemoths but also to obtain starlight. Reciting Starry Sky spells under the starry night could enhance one's strength. The Starry Sky Alliance was likely the most fantastical organization on Earth. Blood sacrifices. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, they had realized all of it. After his master passed away, Duoji's status in the Starry Sky Alliance plummeted. The orthodox supremacist high-ranking officials of the Alliance looked down on Duoji. If not for his master's insistence on sending Duoji to the Tibetan Plateau for a mission, they would never have sent him. In the end, Duoji failed. It wasn't until Duoji established contact with those 3 special starry sky behemoths that his status changed. Duoji said, "The treasure map clearly states that only wolf dragons can appear on Earth. Those 3 starry sky behemoths should not have appeared on Earth." Angelina impatiently replied, "Don't think that just because you have built a connection with them, you can be fearless. The elders can control you at any time. You are just an E-class reborn." Duoji calmly answered, "I don't wish to be a sinner. After communicating with them these past few days, I found those 3 starry sky behemoths truly terrifying. I cannot awaken them. That is not for you to decide. We will vote right now," Angelina said, signaling all the high-ranking officials present, including the Elder Council's behemoths, to vote. The results showed that the majority agreed to awaken the starry sky behemoths. Although Duoji was reluctant to do so, he had to comply. After all, he was a member of the Starry Sky Alliance, and since the majority agreed, he had to execute it as his master had taught him. After a long silence, Duoji finally spoke. "I will awaken those 3 starry sky behemoths, but I need time." Angelina asked, "How long?" "At least 5 days," Duoji replied. The Gamma Legion had already rested at this valley base for 3 or 4 days. When the Gamma Legion was first formed, they transformed from miners into soldiers. Each person felt a surge of excitement, and everyone was initially filled with enthusiasm. However, as they gradually calmed down, they all thought of a question. Although Jidong was incredibly powerful, the massive starry sky behemoths still left a deep impression on them. They thought about the original intention of the Gamma Legion's formation, to overthrow the 12 families, eliminate noble privileges, and win the honor that belonged to them. But the place they were in and the things they were doing now were entirely unrelated to that. Why were they fighting? This was a question that existed in the hearts of every Gamma soldier. The Union president also noticed this issue. Although he did not know why Jidong came to North America, he chose to support Jidong unconditionally. Regarding the soldiers' doubts, Jidong expressed understanding. He then told Arwen to have each soldier activate their microimplant chip's receiving system tonight. He would tell them why they were fighting. Arwen had been learning from the Union president these days, providing many new ideas for problem solving. And the Union president had solved many physics problems that had troubled Arwen for a long time. Every soldier was looking forward to what Jidong would say tonight. After Arwen left, Jidong called for Aaron Elisher. "You aren't the only one named Aaron Elisher, right?" Jidong asked straightforwardly. Aaron Elisher furrowed his brow slightly. Knowing that Jidong had seen through him, Aaron Elisher no longer pretended and said calmly, "I know you are the only one named Jidong on Earth." Jidong was not surprised. If he guessed correctly, Aaron Elisher should know his name. Jidong had once read a strange notebook of his father's as a child. It contained bizarre anatomical drawings of the human body. The name Elisher appeared on every page of the notebook, which was the only text Jidong could understand. The other symbols in the notebook were entirely unknown to him. Later, when his father discovered that Jidong was looking at this notebook, he became wary and hid it away, asking Jidong some strange questions, to which Jidong always answered, "I don't know." Later, the next time Jidong saw the name Elisher was in the deep mountain base during his heart transplant surgery, Bauman Elisher. The second was in the Siberian Pentagon base. Old Black Aaron Elisher. Finally, it was the commander of the Gamma Legion, who was also named Aaron Elisher. Jidong then realized that the notebook he had seen as a child must have been the family research notes of the Elisher family. Jidong had seen an anatomical drawing of an infant on the last page of the notebook. His father had also placed this drawing in front of Jidong, asking if he knew who it was. When his father saw Jidong shake his head, he finally felt relieved. Jidong also discovered this notebook in the deep mountain base. He still carried it with him now. In the Siberian Pentagon base, Jidong also found this notebook on Old Black's bookshelf. At that time, Jidong still thought that this notebook was a published research note. On his way back to Machine Town after becoming a senior Nirvana, Jidong carefully flipped through these 2 books. His memories from childhood were quite vague, but the memory of looking through this notebook was still vivid in his mind. Jidong discovered that the last pages containing the baby dissection diagrams in both books had been torn out. Could it really be such a coincidence? 2 people, who seemed unfamiliar to Jidong, both owned the same notebook and had coincidentally torn out the last page. At that moment, Jidong had the question in his mind that this notebook must have some connection to him. Jidong suspected that Old Black had recognized who he was from the beginning. When he saw Aaron Elisher on the battleship, he confirmed his suspicion. Aaron Elisher looked exactly like the young Jilikai, although Jilikai had not left any photos. Jidong still vividly remembered his father's appearance. Chapter 82. The real plan. Jidong thought of his original intention for coming to the North American continent. Old Black sacrificed his life to help him achieve continuous nirvana. Old Black's only wish before dying was for Ji Dong to go to the North American continent to rescue his people, the mysterious Elisher family. Ji Dong needed an army to resist the 12 families. He was confident because he firmly believed that the oppressed people under the 12 families would rise up without hesitation at his call. But he was wrong. No matter how Ji Dong called out, people remained submissive. The Gamma Legion was the army that Old Black had prepared for Ji Dong. Just when Ji Dong thought he was about to fail, Arwen discovered the secret illegal arms manufacturer of the giant Spirit Travel Company. Subsequently, Ji Dong smoothly acquired the Gamma Legion. Before encountering Aaron Elisher, Ji Dong always thought that everything was achieved through his own efforts. However, once he learned the name Aaron Elisher, all the previous clues seemed to connect in an instant. From his escape from the military warehouse in the Guangdong Temple to now becoming the youngest high-level Nirvana master commanding an army, he thought he had escaped. But in reality, he was still caught in a whirlpool. His father's plan was still not over, or rather, his mission was still ongoing. When did his father learn about this matter? Such questions began to arise in Ji Dong's mind. The so-called golden cicada shedding its shell was not the end of the whole plan, but the beginning of a much larger scheme. Ji Dong was the most important part of this grand plan. Ji Dong counted the people he had met over the past 2 years, Bauman and Old Hai, Joseph, Old Black, and Zhou Nanfeng, and now Aaron Elisher. These individuals had all, without exception, changed the course of Ji Dong's life. Bauman's organ transplant surgery and false nirvana actually enhanced Ji Dong's priest gene, creating favorable conditions for him later to be swallowed by the wolf dragon in the Tibetan wasteland. Joseph's fake death intentionally led him to escape into the Tibetan wasteland, also to allow Ji Dong to enter the star domain and absorb star marrow. Although Joseph had a dark period in Ji Dong's heart, he ultimately expressed goodwill to Ji Dong in the cave and helped him achieve his first true nirvana. Realizing the golden cicada shedding its shell, at this point, Ji Dong thought everything arranged by his father back then had come to an end. However, this was just his wishful thinking. The conversations he had with Old Black by the lake, and Old Black stopping him from killing in Big Beard Jerry's bar, using the reason that he was a fusioner who needed to control his inner demons and killing impulses, advising him to learn swordsmanship. But when he mastered the skill and, under the influence of the Black Demon, killed Kevin Lion of the North African Lion family, Old Black did not intervene to stop him. When he wanted to kill a thug, Old Black had intervened. Ji Dong did not think much of it at that time. Later, his escape from Earth and subsequent continuous nirvana, Old Black had done a lot for him. At the Pentagon base in Siberia, Ji Dong once asked Old Black why he helped him so much. Old Black's answer was that he wanted Ji Dong to inherit the legacy of the tragic swordsman. Ji Dong was his hope. Ji Dong was very touched and passionate when he heard this answer. A sense of mission arose in his heart, because at that time, he truly felt the power of the swordsman. Now, Ji Dong finally understood Old Black's true purpose in their conversation by the river. Old Black did not want Ji Dong to inherit his and Zhou Nanfeng's legacy as swordsman. Old Black's true purpose was to find an opportunity for Ji Dong to quickly become a high-level nirvana master through continuous nirvana. Continuous nirvana is a very special process. The person undergoing continuous nirvana must be willing, and this person must have a desire to become a high-level nirvana master, not for the sake of honor, but for other beliefs and desires. This highlights the importance of psychological suggestion. Just like Ji Dong, after killing members of the Lion family, he deeply felt that sense of powerlessness and oppression. Ji Dong desired to become strong, not out of vanity. This was a significant reason for Ji Dong's success in continuous nirvana. Indeed, in this technologically advanced era, continuous nirvana is so remarkable. The continuous nirvana serum manufactured by human methods cannot achieve continuous nirvana. Old Black told Ji Dong that his continuous nirvana serum was developed by himself. He deceived Ji Dong. The continuous nirvana serum injected into Ji Dong actually came from the distant solar civilization era. Therefore, Old Black understood the importance of psychological suggestion for continuous nirvana. In fact, from the moment Ji Dong merged with Erguo, the cultivation of his desire in this aspect had already begun. As a demonic life form, Erguo would turn into the Black Demon, and as Ji Dong's strength increased, the Black Demon would gradually make Ji Dong ruthless. During the first half of this plan, they cultivated Ji Dong's hatred towards authoritative forces, making Ji Dong feel as if he was always on the edge of a cliff. At the stage managed by Old Black, he aimed to weaken the Black Demon's influence on Ji Dong's mind through swordsmanship, but this influence would not be completely eliminated. The plan at this stage was for Ji-dong to cause a disaster under Old Black's gentle guidance, and the appearance of Xiaoming was not a coincidence. Ji-dong inevitably brought about a life-threatening disaster. Then Old Black would help Ji-dong escape. Meanwhile, companions at the No. 1 solar maintenance base would place the star domain singularity that Ji-dong awakened himself in the number 1 base. By this time, Ji-dong had already activated the star domain singularity stored in the Tibetan wasteland's Wolf Dragon star domain by the solar civilization. They would activate the star domain singularity, triggering a sudden extinction, preventing Ji-dong from escaping. After this series of operations, the situation on Earth would become turbulent. More importantly, Ji-dong's desire had matured. The humiliation and frustration of failing to escape, along with the lurking killing intent on Earth, instilled in Ji-dong, who had a strong sense of pride, an intense desire to become stronger. Subsequently, Old Black would conduct continuous nirvana for Ji-dong, sacrificing his own life to ensure Ji-dong's safety. The only core of this grand plan was to cultivate Ji-dong's desire to become an A-level nirvana master. Everything Ji-dong had experienced before was largely to instill this desire in his heart until it was strong enough to support him in completing continuous nirvana. Pressure and hatred are the 2 major elements needed to fulfill desire. To create pressure, they made Ji-dong a prey of the 3 major forces. Ji-dong was paralyzed due to his identity as a priest, which he was not born into. To create hatred, they made the demonic life merge with Ji-dong, as demonic life is born from hatred. This series of seemingly self-determined events by Ji-dong was actually all part of a carefully designed arrangement, all aimed at cultivating the intense desire in Ji-dong's heart. Experiences of great ups and downs are the best way to create desire. The golden cicada shedding its shell plan was designed to give Ji-dong that feeling of great ups and downs. Changing his appearance made Ji-dong believe he had escaped from the dangerous life before, but the black demon once again pulled him into a dangerous mire. In such ups and downs, Ji-dong's inner desire for strength would significantly increase. All these efforts were to ensure Ji-dong's success in continuous nirvana. Desire is psychological preparation. Bauman's organ transplant surgery and becoming a priest were the physical preparations. Ji-dong, in this plan, seemed to be enveloped in a fog that thickened and dissipated. During the process, he vaguely sensed something but could not confirm it. After Ji-dong became a high-level nirvana master, it would mark the success of this grand plan. In another Siberian mining base, Aaron Elisher had been waiting for Ji-dong for a long time. He was consolidating his position among the gamma miners while waiting for Ji-dong's arrival. This was also part of the grand plan. Earth was plunged into chaos, and the final moment was approaching. Before the final moment arrived, Ji-dong finally became a senior nirvana practitioner. Ji-dong is not a fool. He used the family notes as a starting point, and based on a stone tablet he discovered in a junkyard when he was a child. He already had his own speculation. The appearance of Aaron Elisher confirmed Ji-dong's speculation. Chapter 83, Epitaph of the Steel. Aaron Elisher detailed the plan to Ji-dong. Ji-dong could only guess its purpose, while all the specifics of its implementation were conveyed to him by Aaron Elisher. Ji-dong recounted to Aaron Elisher the steel he had seen in his childhood. Aaron Elisher seemed neither surprised nor shocked by the content of the steel. He had long known of its existence. In the valley base of North America, Ji-dong and Aaron Elisher talked for a long time. After discussing all the details of the grand plan, Aaron Elisher spoke first. "I want to tell you about that family notebook." Ji-dong felt very complicated at this moment, especially upon learning that her encounter with Xiaoming was also part of the plan. Ji-dong could accept the deception from everyone else. But why did Xiaoming have to deceive him too? When Aaron Elisher mentioned Xiaoming during his narration of the grand plan, Ji-dong lost his composure. At that moment, Ji-dong questioned Aaron Elisher. "To cultivate my desire for enhanced power, does that mean sacrificing the dignity and even the lives of Xiaoming's entire family?" Ji-dong knew that if he did not succeed in his continuous rebirth, Xiaoming's kin would forever be enslaved by the 12 families. Aaron Elisher understood Ji-dong's feelings at that moment and calmly replied, "That is her mission. As for her kin, they are merely artificial beings controlled by the program." Ji-dong immediately retorted, "Impossible. There is no technology for artificial beings on Earth. The technology not covered in the maintenance guide has basically stagnated since the era of maintenance began. How could the United Government possibly recognize the status of her family with artificial beings created using the technology from that era? Moreover, there is a grade B rebirth practitioner in her family." Aaron Elisher explained, "The technology for artificial beings does not come from Earth, nor from the solar maintenance guide. It originates from that distant era of solar civilization. As for the grade B rebirth practitioner who lost a ton of spatial repair fluid, they are also one of us. Many others have died for your sake. The last sentence from Aaron Elisher carried deep meaning, and Jiduin instantly felt despondent. He slowly accepted the reality, just as the steel had said. Humanity has no choice, and he too had no choice. He simply did not want to believe that Xia Ming approached him with ulterior motives. Aaron Elisher seemed to see through Jiduin's thoughts and added, "From what I know of Xia Ming Elisher, she has truly fallen for you." Jiduin smiled bitterly. What does that mean? At that moment, both fell into silence. Now, Aaron Elisher mentioned the family notebook again. Jiduin had accepted the reality and wanted to know what this family notebook truly meant. After hearing that Aaron Elisher was going to tell him about the notebook, Jiduin silently nodded. Aaron Elisher began. Elisher is not a family surname. It refers to a type of person. In the ancient star language, Elisher means those who serve the sun. When the pyramid spacecraft came from the fiery sea of the sun to Earth, we awakened on the moon. Jiduin asked curiously, "You could survive on the moon?" Aaron Elisher replied, "Yes. Then we came to Earth. Some of us became guardians of the mines, while others have been searching for you." Jiduin became even more curious. Old Black had told him about the giant wolf and his ancestor, who were both guardians of the mines. Jiduin suddenly thought of Xiaogun. In that case, Xiaogun was also Elisher. Later, Aaron Elisher told Jiduin that all Elisher were human, and those non-human guardians of the mines were followers of Elisher. Aaron Elisher continued, "Until your father found you in the ruins of an ancient spaceship in Jupiter's orbit. That was over 20 years ago." Jiduin was engrossed in Aaron Elisher's narration, even forgetting a very ordinary and obvious question. According to Aaron Elisher, they had already awakened when the pyramid spacecraft arrived on Earth. And now over 140 years had passed. Why did he still look like a young man? "Your age doesn't match," Jiduin finally reacted. Considering this a flaw in Aaron Elisher's narrative, he suspected Aaron Elisher was deceiving him. It may be due to the flow of time. Some of us do not age. Like me and Xia Ming. Some age very slowly, like another Aaron Elisher, Old Black. There is also an Elisher who just awakened as a 2- or 3-year-old child. He awakened the same day you were discovered, and he will experience life and death just like you. His name is Bauman. As for Zhou Feng, he is just an ordinary Earthling, but he later joined us. As for Joseph, he is merely our partner, Aaron Elisher explained. He was telling the truth. Jiduin gestured for Aaron Elisher to continue. He was very interested in Bauman's story. "Did you not notice that your father hasn't changed much from your childhood to your adulthood?" Aaron Elisher didn't want to discuss Bauman, so he brought up Jiduin's father to distract him. Jiduin indeed fell for it. After Aaron Elisher mentioned it, Jiduin realized that his father hadn't changed much in nearly 20 years. He had always looked to be in his 30s. With a stubble on his chin that was neither long nor short, Jiduin suddenly realized he had overlooked another important piece of information. Aaron Elisher had just said that his father was found in a ruined ancient spaceship. At the time, Jiduin hadn't grasped the implication of Aaron Elisher's words. Now, when he hinted again that Jiduin's father was also an Elisher, Jiduin suddenly realized that Jilikai was not his biological father. Aaron Elisher said to Jiduin, "Your father is our leader. We did not expect the rebirth technology of this era to be so backward. Your father is not just a grade B rebirth practitioner. He isn't even a rebirth practitioner. You must know that in the solar civilization era, some people do not need rebirth at all." A series of blows left Jiduin's heart numb. He had been living in a Truman Show world. Those who had been good to him were all creating a false illusion, all deceiving him. He did not want to hear anything about his father. He interrupted Aaron Elisher. "What does that notebook mean?" Aaron Elisher no longer spoke of Jiduin's father and began to answer Jiduin's question. That family notebook records detailed information about every Elisher. The baby on the last page is you. Then why tear out the last page's baby? When Jiduin first saw the anatomical drawing of the baby, it gave him a significant visual shock, not just sensory, but psychological as well. Jiduin felt an indescribable emotion within. It was the first and last time he saw that image. Aaron Elisher replied, "Elisher does not belong to this space-time. But you belong to this space-time. We did not tear out your page. That page disappeared on its own. You can grow, and you can age. Unlike us, who are forever frozen in that space-time. That is why you are important." The conversation between the two ended there. As night fell, Jiduin lay in bed, and the steel suddenly appeared in his mind. The content on the stone tablet is as follows. "I do not want those Earth babies to fall asleep in the arms of their mothers, who have become slaves. Listening to the sad elegy of Earth. You are the last hope of Earth as humanity." Ji Dong thought of Xia Ming and her butterfly tattoo. Chapter 84. Conspiracy regarding the elegy on the stone tablet. Aaron Elisher's explanation to Jiduin is that the stone tablet is Elisher's grave marker while he sleeps on the moon. Only Elisher can see the words on it. To ordinary people, it is just a blank stone tablet. Under Aaron Elisher's explanation, Jiduin finally understands the secret hidden behind the elegy. The solar maintenance guide is actually a huge conspiracy. The space repair fluid refined from gamma alloy is indeed used to maintain the solar reactor. However, at the same time, this fluid will destabilize the reality of space. When this fluid is absorbed to a certain extent in the solar reactor, a large channel between the second space and reality will appear. Of course, to reach that extent, the gamma alloy reserves on Earth alone are not enough. At least the gamma alloy from Mars is needed. When that large channel appears, the cosmic beast sealed in the second space will reappear in the solar system, and human disaster will follow. Elisher's existence is to prevent this disaster. What exactly happened to the solar civilization back then? Elishers do not know. The only thing they can be sure of is that the solar maintenance guide was not left by the solar civilization. Although the maintenance guide is written in the tone of the solar civilization, that is a disguise by a force that hopes for the destruction of the solar system. The solar civilization left behind the seed of Earth civilization, hoping that it could revive the solar civilization. The solar maintenance guide is actually a preventative measure left by this force disguised as the solar civilization to kill the seed. This force cannot always stay in the solar system to scout whether the civilization has signs of revival. Their front lines stretch across millions of light years. Thus, they left behind pyramid spacecraft to monitor the solar system. When the seed civilization of Earth civilization begins to sprout, they can eliminate it in time. Therefore, the solar maintenance guide came to Earth, inducing humanity to maintain the sun, which is actually slowly opening the channel to the second space. When Jiduin was still an infant, he was discovered by Elishers who had already awakened on the moon. In the collective memory of several Elishers, Jiduin is the only one who can prevent this disaster. Elisher could wait for Mars to awaken, during the time when gamma alloy on Mars is also used to maintain the sun. But Jiduin is not like them. Jiduin will grow in age. If they really wait until the day the channel opens, Jiduin would have long lost the ability to resist this disaster. The age of 20 is the most suitable age for a person to achieve continuous rebirth with the highest success rate. Therefore, Elisher wants to open the channel in advance. The opening of this large channel is only a matter of time. He cannot stop it. The only thing they can do is create a person who can resist this disaster. Jiduin is the only candidate. To give Jiduin this ability, Elisher executed that huge plan. In that plan, they reached a consensus with the head of the Iron Temple, Caesar. Elisher did not stop the Iron Temple, nor did he inform Caesar about the impending disaster, as the opening of the large channel was only a matter of time. So Caesar did not know of Elisher's existence. Elisher allowed Jiduin to enter the Wolf Dragon Star domain to absorb star marrow, ensuring the success rate of continuous rebirth. Caesar wanted Jiduin to enter the Wolf Dragon Star domain because he hoped Jiduin would open that large channel. Caesar naively believed that the channel would bring the deities they longed for. The origins of the Iron Temple were derived from the solar maintenance guide. They had longed for the opening of the second space, and unknowingly, they were used as pawns by that force disguised as the solar civilization. The demands of the Iron Temple coincidentally aligned with Elisher's plan. Thus, they reached a cooperative relationship at that stage. Jiduin entered the Wolf Dragon Star domain, opened the cylindrical device, and activated the star domain singularity inside. Due to the interactivity of the star domain singularity, the semi-finished star domain singularity within the solar reactor also became active. A few months later, it triggered that sudden extinction event, and during that event, the large channel to the second space opened. Now, the day of disaster is approaching. That force disguised as the solar civilization left behind three-headed monsters in the second space created by the solar civilization to prevent the germination of the civilization's seed. These three-headed monsters disguise themselves as cosmic beasts. This is the disaster that Earth civilization is about to face. The cosmic guardians can indeed control the cosmic beasts, preventing them from indiscriminately killing the innocent. However, these three-headed monsters come to the solar system solely for destruction. In their eyes, Earth is about to become scorched earth. They are not cosmic beasts, so the cosmic guardians cannot control them. Elisher has tried to stop humanity from repairing the sun. 3 years after the pyramid spacecraft arrived on Earth, Elisher came to Earth. However, at that time, the United Government was full of confidence in repairing the sun and did not believe their words. The vast majority of people thought they could not accept the fact of the apocalypse and thus went mad. Only a very few believed them, such as Zhou Nefeng. The real purpose of Lao Hong sending Ji Duan to the North American continent was actually to have Ji Duan complete the final step of this plan. According to Elisher's memory, after Ji Duan completes this step, he will gain the ability to confront those 3 destructive monsters. Every Elisher is lonely. They bear the great mission of saving the solar system, but no one believes them, no one understands them. Jilikai and some other Elishers entered the abandoned repair base now, one under the pretext of searching for the body of the war god. In fact, they were there to protect Earth. Repair base No. 1 is equivalent to half a moon in size. The area near base number 1 is the main area of the star domain singularity explosion. After the singularity explosion, the enormous space distortion will push repair base number 1 towards repair base number 2. The sun indeed needs maintenance. The force disguised as the solar civilization can destroy the originally stable solar reactor to leave the seed civilization of the solar system with no way out, making it so that whether they repair the sun or not, they face death. Therefore, repair base number 2 cannot be destroyed, the maintenance work must continue, and the disaster brought by the sun must be faced. Elisher in the ancient star language means those who serve the sun. It seems they were born of the sun. The high temperature of the solar reactor does not harm them. Jilikai and some other Elishers deliberately caused that crash accident. As for what collided with other spacecraft, causing the deaths of others, that was all the United Government's narrative. These Elishers arrived at repair base number 1, which had not been visited by anyone for a long time, preparing to activate the power of the maintenance base during the singularity explosion to prevent it from colliding with repair base number 2. At the same time, they would be torn to pieces by the enormous space distortion. As for why repair base number 1 was suddenly abandoned, recent declassified documents from the United Government do not provide a lengthy explanation. The explanation for this matter is only a brief sentence: the war god died at repair base number 1. Aaron Elisher told Ji Duan about the conspiracy of the Solar Maintenance Guide and other fragmented matters. In the end, Aaron Elisher urged Ji Duan to quickly go to the location of the Elisher family in the northern Rocky Mountains. Ji Duan asked him what the final step was. His answer was, "You will know when you go." Chapter 85. The Awakening of the Monsters. The valley base located on the North American continent is one of the few peaceful places on this continent. 200,000 Gamma soldiers are here, with neither the Iron Temple's army nor the United Government's army present. Even the Star Alliance has never appeared here. For the past few days, it seems as if the world has been detached from war. However, Jidong knows that this is merely the calm before the storm. The Mocha army is lying in wait. The United Government's forces are retreating, and what is about to happen on the North American continent will surely sweep across the entire Earth, leaving no corner unscathed. Unless Jidong succeeds, the Gamma army remains at the valley base. The purpose of the Gamma army's presence is not as Jidong imagined: to be led by him in a rebellion against the 12 families. Their task is simple: to protect those defenseless civilians to the best of their ability when disaster strikes. It is precisely for this purpose that Ali Shoair integrated into the Gamma miners community from the very beginning of the repair project. It can be said that it is because of Ali Shoair's integration that the current Gamma Legion exists. Throughout the more than 100 years of the Gamma miners' history, one thing has always been present: a sense of mission. They are a group of people who tirelessly fight for the survival of humanity on Earth. Therefore, even if Ali Shoair did not tell them about the conspiracy of the repair guide, they would still be the first to stand up to protect the impoverished before disaster strikes. That day, after finishing the conversation with Aaron Ali Shoair, Jidong appeared in the microchip projection screens of every Gamma soldier. At that time, many people in the Gamma Legion had already begun to discuss why they had come to the North American continent. Everyone knew that the United Government's army was no longer present on the North American main road, which contradicted their original intention to rebel against the 12 families. They were confused. They trusted Jidong, but they did not understand him. Jidong felt it was time to inform them of the current state of the Earth. That evening, the clouds on the horizon were tinged with a desolate color. In the silhouette of the distant mountains, a few solitary birds were trying to return home before dark. Jidong's face appeared before every Gamma soldier. These 200,000 Gamma soldiers were like those birds. In the narrative led by the United Government, they were rebels, a solitary group. They too wanted to return home before dark, but they could not do so. Before the Earth fell into darkness, they had to fight against it. Jidong briefly informed every Gamma soldier of the impending disaster that was about to befall the Earth. At the end of this announcement, Jidong tried to speak in a calm voice. At this moment, you were seen as rebels in the hearts of the Earth as people, but in the near future, They will be grateful for everything you have done. There are still unarmed compatriots in North America. They need you. After hearing Jidong's words, every Gamma soldier felt uneasy. For the Earth, someone shouted first. Soon, the cries from the valley base echoed into the sky. For the Earth. For the Earth. This is the spirit that the Gamma miners have inherited for 100 years. They work quietly at the lowest levels, but they deserve the highest mission. The equipment of the Gamma soldiers is actually not aggressive. Pickaxes can activate shields, and the Dragon Crystal armor is equipped with low-altitude flying devices. The purpose of this design is to save as many lives as possible when the final disaster arrives. The next morning, Jidong set off alone for the location of the Ali Shou air family in the northern Rocky Mountains. With the speed of a demon's wings, Jidong can traverse the entire North American continent in half a day. The location of the Ali Shou air family is indeed in the mountains. Jidong found the entrance on a cliff using the detailed coordinates provided by Aaron Ali Shou Air. To Jidong's surprise, the ones who welcomed him were Bauman and Old Hai, who had left without saying goodbye. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three entered the vertical elevator at the entrance. When the elevator doors opened, Jidong saw dozens of transparent cylinders, each containing a human with closed eyes. Before Jidong could ask, Bauman explained, "They are the last remaining Ali Shou heirs on Earth." That's right, they are all dead. There are only 5 Ali Shou heirs left now. You, me, Old Hai, Xiaoming, and Aaron. Who killed them? Jidong asked, looking at the sleeping figures, both male and female, young and old. Bauman shook his head and said to Jidong, "They chose to die voluntarily." Why? Jidong was somewhat shocked. "For you." Bauman paused and continued, "The Ali Shou heir is a collective. To resist the final disaster, they must sacrifice. You must become an A-level Nirvana practitioner to have a chance to stop this disaster. Their bodies will be dissolved into nutrient liquid by chemicals to help you reach A-level." Jidong remained silent, feeling a mixture of emotions. Bauman smiled and said, "Do you find it disgusting? Don't worry, we VE cleaned it all up. After you enter hibernation, Old Hai and I will also enter the transparent cylinders. You must succeed, there is no other choice." Old Hai stood expressionlessly to the side while Bauman joked about his own death. Jidong looked at the two of them and said something particularly silly. What does the nutrient liquid taste like? Jidong truly didn't know what to say. Should he keep asking why? Or refuse to soak in that disgusting nutrient liquid? What would it mean? Was his fate to be like this? Old Hai laughed at Jidong's remark and said the last words of his life. The fate of the Ali Shou heir should be like this. Jidong stopped talking and silently lay down in the hibernation chamber. Finally, Bauman said, "When you wake up, go find Xiaoming." Jidong's consciousness gradually blurred. In the days that followed, Duoji kept reciting spells from the Starry Sky technique. Finally, 3-headed Starry Sky beasts emerged from the sea. These so-called Starry Sky beasts resembled lizards. Their size was 3 times that of a wolf dragon. They had black fleshy tumors on their foreheads. Their saliva exuded a foul odor. Their enormous and sharp teeth were infested with wriggling dark gray maggots. Although they were called bugs, these maggot-like creatures were about the size of a dog. Both ends had mouths filled with tiny teeth, making them look particularly disgusting. These 3 giant lizards exceeded 300 meters in length. When Duoji saw these ugly lizards, he had already concluded that they were not Starry Sky beasts. The body structure of a wolf dragon possesses an indescribable beauty. This is a characteristic of Starry Sky beasts. Looking at these 3 lizards only invokes disgust. Even without Jidong's summoning, they would still awaken. They were merely disguised as Starry Sky beasts, waiting for the final moment to come and then destroy the Earth. Angelina and the other high-ranking members of the Star Alliance stood on the cliffs by the coast. Watching these 3 monsters crawl out of the water, Angelina was excited, her mind focused on how to use them to take revenge on Jidong. She ordered them to stop by the coast. Angelina commanded Duoji. Duoji frowned and said to Angelina, "They are not under my control." Angelina thought Duoji was lying to her. So she gestured to the elder beside her, who was a sea-level Nirvana practitioner with control abilities. Duoji felt as if something was tying his head down. He involuntarily began reciting a powerful spell to control the Starry Sky beasts. However, the 3 lizards showed no response. At this moment, a wolf dragon began to howl, appearing on the surface of the sea. Duoji's spell attracted this wolf dragon. Suddenly, the 3 lizards pounced towards the wolf dragon in the sea. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. The so-called immortal starry giant beast, the wolf dragon, was torn to pieces by these 3 lizards in less than 10 seconds. The star domain exposed to space emitted a faint blue light, ready to dive into the deep sea. Suddenly, It was enveloped by the black liquid sprayed from the fleshy lump on the lizard's forehead. The black liquid seemed to dissolve the star domain. This meant that the wolf dragon was completely and utterly dead. Chapter 86. Black Clouds. Fortunately, thanks to Duoji, Angelina narrowly escaped a calamity. After the three giant lizards tore apart the wolf dragon, they began a series of incomprehensible actions. Among these three enormous lizards, one was significantly larger than the other two. The slightly smaller lizards started to pry open the mouth of the large lizard with their short, thick forelimbs. Subsequently, the large lizard's mouth opened wide, and the skin of its cheeks along with the soft tissues inside were torn apart by the two smaller lizards. Everyone thought the three lizards were about to turn on each other, but to their astonishment, the two smaller lizards actually crawled into the mouth of the large lizard one after another. At this moment, the tiny insects attached to the large lizard's teeth began to take action. As the large lizard's mouth started to close, its sharp, massive teeth sank into the flesh of the smaller lizards, and the black insects burrowed into the wounds. Soon, the rough scales of the smaller lizard, half of its body already inside the large lizard's mouth, began to shed, and blackish red blood started to ooze out. The smaller lizard looked as if its skin had been peeled off, its entire body drenched in blood. Suddenly, amidst the blood, a dense cluster of small black dots appeared. Duoji activated his detection device and zoomed in on the image from the distant sea. He saw that those small black dots were actually black insects wriggling on the skin of the smaller lizard. With half of their bodies inside the flesh and the other half exposed, their mouths filled with broken teeth, writhing frantically. Duoji felt a wave of nausea. The fear of clusters combined with the sight of maggots the size of dogs made him break out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this? Duoji cursed inwardly. In about 10 minutes, both smaller lizards were consumed by the large lizard in the same manner. Subsequently, the large lizard was enveloped in a black mist released from the tumor on its forehead. Amidst the surging waves and the azure sky, a massive cloud mountain suddenly appeared. All members of the Starry Sky Alliance, whether high-ranking officials or soldiers, stood frozen in place. Angelina was the first to regain her composure. She commanded a small team to pilot a Thunderbird reconnaissance aircraft to investigate the situation at the Black Cloud Mountain. Although the assigned soldiers were terrified, they had to obey orders. Thus, a Thunderbird reconnaissance aircraft took off, gradually approached, and eventually vanished into the Black Cloud Mountain. A few seconds later, an explosion was heard. A faint glow of fire could be seen within the Black Cloud Mountain. The temporary tower received a distress signal from the Thunderbird reconnaissance aircraft. However, the signal only came once, as if it had sunk into the sea. The radio channel of the tower was eerily silent. Duoji saw that Angelina was preparing to send more reconnaissance aircraft into the Cloud Mountain. Duoji stood on the coast while Angelina was on a high rock not far away. Duoji felt a sense of disorientation. His gaze was suddenly drawn to the Black Cloud Mountain. He felt as if he could pierce through the thick black clouds and see what was inside. Duoji saw that the large lizard had two large bulges on either side of its shoulders. The bulges burst open, and two smaller lizard heads emerged from the large lizard's shoulders. The wounds healed quickly, and the massive lizard grew two new heads, transforming into a three-headed lizard. Duoji was stunned by everything he saw. What on earth is this? Duoji thought to himself. Just then, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Death. Destruction. Death. Destruction. This voice lingered in Duoji's mind, just as Duoji began to doubt whether it was his own hallucination. He suddenly locked eyes with the three green eyes on one side of the three-headed lizard. It was an utterly chilling coldness. Duoji instantly woke up, realizing he had just fainted. He had previously established a connection with this monster and could communicate with it. Duoji thought he had controlled the rare starry sky beast. But now it seemed that this monster was toying with him. It created realistic illusions that filled him with fear and despair. Duoji recalled those three green eyes and instinctively rushed toward Angelina, who was commanding from the high rock. Duoji had a deep-seated affection for Angelina. Although she appeared proud and aloof to outsiders, Duoji understood her well. She had borne immense pressure since her birth, and her talent prevented her from living and interacting like an ordinary girl. Duoji wrapped his arms around Angelina's waist. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to react. After tightly holding on to Angelina, Duoji activated the nuclear-powered thrusters installed in his feet, propelling them away from the Black Cloud Mountain at high speed. As Angelina tried to break free from Duoji, she noticed the situation at the Black Cloud Mountain. The black clouds began to spread rapidly, and the members of the Starry Sky Alliance had no time to flee before being attacked by winged ants emerging from the black clouds. Some had their necks bitten off, while others had their intestines dragged out. The entire Starry Sky Alliance was annihilated. Those flying ants were the evolved forms of the black insects. Fortunately, Duoji's nuclear-powered propulsion allowed them to fly faster than the spreading black clouds. Angelina gave up struggling. She felt shattered inside. The Starry Sky Alliance, for which she had fought all her life, was now finished. The black clouds enveloped hundreds of square kilometers of land in North America. Of course, aside from the annihilation of the Starry Sky Alliance troops on the coast, the casualties in other areas covered by the black clouds were not as severe. The Gamma Legion had already been deployed to escort those in the areas shrouded by the black clouds to safety. The protective shields activated by the Gamma soldiers' mining tools safeguarded the civilians. The brave Gamma soldiers fought against the flying ants in the black mist, with some losing half of their arms, yet continuing to battle. The black clouds continued to spread. At the space base of the Space Fleet, it was observed that 2/3 of the North American continent was covered in black clouds, with tendrils of black clouds also appearing over the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. In the first-floor hall of the lunar satellite, Aaron Elijah appeared among the crowd. Everyone was discussing the situation on the North American continent. Aaron clapped his hands to signal for silence, and when everyone turned to look at him, he said, "I am Aaron Elijah, the commander of the Gamma Legion. First, please watch a video." Then, Aaron played a blurry footage captured by their drones in the black clouds, showing the three-headed lizard and images of flying ants biting off the necks of Gamma soldiers. Everyone present gasped after watching the video. Aaron continued, "If this continues, humanity on Earth will face extinction. I hope the United Government and Iron Temple can send troops. Let us resist this monster and the black clouds for 3 days. After 3 days, an A-class nirvana will emerge on Earth. That is our only hope for survival." 3 hours had passed since Aaron Elijah spoke on the lunar satellite. The United Government had not responded, nor had the Iron Temple. During these 3 hours, the three-headed giant lizard had killed all the remaining starry sky beasts. Its size had doubled again, now exceeding 500 meters in length. The Gamma soldiers suffered heavy casualties. They had rescued over 1 million civilians from the area engulfed in black mist. However, more than 80,000 Gamma soldiers lay in eternal rest within the black clouds, and that was considered fortunate. Some even had their bodies dismembered, with arms clutched in the mouths of flying ants and heads hanging from tree branches. In a speech to the Gamma soldiers, Aaron Elijah said, "Brothers, no one has come to help us. We will fight on our own, for our fallen brothers, for our planet." The 1 million rescued civilians were also moved by these ordinary heroes, and even children picked up laser guns, ready to join the adults on the battlefield. In the face of the inaction of the United Government, people around the world were outraged. Some quickly flew to the North American continent with their assorted gear. The soldiers of the United Government were also in a state of turmoil. They wanted to go, but the 12 families were pressuring the military to remain on standby. The intention of the 12 families was to wait for the Iron Temple's army to go first to deplete some of the living forces, and then they would swoop in to reap the benefits. Blonde Caesar had already confronted Old Ma. Old Ma had been looking for an opportunity to eliminate Caesar and his Iron Temple, along with their army. Caesar had the same intention. The people had no feelings for Earth. Caesar told them to wait, and they waited. Chapter 87. A beautiful new Earth. Dark clouds have engulfed the entire North American continent. Half of South America is also in turmoil. The South American tiger family among the 12 families is located near the Gulf of Mexico. However, the main force of the United Government is entirely in East Asia, stationed around Huaxiao City. The Earth Army's first group army, led by the North African lion family, which has just withdrawn from the North American continent, is currently far away in Eastern Europe. They have all received orders from Ma Lao to hold back. Therefore, no one is coming to the aid of the South American tiger family. The South American tiger family has sensed the danger, but they are too arrogant to choose to retreat. 50,000 Gamma soldiers begin to evacuate civilians from South America, while the South American tiger family remains in their family-built super fortress, preparing to face the enemy. They do not accept fleeing civilians. The South American tiger family is extremely proud and considers retreat a shame. Their strong confidence stems from the fact that most of the space fleet is under their control. The space fleet is currently the most powerful military force on Earth. The request from the South American tiger family has already been approved by the United Front Department of the Space Fleet. The Blue Moon troops will dispatch B and C level teams to South America to confront the enemy alongside the South American lion family. When Ma Lao heard this news, he was furious and immediately accused the South American tiger family of severely damaging the interests of the 12 families. The South American tiger family did not respond. At the same time, Ma Lao went to the United Front Department of the Space Fleet, demanding that they withdraw the Blue Moon troops. Ma Lao said that the monster has already destroyed the Star Alliance and will also annihilate the Mosa Legion. As long as they hold back and finally send out the Blue Moon troops to stabilize the situation on Earth easily. The United Front Department of the Space Fleet rejected Ma Lao's request. The Space Fleet is an independent force separate from Earth. Every family among the 12 families wants to control the Space Fleet. However, the current commander of the United Front Department is King Tej from the South American tiger family. He is the B-level Nirvana who is second only to Ma Yu. Ma Yu is Ma Lao's eldest son and is recognized as the strongest B-level Nirvana on Earth. The Ma family's position among the 12 families is significantly related to Ma Yu. At this stage, the Space Fleet is more inclined towards the South American tiger family. Ma Lao is powerless in this situation. He originally planned to have that monster eliminate the Mosa army and the Gamma Legion, but now, once the Space Fleet engages, it will ultimately consume the resources of the 12 families. Both Ma Lao and King Tej are very confident in the Space Fleet, believing that the Blue Moon troops can solve everything. Regarding Aaron Elisher's comments in the lunar satellite, they remain non-committal, thinking that Aaron Elisher is merely trying to gain power for his own faction. However, what happened next left Ma Lao and King Tej astonished. The super fortress of the South American tiger family forever sank into the dark clouds, and at the last moment, the only 5 surviving members of the Blue Moon troops B-level team, along with a few non-verbal children from the South American tiger family, escaped to the near-Earth orbital base of the Space Fleet. The South American tiger family was nearly exterminated, and only 5 members of the Blue Moon troops remained. Among these 5, only one had a complete body. The other 4 had either lost a leg or had half a shoulder torn apart. The flying ants released by the 3 giant lizards had evolved again. These flying ants consumed many people and laid eggs inside the bodies of humans and Earth creatures that were not eaten. Subsequently, these first-generation flying ants grew ahead, doubled in size, and could secrete a black-red liquid similar to formic acid. Their current strength is equivalent to that of B-level Nirvana practitioners, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. While the Blue Moon Troops B-level team consists of only over 100 B-level Nirvana practitioners. With such a disparity in strength, a crushing defeat was inevitable. Upon learning this news, all of humanity on Earth fell into despair. What were the 12 families thinking at this time? They had secretly activated giant spaceships with ecological recycling systems, preparing to abandon Earth. Ma Lao summoned the patriarchs of all families, urging them to take everything they could carry. These spaceships were all hidden under the seabed of the eastern coast of Asia. The noble families, revered by humanity as saviors, were preparing to abandon them. This is the selfishness of the 12 families. This is their ugly visage. In just 5 hours, the remaining 11 families were ready to leave. By this time, South America had already fallen, and under the dark cloud, death became the best resting place. The eggs inside the corpses had already broken through, becoming a flying ant wrapped in the remains of Earth creatures. Some major families within the family alliance were also preparing to flee. They too had secretly constructed giant ecological spaceships, similarly hidden in the seabed of the Indian Ocean. With everything ready, countless giant spaceships appeared along the Pacific coast and over the Indian Ocean. At that moment, the Mosa army, which had been lying in wait for days, appeared simultaneously at 2 locations, destroying these giant spaceships. Caesar was still unaware of the events in South America. He had been focused on reviving a million-strong Mosa army, with the aim of overthrowing the 12 families. It should now be called the 11 families, and the battle between them and the Mosa army was about to erupt. The Earth army stationed in Huaxia City engaged in fierce combat with the Mosa army. The Earth resources preemptively transported to the giant spaceships by the various families were either destroyed or sank into the deep sea. The United Government's army also discovered the giant spaceships, and many began to guess what these noble families were up to. The vast majority of soldiers and civilians began to attack the 11 families, and their former noble and savior images instantly collapsed. The 11 families were now merely a fade of strength. Most of their young members had long since decayed in a life of debauchery, lacking any combat capability. But their loss of prestige marked their doom. With 200,000 Earth troops remaining, they fought fiercely against the Mosa army. The situation on Earth was chaotic, with countless casualties. This was not the scene Elisher wanted to see, but compared to the destruction of Earth, they still had a glimmer of hope, which was Jidong. Duoji and Angelina stopped in the northern Rocky Mountains because they discovered it was the only place on the North American continent not shrouded in dark clouds. Due to the high temperatures from the nuclear-powered thrusters, Duoji's 2 feet were severely burned. He could no longer stand and could only lie on the ground. Angelina's proud demeanor had vanished, replaced by the panic and helplessness of a young girl facing such a disaster. She did not know how to treat Duoji's injuries. Under Duoji's guidance, she gathered a large pile of grass and placed it in front of him. Jidong picked out the only 2 usable herbs from the pile, chewed them, and applied them to Duoji's burned feet. The 2 were puzzled as to why this place was not covered by dark clouds. Just then, the cliff not far away began to crack. They could see a figure flying out from the gradually widening gap in the cliff. The person had a pair of black wings on their back. Duoji activated a magnification device to examine the situation closely. He could see the person's eyes and thought the black wings looked familiar. Just as Duoji wanted to take another look at the person's black wings, the figure turned their head towards Duoji's direction. "It's over. I've been discovered," Duoji shouted inwardly in alarm. The person flew towards Duoji, unable to stand. Duoji urged Angelina to run away quickly. At that moment, Duoji heard a familiar voice. "Duoji, it's me." Angelina immediately recognized Jidong, the commander of the Gamma Legion. "Jidong." Without any pleasantries, while Duoji was still in shock, Jidong said, "Hurry, as soon as I leave, the dark clouds will cover this place." Jidong brought Duoji and Angelina to the Asian continent. In order to resist the people's offensive, the Ma family released Jidong's clone, which was still in the experimental stage. Although it did not reach level A, Jidong's clone had already become a killing machine. Its strength on par with the Earth's strongest, Mayu. With the help of the clone, the Ma family gained a significant position in this chaos. The base of the rebels, Machine Town, was under siege by the Ma family's army. The killing machine Jidong was slaughtering the rebels. When Jidong arrived at Machine Town, he witnessed this scene. Jidong drew his wolf-bone blade and almost instantly appeared in front of the clone, taking it down with a single strike, solving the strongest killing machine on Earth. The morale of the rebels surged, and they began to counterattack the Ma family's army. Ma Lao and Ma Yu were commanding from the rear of the army. Jidong went there and swiftly took down Ma Yu. The difference between level A and level B was like heaven and earth. As Ma Lao was dying, Jidong whispered in his ear, "I am still alive." Ji Lakai's son, Ma Lao, died in shock. Aaron and Elishur fell in battle, and the Gamma Legion was completely wiped out. They left their ships for the civilians of the Americas. Xia Meng calmly said to Jidong while on the ear of the giant spirit, "Have you been lying to me all along?" Jidong was troubled by this. Xia Meng smiled lightly. "This is our destiny. You are the key to unlocking the future of the solar system, and I am the key to open it." Jidong asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" After saying this, Xia Meng leaped down. Jidong wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Xia Meng was not falling. She was flying, like a butterfly. When she reached the chest of the giant spirit, her body began to glow. Then, Xia Meng disappeared. Jidong could hear the sound of gears grinding. In an instant, Jidong understood that this was the final hope. The giant spirit was alive. Jidong could control the giant spirit through Ergwa too. Even for an A-level Nirvana practitioner, controlling a giant robot 1,000 meters tall was extremely difficult. He had to pay with his life. People witnessed the revival of the giant spirit. The dark clouds finally dispersed. On the North American continent, people saw this scene, a 1,000-meter giant holding a 3-headed giant gray-white stone statue. The image was forever frozen in the history of the solar system thereafter. This place would become the most revered. Jidong controlled Ergwa 2 to unleash a subatomic state, petrifying both the giant spirit and the 3-headed lizard. Those terrifying flying ants also turned to powder. Thus, a new era began. The solar system was liberated from this calamity. In the remaining days of Arwen's life, he kept searching for traces of Jidong still being alive. But until his death, he found nothing.